Chapter 255. Did Jiang Wan win the championship? The students cheered with excitement, finally free from those negative trending topics. Jiang Wan waved her hand, leading everyone downstairs to the restaurant for lunch. Everyone ordered their favorite dishes. Once the final results of tomorrow's competition come out, we'll head back to Jiang Wan immediately. The final award ceremony was scheduled at the palace, and His Majesty might attend to present the awards personally. Otherwise, Jiang Wan would have rushed back with the students right away. The capital star felt like a den of wolves. With so many students in tow, she felt utterly incapable of resolving any issues that arose. The students nodded in agreement. Let's hurry back. I miss home. They're all liars. The capital star isn't even close to being as good as Jiang Wan. I miss being at home so much right now. I don't want to come to the capital star ever again. Let whoever wants to come. Jiang Wan nodded in agreement. Jiang Wan looked at everyone helplessly. The excitement they had when they first arrived seemed to have completely flipped into a desire to escape. After all, they were still kids. Their moods changed quickly. The capital star gathers the most powerful ability users and alchemists of the Empire. Your goal should be to stay here. There are always dangers and opportunities coexisting. There's no absolute good or bad. The students quietly focused on their meals. Jiang Wan smiled and didn't speak further. This might be her last time lecturing them. Jiang Wan noticed a change in her mood, but it was just a fleeting moment. She began to wonder if she had misread it. After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. No one left the hotel. At times like this, the less they appeared, the better. In short, it was better to act like a turtle retracting its head. Now you can't say, "What should I do?" But despite all the precautions, they still weren't careful enough. Jiang Wan wins the championship. As soon as this trending topic appeared, it exploded. Everyone hurriedly clicked, and all the comments were criticizing Jiang Wan. The results won't come out until tomorrow. How impatient can they be to buy trending topics now? What a terrible display. A remote planet, just lucky enough to catch some attention, dares to compare with the capital star? Exactly. What an overestimation of themselves. Song Qiuyo was furious, shouting, "They're insane. This is clearly a negative trending topic. Okay? Who would buy their own planet's championship trending topic? Especially the day before the results. I can't stand it. I need to confront them." Jiang Wan sighed. "It's useless. They won't listen." Song Qiuyo, not believing in bad luck, insisted on trying. "Can't you see? This is obviously a negative trending topic." As soon as she sent that message, it sank like a stone, quickly buried under the comments attacking Jiang Wan. This time, even those who usually debated with her were gone. Jiang Wan quickly understood. They must be using bots, otherwise the negative comments wouldn't increase so fast. The students tried it too, but to no avail. Their comments were lost in the sea. What should we do now? Everyone looked at each other, feeling helpless. Are they going to just watch their home planet get insulted? After a moment of silence, they picked up their holographic computers and attempted to control the comments. Regardless of whether it would work, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Jiang Wan checked. The trending topic had only been up for 10 minutes and already had over 30 billion views. This traffic was terrifying. However, as more onlookers joined, some genuine comments started to appear. "I'm just here to see who wins tomorrow. I watched the live broadcast. Jiang Wan is indeed good, but compared to the capital star, it still falls short. I agree the capital star should win." Regardless, Jiang Wan had become truly famous. 10 minutes later, the topic still hung high on the leaderboard. The students were anxious. Why hasn't the military retracted the trending topic yet? Yeah, they removed it so quickly last time. Why not this time? The views have already surpassed 50 billion. Jiang Wan touched her holographic computer, wondering if she should contact CN to ask about the situation. The next second, she received a call from CN. Wan, the situation isn't good. This trending topic cannot be removed. The number of onlookers is increasing. Retracting it now would only make us look guilty. That would only confirm the negative comments about Jiang Wan buying trending topics in advance. Jiang Wan felt anxious. What should we do then? CN's voice was very calm. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Just do as I say." His people were already deleting those negative comments. They were trying to let the onlookers' comments take over the front page. He sent Jiang Wan a message to post with her account. Jiang Wan followed his instructions. The gist of the message was to thank the citizens for their attention to Jiang Wan, expressing that it was already a great honor to be compared with the capital star. Jiang Wan was just a small planet with a long way to go. They needed to practice more. The Jin Wangxing military also quickly released a statement. Jin Wangxing wins the championship was not something they bought. They would investigate who was behind it. The students also quickly posted comments with their accounts, all in a half-joking tone. Being able to be compared with the students of the Capital Stars Ability Academy was already a worthy achievement. It's an honor that a student from our remote planet can be compared with those from the Capital Star. Thank you for your good intentions. We will work hard. This wave of public relations quickly regained some goodwill from the onlookers. The students from Jin Wangxing are so young. The youngest is only 15. Their equipment is the worst, and they're the youngest, yet their achievements are impressive. Truly remarkable, the younger generation is formidable. However, a portion of people continued to criticize Jin Wangxing. Stop pretending. You bought the trending topic and won't admit it. Yeah, let's see if they get slapped in the face when the results come out tomorrow. Don't think you can get away with this. These unreasonable negative comments were ignored by everyone. As long as they regained the goodwill of the onlookers, Jin Wangxing's reputation would remain intact. Jiang Wan sighed. All right, everyone stop looking, let them bounce around on their own. These negative comments weren't worth their time. Everyone rest. Well, let's greet the award ceremony tomorrow with a fresh look. The students nodded heavily. No matter what place they finished in, they valued this award ceremony. After all, it was the first time they would receive an award together. And it was in the Capital Star, in the palace, under the watch of billions of citizens. This experience had greatly broadened everyone's horizons. If this had happened before, they wouldn't have even dared to dream of it. Chapter 256. The training is too hard. On the day of the award ceremony, everyone dressed in their best clothes and styled themselves to look impressive. As soon as Jiang Wan stepped out, she saw everyone full of vigor. You all look so spirited. Let's go. The car is already waiting. This time, they were taking a special vehicle sent by the palace. When they arrived at the palace, everyone leaned against the windows to look outside. They almost wanted to jump out of the window. After all, they were young, impatient, and curious about everything. Jiang Wan cleared her throat, hinting at a warning. The students quickly withdrew their gazes and sat up straight. When out in public, they couldn't embarrass their home planet. After an unknown amount of time, the hover car stopped in front of a castle. The servants opened the car doors and invited everyone to get out. Jiang Wan was wearing high heels, stepping on the red carpet and looking around. This was not the castle she had been to before. The servants guided everyone into the banquet hall. By this time, many people had already arrived. At this award ceremony, not only the top 3 teams would come, but also other teams ranked higher. Some forces from the Capital Stars would also be present. It was a great opportunity to develop connections. Jiang Wan saw a few acquaintances, settled the students, and went to socialize. Before leaving, she asked Jiang Wan to take care of the students, as she had been to the palace before and had more experience. Jiang Wan nodded in agreement. She took everyone around to look around. Wan. A childish voice called from behind, and Jiang Wan turned to look. It was actually Fu Chen. In just a few months, the little guy had grown quite a bit. He ran through the crowd towards Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan squatted down to catch him. Fu Chen gave her a kiss on the cheek. I miss you so much, baby. Jiang Wan generously kissed his little face back. Yeah, Wan misses you too. Jiang Wan looked him up and down, feeling that although he had grown taller, he seemed a bit thinner. Have you not been eating well? Fu Chen frowned. I have, but the training is too hard. Jiang Wan opened her mouth, wanting to say not to work so hard. But after all, he was someone else's child. So in the end, she said nothing and gently stroked his head. The little guy was very sensible and quickly said, training hard can protect Wan. Jiang Wan smiled a bit, feeling even more heartbroken that Fu Chen had shouldered too much since birth. The burden of the Fu family 100 years later rested solely on him. After all, Fu Lingyuan only had this one son. Having finally awakened his abilities, he naturally had to make up for lost time. The alchemist behind Jiang Wan saw Fu Chen's cute appearance and all gathered around, especially Song Qiuying, who even reached out to hug him. Chen, do you remember your sister? Your sister took you to play on the beach when she was on by High Star. Fu Chen looked at her blankly and took a while to remember, nodding heavily. Song Qiuying was overjoyed and hugged Fu Chen tightly. The other alchemists surrounded Song Qiuying, forming layers of people around her. Jiang Wan was squeezed out. Jiang Wan. Someone patted her shoulder lightly. Jiang Wan turned to look and saw Yun Shang. She stood behind her, smiling gently. Jiang Wan smiled in surprise. Yin Shang, are you here representing the Fu family today? Yin Shang nodded. Jiang Wan exchanged a glance with her, revealing a gratified smile. In the beginning, Yun Shang was considered a madwoman by Madame Fu and was locked up in the backyard for years. Now she could actually represent the Fu family at a banquet, which was truly wonderful. Yin Shang and Jiang Wan walked to a less crowded balcony. Jiang Wan, I really thank you. If it weren't for Jiang Wan, she might still be at odds with Fu Lingyuan, looked down upon by Madame Fu, and treated as a madwoman locked in the backyard. Enduring the pain of separation from her son, Jiang Wan hesitated for a moment and indirectly asked, so what about you and Fu Lingyuan? She had heard that Fu Lingyuan killed her husband to be with her. Yin Shang's gentle smile on her face stiffened for a moment, and she quietly replied, Chun Chun is my child and my only family. As long as she could be with Fu Chun, what else mattered? She had already missed Fu Chen's childhood and didn't want to miss the rest of his life. She had once resisted, but the outcome was obvious. Jiang Wan looked at her with sympathy. However, her current situation was much better than before. Although Madame Fu did not recognize her as a daughter-in-law, Fu Lingyuan had always protected her and fought for her rights as the young mistress of the Fu family. Madame Fu had no choice but to turn a blind eye to it. In this banquet hall, anyone who saw Yun Shang would come forward to greet her. The Fu family's title as the first family was not just for show. When Yun Shang and Jiang Wan returned, Fu Chan was standing with a sulky face among a group of women. He looked both pitiful and funny. Yun Shang, as his mother, quickly rescued her son. After they left, Jiang Wan took everyone to sit in the banquet hall and wait. There were so many people they didn't know, and if they accidentally bumped into someone, it would be troublesome. Perhaps it was fate, but the Zhixing team was seated right next to them. The two groups exchanged glances, both turning their heads in disgust. Of course, Jiang Wan and the others thought it was better to avoid trouble. But there were always people with sharp tongues. Did you see the Star Network yesterday? The trending topic was released early. It's really laughable. Haha, if it were me, I wouldn't even dare to come today. Exactly. How shameless can you be? The students from Jin Wangxing glared at them angrily, ready to start a fight. They had been laughed at right at their doorstep. If they didn't do something, they would really be seen as easy to bully. Jiang Wan turned to Song Qiuying. Did you record it? Song Qiuying casually tapped her light brain a couple of times. I've gathered evidence. Jiang Wan chuckled. Good. If they want to spread rumors, then let's sue them until they go bankrupt. The alchemist who had just mocked them widened her eyes. You, how can you record my voice without my permission? Jiang Wan looked at her in confusion. When did we say we were recording your voice? The alchemist shouted just now. What you just said to her? Jiang Wan scoffed. I didn't mention your name or your surname. Why do you think I was talking about you? Or are you admitting to spreading rumors? The alchemist was caught off guard by her retort. You are unreasonable. Jiang Wan raised her left hand, gesturing for her to continue. It's your freedom to say whatever you want. Go ahead. Continue what? That alchemist dared not say anything further. If she kept talking, she would definitely be sued. Shenmeng blinked her big eyes in confusion and quietly asked Song Qiuying. Sister Qiuying, when did you record the audio? Song Qiuying chuckled. What audio did she record? This was just a play of empty city strategy. Chapter 257. A tree standing out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Now, the Zhixing team finally behaved themselves and stopped talking nonsense. Before long, the attendees began to sit down one by one. Zhang Xiweting also returned to the team. Soon, the leading teacher would go on stage to accept the award. She tidied up her appearance and waited for the award ceremony to begin. At the appointed time, the ceremony started on schedule. The emperor, the head of the Capital Stars Ability Academy, and the war god entered the venue. Everyone stood up and applauded to welcome them. Si Yin, wearing a silver mask, quickly found Jiang Wan's figure as he entered the venue. Jiang Wan looked at him, smiling faintly. Si Yin's expression didn't change, but his gaze softened considerably. No one expected that the war god would attend this award ceremony. Is it the war god? It's my first time seeing him attend such an event. Wearing a mask, it must be him. The citizens of the Ite Empire all knew that the war god wore a silver mask and never revealed his true face. After the ceremony began, the head of the Capital Stars Ability Academy took the stage to give a speech. Logically, this segment should have been led by the people of Jin Wangxing. After all, they were the organizers of this practical drill. However, who would have thought that Jin Wangxing, being a remote planet, lacked the strength? Their speech lacked persuasiveness. The lengthy report was almost all nonsense. Jiang Wan was so bored that she started to doze off. It wasn't until a round of applause broke out that Jiang Wan woke up a bit. Next comes the awarding of the Outstanding Award. In fact, it's just a consolation prize that, as long as the performance in the practical exercise isn't too poor and the planet's strength isn't too weak, anyone can receive an outstanding award. At the beginning, the military department of King Planet and Zhang just hoped to win an outstanding award, which would be great for gaining some recognition on the capital planet. They didn't expect Jiang Wan to perform exceptionally well, leading the trainees straight to the championship. It felt like a dream. Zhang suddenly felt a bit emotional. A few months ago, King Planet was still an obscure remote planet. Her students were just rookie freshmen. Who would have thought that now, King Planet has become a well-known name in the Aether Empire? And they were currently sitting under the awarding stage, waiting for the final result. When Jixing's name was announced, the team next to them erupted in excitement. Teacher Zhao stood up, nervously adjusted his clothes, and then went on stage to receive the award. The moment he received the trophy, Jixing's students cheered with joy. Jiang Wan glanced at them indifferently. What an obvious show-off. She turned to instruct Song Qiutian to keep everyone calm and not to act like the team next door. Song Qiutian immediately relayed the message. Everyone understood. Those people had a bias against them from King Planet. They naturally couldn't show that they were inexperienced. There were a total of 20 outstanding awards. The awarding ceremony alone took almost an hour. Finally, it was time to announce the top 3 that the trainees were nervously sweating in their palms. Song Qiutian grabbed Jiang Wan's hand and took a deep breath. Jiang Wan, I'm so nervous. Jiang Wan patted her hand, reassuring, don't be nervous. The trainees behind them were whispering among themselves. I hope we can win the championship and let those who look down on us see. We've been first in the competition for the past few days, so our chances of winning should be high, right? If we can win a championship for King Planet, even if I fart at home, my dad will praise me for it. My heart is about to jump out. I've never been this nervous in my life. Listening to their comments, Jiang Wan couldn't help but smile slightly. However, they might be disappointed, although the final result is determined by His Majesty. The Capital Planet's Ability Academy is the face of Capital Planet. His Majesty wouldn't want to slap his own face, would he? Moreover, King Planet has indeed made great progress, but compared to Capital Planet, it's still not enough. In that kind of practical exercise, they didn't even send their best students to participate. Even so, they were still powerful. Furthermore, the tall tree attracts the wind. King Planet still doesn't have the ability to protect itself. If they were to win first place recklessly, it would probably bring countless troubles. Jiang Wan kept these thoughts to herself and didn't voice them. In such an occasion, she certainly couldn't dampen the spirits. Soon, it was time for the final awarding segment. The war god would announce the results, and His Majesty would personally present the trophy. The rankings were read in reverse order. The first to be announced was the 3rd place, which was a developed planet. This result was expected by everyone. After all, the popular contenders for the championship were always King Planet and Capital Planet. Yin continued to announce. The runner-up is... The 2 teams sitting below sat up straight, eyes fixed on the war god, ears perked up, afraid to miss a single word. King Planet Ability Academy. The trainees were momentarily stunned, their smiles uncontrollably drooping. But Jiang Wan had already instructed them to manage their emotions. They quickly raised their hands to applaud, trying to cover up their disappointment. On the other side, the trainees from Capital Planet were overjoyed. However, they didn't celebrate their victory while the other team was receiving their award. Instead, they sat calmly in their seats, applauding nonchalantly. Zhang knew this result well, wearing an official smile as she went on stage to receive the award. All the media focused on her, trying to find clues from her expressions for their articles. However, every action and expression of Zhang was perfectly measured. Her prepared acceptance speech was also very official. First, she thanked her home planet for its cultivation and the efforts of the students, then thanked Capital Planet and His Majesty for granting them this honor. The King Planet Ability Academy would strive to develop further and aim to stand on the podium again in the future. Jiang Wan clapped with a smile, truly official. Even every punctuation mark's pause was perfectly timed. Zhang must have practiced in advance. Finally, the championship went to Capital Planet. The trainees from Capital Planet smiled happily and applauded politely. Teacher Qin received the trophy from His Majesty and began his lengthy acceptance speech. Xin Ming rested her chin on her hand, bored. How much longer? The alchemist beside her touched her braid. It should be finishing soon. He looks like he prepared for a long time. Did he guess Capital Planet would win? Is there a dark side to this? Jiang Wan, sitting in front, listened to their conversation. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. After all, they were young, and the only thing they could think of was a conspiracy. Teacher Qin spoke for another 20 minutes before finishing. The awarding ceremony came to an end. Everyone got up, preparing to leave. Jiang Wan looked around for Lin Yue's figure. She should have returned by now, right? Jiang Wan. Someone tapped her shoulder. Jiang Wan turned her head and saw Lin Yue and Qin Si. Chapter 258. Your ability has returned. Just with that one glance, she was stunned. In just a week of not seeing each other, Lin Yue and Qin Si had both darkened a shade, and their skin had become much rougher. Jiang Wan gently touched her face and asked, "Where have you been?" Su Xinyu said they went to carry out a mission, but they shouldn't look so haggard, right? Lin Yue sighed wearily, saying that talking too much would only bring tears. Fortunately, this time we won the championship. Otherwise, we would have been sent to a harsher place to carry out missions. Jiang Wan couldn't help but frown. The requirements for students from the Capital Star are too high, right? Just for one field exercise, they punish students like this. Lin Yue sighed, saying it wasn't worth discussing anymore. Talking about it would only cause unnecessary worry. Jiang Wan took out a pill from her storage space. This is the pill I made for Qin Si. Taking it will restore his abilities. Qin Si's heart raced as he stared intently at the pill in Jiang Wan's hand. Ever since he briefly regained his abilities at the training ground last time, he had been thinking about when he could fully restore them. Before having hope, he thought his life would be like this forever. But now that there was hope, he felt that every day had something to look forward to. Jiang Wan put away the pill and looked around. They were still in the banquet hall, which was crowded and chaotic, and suggested, "Let's go to the hotel together." Okay. Qin Si drove the hover car, following behind the Golden King Star team with Lin Yue. Qin Si had previously served as a major general in the Golden King Star military, and Lin Yue was also a concoctor in the military. They were all acquaintances, and no one was on guard against them. Jiang Wan led them to her room. Jiang Zhao, Song Bojian, and Song Qiuxiu quickly arrived to join the excitement. Jiang Wan handed the pill to him, instructing, "Just swallow it whole." Qin Si looked at the large pill in his hand, trusting Jiang Wan completely. He nodded and popped it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly. Song Qiuxiu curiously asked, "What does it taste like?" Qin Si thought carefully for a moment. Perhaps he was too nervous to taste anything. It seemed like it had no taste at all. Everyone was watching Qin Si, waiting to see if there would be any changes. Lin Yue was very tense, clasping her hands. Qin Si's heart was racing, almost jumping out of his throat. He was so scared that if he failed this time, he might not have another opportunity. After all, he had taken quite a few pills and had tried everything. But despite being extremely nervous, he still held Lin Yue's hand, trying his best to comfort her. Originally, Jiang Wan felt somewhat confident, but now with so many people watching, she couldn't help but tighten her hands. Jiang Zhao glanced at Jiang Wan, silently asking with his eyes, "Still no reaction after so long?" Normally, the pills Jiang Wan concocted took effect very quickly. Jiang Wan also started to doubt it. She thought about whether she should ask. But when she looked up, she saw Qin Si busy comforting Lin Yue, completely oblivious to his own abilities. Perhaps there really was no reaction at all. Had it failed? It shouldn't have. Jiang Wan turned around, facing away from everyone, and quietly took out a javelin. Without installing the energy stone, she turned and threw it in Qin Si's direction. Qin Si. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Si immediately turned his head. He saw the glinting javelin flying toward him. Instinctively, he shielded Lin Yue behind him and waved his right hand. Crack! A bolt of lightning was shot out and collided directly with the javelin. The javelin fell to the ground. Everyone clearly saw the bolt of lightning and all smiled. Qin Si, your abilities have returned. It really has returned. It really has. Major General Qin, when will you return to serve in the Golden King Star? Qin Si looked at his hand in disbelief. He really had returned. But during the process of recovery, why didn't he feel anything at all? It was truly miraculous. Jiang Wan breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that the pill she concocted wouldn't work. If the pill didn't work, she might not have time to make medicine for him later. After all, the national ability competition was about to start. She also needed to concoct weapons for her brother. Creating a good weapon was really difficult. Moreover, now that she had that book, she didn't need to fumble around herself, so she naturally had to practice diligently. She stepped forward and patted Qin Si's shoulder, looking forward to his early return to the Golden King Star. The Golden King Star is different from before. There are many enemies, both in the open and in the dark. If Qin Si returns, it would relieve a lot of pressure. Qin Si also missed the days in the military very much and nodded immediately. He would submit a return application to the military soon. Lin Yuewei's smile never faded, continuously thanking Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan was almost worn out from hearing her endless gratitude. She quickly covered Lin Yuewei's mouth, saying, "If you keep saying that, it will feel distant." Lin Yuewei finally stopped. It was getting late, and Qin Si and Lin Yuewei said their goodbyes. After all, they planned to leave for the Golden King Star before tonight. Zhang Xueting was still being interviewed, and they would leave once the interview was over. Jiang Wan sent a message to Su Xinyu to say goodbye. Su Xinyu wanted to find her, but she couldn't break away from training here. She reminded Jiang Wan a few things about the ability competition. During this time, she had been stressed out preparing for the competition. You must train hard when you go back. Don't concoct those strange things anymore. Focus on basic ones. Jiang Wan agreed to everything she said. After Zhang Xueting finished dealing with the media, she finally returned, extremely relieved that the public opinion from yesterday had been well controlled. She originally thought that the negative trending topics were just trying to target her. She didn't expect it to be a ticking time bomb. If they won the championship at the award ceremony today, the trending topics would definitely suggest foul play. She had even thought of the words of the haters. The championship was won today, but the trending topic was bought yesterday. There must be foul play. Otherwise, how could they know the results in advance? Exactly, it's completely unfair. If they didn't win the championship today, then the trending topic would be Golden King Star's marketing failure. You bought trending topics and failed, didn't you? If you don't have that strength, then don't buy that kind of trending topic. It's really embarrassing for them. Anyway, it was a dead end. Fortunately, the public relations efforts yesterday went well and controlled the public opinion in time. Otherwise, today they would definitely be in a dire situation again. Zhang Xueting rubbed her stiff shoulders and gathered the students. Everyone packed their things, and after 10 minutes, they would set off back to their home planet. As soon as she finished speaking, the students cheered. "Wow, that's great. We're finally going home. I've never wanted to go home this much. Let's go, let's go. Ha ha ha." Chapter 259. Weapon forging. The students returned triumphantly with their trophy. Although the spaceship arrived at King Star in the middle of the night, many people were still waiting for their return. As the spaceship door opened, the psychic wielders held the trophy high in the air. Despite the darkness, the trophy's brilliance was still dazzling. Those who came to welcome the students stood under the spaceship, quietly gazing at the trophy. The development of a planet hinges on its talents. This trophy is not only a testament to King Star's rise from obscurity to recognition, but also a symbol that King Star finally has its own elite talents. Yi Qihong stood beneath the spaceship, looking up at the trophy. As a grown man, he almost felt teary-eyed. Everyone disembarked and stood on the land of King Star, breathing in the air and feeling their muscles relax. They couldn't help but joke. "It feels solid to be on our home planet." During their time on the capital star, they were constantly on edge, fearing they might be assassinated at any moment. Ha. Yi Qihong chuckled, feeling quite emotional. "You guys have been through a lot to survive." They had been anxious for days while at the capital star. Song Qiuyo jumped out and said they had to thank the military for controlling public opinion. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have returned so quickly. Yi Qihong looked at her in confusion, thinking it was them who had controlled it, while they believed it was her group. Song Qiuyo pointed at herself, saying, "Us? How could that be? We were isolated and helpless at the capital star. How could we have that ability?" Everyone was perplexed. Who was it then? When the trending topic was suddenly taken down, Yi Qihong had specifically asked the chief and received a negative answer. However, the chief remained calm in the face of such uncertainty, clearly knowing something but not sharing it with them. Jiang Wan yawned and waved her hand. It was already late. Everyone should head home. Chen Huixian and Jiang Ziheng came specifically to pick up Jiang Wan and Jiang Zhao. A few days ago, when Jiang Wan retrieved the hover car, she had it sent home directly. Jiang Ziheng drove the hover car over, taking the family home. Jiang Wan returned to the Jiang family and fell asleep immediately, waking up the next morning when the sun was high to have breakfast. Opening her holographic computer, she saw that the registration information for the psychic competition and the preliminary match time had already been released online. Jiang Wan immediately perked up and carefully read the rules. The preliminary matches were individual competitions, and anyone could sign up. After 2 rounds of elimination, the remaining participants would form teams based on their home planets. Although teams were formed randomly, experienced planets like the capital star usually selected their competition teams well in advance, often having 2 to 3 teams ready. In case one got eliminated, they would have backups and could choose the best from those. The individual elimination round of the preliminary matches would eliminate 50% of the participants, which was an astonishing dropout rate. Jiang Wan carefully noted that each team must consist of at least 3 members, and there could only be 1 forger. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. This was tailor-made for her, her brother, and Song Bojian. They were exactly 3 people. They couldn't come up with 1 more. There was no choice. The students at the Kingstar Psychic Academy were all children and beginners. Other psychics were unknown, and if they were stabbed in the back during the finals, it would be troublesome. Once the teams were successfully formed, they could enter the team competition. At that point, the real competition would just be beginning with various extreme environments. Level 5 mutated beasts and beast hides being the basic scenarios. The urgent task now was to forge suitable weapons for Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian. Good weapons were crucial for psychics. They could save lives when necessary. Jiang Wan first contacted Song Bojian to ask if he wanted to participate in the psychic competition. She didn't need to ask her brother. He would definitely participate. Song Bojian quickly agreed, saying he would join. Jiang Wan was expecting this answer. After all, every psychic fantasizes about standing out in the psychic competition. Since everyone was in agreement, she began preparing to forge weapons for the 2 of them. Upon hearing this, Song Bojian hurriedly said, "No need. The weapon I'm using is just fine." The Song family only had Song Bojian and his sister relying on each other, and they had no interstellar currency. Weapons in the psychic market were very expensive, and Song Xiaoyo could only forge daggers at this point. Thus, the weapon Song Bojian was currently using was a low-grade ink sword bought from the psychic market, made of ink stone, and it was already cracking. Jiang Wan shook her head and replied, "If you keep using that sword, you'll probably get eliminated in the preliminary round." Song Bojian knew his weapon was poor and on the verge of breaking. He fell silent. Jiang Wan waved her hand, saying, "Don't worry about it. I'll forge one for you." Song Bojian was taken aback and repeatedly thanked her. Jiang Wan hung up and asked her brother what kind of weapon he wanted. Jiang Zhao had no particular thoughts and told her to do as she wished. Oh, in that case, Jiang Wan walked into the living room, which was spacious. Jiang Zhao followed, asking, "What are you going to do?" Jiang Wan touched her storage device, and 2 giant toothfish teeth were thrown out. Jiang Wan rummaged through her space and seemed to find another one. With a thud, another tooth was thrown out, but it was an ivory. This ivory was from the mammoth beast they had caught. After all, Jiang Wan had contributed the most, and after the competition, the Academy decided to give her the most valuable ivory from the mammoth beast. However, Jiang Wan already had 2 giant toothfish teeth. Having so many teeth was useless. She only took 1, leaving the rest for the Academy. That moved Principal Su greatly, as after so many years, the Kingstar Psychic Academy finally had a valuable treasure. Principal Su prepared to clear out a classroom to display the ivory. Jiang Wan looked at the 3 teeth, touched them, and after some contemplation, decided to keep one of the giant toothfish teeth. 1 ivory and 1 giant toothfish tooth would be enough. Seeing her like this, Jiang Zhao asked incredulously, "You're not going to use the ivory to forge weapons for us, are you?" Jiang Wan looked up and nodded. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Jiang Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, there was a problem. The giant toothfish teeth and the mammoth beast ivory were rare treasures. How could they be so easily used to make weapons? Moreover, making weapons would waste a lot of scraps. Jiang Wan understood her brother well. Seeing his expression, she knew he definitely disagreed with her. She quickly raised her hand to signal him to stop. Don't worry about it. Just leave it to me. Chapter 260. Could it be offered? Jiang Zhao swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He couldn't dare to say it. The more he spoke, the more energetic Jiang Wan became. He turned around and sat down, looking for anything he could help with. Jiang Wan thought about their abilities. Song Bojian had wind abilities, and Jiang Wan planned to make him a boomerang. First, he was best at using wind blades, and second, a boomerang combined with wind blades would definitely deal greater damage. However, her brother had both ice and fire abilities. Regardless of which ability the weapon matched, it wouldn't work well. After all, ice and fire are opposites. If the weapon she crafted matched fire abilities, it would certainly be detrimental to ice abilities. It was indeed a challenge. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Wan decided to craft the weapon based on Jiang Zhao's habits. She remembered that when they were on Beihai Star, her brother was very skilled at using a fishing rod as a weapon. But she certainly couldn't craft a fishing rod. If she took that to the competition, people would probably think they were so poor they couldn't even afford a weapon. Suddenly, Jiang Wan had a flash of inspiration. She had a rough idea. She rolled up her sleeves and was ready to start. The first step in crafting a weapon was to polish the prototype. This was something Jiang Wan wasn't good at. She had never done it before. It was okay. The teeth of the giant tooth fish were so large. She could take her time. She took out the tools for polishing and carving. First, she hammered the giant tooth fish's teeth into several equal pieces. However, when she struck down, only a small scratch appeared on the tooth. Jiang Wan's hand was jolted and went numb. Ouch! She gasped in pain, holding her hand and not daring to move. Jiang Zhao quickly squatted down to check her hand. After a moment, the pain lessened. Jiang Zhao picked up the hammer and asked, "What should I do?" Jiang Wan pointed at the giant tooth fish's teeth, just divided into 6 pieces of different sizes. Jiang Zhao took a piece of bee skin and wrapped the hammer's handle to avoid vibrations. After a few strikes, the teeth were successfully divided. Jiang Wan picked up a piece, preparing to carve out the basic shape. However, Jiang Zhao didn't dare to let Jiang Wan do it. He didn't want her to hurt her hand again. He quickly took the tools from her. "What shape do you want it to be?" Jiang Wan extended her hand and gestured in the air. A sharp triangle, similar to an ice spike. As soon as she mentioned ice spike, Jiang Zhao understood and began working. With just a few strikes, a rough shape quickly emerged. Jiang Wan sighed. The strength of a supernatural being was indeed impressive. No denying it. She completely handed over the task of polishing and carving to her brother. This, and this. Carve these pieces into the shape of ice spikes, and this one into the shape of a handle. Jiang Wan sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, while Jiang Zhao squatted on the ground, working hard. The scene was reminiscent of a landlord and her resentful laborer. Although Jiang Zhao was strong, carving required careful attention and was quite time-consuming. Since Jiang Wan had nothing to do, she decided to contact her brother Song Bojian and call him over. Song Bojian was at home sorting ingredients. The mutated fish from their mission on Beihai Star and the mutated beast meat from their last hands-on training needed to be processed quickly. Their family couldn't afford large preservation equipment, so they had to use the oldest method of salting the meat. Just after he hung up the last salted fish, he received Jiang Wan's communication. "Song Bojian, come over for a moment. I'm crafting a weapon for you." As soon as Song Bojian heard crafting a weapon, he quickly took off his apron and gloves, ready to head out. But thinking about the fishy smell on him, he hurriedly took a shower. By the time he arrived, Jiang Zhao had already polished one piece. Jiang Wan was examining it. "Not bad. Let's go with this standard." Song Bojian rushed in, panting. Jiang Wan waved for him to sit down and pointed at the ivory beside her. "This is the material for your weapon." Song Bojian immediately recognized the ivory. It was the tooth of a mammoth. The principal had specifically reserved it for Jiang Wan. His eyes widened, and he shook his head, saying, No way. It's too valuable." Seeing his nervousness, Jiang Wan was glad she hadn't mentioned the ivory in the communication. Otherwise, with Song Bojian's personality, he probably wouldn't have come at all. Jiang Wan patted his shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay. No matter how valuable it is, it still has to be used, right? Are we supposed to just keep it?" Song Bojian looked at her suspiciously, suspecting she was implying something about the principal. After all, wasn't another ivory being kept by Principal Su at the Supernatural Academy? Jiang Wan suddenly remembered this and quickly covered her mouth, awkwardly laughing. She quickly changed the subject. Don't feel pressured. Look at my brother. His material is the tooth of a giant tooth fish. It's much more precious than the mammoth's tooth, right? Look at him. He feels no pressure at all. Giant tooth fish. Song Bojian suddenly turned his head, eyes wide as he looked at the piece Jiang Zhao was polishing. The ground was littered with fragments and dust from the giant tooth fish's teeth. Jiang Zhao had taken out all those, and only half of the giant tooth fish's teeth were actually usable. Just thinking about it made Song Bojian's heart ache. That was the tooth of a giant tooth fish. Such a precious thing was now reduced to a pile of dust. No wonder Jiang Zhao was so serious about it. If it were him, he wouldn't want to waste even a tiny bit. Jiang Wan leaned back on the sofa and said, "What are you standing there for? Get to work." Oh. Song Bojian quickly went over to pick up the tools and started mimicking Jiang Zhao's actions. He had to be careful. He couldn't afford to waste any. Jiang Wan pointed at the ivory and gestured, divided into 4 pieces. You can make at most 4 boomerangs. Song Bojian nodded and took the hammer, dividing the ivory into 4 pieces. Then you just need to shape them into boomerangs according to their natural curvature. Boomerang? Song Bojian knew what it was. But making one was a different story. After all, not many people in the starry sky use boomerangs. Jiang Wan opened her holographic drawing pad, preparing to draw him a sample. What I draw might not be 100 accurate. Just make one first and then see where it needs adjustments. Just as Song Bojian was about to start, he paused at her words. If the first one was wrong, wouldn't it be unusable? Jiang Wan nodded, yeah. Song Bojian's mouth drooped. Wouldn't that waste a quarter of the ivory? Jiang Wan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Is there anything that doesn't fail when making things? Just treat the first piece of ivory as an investment. All right. Song Bojian looked at the sample image Jiang Wan drew on the holographic pad. Carefully, he began to carve it out bit by bit. He absolutely couldn't make a mistake. If he did, it would waste a quarter of the ivory. Jiang Wan watched him being so cautious and felt a bit helpless. At his current speed, he probably wouldn't finish 4 boomerangs before dark. Chapter 261, What are we going to do at Evening Star? Jiang Wan thought about whether she should remind him. But then she realized he was already very nervous. If she said anything, he would definitely do worse. Let them carve slowly. Jiang Wan rummaged through her storage space, trying to find some good refining materials. She wanted to add something when refining weapons later. She couldn't find any weapon refining materials, but she did find the skin of a silver mackerel. All right, there are also the gems from the gemfish. The gems on the gemfish's head should not be added casually. Last time at Beehive Star, she almost couldn't use what she refined because she added the gems from the gemfish's head. Fortunately, she figured it out in the end. However, it was already known that gems could enhance weapons, but the specific enhancement effects were still unclear and needed to be explored. The materials for refining weapons this time were quite precious, and once used up, there would be none left. Jiang Wan didn't dare to take risks, so she decided to save the gems for refining other things next time. She put the gems back in her space and looked at the silver mackerel skin in her hand. This couldn't be used for weapon refining, but it could be used to make clothes. She remembered that when she first went to Beehive Star, it was to make a dress out of fish skin. It was not only beautiful, but also had defensive properties. Mom, Jiang Wan called out to her mother while holding the fish skin. Chen Huixian was cooking and quickly came out upon hearing her call. What's wrong? Jiang Wan handed the fish skin to her and said, please help me cut it. I want to make a dress. Chen Huixian took the fish skin, which shimmered beautifully in the sunlight. She smiled and said, sure. I'll make it for you after I finish cooking. A mermaid tail dress will definitely look great. Jiang Wan hugged her arm and smiled sweetly. Suddenly, she remembered that Song Bojian was still at her house, so he probably couldn't go back for lunch today. Song Qiuyo had gone out to play with a few junior refiners from the academy this morning. If she returned at noon, there would be no one at home. Jiang Wan sent a message to Song Qiuyo, asking her to come over for lunch if she returned. Song Qiuyo happily agreed. When Chen Huixian heard there would be an extra person, she prepared another dish and also called Jiang Zhang down to help. Jiang Wan stood at the kitchen door and thought, should they buy a housework robot? Chen Huixian pretended to be angry and said, what do we need that for? The food wouldn't taste good and it would waste interstellar coins. Jiang Wan smiled and didn't bring it up again. However, she secretly ordered the latest version of one on her light brain. Jiang Wan, how about this one? Song Bojian brought over the first polished boomerang to show her. Jiang Wan looked closely and found that the restoration was indeed very high. It looked good. Whether it would work well could only be tested outside. Song Bojian followed Jiang Wan to the yard outside. Jiang Wan handed the boomerang to him. Take it and throw it. Song Bojian hesitated, holding the boomerang in his hand and reluctant to throw it. What if it falls and breaks? Huh? Jiang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Come on. This is a tooth from a giant elephant beast, a weapon it uses to attack. How could it be that fragile? Song Bojian chuckled awkwardly, realizing he was too worried. One side of the boomerang was sharp, and the other side was for gripping. Jiang Wan reminded him, when the boomerang comes back, don't catch it by the sharp side. If you grab the sharp side, you might lose your hand. Song Bojian nodded nervously. He picked up the boomerang and threw it flat. The Jiang family's yard wasn't big, so Song Bojian didn't dare to throw it too hard, fearing it would hit the wall. The two focused intently on the boomerang, and even Jiang Zhao stopped carving to watch it from a door. Just as it was about to hit the yard wall, the boomerang suddenly changed direction and flew back. Jiang Wan smiled. It was a success. Song Bojian also smiled. He was afraid he would mess up carving such a precious ivory. The boomerang was fast, and in the blink of an eye, it flew back towards them. Jiang Wan was startled and immediately squatted down to avoid it, shouting, Song Bojian, quickly put away the boomerang. This was his first time using such a weapon, and he quickly looked for the right direction to intercept it. He reached out and finally managed to catch it. The direction was right. He grabbed the handle and didn't hurt his hand. However, the impact was quite strong, and his hand was a bit sore. Jiang Wan didn't expect he could actually control it. After all, the boomerang was really fast. She took out a bottle of pain-relieving potion and handed it to him. You're pretty good. You managed to control it on your first try. With more practice, it will definitely become a weapon you can handle with ease. Song Bojian applied a bit of medicine to his hand and nodded happily, showing how satisfied he was with this weapon. Moreover, this was just what he had carved. After Jiang Wan refined it, it would surely be even more powerful. Just thinking about this filled Song Bojian with energy. Chen Huixian and her husband had already prepared lunch. Everyone washed their hands and sat down to eat. Just as they were seated, Jiang Wan thought about whether to send a message to Song Qiuyo. Just then, she heard her voice. Sister Wan Wan, I'm back. As soon as Song Qiuyo entered, she took off her big straw hat and walked into the dining room with a small bucket in hand. She handed the bucket to Chen Huixian. Annie, this is all the river delicacies I caught this morning for you. Since she was visiting someone else's house for a meal, she naturally couldn't come empty-handed. Besides, Sister Wan Wan usually takes good care of her and her brother. Chen Huixian quickly declined when she heard it was everything Song Qiuyo had caught that morning. No, you won't have any left. Song Qiuyo smiled and said, we just went out to play and caught some along the way. You can just accept it. Compared to the ivory, this little bit was hardly worth mentioning. Chen Huixian glanced at Jiang Wan, and when Jiang Wan nodded, she finally accepted it. Cheerfully, she said, don't rush to leave in the afternoon. I'll make some dried fish for you. Song Qiuyo washed her hands and sat next to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan asked her, where did you go to play this morning? Song Qiuyo picked up some food and said while eating, we went to Evening Star. Evening Star? Jiang Wan tilted her head, looking puzzled. Song Qiuyo quickly explained, it's Qixing. It was renamed after it became a satellite of Jinwang's star. It was Si Yin who suggested the name Evening Star. Jiang Wan suddenly remembered. The military had said they would give her half of the planet's management rights, but she didn't want to take care of so much. So she let the military manage it instead. Suddenly thinking of Evening Star made Jiang Wan a bit excited. She wanted to go play there. Is it fun? Song Qiuyo nodded vigorously. It's especially fun. The military manages it very well. Oh no. Now Jiang Wan wanted to go even more. Brother, hurry up and finish eating, and then let us carve. We'll go to Evening Star this afternoon. Jiang Zhao was taken aback. This afternoon? Isn't that too rushed? Bruce, what are we going to do at Evening Star? Chapter 262, Are you an abstract artist? Of course, I'm going to play. However, Jiang Wan thought to herself that she couldn't say this out loud. Otherwise, her brother would criticize her. After pondering for a while, Jiang Wan came up with a very reasonable excuse. Let's try out your weapon's effectiveness. You see, Wanqing is a semi-developed planet. It has an army station there, and there are no high-level mutated beasts, making it perfect for you to practice. Song Bojian nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Jiang Zhao, however, saw through Jiang Wan's little ploy at a glance. Nevertheless, what she said was indeed reasonable. So he readily agreed. All right, then we'll go to Wanqing. But, are we going in the afternoon? Can you finish making it? It's not just one weapon, there are two. Jiang Wan replied. So you all need to speed up. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian quickly finished their lunch and returned to work. Jiang Wan was also busy, directly taking out the furnace and the refining materials to set them up. As soon as they finished carving, she immediately began the refining process. Song Qiuyo was bored alone but didn't dare to disturb them. She stayed in the kitchen, helping Chun Huixian deal with the small fish and shrimp she had brought, frying and eating at the same time. Jiang Zhao's items were relatively easy to carve, and he started earlier than Song Bojian. After more than an hour, he completely finished. He handed the items to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan placed them into the furnace and then added the other prepare materials. Just as she was about to cover it, her hand paused, and she stopped. She still needed a thread, a strong thread that wouldn't break, a thread that could change length at will. However, that kind of thread could only be refined. But what material should be used for refining? Jiang Zhao watched her for a long time and didn't see her take the next step. What's wrong? Jiang Wan looked up at him, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the scraps behind him. A flash of inspiration struck. Brother, can you scoop up a handful of the dust on the ground? Jiang Zhao turned around and scooped up a handful of the debris generated during carving and brought it over. Throw it in. Although Jiang Zhao didn't understand what this was for, he figured he would just listen to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan covered the lid and ignited the fire source. The flames shot up high, almost engulfing the furnace. Jiang Zhao took 2 steps back. Even from his distance, he felt quite hot, let alone Jiang Wan, who was sitting right in front of the furnace for several hours. Refiners really have it tough. Ever since Jiang Wan got that book, her refining ability has improved by leaps and bounds. She had already reached a masterful level. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, channeling all her mental energy into the furnace. First, she gathered the powder together to form a fine thread. This step was very time-consuming and required extreme care. If she made a mistake, she would have to start over. Jiang Zhao could feel her nervousness as he sat quietly beside her. On the other side, Song Bojian's several boomerangs were also nearly finished carving. He was afraid of delaying Jiang Wan's time to go to Wanqing. After finishing one, he moved on to carve the next one. He didn't even have time to drink water. But finally, after rushing and working hard, he completed the carving. Jiang Wan was still refining the first weapon. Song Bojian took the 4 boomerangs to the yard for testing. Each one was successful. However, he was still not skilled in using this weapon. Catching the boomerang was quite clumsy, and he was laughed at by Song Qiuyo. In the past, Song Bojian would definitely have tugged her ear, reminding her who was the brother. But now, he didn't have time to bother with Song Qiuyo. He was busy admiring his boomerangs. Holding the 4 boomerangs in his hands, he liked them more and more. He glanced up at Jiang Wan, who was still refining Jiang Zhao's weapon. Song Bojian decided to carve some patterns on his boomerangs. Song Qiuyo, standing by, joked, still carving patterns? Anyone who doesn't know would think it's your son. Song Bojian shot her a glance, his expression seeming to say, 3 days without beating, and the house is being torn down. Song Qiuyo, feeling guilty, closed her mouth and went back to the kitchen to help. Jiang Wan finally succeeded in refining the fine thread. She opened her eyes and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had never done such fine work before. After catching her breath, she looked at Song Bojian beside her. Are you not done carving yet? You need to speed up. Song Bojian looked up, already finished carving. Huh? Jiang Wan looked at his still carving hand, then asked, What are you doing now? Song Bojian paused for a moment, his voice a bit small. I'm carving flowers. Jiang Wan tilted her head to look at him, repeating his words. Carving flowers? Fearing she would think he was slacking off, Song Bojian hurriedly handed her the boomerang with the flower pattern he had carved. Jiang Wan took it and looked at it. It really was a flower. However, is this abstract art? It's quite unique and looks pretty good. If he hadn't said anything, no one would guess it was a flower. Just hard to evaluate. However, Jiang Wan didn't want to dampen his spirits. She quickly said, The carving looks great. Don't carve the rest. Song Bojian. Jiang Wan took out another furnace and placed it on the other side. First, refine it. After finishing, she could continue carving the patterns. Jiang Wan's words were 100% trusted by Song Bojian. He quickly placed the several boomerangs he had carved into it. Jiang Wan added the remaining refining materials, covered the lid, and ignited the fire source. Just as Song Qiuyo came out of the kitchen, she saw two big fireballs in front of Jiang Wan. Wow, Sister Wan is refining two furnaces at once. She suddenly remembered the last time, at the military headquarters, when Sister Wan also refined several furnaces at once. Then she fainted from excessive mental energy consumption. In the end, her refining ability had issues. Song Qiuyo looked at Jiang Wan with concern. She stopped eating the dried fish, found a spot to sit down, and stared tightly at Jiang Wan, fearing she would faint again like last time. Refining the weapons in two furnaces was harder than Jiang Wan had imagined. After all, the two weapons were completely different. It was like multitasking. Since Jiang Zhao's refining was faster, Jiang Wan focused on this side. The weapon on Song Bojian's side was refined with a small portion of mental energy first. The other sat quietly beside, waiting. About an hour passed. The furnace on Jiang Wan's left extinguished. She waved her hand, opened the lid of the furnace, and waited for the steam to dissipate before taking out the items. She then focused on refining the weapon for Song Bojian. The three of them leaned over, peering into the furnace. Song Qiuyo saw clearly and muttered, "It looks quite strange. I've never seen this kind of weapon before." Jiang Zhao, while polishing a spike-like object, was also filled with questions. He couldn't imagine what those things would look like when combined. Now, they were finally about to see it, and he was quite excited. Chapter 263. Feeding the mutated beasts. Simply a waste of resources, is it good now? As soon as the time was up, Song Qiuyo couldn't wait to take out the weapon. The furnace was not large, so the weapons forged were naturally not big either. It was about the length of an adult man's forearm. A few ice spear-like objects were tightly connected end to end, with a handle below. It looked like a strangely shaped sword. However, things forged by Jiang Wan would never be that simple. There must be some hidden mechanism. Jiang Zhao took it from her, skillfully feeling around the handle. Sure enough, there was a small groove. This should be where the energy stone goes. However, there was a little raised dot above the handle. He had noticed that while polishing it. It might have been something Jiang Wan created. Without Jiang Wan's guidance, he didn't dare to operate it recklessly. Everyone sat aside, waiting for the next weapon. Jiang Zhao was checking the departure time for the next public spaceship. Now that Wan's was managed so well, the military had completely opened up the civilian routes for 2 planets. Quite a few spaceships were departing every day. However, the last spaceship to Wan's had an earlier departure time. Perhaps it was not safe at night. There was still an hour left. If Jiang Wan could successfully forge it within 40 minutes, they could catch that spaceship. Jiang Zhao had everything planned out in advance, just waiting for Jiang Wan to finish forging. However, things were not going smoothly for Jiang Wan. Originally, she thought she could quickly forge these 4 boomerangs. But the actual situation was much more complicated. She couldn't understand it. This was completely beyond her expectations. After exhausting a great deal of effort, she finally completed the first boomerang. When she began to forge the second one, it suddenly became much easier. Jiang Wan realized that it was likely the flower carved by Song Bojian on top that had disrupted the original structure. That was why the first boomerang had such a strange structure. The remaining 3 boomerangs were very easy to forge. However, by the time all 4 were completed, an hour had already passed. Jiang Wan opened her eyes, waved her hand, and the lid of the furnace opened. The boomerangs flew out on their own, landing in succession on the ground. Jiang Wan stood up, anxiously saying, "Let's go, let's go." Jiang Zhao hesitated. "No, there are no more spaceships." Jiang Wan was taken aback, then said, "Then let's take the hover car." Since the civilian routes had already been opened and Wan's was just next door, taking the hover car would be fine. Just a bit slower. Jiang Zhao helplessly shook his head, knowing that Jiang Wan was determined to go to Wan's today. He turned around to take the hover car. Song Bojian carefully picked up his boomerang from the ground, not caring whether it was hot or not. Jiang Wan thought for a moment and said, "Don't carve flowers on the other boomerangs. It will disrupt the original structure." Song Bojian's heart raced upon hearing this. He quickly asked, "What about the one that has already been carved? Is there any problem?" Jiang Wan looked at his nervous expression and smiled reassuringly. "This one is fine, but if you carve on the others, I can't guarantee there won't be any problems." Song Bojian shook his head vigorously. "I won't carve anymore, I won't." Jiang Zhao drove the hover car out and honked the horn. Everyone got their things ready to depart. Song Bojian carefully tucked the 4 boomerangs into his clothes. Song Xiao hurried out of the kitchen, holding a bag of small dried fish. They were just fried by Chun Huixian. Song Bojian looked at Song Xiao sitting next to him and said, "Didn't you just go this morning?" Song Xiao stuffed a small dried fish in her mouth and said matter-of-factly, "That's why I need to follow you, to be your guide." There were staff on wands to guide them, so they didn't need her. Song Bojian withdrew his gaze, muttering nonsensical reasoning. Song Xiao pretended not to hear, thinking that since her brother was going to play, he couldn't ditch her. Jiang Wan had long since adapted to the siblings' daily banter. She smiled and reminded her brother to drive. Chun Huixian stood at the door with a spatula, calling out, "Come back before dark." Jiang Wan obediently replied, "Okay, Mom." The speed of the hover car was no match for the spaceship. However, the Jiang family's car was a limited edition. Coupled with a high-grade energy stone, they arrived at Wan's in half an hour. They got out of the hover car and started walking. Hover cars were not allowed in the hunting area. The group avoided crowded places. After all, they were there to test the weapons. If the weapons were too effective, they would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Having experienced so much, Jiang Wan understood the principle of making a fortune quietly. They arrived at a barren area. The terrain was flat, offering a clear view. It was very unfavorable for hiding, so they could only confront the mutated beasts head-on. Therefore, ordinary ability users generally wouldn't choose to hunt here. However, such a venue was perfect for the 2 weapons Jiang Wan forged. In a forested area, they wouldn't be able to utilize them effectively. The group found a small rock to hide behind, waiting for the mutated beasts to appear. Jiang Wan handed them the already cut energy stones. Jiang Zhao only needed to install 1, while Song Bojian needed to install 4. After installing the energy stones, the weapons in their hands immediately grew larger. Excitement sparkled in both their eyes. They waited for quite a while, but no mutated beasts came. Song Xiao peeked out and then squatted back down, shaking her head at everyone. "No, maybe there's no food in this area, so no mutated beasts came?" Jiang Wan thought for a moment, and that was indeed possible. She rummaged through her storage device for a long time, but found no food at all. Did anyone bring food? Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian exchanged glances and shook their heads. Normally, ability users who frequently hunted would have prepared some food in their storage devices. However, they had just returned from the capital star yesterday, and since they left in a hurry this time, they hadn't prepared anything. Song Xiao hesitated and picked up the paper bag in her hand. "How about these small dried fish?" As soon as she took out the freshly fried small dried fish, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Jiang Wan ate one and found it so delicious that she almost swallowed her tongue. Feeding this to a mutated beast was simply a waste of resources. She said this while eating another one. But since they hadn't prepared bait in advance, they had to make do with the small dried fish. Jiang Wan rummaged through the bag for a while and found the smallest one. She picked it up and threw it out. After seeing the size, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but twitch his lips. It's lucky she managed to pick one out. Otherwise, it could easily have been lost. That small dried fish was only about 1/3 the length of Jiang Wan's pinky finger. It was particularly thin. Jiang Zhao admired her eyesight. If he had picked, he would have probably thought it was some dirty thing that had fallen in. Chapter 264. They turned into fireballs after the small fish snacks were thrown out. Everyone squatted behind the rocks, waiting patiently. After more than 10 minutes, they couldn't wait any longer. Jiang Zhao peeked out to take a look. The small fish snack was too small. Should they throw another one? Jiang Wan hesitated, suddenly feeling the ground shaking. She peeked out and exclaimed in surprise, "It's coming, it's coming." Finally, it had arrived, a spotted fox beast. This creature had low attack power, but was agile, and once it bit someone, it wouldn't let go until it had torn off a piece of flesh. It was quite a nuisance. Moreover, fox meat had a gamey taste, and nobody wanted to eat it. It wasn't worth interstellar coins, and only its fur could fetch a bit of currency. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian armed themselves and stepped out. There was no need to worry about the spotted fox beast running away. Once it determined you had something tasty, it would stick around. The spotted fox beast extended its tongue and quickly rolled up the small fish snack from the ground, gazing longingly at the small rock where the delicious smell was emanating from. Jiang Wan leaned out to look and happened to meet the gaze of the spotted fox beast. The crafty fox had a keen nose. With a push of its hind legs, the spotted fox beast jumped towards the small rock. Jiang Zhao lifted his toothed sword in charge of the spotted fox beast, aiming for its head, but it dodged away. Song Bojian threw a boomerang, but unfortunately, it was too far away. Before it could hit the spotted fox beast, it returned to him. He hurried over to pick it up, looking quite comical. Jiang Wan watched their clumsy antics, helplessly facepalming. Didn't they install the energy stones? Infuse them with supernatural abilities. Bro, just press the raise button on the handle. Song Bojian, add wind blades to the boomerang. She had crafted the weapons specifically according to their abilities and combat habits, and they needed to unleash their full power. Hearing Jiang Wan's words, the two nodded in unison and infused their powers into their weapons. Jiang Zhao pressed the button. Several connected teeth suddenly spread apart, no longer linked together. Upon closer inspection, a very thin line connected them in the center. Jiang Zhao infused the ice-type ability first. The sharpened teeth formed into ice cone shapes, instantly covered with a thick layer of ice, resembling a long whip made of ice cones. Jiang Wan leaned out to look. The finished product was similar to what she had anticipated. Back on Beihai Star, her brother had been so adept with the fishing rod. She knew he must be quite skilled with a long whip. Jiang Zhao raised his hand, and the long whip began to sway. The spotted fox beast instinctively recoiled, but was struck hard by the whip. The length of the whip could be adjusted at will. The spotted fox beast howled in pain as its hind leg was immediately frostbitten, forcing it to fall to the ground, wailing in agony. Seeing this, Jiang Wan knew they had succeeded. She expected the thread made from tooth fragments to be so useful. Song Bojian stood by, his blood boiling with excitement. Jiang Zhao's weapon was amazing. However, now that Jiang Zhao had subdued the spotted fox beast, what would he fight next? Just as he was thinking this, the fallen spotted fox beast suddenly howled. It seemed to be calling for its companions. Song Bojian immediately cheered. Good call. I was worried it wouldn't call. The spotted fox beast, enduring the pain in its hind leg, looked at the three of them, a strange glint flashing in its eyes. Foolish humans, once its companions arrived. They will be doomed. Song Xiuxiu heard the spotted fox beast call for reinforcements and also stood up to peek over the small rock, watching the excitement. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian stood calmly with their weapons, showing no signs of wanting to escape. In fact, they seemed to be somewhat eager. Though the spotted fox beast was a low-level mutated creature, it was quite intelligent. Seeing their demeanor, it realized they were not afraid at all. The spotted fox beast was confused. Why weren't they afraid? Strange. Strange. A gust of wind kicked up, and dozens of spotted fox beasts came rushing in. Song Bojian, holding his boomerang, was already impatient. Jiang Zhao's weapon was so powerful. His must be impressive too, with so many spotted fox beasts. It was enough for him to practice. Following Jiang Wan's instructions, he covered the boomerang with wind blades. He then threw the boomerang out. The first few spotted fox beasts quickly jumped aside to evade. After traveling a certain distance, the boomerang curved back. However, the wind blades on it flew out the moment the boomerang changed direction. Though the wind blades were invisible during combat, one could observe the changes in the air to locate them. But now, with the boomerang, the spotted fox beasts were focused solely on it, completely unaware of the wind blades. Caught off guard, one beast was struck hard and flipped over. The spotted fox beast, dazed, scrambled to its feet, looking around in a panic. What just attacked it? Song Bojian's first use wasn't very powerful. As long as the wind blades and the boomerang were coordinated well, it was easy to achieve a one-hit kill. On Jiang Zhao's side, this weapon could be used for both long and short-range combat. For long distances, he used the long whip state. For close combat, he switched to the toothed sword state. With a press of the button, he could change forms in a second. After infusing with the ice-type ability, Jiang Zhao tried out the fire-type ability. He possessed dual abilities, which consumed both during battle. He couldn't just rely on one. He stabbed the last nearby spotted fox beast with the toothed sword. After pressing the button, the toothed sword immediately transformed into a long whip as he infused it with fire-type ability. Flames erupted on the several pointed teeth, and the long whip looked as if it was on fire with 5 massive fireballs. Jiang Zhao swung it towards the distant spotted fox beast. The fiery whip struck the beast, instantly igniting its fur. In the blink of an eye, its entire body was engulfed in flames. The spotted fox beast frantically rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames on its body. Song Qiuxiu's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, they VE turned into fireballs. Sister Wan, the weapon you crafted is truly extraordinary. I've never heard of anything like it. Jiang Wan turned and smiled. After practicing with the boomerang a few times, Song Bojian had already mastered the distance it could fly. Standing still, he raised his hand, and the boomerang landed steadily in his grasp. No longer looking as clumsy as before, Song Qiuxiu turned to look at her brother, just in time to see Song Bojian with his hands in his pockets, raising his right hand, and the boomerang obediently landing in his hand as if it had received a command. It seemed like my brother was also quite cool. Jiang Wan reminded him, Song Bojian, throw out 4 at the same time. You should be able to do it. Song Bojian nodded and threw out the 4 boomerangs one by one. Some of the boomerangs managed to hit the spotted fox beasts, and the flying wind blade struck as well, dealing damage twice. However, some could only hit with wind blades, resulting in only a single damage hit. After the first 3 boomerangs completed their attacks, they returned on their own. Only the 4th one was different. Chapter 265, How to Bring It Back? Everyone watched as it reached the point where it should have turned back, but instead, it just spun in place. Song Bojian immediately became anxious. This boomerang was the one he had carved flowers on. Jiang Wan had said that the flowers he carved damaged the original structure, although she later said it was fine. However, Song Bojian had always worried about something going wrong, so he hadn't used it during practice until Jiang Wan told him to throw all 4 of them. Now, was it really a problem? Why was it just spinning in place and not coming back? Moreover, it was spinning slowly and didn't seem aggressive at all. Song Qiuxiu chuckled. Jiang Wan looked at her in confusion. Song Qiuxiu quickly explained, doesn't it look like a big windmill? Once it's in, it can't go back. Jiang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Zhao also curved his lips slightly. Only Song Bojian had a face full of black lines. He was worried that his boomerang might malfunction, and Song Qiuxiu actually dared to say it looked like a windmill. Several patterned fox beasts curiously approached to take a look. Hey, what is this doing? This is great. Getting too close resulted in several slaps from the spinning boomerang. Ha ha! Song Qiuxiu was almost laughing herself unconscious. Jiang Wan and Jiang Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud either. Song Bojian had a complex expression as he curled his lips, shaking his head helplessly. The patterned fox beasts that got slapped were embarrassed in public and were mocked. They felt their dignity was shattered, arched their backs, bared their teeth, and prepared to attack the still spinning boomerang. Song Bojian secretly thought it was bad and prepared to retrieve the boomerang. Unexpectedly, the boomerang acted faster than him. Boom! With a loud bang, all the patterned fox beasts around were knocked over. Their bodies were cut by the wind blades, lying on the ground and howling weakly. Before everyone could react, the boomerang obediently flew back into Song Bojian's hand. Song Qiuxiu blinked in confusion as she lay on a small rock. What just happened? Jiang Wan, who witnessed the whole process, said it's the carved flower. Huh? The other 3 looked at her. They hadn't figured out what had happened in that instant. Jiang Wan continued. When the boomerang spins, it resembles a circle, which is the flower center. The 5 wind blades it shot out are the petals. No wonder it was so difficult to craft this boomerang. Other boomerangs can only shoot 1 wind blade, but this one can shoot 5. It's certainly more challenging to make. Song Bojian quickly looked down at the flower he carved. There was indeed a small circle in the center acting as the flower center, with 5 petals around it. Song Bojian breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the boomerang was going to break. Unexpectedly, it not only didn't break, but was also quite powerful. What a pleasant surprise. Song Bojian held the boomerang tenderly. Jiang Wan looked at his expression and quickly reminded him, don't carve the others. This is a pleasant surprise. The others may not be so lucky. If you break them, it won't be easy to remedy. Song Bojian nodded repeatedly. He understood clearly. Next, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian worked together to prepare to eliminate these patterned fox beasts. However, the beasts, knowing they were no match, quickly fled. Let them run. The 2 had already achieved their training goal. Although they hadn't mastered their weapons completely, at least they had become proficient. This couldn't be rushed. It needed to be done slowly. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian sat on a rock, cleaning their weapons. Song Qiuxiu ran over and kicked a patterned fox beast to ensure it was thoroughly dead. She turned and asked, "What do we do with these?" Jiang Wan glanced at them disdainfully and said, "Just leave them here. Other mutated beasts will come and eat their corpses." Song Bojian looked at the corpses on the ground. So many patterned fox beasts could sell for quite a few interstellar coins. Jiang Wan noticed his gaze. She didn't lack interstellar coins. In fact, she had more than she could spend. But the Song family was in need. After a pause, she said, "Let's take them back. We can't let other mutated beasts take advantage of the patterned fox beasts we killed." Jiang Zhao looked at her. "How do we bring them back? So many patterned fox beasts, a hover car can't carry them. Then we can only put them in storage devices." Jiang Wan pouted in disdain. "I don't want to put those patterned fox beast corpses in my storage device. I have so many treasures in there. I can't let them get dirty." However, Song Bojian and Jiang Zhao's storage devices weren't that big and couldn't hold so many patterned fox beast corpses. As for Song Qiuyo, her storage device was even smaller. Jiang Wan opened her light brain and called Yi Qihong. The call connected quickly. Jiang Wan explained the situation clearly. "Can we borrow a military spaceship? We can give the military a portion of the patterned fox beasts." Yi Qihong smiled. "No need, Miss Jiang. If you want to use a spaceship, just give the orders." He checked the usage of military spaceships. "A small spaceship will return in 20 minutes. Once it's back, I'll arrange for it to pick you up, okay? The flight from Golden Star to Wan Star only takes 10 minutes. Altogether, it would just be half an hour." "Good, just right." They could casually stroll around Wan Star for half an hour. Jiang Wan hung up and told her brother and Song Bojian to wait there. She and Song Qiuyo went to play in the forest for a while. Jiang Zhao looked at the sky. It was getting dark. He reminded them, "Be careful." Jiang Wan waved her hand. "I know, I still have a spear. Besides, there are soldiers patrolling in the forest. It's very safe." The two entered the forest. A few hunting teams were out hunting, targeting small, low-level, mutated beasts. There were also a few hunting teams preparing to return. Jiang Wan and Song Qiuyo watched a bit behind one hunting team, then went to observe another. An ant even gave them a handful of wild vegetables she had picked. While the ability users are fighting, we can't just sit idle. Picking a handful of wild vegetables is good too. Jiang Wan nodded with a smile. The two teamed up to pick wild vegetables. Jiang Wan didn't need wild vegetables. She just wanted to enjoy the lively atmosphere. Song Qiuyo was picking enthusiastically. Jiang Wan, who hadn't done any work at home, felt her legs numb and her head dizzy after squatting for a while. "Sister Wan, you should go sit on that big rock over there and rest." "Okay, I'll wait for you over there." Jiang Wan got up and went to a large rock a bit farther from the crowd. It was getting dark. The forest was darker than outside. Sitting there, Jiang Wan could only vaguely see them squatting over there. She casually placed the handful of wild vegetables she had picked aside, propped her chin with her hands, and watched them pick vegetables. When she got tired, she changed her posture. Turning her head, she felt like the wild vegetables she placed beside her had decreased. Jiang Wan shook her head. It must be an illusion. Turning her head again, wow, she was left with only 2 wild vegetables. Chapter 266. Gluttony kills the pig. Although Jiang Wan didn't really care about those 2 wild vegetables, she couldn't just let them be stolen without knowing. She pretended to be nonchalant and turned her head, continuing to watch others pick wild vegetables. In fact, she had already released a hint of mental energy onto the wild vegetables. As soon as someone touched them, she would immediately notice. "Here it comes again." Jiang Wan lowered her head and glanced back. It turned out to be a pig. It was taking away her wild vegetables. Jiang Wan wouldn't let the pig that approached her go. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? The sky outside was almost dark, and the forest was nearly pitch black. Jiang Wan didn't dare to use a light, fearing it would scare the pig away. She squinted her eyes to observe carefully. It seemed to be a white pig. It was indeed a white pig. White pigs are low-level mutations. This level is categorized based on combat power, and the combat power of white pigs is extremely weak. However, they excel at hiding, often concealed in corners where ordinary people can't find them. Although white pigs are low-level, their meat is tender and even better than that of prickly pigs. Jiang Wan chuckled. It was so hard to find this pig, yet she discovered it. What good luck! After the white pig took the wild vegetables behind a tree, it began to feast. Jiang Wan saw that her wild vegetables were all eaten, and she feared the white pig would run away. She quickly waved to Song Qiuyo, signaling her to come over. Jiang Wan didn't dare to shout, but fortunately, Song Qiuyo occasionally looked up at her. Seeing her wave, she hurriedly came over with her small bamboo basket. "What's wrong, Sister Wan Wan?" Jiang Wan took a handful of wild vegetables from her basket and placed them on a nearby stone. Without speaking, she waved for her to go back. Song Qiuyo looked confused. Didn't Sister Wan Wan just take a handful of wild vegetables? Why are they all gone? However, although she was curious, she didn't ask further and turned to leave. Jiang Wan gathered those wild vegetables just to keep the white pig occupied so it wouldn't run away. Meanwhile, she sent a message to Jiang Zhao, providing her location and urging him to come quickly. She specifically instructed him to come quietly and not to draw attention. At first, Jiang Zhao thought Jiang Wan was in trouble and hurriedly prepared to go. But after seeing her message, he was filled with questions. After telling Song Bojian to keep an eye on the corpses of the spotted fox beasts, he headed into the woods to find Jiang Wan. When Jiang Zhao arrived, he found Jiang Wan leisurely sitting on a stone. "What's going on?" Jiang Wan lifted her chin, indicating for him to look at the corner over there. The white pig had just taken a few wild vegetables over and was enjoying its meal, its tail occasionally curling up in delight. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened. It was indeed a white pig. How did Jiang Wan encounter this? First, she caught a land chicken and a purebred rabbit, and now she had come across a white pig. Jiang Wan's luck was truly exceptional. Jiang Zhao felt a bit envious. Jiang Wan leaned closer and whispered, "Brother, go quietly and kill it. When the spaceship arrives, we can take it back." Jiang Zhao's gaze fell on the white pig, hesitating for a moment. Doesn't its belly look a bit big? The vision of a refiner isn't as good as that of an ability user, and Jiang Wan couldn't see clearly. She casually replied, "Who told it to eat so much? It's so plump." In just that short while, the white pig had eaten half a basket of wild vegetables that Song Qiuyo had. Jiang Zhao chuckled and shook his head, explaining, could it be pregnant? Jiang Wan was taken aback. Wouldn't that mean they would have to wait a few more months to eat pork? Jiang Zhao, you're saying the pig is gluttonous. But you're only thinking about eating too. He couldn't help but complain. The meat of white pigs is good and priced high. If it's pregnant and well cared for, it might give birth. That would be a profit. Jiang Wan grinned. So how do we catch this pig alive? It's not stupid. If you try to catch it, it will definitely squeal. That would draw others over, and it would be hard to handle. Jiang Zhao looked at the nearby hunting teams. There weren't many left. Although the Evening Star was now safe, King Jinxing was so close. Most people would choose to go home and rest, returning for hunting the next day. The sky was dark, and the remaining teams should be about to leave. Let's wait. First, we need to keep the white pig occupied. Once they leave, we can catch it. Keeping the white pig occupied was something Jiang Wan could handle. She waved to Song Qiuyo, who immediately ran over. This time, she didn't even ask what to do and directly dumped all the wild vegetables from her basket onto the stone. Then she turned to continue digging for wild vegetables. The women who were also gathering wild vegetables found it a bit strange that she kept running back and forth. "Girl, what did your sister ask you to do?" Song Qiuyo displayed her empty bamboo basket to them. "My sister is worried I'll lose the wild vegetables, so she's temporarily helping me keep them." The women glanced at her and murmured, "Your sister is quite careful." Then they continued to dig for their own wild vegetables. With the wild vegetables, the white pig also stayed put. After finishing what it had, it would come back to take a few more and then continue eating. Jiang Zhao, having nothing to do, also found an empty space to pick wild vegetables. Another 20 minutes passed, and finally, the remaining hunting teams left. Just then, Song Bojian called, saying the spaceship sent by the military had arrived and all the spotted fox beast corpses were loaded. "Where are you?" Jiang Zhao glanced at the white pig still eating wild vegetables. "We found a white pig. I'll send you the location so they can park the spaceship closer." Song Bojian, a white pig? They only went out for half an hour and found a white pig. She quickly instructed the pilot to start the spaceship. The spaceship definitely couldn't land in the woods, but it could park at the edge of the forest. Once the spaceship was parked, Jiang Wan took the wild vegetables and scattered them along the way, all the way to the spaceship. Then the three quietly followed behind, being careful not to disturb it. The white pig, immersed in the temptation of the wild vegetables, didn't react until Jiang Zhao grabbed it and threw it into the prepared cage. At that moment, it truly felt like calling for help but receiving no response. Jiang Wan winced at its loud squeals, quickly tossing some wild vegetables into the cage. The white pig hesitated for a moment, but started eating again. Jiang Wan chuckled. Gluttony truly kills the pig. It's locked up and still eating. Song Chioyo squatted down to look at the white pig, noticing its belly was so big. No wonder it had eaten all the wild vegetables I picked. Jiang Wan replied, "It might not just be eating. My brother said it could be pregnant." Song Chioyo's eyes lit up as she looked at Jiang Wan in surprise. "Really? Then it might have many little piglets." Jiang Wan smiled and nodded. Song Chioyo quickly hugged Jiang Wan's arm. "Can I have one?" She looked at Jiang Wan eagerly. Song Bojian frowned. "That's not very good, is it? Although Jiang Wan treats you too well, a white pig is so rare." Chapter 267. The new teacher Song Bojian quietly tugged at Song Xiuxiu's arm, just about to say never mind. However, Jiang Wan immediately agreed, "Sure, it's just a little piglet. If the white pig gives birth to many, I won't even have enough places to keep them." Song Xiuxiu cheered and tossed a handful of wild vegetables from her bamboo basket into the cage. Eat up, eat up. The fatter, the better." The spaceship returned to the military base on Jinwangxing. Jiang Wan had nowhere to store the bodies of those spotted fox beasts, so she temporarily placed them in the military warehouse. As for the white pig, she had originally planned to take it home to eat, but now that it was pregnant, she had to take good care of it. Jiang Wan contacted Yi Qihong. "Deputy Yi, I caught a pregnant white pig. Can it be kept at the military's breeding farm?" Yi Qihong had just finished a meeting with the commander and was heading home. Upon hearing this, he turned on his heel and went to the commander's office. Jiang Wan had caught a pregnant white pig. Of course, he wanted to secure a piglet for the military. Upon hearing this, Zhu He immediately laughed. "You go contact the breeders and have them come take care of the white pig. Also prepare its feed in advance." The commander personally arranged for the white pig, which surprised Jiang Wan a bit. She immediately offered to donate a piglet to the military. After all, they had used their spaceship today and had asked for help with the white pig. The white pig was transported to the breeding farm. There weren't many animals here. The purebred rabbits Jiang Wan had given to the military last time were also being raised here and had grown quite large. Jiang Wan asked Yi Qihong, "Why not eat them?" Yi Qihong's eyes widened. "Miss, these are purebred rabbits. There are hardly any on the capital star. Of course, we need them for show. How can we just say to eat them?" However, even though Yi Qihong thought this in his heart, he didn't say it out loud. If he spoke that directly, would the military still have any face left? The breeders are currently researching how to breed the male and female rabbits for the next generation, right? The rushed breeder replied, Yes. No matter what, it's best to agree first." Jiang Wan nodded knowingly. "I see. Breeding might be a bit difficult, but you could try letting nature take its course. Maybe they will mate on their own." Upon hearing this, the breeder gasped. Breeding? How could he manage to breed purebred rabbits? This task couldn't even be handled by the breeders on the capital star. Deputy Yi had just assigned him such a huge task. Impossible. He couldn't do it at all. Nevertheless, even though he was mentally giving up, the breeder still diligently went to check on the white pig. He reached out to touch the pig's belly. It was quite big. It should have around 5 piglets. Jiang Wan smiled. "That's quite a few." Song Xiuxiu grabbed another handful of wild vegetables and threw them to the white pig. Eat up, the more you eat, the better." The breeder looked at the wild vegetables, somewhat surprised. "You actually feed the white pig wild vegetables? You know that vegetables can be quite expensive, and some less affluent families forage for wild plants to eat. But you're using food meant for humans to feed a pig." Song Xiuxiu squatted in front of the white pig and looked up at the breeder. The pig loves wild vegetables. The breeder hesitated, watching the white pig eat happily, and ultimately said nothing. "Let it eat." The value of the white pig far surpassed those wild vegetables. Jiang Wan's wrist communicator vibrated. It was Chen Huixian calling. It was already dark, and they hadn't returned yet. Chen Huixian was anxious at home, fearing they would encounter some accident. Ever since Jiang Wan awakened her mental power, they kept running into beast tides. Chen Huixian was genuinely scared. Wan, why haven't you come home yet?" Jiang Wan had originally planned to inform Chen Huixian, but after being busy, she just briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Huixian and Zhang Ziheng both expressed their desire to come to the military base to see the white pig. "Mom, you can come tomorrow morning. The hover car at home was taken by you, so it would be a hassle for you to come to the military base." "Okay, then hurry back." After giving all the wild vegetables that Jiang Zhao and Song Xiuxiu had gathered to the breeder, the group took their leave. They first dropped off Song Biqiao and Song Xiuxiu before finally heading home. By the time they got home, it was already late. The siblings went straight upstairs to sleep. The next morning, Chen Huixian and Jiang Ziheng prepared to go to the military base to see the white pig. Hearing that the white pig liked wild vegetables, they had none at home, only vegetables grown by the cultivator, which of course could not be fed to the pig. However, Jiang Ziheng had brought back quite a few wild fruits from the last hunt, which tasted pretty good, and the white pig would probably love them. When Jiang Wan got up, they had already set off. They left her food in the dining room. After eating, Jiang Wan prepared to head to the Ability Academy. Classes were supposed to resume today. After the siblings finished eating, they went to the Ability Academy. When Jiang Wan entered the classroom, the little alchemist greeted her with smiles. Jiang Wan responded to each of them. When class time came, Zhang Xueting was still not there. Jiang Wan checked the time. It was already 5 minutes past. Song Xiuxiu propped her head up with one hand, puzzled. What's going on? Teacher Zhang has never been late. Why is she today? The other little alchemists also began to fidget. Another 5 minutes passed, and everyone was restless. Should we go to the office to look for Teacher Zhang? Did something happen at home that made her late? It had already been 10 minutes. In the past, Teacher Zhang would arrive even earlier than them. Jiang Wan thought about whether she should contact Zhang Xueting to ask if something was wrong. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed in the hallway. Everyone immediately fell silent. Jiang Wan found it a bit strange. Zhang Xueting had never worn high heels to school. A beautifully dressed woman walked onto the stage. The alchemists were dumbfounded. This wasn't Teacher Zhang. The woman at the podium wore a white shirt, a fitted skirt, red high heels, had long curly hair, and wore full makeup. Completely different from Zhang Xueting's usual appearance. Zhang Xueting typically came to class in the most ordinary sportswear, as she would participate in physical training with the students every day. She didn't wear makeup and always tied her hair back in a ponytail, looking neat and tidy. Before everyone could react, the woman at the podium began her self-introduction. My surname is Han, and I'm from the capital star. I am your new alchemy teacher. Teacher Han took out her alchemy furnace, preparing to place it on the podium. After glancing at the old, yellowing desk, she grimaced in disdain. She placed a piece of paper on the desk before reluctantly setting the furnace down. The little alchemists exchanged glances quietly. Their equipment was too outdated, and it was clear that the new teacher was displeased. Chapter 268. Let's take down this insulting person. Song Xiuxiu frowned in displeasure and muttered, the podium is wiped every day. It's not dirty. Although their academy was old, it was clean and tidy, with robots cleaning every day. Jiang Wan quietly watched the new teacher, Teacher Han, without saying a word. After Teacher Han took out her furnace and refining materials, she distributed a prescription to everyone. Today we will learn to refine a detox powder, and the prescription has been sent to your light brains, she said while playing with her hair, not even glancing at the students. Shenmeng timidly raised her hand. Teacher, we don't have refining materials. Teacher Han flicked her hair and replied, no, refining materials? That's not my problem. After saying that, she scanned the crowd and sneered. That smile seemed to say that the alchemists from this remote planet couldn't even afford refining materials. Shenmeng was glanced at with disdain by her, and her face instantly turned red. Song Xiuxiu rolled her eyes in frustration and whispered, is she okay? The refining materials for class have always been provided by the academy and are stored in the warehouse, prepared in advance by the teachers and distributed to students during class. Even if she's new, she should understand that, right? Jiang Wan stood up. Let's go get the refining materials. We can't delay, everyone's refining. Song Xiuxiu quickly stood up and reported, Teacher, we are going to the warehouse to get the refining materials. Teacher Han glanced at her as if she hadn't heard. Jiang Wan didn't wait for her approval and directly left the classroom. Song Xiuxiu angrily walked out of the classroom. Is she deaf? Jiang Wan quickly found the herbs and spiritual grasses needed according to the prescription. After gathering everything, she distributed them to her classmates. Only after distributing did Teacher Han reluctantly stand up to demonstrate. Watch carefully, I will only demonstrate once. The alchemists immediately focused. However, Teacher Han's actions were too fast, and even Song Xiuxiu could only remember the general idea. Could she teach it all? Why is she demonstrating so quickly? Is she afraid we will learn? Song Xiaoxiao hesitated with two spiritual grasses in her hands. She couldn't remember whether to put this one in first or that one. For beginners, the order of adding materials was crucial. Otherwise, a small mistake could lead to failure. Jiang Wan pointed to the one in her left hand. Put this one in first. Song Xiaoxiao smiled, relieved to have Jiang Wan around. Are you a pig? What you have is a dragon scale grass. You need to put in a whole one. Can't you tell the difference? Why don't you check it on your light brain? So stupid. The little alchemist, holding two spiritual grasses, didn't dare to move, fearing that a single mistake would lead to being scolded again. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to refine it for you? Can't you understand human language? I already told you that you took the wrong one. Forget it. Figure it out yourself. I can't teach a student like you. The little alchemist didn't say a word and was scolded mercilessly. She immediately started crying. The other alchemists sympathized with her, but no one dared to comfort her due to Teacher Han's intimidation. The little alchemist cried silently, afraid to make a sound, fearing another scolding. Song Xiaoxiao angrily slammed her hand on the desk. What kind of person is this? Why scold students? It's clearly her fault for demonstrating too fast. She missed Teacher Zhang so much. She used to think Teacher Zhang was strict, but she never scolded students casually. Moreover, she taught very carefully, and such situations never occurred. The expressions of the alchemists showed a hint of gloom, and they all started to miss Teacher Zhang. Teacher Han looked at the dispirited alchemists and, with a victorious posture, flipped her curled hair and said disdainfully, "The second place is nothing special. I even doubt how you got the second place." Her eyes twinkled as if she had uncovered secret. Sure enough, having the organizer as your home planet can lead to shortcuts. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked up at her. Only they themselves knew how much effort they had put in to achieve second place. Although their level wasn't high, the glory was earned through their own efforts. Unexpectedly, in Teacher Han's mouth, it turned into a back door opened by Golden King Star for them. Jiang Wan looked at her expressionlessly, but inside she was desperately suppressing her anger. Teacher Han, we address you as teacher because you are here to teach us knowledge. The academy hired you to teach us knowledge. Upon hearing her words, Teacher Han crossed her arms and looked at her with interest. So, what do you want? Jiang Wan looked at her and sneered. She then took out a disposable cup. I want you to have a drink of water to calm down. Song Xiaoxiao suddenly turned her head to look at her, filled with 1,000 question marks. The other little alchemists also looked puzzled. Jiang Wan handed the cup to Song Xiaoxiao and went to get a glass of water for Teacher Han, thinking that after so much talking, she must be thirsty. Song Xiaoxiao hesitantly took the cup and saw a small pill inside. Everyone immediately understood and promptly got water for Teacher Han. The small pill dissolved in water, and the water in the cup showed no unusual signs. Teacher Han flicked her hair and took the cup with a victorious demeanor, taking a small sip before putting it aside, proudly saying, "Wouldn't it have been fine to do this earlier?" Jiang Wan quietly watched her, counting down in her mind. 3, 2, 1. A long sound of flatulence echoed through the classroom. Everyone was very familiar with that sound. One person pinched their nose and ran out as if fleeing for their life. Jiang Wan slowly stood up, looking at the previously arrogant woman with a disdainful smile, giving Song Xiaoxiao a knowing glance. Song Xiaoxiao immediately stood up and ran out of the classroom, accidentally knocking over the water cup. A full cup of water spilled all over the floor. Only then did Teacher Han realize what had happened and pointed at Jiang Wan. You actually dared to drug me." Jiang Wan couldn't be bothered with her and turned to leave the classroom. No matter what she said, the evidence had already been inadvertently destroyed. If it weren't for the fact that Golden King Star was already famous, with too many eyes watching, it wouldn't be possible for her to be caught. Otherwise, Jiang Wan would definitely have taken down this insulting person right then and there. Let her keep her foul mouth. Let her keep scolding. The students all ran out of the classroom. Teacher Han's stomach felt like it was being stirred by a stick. She bent over, clutching her stomach. The next moment, she felt like she was about to lose control. Clutching her stomach, she hurriedly rushed out. "Where's the bathroom? Where's the bathroom?" Jiang Wan casually pointed to the left. She immediately dashed over. "Wait, no." Teacher Han suddenly stopped halfway, realizing it seemed to be that way. Chapter 269, Go Find Teacher Zhang. Which side is it? Teacher Han shouted in anger. Her hair was messily scattered on her shoulders. and her exquisitely made-up face twisted in rage. Jiang Wan glanced at her and retorted sarcastically, "What are you shouting for? I don't know. Go find it yourself. You, just wait for me." Teacher Han was so angry that she wanted to rush over and deal with Jiang Wan, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She hurriedly covered her stomach and rushed to the bathroom. Song Chi-chio looked at her embarrassed state and laughed. "Huh, serve her right." Teacher Han, relying on her position as someone from the Capital Star, had been unreasonable and insulted the students at will. This outcome was truly satisfying. Jiang Wan was very grateful that she had a few leftover fart pills in her storage device. Otherwise, she wouldn't have seen this black-hearted teacher's embarrassing side. The little alchemist who had just been scolded to tears was now smiling through her tears. Everyone looked at each other and began to feel happy. After the joy, worries started to creep in. Why do we change teachers? Is something wrong with Teacher Zhang? Are we going to be taught by that Teacher Han in the future? Jiang Wan suddenly remembered that day when Zhang Xiweting said she might not be suitable to be a teacher. At that time, she thought Zhang Xiweting was just saying that out of momentary sadness. Could it be that she had already decided not to be a teacher back then? Jiang Wan looked at everyone and reassured them, "Don't worry, the next class is the refining class. Let's see if it's Teacher Zhang." Song Chi-chio quickly agreed, "Yes. Didn't that Teacher Han just say she was the new alchemy teacher? That means we still have other teachers." As soon as this was said, everyone's hearts reignited with hope. As long as Teacher Zhang was still here, everything would be fine. Before the second class started, the alchemist sat neatly in the classroom, waiting for Zhang Xiweting. A faint sound of footsteps approached, but it wasn't the sound of high heels. The little alchemist exchanged glances. It must be Teacher Zhang. However, in the next second, a stranger appeared at the door. A female teacher in sportswear with short hair walked onto the podium with a blank expression. "I am your refining teacher. My surname is Bai, and I come from the Capital Star Ability Academy." The alchemists below the podium felt a chill in their hearts. Another teacher from the Capital Star. Teacher Bai quickly scanned the students and randomly pointed to one of the alchemists. "You go to the storeroom and bring the refining materials for this class." The little alchemist hurriedly ran out to get the materials. As soon as the materials were distributed, Teacher Bai began her demonstration on the podium. "This class will teach you how to refine daggers." Everyone was stunned. Daggers? Refining daggers had already been taught by Teacher Zhang. A student in the front row timidly raised their hand. "Teacher, we..." Before she could finish her sentence, she was met with a cold glare from Teacher Bai. Startled, the little alchemist quickly shut her mouth. Song Chi-chio bit her lip and whispered, "She's even stricter than Teacher Zhang." Jiang Wan glanced at her, but didn't say anything. This Teacher Bai wasn't strict, she was indifferent. She didn't care about the students at all. So after introducing herself on the podium, she immediately started teaching. She didn't care what the students' names were or their learning progress. She only completed what she needed to teach and ignored everything else. Teacher Bai quickly finished refining and presented the white dagger. "You can start." With this bad example before them, the other alchemists didn't dare to speak anymore and focused on their own refining. Since they had refined before, everyone got the hang of it quickly, and the daggers they produced were quite good. However, Teacher Bai on the podium didn't care about any of this. Several younger alchemists took the initiative to show her the daggers they had refined. She merely glanced at them and nodded lightly. The little girls looked down, embarrassed, and put their daggers away. Song Chi-chio couldn't help but complain, "Why is she so indifferent?" In the past, whenever they learned to refine something new, Teacher Zhang would let them bring their finished products one by one to showcase. Moreover, she would personally point out where the problems were and how to avoid them next time. But this Teacher Bai, the students took the initiative to show her their work. Yet she merely nodded coldly. That doesn't seem like the behavior of a teacher at all. Jiang Wan snorted sarcastically. "She's just here to make interstellar coins. Who cares how well we refine?" If she guessed correctly, the Academy must have spent a lot of money to bring these two teachers from the Capital Star. However, Principal Su didn't expect that one would be aloof and the other indifferent as ice. It would have been better to let Zhang Xiweting continue teaching them. The entire class was spent in a stifling atmosphere. No one dared to breathe. Finally, when they waited for the end of the class, they heard a thunderous piece of news. The next class is still the refining class. The students' mouths immediately drooped down. Wasn't the next class supposed to be the alchemy class? Jiang Wan stood up and said, "Refining is the hardest. The school probably hasn't found a teacher yet." After saying that, she turned and walked toward the door. Song Chi-chio hurriedly chased after her. Sister Wan, where are you going? Jiang Wan didn't look back and said, to find teacher Jiang. As soon as the alchemists heard this, they all stood up in a frenzy. We're going too. I want to find teacher Jiang. Take me with you. Jiang Wan turned around to calm everyone down. You all focus on your class. I'll be fine going alone. If everyone goes, who will teach? Now that teacher Jiang wasn't around, everyone listened to Jiang Wan the most. Once she said that, everyone fell silent. Jiang Wan dialed Jiang Xiwedding's communication, but there was no answer. Song Chi-chio was a bit anxious on the side. If teacher Jiang doesn't answer the phone, where are we supposed to find her? Jiang Wan thought for a moment and ultimately decided to call Yi Chi-hong. Jiang Xiwedding's dream was to improve her home planet. Since she wasn't teaching at the academy anymore, it was very likely that she would go to the military department for a position. Moreover, as a top student returning from the Capital Star Ability Academy, the military department would definitely not let her go easily. The communication was quickly connected. Vice Officer Yi? Is teacher Jiang at the military department? Yi Chi-hong was clearly taken aback and replied, yes. That's good. Jiang Wan and Song Chi-chio hurriedly boarded the public hover vehicle and headed to the military department. At the entrance of the military department, someone from Yi Chi-hong was already waiting for Jiang Wan. Miss Jiang, teacher Jiang is refining in the indoor garden. I'll take you there. Jiang Wan nodded and followed along with Song Chi-chio. When Jiang Wan and Song Chi-chio arrived at the indoor garden, Jiang Xiwedding was in the middle of refining. There were also a few girls who had previously refined with Song Chi-chio. After Jiang Xiwedding finished her own refining, she went to guide those alchemists in their work. Those alchemists listened very attentively. Chapter 270. Major General Qin has returned. Jiang Xiwedding finished instructing everyone and looked up, meeting Jiang Wan's gaze. She was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and walked over. What brings you to the military department? Don't you have class today? Song Chi-chio shouted anxiously. Teacher Jiang, we missed you so much. Jiang Xiwedding looked at her with surprise. Her voice was filled with laughter. I only left for the morning. Song Chi-chio put her hands on her hips, frowning as she began to complain about the two teachers. Those two teachers from the capital Star look down on us. One of them has such an arrogant attitude and curses at us when things don't go her way. She even made Xiao Miao cry. The other one doesn't care about the students at all. She just shows off a bit and then ignores everything. Jiang Xiwedding's smile slowly faded. How could this happen? She knew those two teachers. Principal Su had gone to great lengths and spent a lot of interstellar currency to invite them. She didn't expect them to behave like this. Song Chi-chio sighed and stepped forward, linking her arm with Jiang Xiwedding's. Oh no, teacher, you have to come back quickly. If you don't, your students will be tortured to death. Jiang Xiwedding couldn't help but laugh at her words. It's not that serious. Even if they have bad personalities, they wouldn't torture you. Song Chi-chio pouted, her eyes darting around. Jiang Xiwedding turned to glance at the indifferent Jiang Wan, feeling a bad premonition. Don't be fooled by Jiang Wan's usually obedient appearance. She was not someone to be trifled with. Tentatively, she asked, You didn't do anything to her, did you? Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow and nodded. Yeah, I fed her a fart pill. Song Chi-chio couldn't hold back her laughter at the thought. Ha ha, that teacher who looks down on others is probably still farting even now. She deserves it. Who told her to scold Xiao Miao? Jiang Xiwedding's expression grew complicated. Finally, she asked, You didn't get caught, did you? Song Chi-chio proudly patted her chest. Don't worry. Definitely not. Only then did Jiang Xiwedding nod. The three fell silent for a moment. Jiang Wan suddenly spoke up. Teacher Jiang, there are some things I didn't tell you in time, which allowed Shaning to successfully sow discord between us. You are very suitable to be a teacher, and everyone likes you. Please come back. Jiang Xiwedding was taken aback by these words. She looked at Jiang Wan, her gaze flickering. In the end, she nodded. All right. Song Chi-chio joyfully exclaimed, Great. We finally don't have to face those two women anymore. Jiang Wan smiled and stepped forward to take Jiang Xiwedding's hand. Song Chi-chio pulled her towards the exit. Let us hurry back to the Ability Academy. Everyone is waiting anxiously. Jiang Xiwedding stopped her. Wait, there is something more important. The two turned to look at her. It's about the upcoming ability competition. The military department has decided to send Jiang Wan to represent our planet. Jiang Wan knew this would be the result, and wasn't he surprised at all. Zhang Xueting continued, "We need to draft a specific training plan as soon as possible. I have experience participating in the ability competition, and the commander has asked me to train you. As long as you pay the fees, you can participate in the preliminary round regardless of your level." Zhang Xueting had worked hard to gather the fees, but was eliminated in the preliminary round. Jiang Wan nodded, eager to participate. "However, if I'm training you, I want to have time to teach the other students." Song Qiuqiu quickly said, "Then the ability competition is more important. You should focus on that, teacher." As soon as she finished speaking, she realized she had misspoken and quickly covered her mouth. What she said only represented her own thoughts. The other alchemists might not agree. No, I was just rambling. Don't take it seriously. As a teacher, of course, I don't want to give up on any student." She was worried about what to do now. The three fell silent again. This matter needed careful consideration, but time didn't allow them to deliberate. Originally, Zhang Xueting thought that once the academy hired teachers, she could focus on one thing. But who knew those two teachers would behave inappropriately? Zhang Xueting said, "We can only ask the principal to hire teachers again." This was easier said than done. Although Jin Wangxing had become famous, it was still a remote planet. Talented alchemists were not willing to come. Suddenly, the crowd in the distance became agitated. Everyone ran in one direction, looking very happy. Jiang Wan stopped a soldier to ask what was happening. "Major General Qin has returned." Song Qiuqiu's eyes widened in surprise. "Major General Qin is back." Jiang Wan and the others quickly followed. Sure enough, they saw Qin Si and Lin Yuewei surrounded by soldiers. Jiang Wan and her friends couldn't squeeze in, so she sent Lin Yuewei a message. Lin Yuewei came out. Jiang Wan excitedly asked her, "How did you come back so quickly?" Lin Yuewei jokingly teased Qin Si. He was eager to return. As soon as his ability stabilized, he came back immediately. Jiang Wan leaned closer and whispered, "Why did you come back too? Not getting a divorce anymore?" Lin Yuewei thought she was going to say something secret. She hurriedly leaned in, only to find it was such a teasing remark. She pretended to be angry and glared at Jiang Wan. "The academy has been busy with the ability competition lately, and since I'm not participating, I have nothing to do." Although the fees for the preliminary round of the ability competition were high, the capital star was full of rich people, and that little bit of interstellar currency was nothing to them. Therefore, any capable ability user or alchemist would try their luck in the preliminary round. It could be said that almost everyone participated. Jiang Wan suddenly had an idea. "Can you help us out?" "What is it? Are you interested in being a teacher for a few days?" Lin Yuewei raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Jiang Wan saw the expression on her face and knew there was a chance. "Teacher Zhang is going to train me, and won't he have time to teach the students at the Ability Academy?" Lin Yuewei asked curiously. "Didn't the academy hire other teachers?" Song Qiuqiu exaggeratedly recounted the behavior of the two teachers. Lin Yuewei was infuriated. She had lived on Jin Wangxing for so long that she considered it her second home and would not allow anyone to treat the students of the Ability Academy that way. "But can I really teach them?" Jiang Wan quickly nodded. "Of course you can. You're a level 4 alchemist." Zhang Xueting was only a level 5 alchemist. Song Qiuqiu quickly chimed in. "Lin teacher, don't you remember? You taught us a few things when you were working in the military department." Lin Yuewei then smiled and agreed. "Sure, I have no problem with that. It just depends on what the academy says." Chapter 271, Training Investment. Of course, it was easy to talk about the academy. It was only normal for the two teachers to be dismissed since they were irresponsible. Song Qiuqiu immediately contacted the alchemists at the school to report to the principal. When Principal Su heard this, he was skeptical. After all, their attitude had been acceptable when he hired them. However, such a high salary naturally required some pretense. Just as Principal Su was wavering, Teacher Han, who liked to look down on others, came in to complain. Before she could say a word, she let out a long fart in the office. The young alchemists quickly pinched their noses. Only Principal Su was left in shock. His expression changed repeatedly, almost making him gag. It took him a while to recover. However, this situation felt a bit familiar. Last time, when Shuning offended Jiang Wan dealt with her the same way. Now Principal Su was convinced. If Jiang Wan was willing to bring out the fart pills again, there must be a reason for it. This teacher Han had some skills to provoke Jiang Wan. She fed her the fart pills on their first meeting. Principal Su now believed that these two teachers were indeed not good people. Teacher Han couldn't help but let out another fart, and her face looked very unpleasant. But the pressing issue was not the fart. It was that these foolish students actually dared to report her. Even though she looked down on this backward and remote planet and these talentless students, the salary the academy offered her was high. In the capital star, she couldn't even earn half of that salary. Teacher Han quickly tried to explain that it was those students who disrespected her. It wasn't her fault. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Principal Su interrupted her. "You're fired." Teacher Han was stunned. Before she could throw a tantrum, she was dragged out by several ability users. Another teacher, Teacher who initially wanted to twist the truth and shift the blame onto the students, couldn't help but feel that Teacher Han's departure was too embarrassing. As a top graduate from the Capital Star Ability Academy, she certainly wouldn't allow herself to be dragged out like that. So she proactively said, "Principal Su, I resign." Although she said this in her heart, she very much wanted the principal to keep her. After all, she hadn't done anything excessive. Plus, teaching casually at this academy could earn her such a high salary every month. She certainly didn't want to lose this job. However, Principal Su was still immersed in the powerful fart and had no intention of paying attention to her. He waved his hand to let her leave. After a long while, Principal Su finally calmed down. He pinched his brow and sighed. He had finally recruited two teachers he was somewhat satisfied with, but their character turned out to be like this. Now it would take many more days to find new teachers. Just as he was in a difficult position, Jiang Wan suddenly walked in with someone. Principal Su shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Where am I supposed to find teachers to teach the students now?" Jiang Wan casually smiled. "What's the rush? I brought someone for you." She stepped to the left, revealing Lin Yuewei behind her. Lin Yuewei smiled and greeted everyone. "Hello, I am Lin Yuewei." As a level 4 alchemist and a wife of Major General Qin, everyone recognized her. Principal Su, being so astute, thought of what he had just said, and his eyes lit up. "You're not going to send Major General Qin's wife to the academy to be a teacher, are you?" As soon as this was said, the crowd stirred. "Oh my God, Major General Qin's wife has come and teach us? She's a level 4 alchemist. Much better than those two irresponsible teachers. She's so beautiful. I heard she's the daughter of a neighbor from the Capital Star. Yeah, her personality is great too. She's very gentle." Lin Yuewei felt a bit shy hearing everyone as compliments. At first, she was not much different from those young ladies from noble families, being very indifferent and only caring about interests. Initially, she was with Jiang Wan only because she was Si Yan's wife. However, after experiencing the warmth and coldness of human relationships, she saw through everything and changed completely. Lin Yuewei smiled and nodded, appearing very cultured and polite. "If everyone is willing, I will temporarily replace Teacher Zhang and teach you knowledge for a while." Everyone naturally preferred Teacher Zhang, but Lin Yuewei was also good. The alchemist had no objections and nodded vigorously. After being shocked, Principal Su was also overjoyed. The two previous teachers combined were not as good as Lin Yuewei. He had struck gold. Jiang Wan stepped forward and took credit. "How about that? The person I found for you is not bad, right?" Principal Su smiled so widely he could hardly close his mouth and hurriedly gave her a thumbs up. Yes, really great." Once things were settled at the academy, Jiang Wan began her training. As for alchemy, Zhang Xueting had nothing more to teach her. "Your alchemy ability is above mine. The rest you need to comprehend on your own." Jiang Wan didn't say much. Her alchemy methods were different from those commonly used in the galaxy, so it was useless for anyone to teach her, unless it was the owner of that book who came to teach her personally. Zhang Xueting took out a training schedule, which she had arranged for Jiang Wan. It mainly included alchemy, resource gathering, mental power nurturing, and physical training. Jiang Wan looked over and found that there were 2 hours of physical training in both the morning and afternoon, totaling 4 hours a day. Wasn't that a bit too much physical training? Not too much, Zhang Xueting explained. It's not low. During the finals, it consumes a lot of physical strength. In previous years, many alchemists failed to complete the tasks within the required time due to lack of stamina, which directly dragged down the entire team. Jiang Wan recalled the competition videos she had watched on the Star Network from previous years. The planets for the finals were drawn randomly, and if they weren't careful, they could end up on planets with bad weather and strange terrain. Moreover, without hover cars, they could only rely on their legs to get around. Jiang Wan nodded. Considering this, it was indeed reasonable to have more physical training. What about my brother and Song Bojian over there? Zhang Xiweting nodded and said they also had their own training schedules, and their physical training time was even longer. Jiang Wan was just worried that there were no professionals in charge on their side, so she asked. However, she figured that when formulating the training schedules, the teachers from both sides would discuss it with each other. Zhang Xiweting took Jiang Wan to the physical training area. It had all kinds of equipment, treadmills, climbing walls, obstacles, and rings. There was nothing here that one could not think of. Jiang Wan was dazzled by the sight. Chapter 272. 2 minutes to pass. Zhang Xiweting stepped forward and stood at the starting position. I'll demonstrate it for you first, then explain it in detail, she said, starting the timer. Jiang Wan responded, okay. She opened the timer on her holographic computer and pressed start. In an instant, Zhang Xiweting dashed out. Her movements were light and her speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she climbed over a wall, then jumped on several stones, leaping down from a platform over 3 meters high and rolling on the ground. She jumped onto a wooden post, grabbed a hanging ring, and swung across. Jiang Wan's eyes widened in amazement at her speed. The moment Zhang Xiweting reached the finish line, Jiang Wan pressed the stop button. 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Oh my God, that's incredible. Jiang Wan couldn't help but gasp and asked softly, do I have to run 2 minutes and 38 seconds to pass? Zhang Xiweting shook her head and said, no need. Jiang Wan sighed in relief. That was a relief. 2 minutes and 38 seconds was something she couldn't achieve. She didn't even dare to jump down from the 3-meter-high platform. No wonder during the practical drills, Zhang Xiweting could keep up with the abilities users in intense, continuous combat. Her physical fitness was no joke. Zhang Xiweting turned to Jiang Wan and suddenly smiled slightly. Jiang Wan felt that smile was a bit eerie and couldn't help but take a step back. Then she heard Zhang Xiweting say, you need to run for 2 minutes to pass. Huh? Jiang Wan was shocked and couldn't close her mouth. 2 minutes? Are you kidding? That's impossible. Zhang Xiweting patted her shoulder and said, impossible or not, you have to do it. The danger level of the abilities user competition is much higher than the practical drills. If something unexpected happens, your speed at critical moments could save your life. Jiang Wan's heart sank. She had also heard that on the eve of the finals of the abilities user competition, participants had to sign a death waiver. However, that was just a rumor and had not been confirmed. Although there were robots for protection on the competition field, just like those flying robots during the practical drills, which would intervene when they detected a life-threatening situation, they were still robots. One's life should be in one's own hands to feel secure. Jiang Wan nodded heavily. Even if she couldn't run under 2 minutes, she had to do her best to improve her speed. Zhang Xiweting patted her shoulder encouragingly, ready to start teaching. The door to the training room opened, and it was Teacher Shui, who was responsible for teaching the abilities users, bringing Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian along. Teacher Zhang is here. Teacher Shui quickly led Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian over. Let your teacher Zhang guide you. She's much better than I am. Zhang Xiweting smiled politely at Teacher Shui and made way. You guys run a lap first and see how you do. Jiang Zhao stepped forward and stood at the starting point. Jiang Wan started the timer. The initial stretch had small obstacles that Jiang Zhao easily cleared. But as he progressed, his speed slowed down. When he jumped down from the 3-meter-high platform, he managed it quite easily, but it wasn't as smooth as Zhang Xiweting. He paused for 2 seconds before jumping onto the wooden post. Zhang Xiweting glanced at Jiang Wan and said, on the battlefield, that 2-second pause could get you bitten by a mutated beast. Jiang Wan nodded seriously. Song Bojian watched nervously from the side, as it would soon be his turn. Jiang Zhao rushed toward the finish line, and Jiang Wan pressed the stop button. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Teacher Shui smiled and praised him not bad. Zhang Xiweting remained expressionless and told Jiang Zhao, you need to run in 1 minute and 30 seconds to pass. You need to speed up by a minute. Jiang Zhao nodded heavily and handed the position to Song Bojian. Start. Having seen Jiang Zhao's demonstration, Song Bojian found it slightly easier to run, knowing what to pay attention to. But perhaps he was too nervous. When he jumped down from the platform, he lost his balance and twisted his ankle. All eyes were on him. Song Bojian took a deep breath and continued running. 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Teacher Shui comforted him by patting his shoulder. Not bad. How's your ankle? You should go see the infirmary. Song Bojian shyly shook his head. It's nothing serious. Jiang Wan looked at his ankle and then at his face. This was definitely not nothing serious. It must hurt a lot. Zhang Shiweting took out a bottle of the spirit medicine she had concocted and handed it to him, then went to apply the medicine. Song Bojian quietly went to treat his injury without a word. Teacher Shui raised her chin at Jiang Wan and jokingly said, "Do you want to give it a try?" Jiang Wan quickly waved her hands. No, I'll pass for now." She didn't even dare to jump down from the platform. Zhang Shiweting noticed her hesitation and teased. "Starting to be timid now? Weren't you very powerful when you killed the ferocious elephant beast back then?" Mentioning this made Jiang Wan feel a bit embarrassed. When she killed the ferocious elephant beast, she had relied on Song Bojian's wind ability to fly onto the back of the beast. If it were just her, she wouldn't have been able to climb up. Moreover, being able to pierce through the ferocious elephant beast was also thanks to her mental power being materialized to assist her. Otherwise, with her strength, she wouldn't have even been able to scratch the beast's skin. However, materializing mental power was very taxing. After killing the ferocious elephant beast, it took her a whole day to recover completely. "Okay, now I'll start step-by-step teaching." Zhang Shiweting stepped forward and began explaining the techniques for overcoming obstacles. When jumping on wooden posts, keep your center of gravity steady as much as possible. When reaching for the hanging ring, make sure to use your legs. When jumping down, don't just jump blindly. Curl your body and roll over. The three listened attentively. After the explanation, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian practiced a few times and made significant progress. Jiang Wan's foundation was too poor. She still couldn't do it. Zhang Shiweting found 2 sandbags for Jiang Wan to tie to her legs and told her to run 5 kilometers first. Hearing 5 kilometers, Jiang Wan felt like dying. But she still carried on, running with the added weight, working hard without complaint. This kind of foundational training was essential. By the time she finished, she looked like she had been pulled out of a river, her hair and collar completely soaked. After resting for 10 minutes, Zhang Shiweting casually handed her a bottle of water. Jiang Wan took a few big gulps, and her heartbeat finally calmed down a bit. Zhang Shiweting waved at her again. Jiang Wan dragged her heavy legs over. Zhang Shiweting held a red sticker and jumped up to stick it on the wall, about 2 meters high. "Jump! You can rest when you take down the paper." "Huh?" Jiang Wan's little face scrunched up. She was about to cry. "You really are my dear teacher. Not soft-hearted at all." Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian silently lit a candle for Jiang Wan in their hearts. Chapter 273. When are you coming back? Despite being very tired, Jiang Wan knew she had to persevere. Next was jumping. If it weren't for the sandbags tied to her feet, Jiang Wan might have been able to jump and grab that sticker. However, the 2 sandbags were tightly clinging to her feet, making it impossible for her to jump. Moreover, her strength had already been mostly used up during the 5-kilometer run. So, despite Jiang Wan's best efforts, she still couldn't get that sticker. By the end of today's training session, she had failed to remove it. "Stop. Today's training is temporarily over. Everyone go back and rest." Jiang Wan let out a breath, carelessly sitting down on the ground. Although the chair was only a meter away, she didn't have the strength to walk over. Zhang Shiweting squatted down, handed her a bottle of water, and removed the sandbags from her feet. "Try jumping once more." Jiang Wan gulped down a couple of sips of water and caught her breath. She stood up, jumped, and easily grabbed the sticker this time. She could even jump higher. Jiang Wan finally smiled. Her efforts had not been in vain. Zhang Shiweting also smiled and said, "Now, stick it back." Jiang Wan wanted to see how high she could jump, putting all her strength into it. She jumped even higher than where Zhang Shiweting had placed it. "Teacher, look, I jumped even higher than where you stuck it." Zhang Shiweting crossed her arms and looked up at the sticker, nodding in agreement and casually saying, "Then leave the sticker there. You can take it down yourself tomorrow." Jiang Wan's face suddenly fell. What Zhang Shiweting meant by taking it down tomorrow wasn't as easy as being empty-footed like now, but rather with the sandbags on. Wasn't that just asking her to shoot herself in the foot? Jiang Wan bit her lip in frustration, rubbing the back of her head. "Oh no." Zhang Shiweting laughed helplessly and comforted her. "Don't be sad. Although you stuck the sticker higher, your sandbags will be heavier." Jiang Wan tilted her head, looking confused. Listen, is that really a comforting thing to say? She asked, unable to believe it. So will there be an extra sandbag tomorrow? She still held on to a glimmer of hope that Jiang Wan was joking. Jiang Wan smiled and gave her a thumbs up. You're truly my student, so clever. Jiang Wan felt as if all her strength had been drained, sitting down on the ground. This is painful, really painful. Jiang Wan couldn't hold back her laughter. Just as she thought of offering more comfort, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Yin, dressed in military uniform, walked over. He squatted in front of Jiang Wan and gently asked, "Why are you sitting on the ground?" Saying that, he picked her up around the waist. He nodded at Jiang Wan and then took his leave. Jiang Wan had a lot to say, but she was too tired to move even a finger. She let Yin carry her into the hover car and then back home. Once in the bedroom, Yin was about to put her on the bed. Jiang Wan hurriedly shouted, No, I want to take a shower." She was covered in sweat and dust. Yin then turned and walked toward the bathroom, while Jiang Wan struggled to get down and went in herself. She stayed inside for a full hour before finally coming out. Yin was starting to suspect she had fainted in there. Wan, what's wrong? Hearing her voice, Yin felt relieved. If there had been no sound, he would have probably broken down the door. After a while, Jiang Wan finally came out wearing her pajamas. Her eyes could barely open as she collapsed onto the bed. Yin adjusted her position, placed her head on the pillow, and covered her with a blanket. Jiang Wan moved a little, opened her eyes to look at him, and mumbled, Yin, let me tell you about my day. Yin squatted beside the bed, helping her tuck back the hair on her face. Go ahead. I'm listening. Yin waited for her to continue, but she remained silent for a long time. Looking down, he realized she had fallen asleep. It was clear she was exhausted from training. He gently kissed her forehead and turned to wash up. Jiang Wan slept until the sun was high in the sky before waking up. Looking at the bright sunlight outside the window, she was momentarily stunned. All she remembered was being carried away by Yin from the training ground and then taking a shower. And then it was now, as she opened her eyes. She turned to look at the position beside her. Yin was in home clothes, sitting on the bed working. Sensing her gaze, he leaned down and kissed her forehead. Did you sleep well? Jiang Wan nodded, but when she spoke, her voice was a bit hoarse. You, cough, cough. Yin brought her some water to soothe her throat. Her voice finally returned to normal. When did you come back? Yin put away his light brain yesterday afternoon. I went to pick you up as soon as I got back. Jiang Wan was still a bit dazed, staring for a while. Then she said, Why haven't you gone to the military department yet? He used to leave for the military department at this time. Yin leaned closer to her, smiling. Qin Si is back. He can handle those matters. His tone was casual, but there was a hint of mischief in his eyes. Jiang Wan felt he looked a bit wicked. However, Yin had always handled those matters on behalf of Qin Si. Now that Qin Si was back, he could take a proper break. Jiang Wan wrapped her arms around his neck. Then you can rest for a few days. Yin grasped her hands. No, I can accompany you for a few days. Jiang Wan met his gaze and couldn't help but smile, her expression a bit smug. I've been very busy lately. She had to refine and also undergo physical training. Wait, refining. What time is it now? Yin raised an eyebrow, seeming a bit surprised by her sudden question. It's 10 o'clock, why? Jiang Wan suddenly pushed him away, threw off the blanket, and got out of bed. No, I have to start refining quickly. The unexpected time for physical training was her own time to arrange for refining and nurturing her mental strength. If she delayed, she would miss it because the preliminary competition was about refining. So refining and physical training had to be grasped simultaneously. Yin followed her out of the room. Jiang Wan hurriedly washed up and then went to the refining room, ready to refine. Yin went to prepare breakfast for her. No matter how busy she was, she couldn't skip meals. Otherwise, her body wouldn't keep up. Jiang Wan checked the events of the preliminary competitions from previous years. There were refining medicines, refining tools, and even refining formations. However, most were refining medicines and refining tools. Refining formations was relatively difficult, and generally, it wouldn't be included in the competition. But it was better to be prepared for the worst. Jiang Wan planned to spend most of her time refining medicines and tools, using the remaining time to refine formations. Today, she planned to refine tools first. Her silver fish skin had already been cut by her mother. All that was left was to refine it. Chapter 274, The white pig is about to give birth besides the already cut silver mackerel skin. Jiang Wan also had a few more. She planned to refine all of them. She intended to make a small cardigan for her mother, as well as for Su Xinyu, Lin Yuewei, and Song Xiuhua. That should be enough. She first placed her fishtail skirt into the furnace. Then she threw in some defensive attribute refining materials, igniting the fire source. She began the refining process. The process went quite smoothly. Si Yin brought over breakfast, and Jiang Wan took the opportunity to eat. About an hour later, the refining was successful. Jiang Wan directly used her mental power to take it out. It seemed to be a success. The effectiveness still needed to be tested. She then placed the remaining pieces of silver mackerel skin into the furnace for refining together. After refining, she took them out. She contacted Su Xinyu to ask for her size. On the other end, Su Xinyu answered the call and, looking at her background, was obviously also in a refining room. Upon hearing that Jiang Wan was making a cardigan from silver mackerel skin for her, she was visibly taken aback. After looking around, she stepped out of the refining room and whispered, "Jiang Wan, a lot of people have signed up for this year's ability user competition, so you must seize the opportunity for practical training." Jiang Wan then realized that Su Xinyu had misunderstood. She quickly explained, "I'm just refining, and I happen to have a few pieces of silver mackerel skin, so I thought of refining them in a fabric with defensive properties to make clothes." Upon hearing this, Su Xinyu didn't say anything more, but subtly reminded her to refine more town plates. Jiang Wan widened her eyes slightly, and Su Xinyu almost imperceptibly nodded. Jiang Wan understood that this year's preliminary competition for the ability user contest would likely involve refining town plates. It seemed that many people had registered this time, which was why they would use the more difficult town plate, refining to eliminate competitors. After ending the call, Jiang Wan took the refined pieces of silver mackerel skin back to the Jiang family. She wanted Chun Huixian to help her with the cutting. Si Yin drove her back in the hover car. However, there was no one at home. Jiang Wan was puzzled, as her parents usually were home. After making a call, she learned that the white pig was about to give birth. Chun Huixian and Jiang Ziheng had gone to the military department early that morning. Jiang Wan felt she had to be part of this excitement. So, Si Yin drove her to the military department. As soon as they arrived, they noticed that everyone seemed especially busy today. The people in the hallway looked hurried. Jiang Wan curiously asked, "Is there something big happening at the military department today? I haven't heard anything." Si Yin casually stopped a soldier to inquire about the situation. The soldier, smiling, replied, "Colonel Si, we have a white pig in our breeding farm about to give birth." Jiang Wan was somewhat confused. Did it really require so many people to assist with a white pig giving birth? The soldier had a look that said she just didn't understand. "Miss Jiang, you don't know how precious this white pig is. Although it's a low-level mutated beast, it's extremely rare and hard to catch. In our military department, not only do we have a white pig, but it's about to give birth. That's even more precious." "Oh, I see." Jiang Wan smiled, thinking to herself that she already knew this, as she was the one who had caught that white pig. "Then you go back to work." "Okay." The soldier turned and ran off, clearly in a hurry. Jiang Wan and Si Yin exchanged glances, surprised that a white pig received such high treatment, causing so many people to be nervous. Si Yin chuckled helplessly. Jiang Wan had seen so many good things that nothing really caught her eye anymore. There was nothing that she felt was worth cherishing. Heart scales from level 5 armored beasts, free-range chickens, purebred rabbits, teeth from giant-toothed fish, and tusks from mammoth beasts. Each of these was a rare treasure. Just one of them could incite a frenzy among many. But for Jiang Wan, they had become quite ordinary. Not to mention the white pig. Compared to those things, the value of the white pig was just average. The two arrived at the breeding farm. The pig pen for the white pig was already surrounded by a crowd. Jiang Wan stood at the back of the crowd, tiptoeing to see, but could only catch glimpses of heads. The soldiers were also engrossed in watching the white pig, with no one noticing Jiang Wan. Si Yin lightly coughed and said in a stern voice, "What? Are you all so idle? All gathered here to watch a pig give birth?" His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear. Upon hearing the cold voice, the soldiers immediately recognized it was Colonel Si and scattered in fear. Finally, it was quiet. Jiang Wan spotted Chun Huixian and Jiang Ziheng. Chun Huixian was holding a bamboo basket filled with fresh wild vegetables. In the morning, Ichihong had informed them that the white pig might give birth. Chen Huixian and Jiang Ziheng hurriedly went to Wanqing to pick wild vegetables. They gathered a large basket and rushed straight to the military department. Giving birth consumes energy, and the white pig loves to eat wild vegetables. So it needed to eat more to gain strength. The white pig lay on the ground, occasionally taking deep breaths and grunting softly, clearly uncomfortable. Chen Huixian held the wild vegetables up to the white pig's mouth, trying to get it to eat. The breeder sat in front of the white pig, rubbing its belly. Soon, when the piglets were born, the white pig's belly had to be cleaned. Jiang Ziheng was helping the breeder change the water. Yi Qihong stood nearby, carefully observing the condition of the white pig. Jiang Wan was astonished. Wow, it takes 4 people just to help a pig give birth. Xian chuckled softly. Not just 4, don't forget there was a whole group of people earlier. Haha. Jiang Wan laughed and shook her head. This white pig was indeed precious. It might as well be called a golden pig. Jiang Wan stepped forward a couple of steps. Chen Huixian was still feeding the white pig wild vegetables. But it stopped eating. Why aren't you eating? You need to eat more to have strength. Chen Huixian continued to feed it. Jiang Wan couldn't help but advise him. Maybe the white pig is full. Don't force it to eat. Chen Huixian looked at the wild vegetables in her hand and mumbled. It hasn't eaten much, though. It's happening, it's happening. Yi Qihong suddenly shouted. In an instant, everyone panicked. It was so sudden, they were caught off guard. Jiang Wan thought, well, no wonder it wasn't eating. It turned out it was about to give birth. The breeder remained the calmest, picking up a small, pink lump from the ground. He cleaned off the birth membranes, wiped the piglet's body, tied off the umbilical cord, and placed the piglet in an incubator. Did it give birth? Did it give birth? Song Xiuhua rushed in from outside, followed closely by Song Bojian. They had immediately gone to Wanqing to pick wild vegetables upon hearing the news. Song Xiuhua stretched her neck, looking left and right. Jiang Wan pointed to the incubator. You're just in time. It just gave birth to one as you arrived. Song Xiuhua grinned and leaned over to look at the piglet. It was pink and so cute. Chapter 275, I believe in your expertise. The more Song Xiuxiu looked, the more she liked it. She raised her head and asked Jiang Wan, Sister Wan, can I have this one? Jiang Wan nodded, of course you can. Song Xiuxiu cheered, almost wanted to climb into the incubator to see her little piglet. Oh no, another one has been born. Yi Qihong pointed at the piglet that had fallen to the ground, feeling at a loss. The breeder picked up the piglet and repeated the process from earlier. A pink little piglet was placed into the incubator. Song Xiuxiu's eyes lit up. This one is cute too, but she still liked the first one the most. Chen Huixian grabbed some wild vegetables and fed them to the white pig. She wore a gentle smile, and it was quite smooth. One came after another. Jiang Wan took the opportunity to flatter her. Isn't it because you fed it wild vegetables that it has the strength? Chen Huixian glanced at her and smiled faintly. Another one has been born. Even though 2 piglets had already been born, Yi Qihong still shouted and yelled like he was inexperienced. In contrast, the breeder remained silent throughout, delivering the piglets in an orderly manner. Jiang Wan couldn't help but complain, Deputy Yi, there's no need to be so nervous. Look how calm the breeder is. Yi Qihong glanced at the breeder and raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Jiang Wan replied. What is there to be unsure about? The facts are right here. Suddenly, the breeder, who was sitting in front of the white pig, rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Song Bojian, who was standing behind him, quickly caught him. What's wrong? Do you need to call a doctor? The breeder gasped for breath and drank some water. After calming down for a while, he said, It's nothing. I'm just too nervous. Jiang Wan widened her eyes and looked at Yi Qihong. Yi Qihong lifted his chin. See? I told you he wasn't wrong. Jiang Wan glanced at him and then at the breeder. She couldn't understand why everyone was so nervous about delivering the white pig. The breeder was afraid Jiang Wan would think he was unprofessional and wouldn't let him continue. Although he indeed wasn't very professional. But when it comes to delivering for white pigs, there probably isn't anyone in the entire Ater Empire more professional than him. Miss Jiang, I'm really sorry. That situation won't happen again. Although Jiang Wan still didn't understand why he was so nervous, she tried her best to comfort him. Don't be nervous. I believe in your expertise. The breeder's eyes turned misty. He didn't even believe in his own expertise. He sat back down and resumed delivering the piglet seriously. Seeing him so serious, Jiang Wan wanted to remind him, you really don't need to be that nervous. But she was also afraid of affecting him. So she had to give up. Despite that, The breeder was still nervously rubbing his hands. Although white pigs are rare, they can still be caught by prominent families. However, there aren't many white pigs that are pregnant. Moreover, the breeders who can deliver for white pigs are almost non-existent. The breeder was also figuring things out on his own, afraid of any accidents or difficulties in labor. However, this white pig was doing well, and it delivered smoothly. There were a total of 6 piglets, one more than originally estimated. Finally, it was over, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang was so happy he couldn't speak, just staring at the piglets in the incubator and grinning foolishly. Jiang Wan couldn't help but tease him. If I didn't know better, I would think the incubator was filled with your children. Ha ha ha. Song Xiao couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. The others also couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang scratched the back of his head and stopped grinning, quickly running out to inform the commander. As soon as he left, the spot next to the incubator was vacated. Song Xiao quickly took his place. The piglets were very active, and even though their eyes hadn't opened yet, they were already crawling around in the incubator. However, the incubator was a bit small, and one piglet stepped directly on its brother's head. This startled Song Xiao, who exclaimed, "Oh no, it's stepping on its head. Isn't this incubator a bit small?" The breeder hurriedly reached in and rearranged the piglets. He initially thought that having 5 would be a lot, so he had taken a smaller incubator. I will contact my assistant now and have her bring a bigger one over. The white pig is much smaller than other pigs, so it generally gives birth to around 3 piglets. Unexpectedly, this white pig actually gave birth to 6 at once. What a pleasant surprise. The piglets, hungry, were crying out in the incubator. The breeder took them out to feed them milk. Song Xiao also stepped forward to help. She wanted to feed her own little piglet. However, since the piglets looked quite similar, she really couldn't tell them apart. The breeder pointed to one in the corner. "That one is yours. It's the biggest." Hearing this, Jiang Wan took a closer look. Although the piglets were similar in size, with careful comparison, they could still be distinguished. The one Song Xiao picked was indeed a bit bigger. "You have a good eye. You directly picked the biggest one." Song Xiao smiled proudly and lifted her chin. Holding her little piglet, she started to feed it. The newborn piglets didn't know how to suckle yet. They needed to be held and fed right to their mouths before they would eat. After being fed 2 or 3 times, once the piglets knew how to eat, they wouldn't need to be held anymore. "Oh my, there are so many people. It's really lively." Commander Zhu walked in with a group of officers. They were still wearing their military uniforms. After a meeting, Jiang went to report that the white pig had given birth, and everyone came directly over. Zhu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the piglets nurse from outside the enclosure. He praised they are really strong. You can tell they're very healthy. Jiang Wan responded, "Of course. The white pig eats wild vegetables, which are food for humans." The group of officers behind Zhu, he joked, "Oh, that's quite precious. No wonder they are born quickly and in large numbers." The officers laughed for a while before going back to handle their official duties. During lunchtime, the soldiers finally seized the opportunity to come see the piglets. A group of soldiers climbed on the wall. Jiang Wan was worried they might collapse it. She squeezed out from the crowd and couldn't help but chuckle. Xian turned to look at her. Jiang Wan smiled and said, "A pig giving birth. And so many people are watching. They're treated better than humans." Xian lowered his gaze at her, revealing a doting smile, but said nothing. She didn't realize how precious what she found was. Being able to see a white pig give birth would probably be a once-in-a-lifetime experience for them. Of course, they were excited. When it was time for lunch, Jiang Wan wanted to go home. She needed to hurry back to eat, then rest for half an hour. Otherwise, she wouldn't have any energy in the afternoon. Besides, there was physical training. If she didn't rest at noon, she would be half dead in the afternoon. If that happened, wouldn't it be a waste of her time? Chapter 276. Extra training for 2 hours. Since Jiang Wan was going back, Chen Huixian and Jiang Ziheng also planned to return with her. The few of them returned to the Jiang family, and Jiang Zhao also came back from training. He had gone to the training ground early in the morning to practice with his weapon. He was surprised to hear from Jiang Wan that the white pig had given birth to 6 piglets. It was the first time he had heard that a white pig could give birth to 6 piglets at once. Jiang Wan took a bite of her food and casually said, "It sounds like you've heard of other white pigs giving birth before." Jiang Zhao. Chen Huixian placed the freshly stir-fried dishes in front of Jiang Wan, playfully tapping her on the head. Even eating can't stop your mouth. Jiang Wan hummed a couple of times, quickly finished her meal, and went upstairs for a nap. Cian accompanied her upstairs. Jiang Wan took out the newly refined silver fish skin and handed it to Chen Huixian. Mom, this is my newly refined silver fish skin. Can you help me make a few cardigans? For you, Song Qiuhua, Lin Yue, and Su Xinyu. If the material is not enough, I'll refine more. Chen Huixian took a look and thought it should be enough, so there was no need to refine more. When will they be ready? Not in a hurry, right? Jiang Wan shook her head. Not in a hurry. Take your time. Thank you, Mom. Chen Huixian patted her head, urging her to rest quickly. When it was time for training, Jiang Wan, Jiang Zhao, and Song Bojin arrived punctually at the physical training room. Zhang Xiweting was already waiting for them. As soon as they arrived, she threw 2 sandbags at Jiang Wan. Tie them to your legs and run 5 kilometers. Jiang Wan cried out in pain, tied the sandbags to her legs, and started running. She could clearly feel that the sandbags were much heavier than yesterday. Dragging her heavy legs, she began to run laps. Suddenly, someone caught up from behind. Jiang Wan turned her head to see it was Si Yin. He ran on the outer lane, accompanying her. Jiang Wan felt touched and wanted to cry out, but maintained her composure on the surface. I can run by myself. You could just sit there and wait for me. Si Yin smiled slightly, glanced at her, and remained silent. It was clear he was determined to accompany her. 5 kilometers was the most basic distance for ability users. And for Si Yin, running was very easy. The two shared a mutual understanding, even without a word spoken. Jiang Wan suppressed her smile and shifted her gaze to the track. They didn't communicate throughout, but the air was filled with an unspoken connection. Standing at the starting point, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian had grim faces. They could still hear Zhang Xiweting's words ringing in their ears. If you don't finish the full distance today in 30 seconds less, you will have 2 hours of extra training. The two stood at the starting line, their hearts heavy. Jiang Wan and Si Yin passed by not far away, looking like a couple, leisurely jogging together. Jiang Zhao, this life is unbearable. Song Bojian, forget it. You must want to exhaust all couples. Smiling, Zhang Xiweting started the timer and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Should I ask you to start?" The two stiffened. Song Bojian quickly stepped back, giving the starting position to Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao turned to look at him, forcing a smile while giving a thumbs up. "You're something." Song Bojian showed a wry smile. He wasn't really prepared. Zhang Xiweting pressed the start button. Go. Jiang Zhao immediately dashed out, and this time, he completed the full distance smoothly. However, having only trained for a day, improving by 30 seconds was really too difficult. Jiang Zhao rushed across the finish line, breathing heavily. He leaned on his knees and looked up at Zhang Xiweting. He felt pretty good about himself and hoped to improve by 30 seconds. Zhang Xiweting turned off her light brain, and a smile appeared on her serious face. Not bad. Jiang Zhao sighed in relief, stood up straight, and took a sip of water. Just 1 second short of 30 seconds. 2 hours of extra training. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Zhao nearly spat out his water. Teacher Zhang said it was not bad. He thought he had passed. Song Bojian felt a bit schadenfreude. But soon it would be his turn. He had originally been nervous, afraid of embarrassing himself. But now that Jiang Zhao had to do extra training, he felt less anxious. You were 10 seconds short. 2 hours of extra training. Song Bojian accepted this result calmly. Zhang Xiweting called them over. Today I will teach you a new training method, a chase race. You will start from the starting point at the same time, and after crossing the first obstacle, whoever is behind will become the pursuer. The pursuer must touch the pursued, and then their roles will switch. The new pursuer must stay in place for 2 seconds before starting the chase. After touching the pursued, their identities switch again. This continues for 5 laps. Song Bojian and Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. This was much more interesting than ordinary training. Let us start. The two stood at the starting line, assuming their positions. They exchanged a glance, silently competing. Go! Both dashed out simultaneously, even leaving after images. After clearing the first obstacle, Jiang Zhao was in the lead, but the distance between them was not far. Seeing the second obstacle approaching, Song Bojian couldn't let him pull away more. He sprinted a couple of steps and managed to touch Jiang Zhao's back. Their roles switched, and Jiang Zhao was forced to wait in place for 2 seconds. Don't underestimate those 2 seconds. They were enough for Song Bojian to clear the next obstacle. 2 minutes later, Jiang Zhao caught up and touched Song Bojian's back. Their roles switched again. Jiang Wan ran laps while sneaking glances at their competition. To be honest, this chase race was quite exciting. Jiang Wan was so focused on watching them that she almost lost track of her running. It was Si Yin who held her hand, guiding her to change direction. Otherwise, Jiang Wan would probably have run off the track. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian didn't need supervision for the time being. Zhang Xueting turned her attention to Jiang Wan. Seeing her leisurely demeanor, she couldn't help but frown. How much longer? Speed up. Jiang Wan came back to her senses and quickly replied, one more lap. Although she was already very tired, she still tried her best to speed up, even if it was just a little bit. Better than nothing. After finishing the 5 kilometers, Jiang Wan was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, her face flushed. But Si Yin stood beside her, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Wan huffed in frustration. Si Yin asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Wan looked at him, lowering her head and twisting her fingers. "You look so relaxed, it makes me seem useless." Si Yin paused for 2 seconds. Heaving, he mimicked Jiang Wan's earlier posture, panting heavily. Jiang Wan was taken aback and looked up at him. Si Yin paused briefly and said, "Who said that? I'm also very tired." After saying that, he began to catch his breath again. Chapter 277. Are you a bird person? Jiang Wan was taken aback, looking into his eyes and slowly breaking into a smile. Si Yin also curled his lips. Next to them, Zhang Xueting. So this is what it feels like to be a third wheel. Ahem. She raised a fist to her lips and coughed lightly twice, reminding them of her presence. Jiang Wan quickly composed her expression, turned around to stand properly, and looked at Zhang Xueting. Zhang Xueting originally wanted to say a few more words, but being stared at by the two of them made her forget what she wanted to say. She pointed to the red sticker on the wall behind them. Go ahead, rip it down, and today's basic training will be complete. Jiang Wan turned to look at the red sticker she had personally placed higher. Her mouth drooped down. The most painful thing in the world is to dig a pit for yourself, and then have to jump in and bury yourself. Jiang Wan resignedly began to jump to reach it. After a few jumps, she was about to break down. Useless. It's absolutely useless. The sandbags on her feet felt heavier, and the sticker seemed to have risen higher. Jiang Wan calmed herself down and started jumping again. Then she broke down, jumped again, broke down again, jumped again. Si Yin took a couple steps forward and touched the top of her head. You're sweating a lot. You're all wet. Take a break. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth and shook her head. She really didn't believe she couldn't reach that red sticker. Even though she was a rookie, she was also a determined rookie. Si Yin smiled gently and couldn't help but touch the top of her head again. So cute, like a stubborn little cat. Jumping isn't just about brute force. It requires technique. Find the right point of force, and you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Jiang Wan turned to look at him, nodding thoughtfully. What he said seemed quite reasonable. But how to find the right point of force? Si Yin opened his mouth, ready to share some theoretical knowledge. But then he thought, even if he explained it, Jiang Wan might not understand intuitively. It would be better to change the approach. Si Yin pointed to a white line in the distance. First, squat down and walk like a duck. Walk from here to that white line. Do it 10 times back and forth. Jiang Wan nodded, obediently squatting down and starting to walk like a duck. But the sandbags on her calves were too heavy, and squatting made it inconvenient. She simply dragged her feet along the ground, hardly lifting them. Si Yin noticed her awkward posture and realized she was doing it wrong. But Jiang Wan didn't understand. She was still trying hard to walk. Si Yin stepped forward, bending one leg and squatting in front of her. Wan. Jiang Wan felt someone blocking her in front of her, and before she could look up, she heard Si Yin calling her softly. Huh? Si Yin held her slender ankle with his big hand and lifted her foot to walk. As he spoke, he pulled her foot up and placed it in front of her. This is the correct way. Jiang Wan's gaze drifted. Oh, got it. Si Yin stiptazide. Jiang Wan continued to walk like a duck, completing 10 back and forths. Si Yin pointed to the white line again. Frog jumps. 10 back and forths. His serious tone, while assigning tasks, made Jiang Wan momentarily feel like she was a soldier under his command. But when he spoke to her, his tone was just like at home. It felt so disjointed, and Jiang Wan found it quite awkward. She quickly turned to train. Zhang Xueting was watching Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian on the side, occasionally glancing at Jiang Wan's training situation. She originally planned to teach Jiang Wan some jumping techniques today, but unexpectedly, Colonel C returned and taught her instead. That's great. It means less work for her. After Jiang Wan finished jumping, Cian asked her to try to take down the red sticker again. This time, she easily pulled down the red sticker. Jiang Wan herself didn't expect that she could jump so high even with the sandbags on. If she took them off, wouldn't she jump even higher? Jiang Wan waved the red sticker in her hand to show Zhang Xiweting. Zhang Xiweting smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Wan held the red sticker, looking at it from left to right, extremely happy. I can actually jump that high? It's incredible. Cian looked at the wall. Try again. You can jump even higher. Jiang Wan quickly waved her hands. No. Jumping higher would only make tomorrow's challenge harder for her. Meanwhile, the chase between Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian had already gone on for several rounds. Both were exhausted. However, the results were quite good. Their speeds had improved significantly. Much faster than yesterday. Zhang Xiweting had them sit aside to rest for a bit. As for her own matters, she called Jiang Wan over. You've completed your basic task today, but this hasn't been run yet. Jiang Wan looked at the track in front of her, nervously rubbing her fingers. The 3-meter-high platform. She really didn't dare to jump. Zhang Xiweting noticed her fear. How about this? You practice by yourself first, and I'll come check your results after an hour. Let us see how long it takes you to run a lap. Okay. Originally, Zhang Xiweting planned to teach her herself, but since Colonel C was here, she decided to leave it to him. She didn't want to be a third wheel anymore. After Zhang Xiweting left, Jiang Wan timidly looked at Cian. Stammering, she said, I'm a bit scared. Cian rubbed her face. Sit down first and watch. I'll demonstrate once, then teach you carefully. Jiang Wan sat down and started the timer. At the same time, Cian shot out like a sword, zipping away. Jiang Wan just glanced at the time, and Cian had already covered half the distance. Jiang Wan was dumbfounded. What is this? A téléportation technique? This is way too fast. At the same time, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian, who were resting nearby, had their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Cian is simply not human. 58 seconds. Jiang Wan exclaimed the number in shock. 58 seconds. What does that even mean? That is a whole 1 minute and 32 seconds faster than Zhang Xiweting. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian exchanged glances, terrified. They originally thought their running speed was pretty good. After an afternoon of training, they had managed to run under 2 minutes. But before they could feel proud for too long, this incredible figure of Cian appeared. It was really too fast. Some obstacles. They didn't even see how Cian passed them. It was as if he flew over the low obstacles, leaving behind an afterimage. Jiang Zhao looked at Cian with a serious expression. Everyone thought he was going to say something important. It turned out, you are a bird person? Jiang Wan. Brother, what are you talking about? Who calls someone a bird person? Isn't that an insult? Chapter 278. Awesome. Jiang Zhao was forced to chuckle awkwardly after Jiang Wan said a word to him. But he couldn't blame himself. Who asked Cian to be so abnormal? Zhang Xiweting took the opportunity to seek benefits for Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian. Since Colonel C was going to guide Jiang Wan, why not guide the two of them as well? Everyone was familiar with each other, so it was an easy task. Cian slightly nodded, okay. Zhang Xiweting hurriedly had Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian follow along. The two trailed behind Cian and Jiang Wan. Cian patted the obstacle in front and jumped up. Be careful. Jiang Wan jumped up, her form steady. However, Cian's left hand was always protected behind her. When you charge forward, keep your legs slightly bent. Don't stand straight. Jiang Wan held her breath and rushed forward in one go, landing steadily. Cian quietly praised, great. After gaining experience, Jiang Wan ran over several obstacles in a row. Finally, she reached the 3-meter-high platform that she feared the most. After Cian finished explaining the technique to her, he stood at the bottom of the platform. Don't be afraid. I can catch you. Jiang Wan's palms were sweating from nervousness. Taking a deep breath, she jumped down. Rolling forward, she landed smoothly. She sat dazedly on the ground, staring at the platform behind her, and immediately stood up excitedly. Oh my God, I really jumped down? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Cian. Cian lowered his gaze and softly said, great. Song Bojian looked at Jiang Zhao. Do we have to be the third wheels? Jiang Zhao took a deep breath really unable to stand it anymore. The two exchanged glances and decided to step aside for a while. If they continued watching, they wouldn't be able to help but knock over that bowl of dog food. Yin accompanied Jiang Wan to finish the entire course. "You run a few more laps, and then I'll time you." Jiang Wan took a deep breath, a bit nervously nodding. Okay. The Jiang family wasn't wealthy, but they all pampered Jiang Wan. They had never made her do any work. Even heavy objects were reluctantly let her carry. Therefore, Jiang Wan's physical fitness was worse than most girls. However, she wasn't afraid of tiring and was willing to work hard. The key was that her comprehension was extremely high. After explaining something once, she could understand it quite well. This was something others couldn't match. Jiang Wan ran 3 laps in a row, and her stamina was starting to run out. When jumping down from the obstacle, she fell directly to the ground. Her right hand instinctively braced against the ground and got scraped. She didn't care about the pain and quickly got up to continue running. She only stopped after completing 5 laps. Yin immediately came over and handed her water. Jiang Wan tilted her head back and took a couple of gulps, leaning against his shoulder to catch her breath. Yin gently held her injured hand, his brows furrowing. Jiang Wan's hand was pale and tender, with a large red scrape that had bled quite a bit, which was very eye-catching. "Sit down, let's apply some medicine." He pulled her to a nearby spot and took out some healing medicine from his storage device, sprinkling it on her wound. Yin held her hand the whole time, carefully watching. Jiang Wan felt uncomfortable under his gaze and couldn't help but move her fingers. As soon as she did, Yin immediately pressed down on her fingers. "Don't move. It'd be bad if you accidentally touched the wound." He wouldn't let her move, which made her anxious. Jiang Wan looked at his nervous expression and said, "It's fine. This small injury will heal itself if you apply the medicine a bit slower." Yin glanced at her, not agreeing with her casualness. The whole palm was scraped. If he had his way, it should be bandaged up. The healing medicine took effect quickly. Jiang Wan was no longer in pain. She couldn't wait to stand up. "Come on, time me." Yin looked at her hand for a moment before walking with her. "Start." Jiang Wan dashed out with the fastest speed, jumping over the obstacles in one go. Song Bojian watched seriously and turned to Jiang Zhao, saying, "Jiang Wan is improving so fast." Jiang Zhao shot him a glance and pridefully huffed softly. Jiang Wan had been running smoothly until she reached the place where she fell earlier, and she fell again. Instinctively, she reached out her right hand to brace against the ground. In an instant, her palm burned with pain. "Hiss!" Jiang Wan couldn't help but gasp, but dared not stop. Enduring the pain, she continued running. Finally, she reached the finish line, ignoring the pain in her palm. She looked eagerly at Yin. "How long?" 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Jiang Wan froze for a moment upon hearing the result, sighed, and her shoulders drooped. Yin grabbed her arm to clean her wound. Some tiny gravel had gotten embedded in the wound. He couldn't handle it. Jiang Wan lowered her eyes and sighed heavily. 3 minutes. I'm so useless. Yin lowered his head and patted her head. "No, you did great." He looked into her eyes, his gaze very gentle. "Shall we go to the infirmary to treat the wound? Is that okay?" Jiang Wan felt a bit of pain in her palm too. Yin accompanied her to the infirmary. When the doctor was cleaning her wound, she hurriedly urged Yin to go back first. "My brother and Song Bojian are still waiting for you. You go ahead." Yin was unwilling but still replied, "Okay." Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian originally had no hope and were prepared to train by themselves. They didn't expect Yin to return quickly. The two first asked about Jiang Wan's condition, and after learning it wasn't serious, they relaxed. Yin stood at the starting point, letting them run once to see how they were doing. Start. Compared to yesterday, Jiang Zhao's progress was quite rapid. 1 minute and 48 seconds. Although Song Bojian was a bit behind, he was also under 2 minutes. 1 minute and 56 seconds. Their progress was encouraging, and with a passing score of 1 minute and 30 seconds, they would soon be passing. Yin closed the light brain and looked at the two with a blank expression. For this kind of obstacle, if you can't run it in under a minute, you need to seriously reflect. The smile on Song Bojian's face froze. Jiang Zhao doubted he had heard wrong. Under a minute? Did he think everyone was like him? A bird brain? He nodded seriously. Okay, I'll let Jiang Wan reflect on it carefully. Xian. Cough. Running with an injury. Under 3 minutes is already very good. Xian's expression was somewhat unnatural, but it didn't last long before he began step-by-step teaching. The two listened attentively, remembered quickly, and after finishing, they started training according to the key points. No, the start was slow. No, find the right point of force. Wrong again. Cian's face darkened as he held a stick, hitting them where they went wrong. Only pain would help them remember. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian had received several hits on their legs, feeling miserable. When Jiang Wan returned, she saw Cian standing nearby, seriously with a stick in hand. Chapter 279. The preliminary round is advanced. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian locked their gazes ahead, looking tense. However, their speed had indeed improved quite a bit compared to before. Yet, they still occasionally took some hits. In some places, Jiang Wan couldn't figure out where they had made mistakes. But Cian insisted they had done it wrong. After completing this round, the two had really faced many difficulties. They walked over together, their steps unsteady. Jiang Wan looked at her brother with suspicion. Was Cian really that ruthless? As ability users, they should have tough skin, right? A few hits from branches Shun Ti have left them like this. Could it be that he was deliberately putting on a show for her? Jiang Zhao walked up to her and sat down. When he looked up, he met her unusual gaze. Jiang Zhao sighed helplessly. Did he really look like someone who would act so pitiful just to gain her sympathy? Jiang Wan felt a bit guilty under his stare, averted her eyes, and muttered quietly, "You never know." Jiang Zhao. So he had such an image in Jiang Wan's mind? Song Bojian patted his shoulder with an understanding expression. Women are all the same. Jiang Zhao felt as if he had found a kindred spirit, looking at him and shaking his head. Being an older brother is too hard. Jiang Wan couldn't help but laugh at their antics. They were like performing in a play. Cian glanced at her bandaged wounds. Does it hurt? Jiang Wan shook her head. Not hurting at all. Zhang Xueting hurried in, looking very serious. Jiang Wan quickly stood up. What's wrong, teacher? Zhang Xueting opened her light brain and clicked on a set of files. Emergency notice. In 3 days, you will participate in the preliminary round. 3 days. Jiang Wan repeated. Isn't that too rushed? Zhang Xueting nodded helplessly, confirming that the time was indeed tight. Jiang Zhao stepped forward. How could it be so sudden? Zhang Xueting explained. Because this year, there are exceptionally many people signing up for the competition. Therefore, the leaders of the Capital Star Ability Academy decided to hold the preliminary rounds in batches. The timing of the competition is arranged according to the order of registration. The military registered you early, so you were scheduled in the first batch. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian didn't expect they would be competing so soon. Does that mean we are also on a tight schedule? Just a few days? 5 days? Zhang Xueting reassured them. No, the preliminary round for ability users will start only after all the alchemists have finished their competition. Hearing this, the two let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Wan calculated in her mind. 3 days was enough. It was just a preliminary round, and she was quite confident in her alchemy skills. Where will the preliminary round take place? Capital Star? When do we leave? Zhang Xueting replied, no. It will be held on Golden King Star. Golden King Star? Jiang Wan was puzzled. If she remembered correctly, it seemed she was the only alchemist registered there. Who would she compete against? Yes, that's correct. Zhang Xueting continued. The preliminary round will be conducted in a live broadcast format. After the alchemists finish their creations, they will hand over the items to the person in charge, who will then take them to Capital Star for final evaluation. Jiang Wan found this unreasonable. However, this arrangement could easily lead to loopholes. Zhang Xueting paused for a moment. The documents state that the entire preliminary round will be live-streamed, including the process of transporting and storing the items. Jiang Wan fell silent. But even so, unexpected situations could still arise. The most rigorous method should be for all alchemists to go to Capital Star to participate in the preliminary round. Then, after the competing alchemists submitted their items, the evaluation and scoring would begin immediately, providing on-the-spot results. Although this wouldn't guarantee 100% fairness, it was better than the current arrangement. Cian stood behind her, stroking her shoulder. Jiang Wan glanced at him, understanding his meaning. As long as he was there, no one would dare touch the items she had created. Plans could never keep up with changes. In this case, Zhang Xueting would have to revise their training plan. Jiang Wan, you should stop physical training for the next few days and focus entirely on alchemy. Cian and Song Bojian, reduce your physical training time to 1 hour a day. The rest of the time should be spent practicing your abilities and weapons. Their weapons were the ones Jiang Wan had just crafted for them, and they needed to familiarize themselves with them quickly. I've already applied to the commander for a piece of land on Wanqing for you to practice your abilities. Currently, part of Wanqing had already been developed, and there was a military presence there. The hunting teams from Golden Kingstar also went there. There was another part that had not been developed, where many large mutated beasts roamed, making it quite dangerous. The area assigned to Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian was undeveloped but adjacent to the developed zone, allowing for good training while ensuring timely assistance in case of danger. It was relatively safe. After arranging everything, everyone dispersed for the day since it was getting late. Although Zhang Xiweting had prohibited Jiang Wan from doing physical training, she felt she couldn't completely neglect it. After all, she had worked hard to make some progress, and if she stopped practicing for a few days, she would regress. So, Jiang Wan took the sandbag back. During the day, she tied it to her leg. Walking around was equivalent to exercising. As soon as she woke up, she dove into the alchemy room, not coming out except for meals and restroom breaks. After a whole day of alchemy, she crafted a variety of items. However, the most she made were suppression plates. She didn't like carving for the suppression plates. She felt that carving took too long and was just for aesthetics. Without any substantial effect, it neither increased the attack power nor the defense power of the suppression plates. However, with her hand injured now, even if she wanted to carve, it would be quite difficult. So, she made several suppression plates, all just plain black stones. People who didn't know might think they were just ordinary black stones. Jiang Wan locked herself in her room for 2 consecutive days. Although the training was intense now, Xian was still worried that she might hurt herself for being cooped up. On the 3rd day at noon, Xian stopped cooking, called Chun Huixian in advance, and told her they were going back. Chun Huixian was so happy that she started preparing dinner early. When it was almost time for dinner, Xian entered Jiang Wan's alchemy room. She had just finished crafting a suppression plate and took it out. Xian bent down, wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and kissed her cheek. Mom just asked us to come home for dinner. She has already prepared it for us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan began to pack her things. While packing, she muttered, "Why did she suddenly call us back for dinner today?" Xian helped her pack and smiled without saying anything. If he asked Jiang Wan if she wanted to go back to the Jiang family for dinner, she would definitely refuse. Chapter 280. Her fans on one hand. She didn't want to trouble Chun Huixian. Every time she returned home, Chun Huixian would start preparing meals as early as morning. She insisted on making a grand feast for her, with pots and pans sizzling away. Jiang Wan didn't want her to work so hard. On the other hand, tomorrow was the preliminary round. Jiang Wan felt a bit nervous and didn't want to specifically return to the Jiang family for dinner. The back and forth would take too much time. Eating at her own house would only take about 20 minutes, but going back would take at least an hour. However, since Chun Huixian had already prepared the meal, Jiang Wan naturally had to go. She boarded the hover car and quickly arrived at the Jiang family home. Chun Huixian had just finished cooking. Jiang Ziheng and Jiang Zhao were serving the dishes. Jiang Wan washed her hands and sat down, ready to eat. Chun Huixian and Jiang Ziheng exchanged glances, and after a few moments of hesitation, they chose not to mention the competition. They initially wanted to ask Jiang Wan if she was ready for tomorrow's match, but they were afraid of adding pressure on her. Chun Huixian was just an ordinary person, and although Jiang Ziheng had abilities, they were at a low level, almost equivalent to having none. The couple didn't understand much and just wanted to express their concern, but they didn't know how to start. After thinking for a long time, Chun Huixian decided not to bring up the competition. They just chatted about everyday matters. The little piglets were growing quickly, changing every day. Jiang Wan took a bite of the roasted meat and responded, "Really? Do you go to see them every day?" "Yes. You would believe it. They're all so energetic, especially the one that Song Xiuxiu wants. It's bigger than the others, and when it's nursing, it nearly knocks its brothers out of the way." Jiang Wan became interested. She wanted to see how impressive that little piglet was. Does Xiuxiu know? If she does, she must be very happy. In Jiang Wan's view, if Song Xiuxiu knew that the piglet she picked was dominating, her tail would probably be up in the air with joy. Chun Huixian smiled. "Oh, she knows. She is so proud. But with 6 piglets nursing, the white pig can't handle it. It needs to be well taken care of." Jiang Wan nodded. Whether it was a person or an animal, giving birth was like losing half their life. After dinner, they all sat together and had some fruit, chatting about mundane things. Xian then took Jiang Wan back home. On the way back, Jiang Wan visibly relaxed a lot. Xian noticed her demeanor and felt reassured. Once they got home, Jiang Wan began refining again. However, after 3 hours of refining, she came out. Xian was working and was surprised to see her emerge so early. Finished already? Jiang Wan nodded heavily. Because I managed to refine what I wanted to. You can't rush things. She had been so anxious the previous days, burying herself in refining. But couldn't he produce anything? Today, after returning from the Jiang family, she casually refined and got results. While pressure can be a motivator, sometimes a balance of work and rest can yield higher efficiency. Xian put away his holographic computer and walked over to hug Jiang Wan. Are you tired? Want to eat something? Jiang Wan shook her head, thought for a moment, and said, I want to find a book. Xian raised an eyebrow. All right, I'll find it for you. Nowadays, a lot of information could be found online. Unless it was something very old or niche, there would be paper versions available. When it was time for the preliminary round, the competition venue assigned to Jiang Wan by the Golden Planet was in the military's indoor garden. Jiang Wan was familiar with this place, and it had a nice view, making it comfortable for refining. She arrived early and sat in the indoor garden, waiting for the live broadcast to connect. Each edition of the ability competition was a major event of national interest. Therefore, even before the competition officially began, many people had already entered the live stream. Jiang Wan watched the constantly changing numbers in the upper right corner. Not long after starting, there were already over 30 billion viewers. The comments were flying by. Has it started? Has it started? Who are the contestants in this round? I know Jiang Wan from the Golden Planet. Jiang Wan, is she the one summoned by His Majesty? Jiang Wan looked at the comments, surprised that some people recognized her. The host entered the live stream and began the process. The number of viewers continued to increase, and in no time, it rose by another 20 billion. Jiang Wan felt a bit nervous and took a deep breath. She was the only one in the indoor garden. Xian was guarding the door. Although the soldiers wanted to watch, they didn't dare gather at the entrance and could only watch through the live stream. Song Xiuxiu stood beside Xian, giving Jiang Wan encouraging gestures. Jiang Wan smiled and felt less nervous. After the host finished the process, he invited all the contestants into the live stream. Jiang Wan turned on her camera and greeted the audience. Hello everyone, I am contestant number 83 from the Golden Planet. Jiang Wan was already quite famous online, and most people recognized her. Even those who hadn't seen her before knew her name. Looking at the comments, Jiang Wan was surprised to see many of her fans from her previous live broadcasts. Woo, baby, I finally see you again. Why haven't you streamed since going to be high star? I miss you. Finally found you again. We must be fated. Jiang Wan truly hadn't expected that everyone still remembered her. She quickly explained, I've been too busy since coming back from Be High Star, so I haven't streamed again. Her fans immediately replied, as long as you remember us, that's enough. Boo-hoo, promise me. Can you continue streaming? Support you. Support you. Seeing these comments, the host couldn't help but tease. Looks like our contestant number 83 is quite popular. After all, 100 contestants introduced themselves. They had to check their refining tools. In fact, the refiners were only allowed to bring one refining furnace. Other materials were managed by designated personnel to prevent anyone from taking shortcuts. The host called out a number, and the corresponding contestant had to pick up their furnace and show it to the camera. Contestant number 83. Jiang Wan picked up her furnace and, like the contestants before her, showcased it to everyone. Her fans immediately commented, our furnace is definitely cleaner than theirs. You can tell this furnace has refined many impressive things. The seeds of the magical fruit were refined in this furnace, right? Jiang Wan felt a bit shy from their compliments. In reality, everyone's furnaces were quite similar. The Ability Mall was a national chain, and the items inside were the same. Therefore, the furnaces bought from the Ability Mall were naturally identical. After inspecting the furnaces of all 100 contestants, the host announced what they were to refine. A calming plate. There were no excessive requirements. Just the 2 words, calming plate. Chapter 281. None can learn it although it's only 2 words. This is precisely the most difficult part. Because there are no specific requirements. All the ability users can showcase their talents. Whether you want to refine an attack talisman or a defense talisman, it doesn't matter. Only the top 50% can advance. To win, one must show true skills. Su Xinyu had already hinted at what Jiang Wan should refine in the preliminary competition, so she wasn't too surprised. However, the other refiners and viewers were utterly shocked. It's worth noting that in so many previous competitions, refining a talisman had only happened a handful of times. Who would have thought that this year would allow for talisman refining? Talisman refining is the most challenging. The gap can easily widen. Next, the examiners from various planets began distributing refining materials. All materials were uniformly prepared by the capital star and then taken to the responsible planets by the examiners. Thus, the materials aspect was very fair. The refiners selected the materials they needed. Some refiners with lower skills primarily aimed for stability, choosing more gentle refining materials. Refining a defense talisman was not a problem. However, refining an attack talisman was much more difficult than a defense talisman. Jiang Wan picked a bunch of aggressive refining materials. As soon as everyone saw it, they knew she was going to refine an attack talisman. Many refiners planned to refine defense talismans, but Jiang Wan specifically chose to refine an attack talisman. For someone who could refine seeds, what is so strange about refining an attack talisman? It's just that you don't understand her. She is amazing. In an instant, Jiang Wan became a popular contestant. Almost half of the audience was watching Jiang Wan's live stream. Next, it was time for the refining phase. All the refiners began to carve. Jiang Wan initially didn't want to carve, but then thought, what if carving is also a scoring item? She decided to carve a bit. Jiang Wan took out her carving knife, held the inkstone, and prepared to carve. When it came time to act, she suddenly realized she had never carved before. She didn't know any patterns. Stealing a glance at the number of viewers on her live stream page, she gasped. Over 3 billion. Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat. How embarrassing. She lowered her head, holding the carving knife in her right hand and the inkstone in her left. She quickly thought of a simple pattern that she could carve. After thinking it over, she found it a bit difficult. How about sneaking a peek at what other contestants were carving? Meanwhile, the viewers watching Jiang Wan's live stream were also puzzled. Others had already started. So why was Jiang Wan moving? Was she still trying to figure out what to carve? She must be trying to carve the most complex pattern, which is why she has been thinking for so long. Yes, what she carves will definitely be the best. The questions came from ordinary viewers, while the compliments were from Jiang Wan's fans. Jiang Wan originally wanted to sneak a peek at what others were carving, but accidentally glanced at the bullet screen. She was instantly stunned. Huh, what a joke. She will definitely carve the best. Jiang Wan didn't even believe it herself. Forget it. Let us quickly check what others are carving and just replicate it. Jiang Wan took a quick look around and found she couldn't learn from any of them. Others were carving flowers and exotic beasts. That's too difficult. Jiang Wan couldn't replicate it. She might as well think for herself. After brainstorming simple patterns, she only recalled the flower that Song Bojian carved on the boomerang. Jiang Wan was 100% unwilling, but there was no choice. Her skills left her no option. She silently sighed and picked up the carving knife to start carving. Back then, when Song Bojian carved that flower, she had been critical of it. Who would have thought that now she would carve it on her own talisman? Truly, the wheel of fortune turns. Jiang Wan thought to herself, shaking her head. The flying robot next to her immediately leaned in, putting the camera right on her hands. The ugly flower that Jiang Wan was carving instantly appeared on the live stream page. A not quite square, not quite round center with 5 sharp petals beside it. Carving requires strong fingers, and since Jiang Wan hadn't practiced, her hands lacked strength. The lines she carved were crooked and wobbly, resembling worms. The bullet screen paused for a moment. This is what the fans called the most complex pattern. This little oddity is rather something. It's carved well. Don't carve again next time. Jiang Wan saw this bullet screen and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Back then, she had said the same thing about Song Bojian, and now those words came back to her unchanged. Fans originally wanted to defend Jiang Wan a bit. However, when the camera focused on that ugly flower, even the fans couldn't hold back. Don't laugh, the fans laughed first. Some fans even ran to other livestream pages to promote it. Ugly but impressive, definitely worth watching. Jiang Wan, thank you. Song Xiaohua was watching the live stream at the entrance of the indoor garden, and when she saw that incredibly familiar flower, she laughed so hard she nearly slapped her thigh. This is too amazing. Colonel C, you said there are so many beautiful flowers in the universe. Why did Sister Wan choose the ugly flower carved by my brother? Si Yin stood at the garden entrance, watching Jiang Wan from afar, a faint smile on his lips. Because the flower carved by her brother was the simplest. After being laughed at by billions, Jiang Wan irritably swatted away the flying robot beside her. Little thing, do you have a grudge against me? The flying robot was a small round ball with realistic wings behind it. After being swatted by Jiang Wan, it rolled in the air for 2 rounds before sticking close again. Jiang Wan simply ignored it and began preparing to refine. Although the flower she carved was simple and ugly, her speed was the slowest. Refiners in other live streams had basically already started refining. Fans couldn't help but urge her. Jiang Wan, hurry up and start refining. Yes, I've switched several pages. They've all started refining. Seeing the bullet screen, Jiang Wan casually flipped through a few pages. Sure enough, everyone had already begun refining. However, her fingers paused as she began to doubt her eyes. On the live stream page, the refiner was putting the refining materials into the furnace. Then she took an energy stone to ignite the fire source. She tried to ignite it for the first time and actually failed. Jiang Wan thought to herself, with such a level, coming to compete is just a formality. That refiner seemed to be used to it and tried again for the second time. This time she succeeded. The bullet screen didn't find anything strange about igniting the fire source twice. The more Jiang Wan watched, the stranger it became, and she switched to another page. This refiner was also igniting the fire source. However, she ignited it successfully in one go. The bullet screen immediately filled with praise. Wow, amazing. She ignited the fire source on the first try. I've watched so many live streams, and only she ignited it on the first try. I think she should be able to pass the preliminary round. Chapter 282. This sister is amazing. Jiang Wan looked at the barrage and couldn't help but tilt her head, slowly forming a question mark in her mind. Isn't drawing out the fire source the most basic step? No, Jiang Wan thought carefully. Those little refining masters from the Ability Academy also took several attempts to draw out the fire source each time they refined, including Song Hui as well. Jiang Wan had always thought it was because they were young and just starting out. So, is drawing the fire source really that difficult? When she refined for the first time, she drew out the fire source directly. After finishing their morning training, Song Bojian and Jiang Zhao also came to watch Jiang Wan's competition. Song Bojian stood behind Song Hui, watching the live broadcast on her holographic device. He asked, is Jiang Wan in a daze? Why isn't she refining? Others have already started. Song Hui was also a bit anxious. Refining has time limits. The flying robot noticed Jiang Wan wasn't moving for a long time and flew a little closer. Now Song Hui could see clearly that Jiang Wan was watching others draw the fire source. Combined with her surprised expression, Song Hui understood what was happening. She couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. Sister Wan has finally realized how difficult it is to draw the fire source. Every time she just waved her hand, and the flames popped out directly. She couldn't possibly understand their pain. Fire-type abilities are offensive abilities, and the attack power of fire attribute energy stones is also very strong. Every time she probes her mental power into the fire attribute energy stone, she gets attacked. Then, she endures the pain to draw out the flames. God knows how envious she feels every time she sees Jiang Wan wave her hand, and the flames come out on their own. Fans saw Jiang Wan in a daze and quickly sent barrage messages. Hurry up and refine. Jiang Wan, start refining quickly. There's not much time left, hurry. Jiang Wan quickly pulled back her thoughts and began refining. She placed the selected refining materials into the furnace as usual. With a gentle wave of her right hand, flames suddenly burst forth, obediently drilling under the furnace. With another wave of her hand, the lid of the furnace closed by itself. Now it was the audience's turn to be stunned. In a live broadcast room with billions of viewers, the barrage actually disappeared for several seconds. Then it surged wildly. A flurry of barrage messages swept across the screen, moving so fast they almost left afterimages. If you didn't hold the page down, you wouldn't even know what they were saying. Song Hui quickly held down the page and read the barrage one by one. She liked seeing their shocked expressions. What the heck? How did the flames come out by themselves? And the lid? How did it close by itself? What on earth is going on? I'm confused. This is the first time I've seen a refining master wave their hand lightly, and the flames come out on their own, compared to Jiang Wan. Other refining masters are simply weak. Jiang Wan was focused on refining and was completely unaware of these barrage messages. If they were normal messages, she might have glanced at them, but these messages moving so fast, she couldn't even catch a glimpse. Jiang Wan looked at the flames under the furnace and felt they were a bit small. With another wave of her hand, the flames surged up fiercely, almost engulfing the furnace. The viewers watching the live broadcast jumped in surprise. Such a big fire, want to burn? My goodness, who understands? I opened the live experience. I opened it too. The moment the flames surged up, I almost thought my house was going to burn down. This sister is amazing. I just saw clearly. She really waved her hand, and the flames surged up. A refining master who can control fire attribute energy stones so easily, it must be Jiang Wan alone, right? All the viewers were in awe of Jiang Wan's abilities. Jiang Wan glanced curiously at the constantly rolling barrage. What were they all saying? Over a decade ago, I saw a refining master who could also draw out energy with a wave of her hand. The moment Jiang Wan saw this barrage, she quickly held down the page, not letting the barrage scroll. Just as she was preparing to take a closer look at this message, the barrage vanished into thin air, right under Jiang Wan's nose. It disappeared. How strange. Jiang Wan's eyes flickered slightly. The more this happened, the more it proved something was off. But now wasn't the time to investigate this matter. The competition was more important. The flames crackled loudly. Jiang Wan sat cross-legged in front of a giant fireball, her cheeks flushed from the flames. With her hands on her knees, eyes closed, and back straight, she exuded an air of mystery. In an instant, Jiang Wan's livestream page gained several billion viewers. Almost 80% of the audience came to watch Jiang Wan refine. Capital Star, Imperial Palace. Xi and Yuqi lay on the concubine couch, watching the live broadcast. A servant peeled grapes and fed them to her. Xi and Yuqi swallowed the grapes and spat out the seeds. The servant quickly caught them in his hand. She looked at the barrage, praising Jiang Wan, rolling her eyes disdainfully. Coldly snorting, she said, pretentious. Originally, Xi and Yuqi planned to give Jiang Wan a tough time during the preliminary round and eliminate her directly. She didn't expect this year's preliminary round to no longer be on Capital Star, but on their respective planets. Jiang Wanxing was so far from Capital Star that she couldn't reach her. Moreover, there were people from Yin secretly protecting Jiang Wan's refining materials. Even if she wanted to make a move, she couldn't find the opportunity. After all the contestants' town plates were returned later, it would be even more impossible. She couldn't even touch the materials, let alone the town plates. Yin would definitely protect them even more. Thinking of this, Xi and Yuqi was filled with frustration, snorting coldly. That's fine. I'll just defeat her in the finals. However, although she couldn't touch Jiang Wan in the preliminary rounds, she could still deal with others. Jiang Wanxing. After refining for 20 minutes with her eyes closed, Jiang Wan suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, the host announced that there were still half an hour left for refining. All the refining masters momentarily panicked. The time was too tight. The town plate was the hardest to refine and required the longest time. Half an hour? They really might not be able to refine it in time. Refining masters for defensive town plates weren't too anxious. Defensive town plates were relatively easier to refine. They just needed to speed up. However, the refining masters for offensive town plates were in a panic. They wanted to speed up, but were also afraid of failing to refine. When Jiang Wan heard there was still half an hour left, she also blinked her eyes in distress. The fans knew she was refining an offensive town plate, and all comforted her. Don't worry, stay calm. You can definitely refine it. Yes. You can't panic at such times. Come on. We believe in you. Don't be nervous, you can do it, Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan looked at these barrage messages. Stunned, she didn't expect they would all be comforting her. She smiled. However, she really wasn't worried about the remaining time being too short. On the contrary, she was troubled by the fact that the remaining time was too long. Chapter 283. Postpartum care for sows. The competition rules stipulate that all items must be submitted uniformly, and no one is allowed to exit the live broadcast early. This is to ensure fairness in the competition. However, Jiang Wan's alchemy is nearing completion, with only the final steps remaining. This is mainly because she had already prepared the town plate she needed to refine yesterday, which is why she is so proficient today. She spent 3 days at home refining to ensure that the town plate would be ready for the competition, leaving no room for error. But what to do for the next half hour? Is she supposed to just sit there? Jiang Wan sighed, wishing she hadn't refined so quickly. Seeing her sigh, her fans quickly try to comfort her. Don't be discouraged. We're here with you. Keep going. We believe in you. You haven't finished, and neither has anyone else. We're all in the same boat. Jiang Wan saw the comments and realized they misunderstood. There was no point in explaining, so she continued refining, deciding to finish the town plate right away. She extended her mental energy to wrap up the process. In just 5 minutes, her refining was complete. Jiang Wan raised her hand to signal, and the examiner walked over. The audience was confused about what she was doing. Was she going to give up? Did she need energy stones or some materials? There were still over 20 minutes left. They hoped nothing unexpected would happen now. The examiner approached and adjusted the angle of the flying robot to ensure her communication with Jiang Wan was transparent and public. Contestant 83, do you need any assistance? Jiang Wan pointed to the furnace. I have completed my refining. Upon hearing this, the examiner and the audience were momentarily stunned. What? She finished refining so quickly? Wow, she took less than half an hour. Moreover, if I remember correctly, she chose aggressive materials. To successfully refine an attacking town plate in half an hour is incredible. In fact, it's almost monstrous. Some novice alchemists take half an hour just to refine a dagger. An attacking town plate refined in half an hour. What does that even mean? There are only a handful of alchemists in the entire galaxy who can achieve this. The examiner snapped back to reality and asked officially, Contestant 83, are you sure you want to stop refining? Jiang Wan nodded. I am sure. The examiner activated the recorder. All right, Contestant 83, please extinguish the flame and step away from the refining station. Do not touch the refining furnace again before the competition time ends. Please do not move around or leave the competition area. Jiang Wan nodded, okay. She waved her hand casually, and the flames extinguished as if obeying a command. Fans praised Jiang Wan's coolness. So cool. With just a wave, the flames responded like they were commanded. I've opened my eyes today. This was the first time they had seen someone control fire energy so casually. Jiang Wan left the refining station, but the examiner Wu Ti let her move freely. She simply sat down in a nearby seat and took out a book to read. This was the book she had asked Yin for yesterday, and it was perfect for passing the time. Fans were very curious to see Jiang Wan reading a physical book, as hardly anyone read physical books these days. What is up with the flying robot? Why isn't it flying over quickly? I want to see what my idol is reading. Everyone else was busy refining, and she was reading a book. They wanted to see what book could hold her attention in such a tense situation. I bet it's a book related to refining. She is so talented. She must be a quick learner. The flying robot seemed to hear their thoughts and immediately flew to Jiang Wan's side, directing the camera to the title of the book, Postpartum Care for Sows. The comments exploded. While other alchemists are working hard, Jiang Wan is reading Postpartum Care for Sows. Shocked, a certain alchemist finished refining an attacking town plate in half an hour just to have time to read Postpartum Care for Sows. The news that Jiang Wan was reading about postpartum care for sows quickly spread throughout the live broadcast. Other alchemist streams had people commenting on this matter as well. This was a rare occurrence. In no time, almost all the viewers flocked to Jiang Wan's live stream, leaving only a few in the others. They glanced at their viewer counts and were shocked to see they didn't even have 100 viewers. Confused, they looked at the comments and were stunned. They wanted to join in and watch, but their skills didn't allow it. They could only continue refining without pause. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan was completely focused on her book, unaware that her audience had all switched to her stream. When she finished a page and prepared to turn it, she noticed the flying robot was closely hovering over her book. She curiously looked up and caught a glimpse of the viewer count on the panel, which was about to break 100 billion. She was shocked. She had finished refining, so why were there still so many people watching her? Looking at the comments, they were all talking about the book. It turned out that the genius of the refining world was actually yearning for the breeding world. How did she even find such a shabby book from a corner? It seemed she truly loved breeding. Jiang Wan looked at the comments, both amused and exasperated. Just because she read one book, they thought she was deeply in love with breeding? This was just something Chun Huixian casually mentioned at the dinner table yesterday, saying the white pig wasn't in good condition. That's why she thought to look for a book. After all, she had 6 piglets waiting to be fed. However, in the interstellar era, it was difficult to tame mutated beasts. So, aside from breeders, not many people could raise mutated beasts. Books on breeding were hard to come by. This one was even sourced by Si Yin from a breeder in the military. Originally, Jiang Wan intended to show it to her brother since she wasn't capable of taking care of the white pig. She could only leave it to her brother or father. Now, with nothing to do, she took it out to pass the time. Seeing that everyone misunderstood her, Jiang Wan quickly explained, I didn't refine so quickly just to read this book. Actually, when I was hunting on Wanxing Star, I happened to catch a pregnant white pig. The white pig gave birth to 6 piglets at once. So I found this book to learn how to take care of them. With each of her 3 statements, the shock escalated. What does it mean to happen to catch a white pig? And it was pregnant. What does it mean to give birth to 6 piglets at once? What kind of unbelievable luck is this? Chapter 284. Spending a fortune. White pigs are so rare that she encounters one. And not only does she encounter it, but it's also pregnant. It's one thing for a pig to be pregnant, but they've never heard of a white pig giving birth to 6 piglets at once. At most, it would be 5. Many people are watching the live stream, including those from wealthy families. They immediately start sending messages, wanting to buy Jiang Wan's white pig. How about selling the piglet for 50 million interstellar coins? Everyone gasps at the extravagance. In ancient times, people spent fortunes for beauty. Now, they spend fortunes for a piglet. 50 million for a piglet? Isn't that a loss? Not all. You don't know how good the meat of a white pig is. Exactly. If I had interstellar coins, I want to buy a white pig to taste. 50 million interstellar coins. Jiang Wan should be willing to sell, right? After all, 50 million interstellar coins is what an ordinary person would work their whole life for. But unexpectedly, Jiang Wan just shook her head lightly. Not for sale. What she lacks the least is interstellar coins. Just from selling the mutated beasts she hunts, she has enough interstellar coins to last her a lifetime. Not to mention, she has so many treasures. 50 million is a lot for ordinary people. But for Jiang Wan, it's just a number. The others who wanted to buy the piglets saw Jiang Wan's refusal and immediately got excited. The barrage of messages started flying. Sell it to me. I'll offer 60 million interstellar coins. I'll offer 65 million interstellar coins. You guys are not sincere. I'll offer 80 million interstellar coins. 90 million interstellar coins. 100 million interstellar coins. The onlookers were dumbfounded. It's just a piglet, and these people are fighting over it. My goodness, if you didn't know better, you'd think you entered the wrong live stream. My mom just asked me why I was watching an auction live stream. Haha, 100 million interstellar coins. I estimate I could never earn that much in my lifetime. No, not even in 2 lifetimes. 100 million interstellar coins? I can't even imagine how much that is. Coward. I dare to imagine it. A group of people was discussing fervently. However, Jiang Wan was not at all concerned. She lowered her head, flipping through a yellowed book. Casually, she said, not for sale. She doesn't lack interstellar coins, but she doesn't know when she will catch another white pig. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth, refusing to sell. And the others had no choice but to settle for second best, asking her where she caught the white pig. Jiang Wan glanced lazily and originally didn't plan to answer. After all, white pigs are truly rare. Even if she told them, it would be of no use. It would take a lot of manpower and resources, and they probably wouldn't even catch a single hair of a pig. Besides, is she that foolish? She still wants to catch more white pigs. Who doesn't want to eat pork? Jiang Wan glanced at the panel irritably. How much longer until the competition ends? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Yi Qihong standing at the door. He was waving his arms, trying to attract Jiang Wan's attention. Jiang Wan looked at him in confusion, wondering what he was doing. Seeing that she noticed him, Yi Qihong quickly pointed at the panel. Jiang Wan turned to look at the panel in front of her, where only the barrage was rolling continuously. A group of people was asking her where she caught the white pig. So, what did Yi Qihong want to say? Jiang Wan tilted her head at him, shaking her head to indicate she didn't understand his meaning. The examiner noticed something unusual and also turned to look at the door. Yi Qihong quickly withdrew his hand, pretending nothing was wrong. Jiang Wan withdrew her gaze, feeling very puzzled. What on earth is going on? Her gaze returned to the panel. At this moment, almost everyone was asking Jiang Wan where she caught the white pig. Initially, it was just those who wanted to buy Jiang Wan's piglets, but now, others also wanted to try catching a white pig themselves. Everyone held a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Maybe they could catch one? Why not go? Jiang Wan saw so many people asking. If they all went to Wansheng, wouldn't it explode? Wait a minute, Jiang Wan squinted her eyes. Maybe this is a good opportunity? Wansheng is a subsidiary planet of Golden King Star. It has now developed an area for people from Golden King Star to hunt. However, if people from other planets want to hunt on Wansheng, they need to pay interstellar coins and energy stones. But Golden King Star is located in a remote area, and there are not many planets nearby. Only people from G Star occasionally come hunt. However, G Star also has its own subsidiary planets. Most G Star citizens go to their own subsidiary planets since they don't have to pay interstellar coins. Since Wansheng was developed, it has hardly made a profit. Adding in the initial development costs, it can be said to be in a deficit state. Jiang Wan looked at the continuously rolling barrage. If these people all went to Wansheng to hunt, just the interstellar coins and energy stones required to enter Wansheng would make it profitable. It's going to be a fortune. Jiang Wan suddenly understood. No wonder Yi Chi-hong was so excited earlier. He wanted her to see those messages on the panel. The commander must have seen those messages and immediately recognized the business opportunity. Therefore, he quickly sent Yi Chi-hong over to hint at her. Jiang Wan couldn't help but smile. This really is a pleasant surprise. With a large amount of interstellar coins and energy stones, the development of Golden King Star won't be a problem. She immediately replied to the barrage. I caught the white pig on Wansheng, a subsidiary planet of Golden King Star. A few days ago, I went hunting on Wansheng with my brother and happened to catch a white pig. If everyone wants to try, you are all welcome to come to Wansheng. The audience immediately remembered this previously unheard of planet. Is there a spaceship? I'm going tomorrow. I'm going to Wansheng to catch a white pig too. You guys are going tomorrow? I want to go today. In the conference room, the commander and a group of officers sat in silence. When they heard Jiang Wan say that she caught the white pig on Wansheng, excited smiles immediately spread across everyone's faces. Zhu He laughed heartily and began making arrangements. Major Yu, you're in charge of safety on Wansheng. Lieutenant Shang, you're responsible for transportation arrangements. Major Qin, take a team and head to Wansheng immediately to establish a safe zone. Zhu He quickly thought. Based on the number of people on Jiang Wan's live stream, Wansheng will be welcoming billions of people soon. Preparations must be made. Zhu He immediately had someone issue an announcement. In order to welcome the hunting teams from various planets, Wansheng will be closed for 3 days. During these 3 days, we will not accept any external hunting teams, not even those from Golden King Star. In fact, 3 days is really not enough. However, such a great fortune is hard to come by, and they cannot miss it. Everyone must finish their preparations, even if it means not eating, drinking, or sleeping for 3 days. Zhu He quickly wrapped up the meeting, and everyone went off to do their own work. Chapter 285. Hurry up and take the shot. Indoor garden. As the competition time ended, all the alchemists immediately extinguished their flames. Regardless of whether they had completed their concoction, they all had to put out their fires. Those unwilling to do so would be forced to comply by the examiners. Next came the preliminary inspection of the town plates, also known as the social death segment. The preliminary inspection was to directly filter out those who had failed their concoctions. After all, with so many alchemists participating in the competition, if everything had to be taken to the capital star for the judges to inspect, they would likely be exhausted. Therefore, filtering out failures right after the concoction was completed became a necessary step. However, with so many people watching the live broadcast, those who failed would be publicly ridiculed. It was simply social death. To improve efficiency, the inspection was conducted in groups of 10, with examiners inspecting simultaneously. The groups were divided according to the contestants' numbers. Jiang Wan was number 83, which was relatively late. The first group showcased their town plates. Out of 10 people, only 7 could successfully activate their town plates. Among them, 6 had concocted defensive town plates. The inspection for defensive town plates was simple. The examiner shot at the shield with an energy gun. As long as the shield didn't shatter, it passed the test. Of these 6, only 2 shields were completely unaffected, while the other 4 had varying degrees of damage. One had cracked so badly it felt like a gust of wind could shatter it completely. As for the attack town plates, the examiner brought out a scarecrow. The alchemist commanded the town plate to launch an attack and hit the scarecrow to pass. These requirements were quite simple. Yet, even so, a wave of people was eliminated. But everyone could understand. After all, concocting town plates was the most difficult task, and there was only 1 hour. It was precisely because there were so many applicants this time that the Capital Star decided to test the concocting of town plates in the preliminary round to increase the elimination rate. This year's elimination rate might be the highest ever. Jiang Wan had thought that the level of these alchemists wouldn't be too high, but she didn't expect them to be this poor. Defensive town plates that couldn't even withstand an energy gun were better off not being concocted, and the only attack town plate produced a laser that couldn't even pierce the scarecrow. However, what surprised Jiang Wan was that the onlookers were so easy to please. Could it be that concocting town plates was really that difficult? Song Xiaoyo stood at the entrance of the garden, watching Jiang Wan frown in contemplation. She knew these people's skills must have shocked her again. Song Xiaoyo sighed. How could a genius understand the pain of ordinary people? Jiang Wan withdrew her thoughts and continued to observe the town plates concocted by the second group of alchemists. Unsurprisingly, their level was about the same as the first group. After the inspection, only half could truly pass. The following groups had similar situations, with some even performing worse than the first two groups. Soon it was Jiang Wan's turn. The examiner stepped forward and opened the cauldron. A golden light shone from the cauldron's mouth. The viewers of the live broadcast exclaimed in unison. I was experiencing the scene live, and it was truly amazing. I felt like a holy light had entered my room. It was the first time I had seen someone's cauldron open and emit light. It must be something good. For a moment, Jiang Wan became the center of attention. The number of viewers on her live stream continued to rise. Almost everyone was watching her broadcast. The examiner clearly froze when he saw the golden light. However, he was professionally trained and generally wouldn't be shocked unless he couldn't help it. He calmly took out the town plate. At the moment he saw the town plate, he clearly paused. This piqued the audience's curiosity even more. What kind of town plate could leave the examiner stunned? The examiner could show us. Stop keeping us in suspense. Exactly. Teasing the audience. What is the flying robot doing? Hurry up and take the shot. The examiner snapped back to reality, seeing the wildly scrolling comments. He quickly realized this was a good opportunity. He tapped on a light brain on his left hand, and a small robot's virtual image appeared in front of him. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, wondering what this was about. The examiner stepped forward, and the flying robot immediately flew in front of him and took a shot. The previously serious examiner now revealed 8 teeth. Good Mama brand household robot can cook, do laundry, and mop the floor. It lets you feel the taste of home. If you're buying a household robot, choose Good Mama brand household robot. Good Mama brand household robot is really good. Jiang Wan. Audience. I hate product placement. Good Mama brand household robot, huh? Alright, noted. I won't buy it in the future. The last time I was this speechless was during the last time. Jiang Wan found it both amusing and ridiculous. It seemed the examiner had some KPIs to meet. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk being scolded to read an ad. The examiner felt anxious inside, but maintained a calm exterior. He retracted the virtual image in front of him and finally held up Jiang Wan's concocted town plate for everyone to see. Finally, I want to see what kind of town plate emits golden light. This town plate has its own unique flavor. I remember the alchemist carved a flower. How did it turn into a pile of poop after taking it out? The shape is quite unique. Indeed, the ugly and powerful must be seen. I've never seen such an ugly town plate. The moment Jiang Wan saw the town plate, she was also taken aback by its ugliness. She even suspected if the examiner had secretly swapped her town plate. She never doubted that her carving was simply too ugly. The examiner was already stunned the moment he took it out, and now he had become the calmest person. He installed the energy stone, and the town plate flew into the air. Contestant number 83, what function does your town plate have? Jiang Wan looked at the ascending town plate and replied, it's an attack town plate. The examiner took out the scarecrow for testing. But in the next second, the town plate projected a defensive shield. Everyone was confused. The comments were scrolling wildly. What's going on? I clearly remember she used all attack attribute materials for her concoction. Yes. Jiang Wan herself said she concocted an attack town plate. How strange. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. Jiang Wan crossed her arms and stood under the town plate. She slightly raised her head, looking at the town plate with a smirk. The examiner asked Jiang Wan again. Contestant number 83, are you sure you concocted an attack town plate? Jiang Wan's face showed no signs of panic. She replied calmly, I'm sure. The examiner had never seen an attack town plate with a defensive shield before. However, some skilled alchemists could indeed concoct such a thing. Chapter 286. The Radiant Town Plate. The examiner continued. Contestant number 83, please control your town plate to attack. If you cannot penetrate the scarecrow, it will be deemed a failure in refining. Jiang Wan said this might require you to shoot at the defensive shield. Examiner. The examiner was puzzled by her request. Using an energy gun was a way to test the defensive town plate. However, Jiang Wan mentioned that she was refining a defensive town plate. Seeing him hesitate, she continued, since my town plate has a defensive shield, it shouldn't violate the rules for you to test the defensive shield, right? The examiner pondered for a moment. This indeed did not break any rules. The audience was nearly frantic. They were eager to see what functions this glowing, ugly town plate had, and how it was so different from others. Examiner, stop stalling. Don't insert any more ads, or I will really file a complaint. Just take out the energy gun and shoot already. Hurry up. After some thought, the examiner took out the energy gun and prepared to shoot. Wait. The examiner paused, looking at Jiang Wan in confusion. Jiang Wan kindly reminded him, Sir Examiner, why don't you first activate a defensive shield for yourself, preferably one of intermediate level or above? The examiner was extremely puzzled. Wasn't he just testing the defensive shield? Did he really need to activate one for himself? And it had to be above intermediate level? He only had an intermediate one. The examiner took out his intermediate defensive shield and activated it. Jiang Wan stood inside her defensive shield, signaling with her hand. Shoot! All the audience members, fearing they might miss something, focused intently on the town plate. Many even activated the real-time experience mode. The examiner fired a shot at the defensive shield. The next second, the laser hit Jiang Wan's defensive shield. Bayou. With a loud bang, the laser was instantly rebounded, hitting the examiner's defensive shield. The audience now understood why Jiang Wan wanted the examiner to activate a defensive shield. Had the examiner not heeded Jiang Wan's advice and activated one, that laser might have hit him directly. The comments began to scroll wildly. Truly a radiant town plate. I've never seen a defensive shield that can rebound attacks. So rare. I really want one. But there was a question. Jiang Wan had been saying all along that she was refining an attacking town plate, right? Perhaps, when she referred to an attack, she meant the rebound attack. That seemed a bit forced, though. But she wasn't wrong. The town plate did indeed attack. In such a competitive environment, refining an attacking town plate would score much higher than a defensive one. Exactly, to get a high score, one would have to claim a defensive town plate was an attacking one. Regardless of how the comments speculated, Jiang Wan did not come out to clarify. Facts speak louder than words. They would soon find out whether the town plate she refined was an attacking or defensive one. Jiang Wan raised her gaze to the town plate floating in midair, silently counting down in her heart. 3, 2, 1. The examiner suddenly felt a bad premonition rising in his heart, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. But it was too late. The town plate floating in midair spun rapidly. Bayou, bayou, bayou. Laser beams shot out like raindrops. They were so fast that one could barely see their trajectories. The surrounding flowers and plants were all devastated, shredded to pieces. The examiner, hiding behind his intermediate defensive shield, could still feel the intense vibrations as the lasers struck the shield. As for the scarecrow used for testing the town plate, it was directly turned into a sieve. Song Xiuxiu and Jiang Zhao, who were guarding the garden entrance, quickly crouched down to avoid it. But the most unfortunate were the audience members who activated the real-time experience. They wouldn't be harmed by the lasers, but they felt the full force of the laser rain. I thought I was going to die. So this is how terrifying war is. I really experienced what gunfire and bullets rain mean this time. My mom asked me if I wanted to demolish the house. She said if I didn't get beaten up in 3 days, she'd beat me up, and then she did, boo-hoo. Jiang Wan looked at the comments and couldn't help but laugh. She had just been focused on reminding the examiner to protect himself and forgot to remind the audience to turn off the real-time experience. The inspection of the town plate refined by Jiang Wan concluded, and it was clear that she passed the inspection. It could even be said that her town plate could directly compete for the champion and runner-up. With such an impressive town plate, not taking first place would at least guarantee second. After seeing Jiang Wan's incredible town plate, the audience lost patience when looking at the other town plates. The levels of the subsequent refiners were similar to those of the previous groups. However, the audience's attitude was no longer as forgiving. What did they refine? A single laser can break a defensive shield? Can such a town plate even be taken to the battlefield? Is it for kids to play with? Jiang Wan felt a bit sorry for those refiners. However, their skills were truly lacking. The kind of defensive town plate will be shattered by a mutant beast's claw on the battlefield. No one was interested in watching the inspections of the later groups. They quickly went through them, and the preliminary round ended. Once the live broadcast ended, the examiner took Jiang Wan's town plate and left. All town plates had to be uniformly taken to the capital star for grading. As the examiner left, Song Qiuxiu rushed in and hugged Jiang Wan. "Ah, Sister Wan, you were amazing. Best in the entire venue." Jiang Wan smiled and patted her back, signaling her to calm down. She turned to Yi Qihong and said, "Have the finance department calculate how many interstellar coins it will take to rebuild the indoor garden. I will compensate for it." Chapter 287. So hardworking Yi Qihong quickly waved his hand. No. How can I let you pay for it?" No need. He looked very nervous, afraid that if he spoke a second too late, Jiang Wan would transfer the interstellar coins to his account. During her live stream, Jiang Wan promoted Wanqing, bringing in a huge wave of traffic for them. It was a garden indoors. But Jiang Wan didn't want to take advantage. Of course, she would use it. "It was my fault that the indoor garden was destroyed, so I must compensate." Yi Qihong couldn't argue with her and casually quoted a number. After all, half of Wanqing belonged to Jiang Wan, so when it came time to share the profits, he could just return the interstellar coins to her. In the following days, the military department was bustling. A group of people was busy with the development and deployment of Wanqing. Xian finally had a few days off since Qinxi returned. But now he was busy again and couldn't be seen all day. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan was steadily going through her training. Based on her performance in the preliminary rounds, she would definitely pass, barring any accidents. Moreover, she would likely achieve a top score. Zhang Xiweting was genuinely happy for Jiang Wan. However, she couldn't let her get too complacent. Once the semi-finals began, the difficulty would instantly increase. Zhang Xiweting herself was eliminated during the semi-finals the previous time. Your physical training will continue according to the plan from the past few days. Once Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian pass the preliminaries, we'll arrange group training for you. To enter the semi-finals, not only did you have to pass the preliminaries yourself, but your teammates also had to pass. A team needed at least 3 members. This meant that if either Jiang Zhao or Song Bojian failed to pass the preliminaries, their small team would be in a very awkward situation. They would either not qualify for the semi-finals due to insufficient numbers, or would have to accept strangers into the team to qualify. Originally, Zhang Xiweting's team for the semi-finals was hastily formed. Everyone was unfamiliar with each other and lacked synergy, leading to their quick elimination. Thus, teammates were indeed very important. Recently, Zhang Xiweting had been focusing her training on Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian, only arranging the most basic physical training for Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan understood this and obediently trained, not wanting to trouble Zhang Xiweting. 3 days quickly passed. Wanqing officially announced its opening to the public. The star citizens who had been waiting for 3 days could no longer sit still and rush to take spaceships to Wanqing. Many planets did not have direct flights to Wanqing, so more than half of the people had to fly to King Planet and then transfer to another spaceship to Wanqing. The military department sensed the business opportunity and immediately arranged the surrounding infrastructure for the spaceship terminal. Everything from food and accommodation to transportation was taken care of. Typically, those transferring would buy water and food in advance to avoid running short once they arrived at Wanqing. Some people arriving late would stay overnight at nearby hotels. This boom significantly boosted King Planet's economy. The finance department was overwhelmed with calculations. Upon arriving at Wanqing, the hunting teams had to submit a sum of interstellar coins and energy stones to enter Wanqing for hunting. The influx of people was overwhelming. Although Wanqing had set up dozens of payment windows, long queues still formed. He, seeing the situation, immediately instructed the RD department to create a few robots to speed up the process. On the first day, nearly 1 billion people surged into Wanqing. The remaining people also wanted to catch white pigs, but they were still waiting and watching. After finishing her training, Jiang Wan went to stroll around Wanqing with Song Qiuxiu to join in the excitement. As soon as they disembarked from the spaceship, they felt a wave of unfamiliarity. Song Qiuxiu spun around in place, looking bewildered. Just a few days, and it has completely changed. The terminal had expanded several times. The previous terminal was very small and shabby, only capable of accommodating 2 spaceships. The current terminal was almost on par with King Planet, capable of landing more than a dozen spaceships simultaneously. Jiang Wan couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Yin had been so busy lately. Their project was so large. Exiting the terminal, they reached the payment area, where interstellar coins and energy stones had to be submitted to proceed. All the payment windows were packed with people. Song Qiuxiu squeezed forward to estimate the crowd. There were just too many people. If they continued to wait, it would probably take several hours. However, despite this, Song Qiuxiu was still very happy. With so many people, the interstellar coins and energy stones being paid would amount to several hundred million, right? With interstellar coins and energy, King Planet could develop better. Perhaps, before long, King Planet would build towering skyscrapers like those prosperous planets, and every household would have access to robots and hover cars. As a native of King Planet, Song Qiuxiu was naturally thrilled. I have a pass. Let us go through the side. Jiang Wan guided Song Qiuxiu to the side. Yi Qihong had given Jiang Wan a pass, and by showing it, they could directly use the fast track. After passing the payment area, they entered a completely different world. The original safe zone had been expanded. The safe zone they had previously visited was only a quarter of the current one. Song Qiuxiu looked at the map, unable to believe her eyes. Only 3 days. They expanded the safe zone this much. That's incredible. Jiang Wan was also shocked by the speed of the military department. She knew that the leaders and the military valued this opportunity greatly, but she didn't expect them to work this hard. In just 3 days, they had achieved this level. The soldiers probably hadn't even had time to eat. They were truly afraid of poverty. King Planet was poor and backward, even daring to be bullied by Xing. Everyone had had enough. Who would want their planet to be prosperous and thriving? The opportunity had come. They had to seize it, even if it meant working themselves to exhaustion. For a moment, Jiang Wan felt a bit uncomfortable. The two continued walking forward. In front stood a few soldiers. As Jiang Wan approached, they immediately saluted and greeted her. After all, the military had given half of Wanqing to Jiang Wan. She was now half the owner of Wanqing. The soldiers' voices were notably loud, startling Jiang Wan. Several hunting teams passing by turned to look. Jiang Wan quickly gestured for the soldiers to lower their voices. No need to greet. We're all familiar with each other. There's no need. As she got closer, she lowered her voice to remind them. But when she looked up, she saw the dark circles under their eyes and their fatigued expressions. Jiang Wan paused mid-sentence. They must be very tired. There wasn't much she could do, so she took out some energy-replenishing pills and offered them to the soldiers, urging them to take them. The soldiers naturally refused. As the most powerful alchemist in their hearts, anything Jiang Wan made was a treasure. Accepting it for free made them feel uneasy. Chapter 288. Hurry and bring people to catch the white pig. The soldiers were quite unified in their refusal. Jiang Wan knew that soft tactics wouldn't work, so she went straight for a hard approach. She put on a stern face. Am I not half a master of Wanqing? Do you dare not listen to what I say? Jiang Wan glared at them with anger. Song Qiuxiu immediately jumped in to play the good cop. Oh, Sister Wan Wan, don't be angry. Aren't they just being disciplined? She raised her voice, gripping Jiang Wan's shoulder to calm her down. Jiang Wan looked at her exaggerated expression and affected tone, nearly unable to hold back her laughter. She quickly turned her head away, silently chuckling. The soldiers watched Jiang Wan's slightly trembling shoulders and were momentarily confused, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Song Qiuxiu noticed their gazes and quickly said, "Oh, look at you making Sister Wan Wan so angry that her shoulders are starting to shake." She took the pills from Jiang Wan's hands and handed them to the soldiers. Sister Wan Wan is half a master of wanching, and she is also your direct superior. Shouldn't you listen to her? Go on, eat them." Since the conversation had reached this point, a few soldiers exchanged glances and swallowed the pills. In just a few seconds, they felt less fatigued and filled with energy. Sure enough, the concoction Jiang Wan made was extraordinary. However, now was their turn to feel embarrassed. Such good stuff, and they got it for free. They felt like they had taken advantage of Jiang Wan. A few soldiers thought about whether they should thank Jiang Wan. Unexpectedly, the two alchemists in front of them suddenly turned and ran away. Jiang Wan and Song Qiuxiu dashed to a secluded area and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Sister Wan Wan. You were so fierce. I almost thought you were really angry. You acted pretty well too." They each played their parts, with one as the bad cop and the other as the good cop, successfully intimidating that group of soldiers. The two continued walking and soon reached the place where they had been foraging for wild vegetables. Most of the people coming now were looking for the white pig, and hunting was secondary. So now, no one wanted the wild vegetables. Since they didn't want them, Song Qiuxiu did. Wild vegetables are still vegetables. Those cultivated by the farmers are so expensive. Who has that many interstellar coins to buy them? For an ordinary family, eating vegetables once a week is already quite good. As she murmured, Song Qiuxiu took out a small shovel and basket to dig for wild vegetables. Jiang Wan asked her for a set of tools and joined her. Jiang Wan didn't particularly like eating wild vegetables. She was mainly there for companionship. While other hunting teams were busy hunting, the two of them squatted on the ground, leisurely digging for wild vegetables, creating a stark contrast. After squatting for a while, Jiang Wan began to feel a bit dizzy. "I can't do it anymore. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I need a rest over there." Last time, she had squatted until she felt dizzy and had gone to rest. Song Qiuxiu knew her health was weak and nodded, continuing to dig for wild vegetables without looking up. Jiang Wan sat on the big stone where she had rested last time, holding the few wild vegetables she had dug up, watching Song Qiuxiu squat on the ground. She propped her head up with one hand and suddenly laughed. This scene, aside from the person digging for wild vegetables, only had Song Qiuxiu left. It was almost a one-to-one restoration. Bored, Jiang Wan thought, based on last time's experience, would the wild vegetables she left on the stone be stolen? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she laughed at herself. How could it be that coincidental? Thinking this way, Jiang Wan inexplicably turned to look at the wild vegetables she had placed beside her. The wild vegetables were still there. See, how could it be that coincidental? Wait a minute, didn't she dig up 5 wild vegetables? Why were there only 4 left? Jiang Wan's hand propping up her chin immediately dropped, and she sat up straight. Her heart began to race. No way, no way. Could she really be that lucky? Jiang Wan slightly turned her head to look at the big tree not far away. Sure enough, she saw a round, plump bottom sticking up high. Its tail occasionally curled. It was evident that it was happily eating. Jiang Wan quickly activated her light brain, wanting to call her brother for help. But then she thought, her brother should still be in training. Even if he finished training now, it would take a long time to come over from Golden Star. In the meantime, the white pig would probably have been discovered by those people. Jiang Wan and Song Qiuxiu, 2 powerless alchemists, definitely couldn't compete with the hunting teams that specifically came to catch the white pig. After thinking it over, Jiang Wan decided to bother Yi Qihong. Luckily, he was also on watching. Yi Qihong was inspecting some basic infrastructure in the safe zone. He was a bit surprised when he received Jiang Wan's communication, who knew that as soon as it connected, he saw a round white pig bottom. Jiang Wan's voice came through, but he couldn't see her. "Deputy Yi, guess what kind of mutated beast is eating the wild vegetables?" Yi Qihong's heart raced as he hesitated. "White pig." "Correct. Hurry and send people over to catch the white pig." After Jiang Wan finished speaking, she hung up the communication. Because the white pig had finished eating its wild vegetable and was preparing to look for a second one, Jiang Wan quickly turned around, looking in the direction of Song Qiuxiu's. It was as if nothing had happened. Song Qiuxiu had gathered a large handful of wild vegetables, filling her small bamboo basket. Happily, she hugged the basket and showed it to Jiang Wan. But the moment she looked up, her eyes widened in shock. She saw Jiang Wan sitting on the stone smiling at her, and right behind her was a white pig, sneaking bites of wild vegetables. Song Qiuxiu quickly wanted to remind her, but the words stuck in her throat, and she swallowed them back. How could Sister Wan Wan's ears and eyes be so sharp and not know there was a white pig behind her? If she screamed now, she might scare the white pig away. Song Xiuxiu forced herself to suppress the urge to yell. She blinked at Jiang Wan. Upon receiving the signal, Jiang Wan also blinked back at her. Song Xiuxiu understood. Everything was under their sister's control. She needed to focus on digging wild vegetables. Maybe this white pig had piglets and needed to eat a lot of wild vegetables. As soon as this thought came up, Song Xiuxiu couldn't help but laugh at herself for being too greedy. Catching a white pig was already very good. How could she still dream of it having piglets? A white pig with piglets wasn't like wild vegetables that were everywhere. Song Xiuxiu shook her head, realizing she had been with Jiang Wan for too long and had become accustomed to good things. She even dared to hope for a white pig with piglets. Yi Qihong quickly arrived with soldiers. He didn't dare bring too many people, fearing it would attract others' attention. If they were discovered, it might cause a rush. When Jiang Wan saw he had arrived, she signaled for him not to come closer. Yi Qihong was driving a military transport hover vehicle. Not too big, not too small. Just right to fit the white pig without drawing too much attention. Chapter 289. Herding the pig to the breeding farm. Jiang Wan signaled for him to stop the hover car at a nearby spot. She took some wild vegetables and threw them on the ground to attract the white pig. She had used this method last time. It worked quite well. However, the hunting teams from last time had already left, so the white pig could walk over without any worries. But this time, there were still quite a few hunting teams in the vicinity. If they were discovered, a hard fight was inevitable. However, Jiang Wan felt that those people were a bit blind. Just a moment ago, the white pig was hiding behind a tree, eating wild vegetables, and not a single team had noticed it. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Wan found a large pile of grass and threw it over the white pig. Covering it completely, Jiang Wan's movements were very light, and since the white pig was completely focused on eating the wild vegetables, she smoothly covered it with the grass. Next, she could gradually lure the white pig onto the hover car. As usual, Jiang Wan threw a few wild vegetables along the way. The white pig followed the scent and walked over. Jiang Wan quietly followed beside it. Whenever someone looked this way, Jiang Wan would immediately take out a wild vegetable and place it in front of the white pig. This way, the white pig would only focus on eating the vegetable in front of it and wouldn't move forward. Once they looked away, Jiang Wan would retract the wild vegetable, allowing the white pig to continue moving toward the wild vegetables ahead. The white pig moved slowly, and everyone was too cautious to act recklessly. Gradually, they made their way to the side of the hover car. However, a large pile of grass had moved quite a distance, and the other hunting teams weren't fools. They quickly noticed something was amiss and rushed over. Yi Qihong hurriedly picked up the white pig and threw it into the hover car. The white pig fell unexpectedly and let out a grunt. The surrounding hunting teams instantly turned into hungry wolves. A white pig. The call of a white pig. Wanqing really had a white pig. They truly hadn't come in vain. Everyone rushed over, wanted to snatch the white pig. Jiang Wan jumped onto the hover car, squeezing in with the white pig. Yi Qihong slammed on the gas, and the hover car shot out. However, those hunting teams still stubbornly followed behind. Poor Song Xiuxiu, who was still picking wild vegetables, looked up and found everyone in disarray. She grabbed her small bamboo basket and wanted to catch up, but then she thought about it. Those hunting teams had just seen her come with Jiang Wan. Now, they were all focused on chasing the white pig, forgetting about her. When they calmed down and remembered, they would definitely interrogate her on how to catch the white pig. Song Xiuxiu quickly turned around and ran in the opposite direction. The hover car left the area and was finally safe. At this moment, Jiang Wan realized she had left Song Xiuxiu behind. She hurriedly contacted Song Xiuxiu to send her location. Yi Qihong immediately dispatched someone to pick up Song Xiuxiu. Right now, the most important thing was still the white pig. They were safe now. But as long as the white pig hadn't been transported to the breeding farm at the military base on Jinwangxing, it could still be snatched away by someone. Yi Qihong quickly contacted the military base and ordered a spaceship to come over. As the aide to the commander, he had the authority to command the spaceship. However, the military spaceships were all in use. Deputy Yi, the military does not have any spare spaceships right now. You may have to wait a little while. Yi Qihong couldn't wait any longer. He initially wanted to tell them he had a white pig here and asked them to send a spaceship over quickly. But then he thought about how the current spaceships were transporting the citizens who had come for the hunting on Wanqing. Forget it. It was more dangerous to share a spaceship with them. Yichihong decided to drive the hover car back since it wasn't far. Wait. Suddenly, Jiang Wan's voice came from behind the car. Deputy Yi, if you're going to drive the hover car back, could you let me sit in the front? Jiang Wan's voice sounded a bit desperate. Earlier, in a hurry to avoid the hunting team's attack, she had jumped into the back compartment and sat with the white pig, staring at each other. However, after all, the white pig was still a pig. Moreover, it was a wild pig. How clean could it be? Jiang Wan was almost suffocated sitting with the white pig. Yichihong quickly realized and hurriedly had the soldier next to him get out of the car. With a flattering smile on his face, he asked Jiang Wan to come down from the compartment. I'm really sorry. Look at my brain, I forgot. Jiang Wan wiped her arms, hands, and neck with a towel, sulking as she sat in the passenger seat without saying a word. Yichihong drove at maximum speed. Even if it wasn't for the white pig, he needed to let Jiang Wan take a quick shower and change her clothes. After all, it was Jiang Wan who found the white pig. He couldn't neglect her because of the pig. Yichihong silently brought back a white pig. This left everyone dumbfounded. Deputy Yi, where are you taking our white pig? Wait, this doesn't seem like the one from the breeding farm. The two white pigs looked about the same size. But the one from the breeding farm had been carefully taken care of and was cleaner, while the one Yichihong brought back was dirtier. Only then did everyone react. Deputy Yi, you caught a white pig. Good job. You really have a knack for this. Jiang Wan, who was smelly and in a hurry to take a shower, turned around and left. Yichihong quickly shouted, it wasn't me who caught it. It was Jiang Wan. Everyone was even more shocked. Miss Jiang is really amazing. She found another white pig. Yeah, it's only been a few days. I really envy her. She catches a white pig every time she goes to launching. Everyone looked at Jiang Wan's back with envious eyes. Yichihong opened the compartment and shouted, don't just stand there. Hurry up and herd the pig. We need to get it to the breeding farm. The breeder was currently taking care of the newly born white pigs. When he saw a group of soldiers herding a huge pile of grass coming over, he was completely bewildered. As they got closer, the breeder could finally see clearly. Goodness, this isn't a pile of grass. It's a white pig. Where did you guys get this white pig? It was found by Jiang Wan. The breeder's shocked expression faded, and he nodded. If Jiang Wan found it, then that makes a lot more sense. Everyone cleared the grass off the white pig's back. The breeder looked a bit disgusted. This one is dirty. That's right. Jiang Wan was really disgusted by it. The breeder waved his hand, instructing the soldiers to bring hot water. I'll give the white pig a bath. After using several large basins of water, they finally cleaned the white pig. The soldiers looked at this white pig and then at the previous one. It really looks alike. If someone didn't know better, they might think these two white pigs were born from the same litter. The only difference was that the newly caught white pig had a slightly bigger belly. The previous white pig's belly had been quite large too, but it became smaller after giving birth. Chapter 290, revealing a unique secret. Everyone paused for 2 seconds and turned to look at the soldier who spoke. This white pig could be pregnant too? Where's the breeder? Hurry and check. My God, what luck, catching 2 pregnant white pigs in a row. The breeder quickly squeezed through the crowd. What? This white pig is also pregnant? He reached out with trembling hands to touch the pig's belly. The soldiers huddled together, looking nervously at the breeder. The once noisy breeding farm suddenly fell silent. Even the sound of the wind could be heard clearly. Song Xiuqiu was brought back to Golden Star by the soldiers arranged by Yichihong. As soon as she entered the breeding farm, she saw everyone gathered there, motionless and silent. Song Xiuqiu's heart tightened, startled. Could something have happened to the white pig? She hurried over. The soldiers were all tall and strong. Song Xiuqiu was at the back and couldn't see what was happening. She tiptoed for a long time, but not only could she not see the white pig, she couldn't even see a single hair from it. Anxious, she finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "What's wrong with the white pig?" At that moment, the breeder stood up with joy. The white pig really is pregnant. Wow, wow, wow. Who caught this white pig? It's amazing. Other planets must be envious. The soldiers cheered and jumped up shouting. Song Xiuqiu stood at the back, and upon hearing the breeder's words, she could hardly believe her ears. It really is a pregnant white pig. What she had hoped for had come true. Jiang Wan finished her bath and changed clothes before rushing over. From a distance, she saw a group of people huddled together laughing. She looked at them in confusion and walked over. What happened? At this moment, Song Qiuqiu was also in a bit of shock. The white pig is pregnant. She seemed a bit dazed, and her tone was very uncertain. Jiang Wan looked at her in confusion. You just found out after several days? Song Qiuqiu quickly explained. No, it's the one you just caught. Huh? Now, it was Jiang Wan's turn to be shocked. She pushed through the crowd to the front. A clean white pig was lying in a straw nest, showing off its big belly. The breeder was massaging it nearby. Wow, the treatment for a pregnant pig is really different. Jiang Wan crossed her arms and stood by, watching the white pig enjoy itself, occasionally rubbing its head. Great, now her parents would have more due. Sure enough, when Shun Huixian and Jiang Heng heard that Jiang Wan had caught another pregnant white pig, they immediately brought a basket of wild vegetables to the breeding farm. A group of people gathered by the pig pen, watching the white pig eat the wild vegetables. Suddenly, someone sighed. Alas, everyone turned to look at him. Why are you sighing? What is there to sigh about catching another pregnant white pig? After sighing, the person looked up and saw everyone staring at him. He quickly explained, I just envy Jiang Wan for catching 2 pregnant white pigs. Why don't I have such luck? Upon hearing this, everyone also felt envious of Jiang Wan. They couldn't just say she was lucky. Maybe she had a unique secret. After that, the soldier turned to Jiang Wan for confirmation. Right, Miss Jiang? Jiang Wan's eyes flickered. Could she say she did nothing and the white pig just came to her? But if she said that, it would definitely be a blow to their spirits. Jiang Wan stammered for a long time and finally nodded. Yes. The soldiers became excited and quickly asked, what is the unique secret? Tell us. A group of big men looked at Jiang Wan with curious eyes. This scene looked quite strange. Jiang Wan couldn't help but take a step back. Yi Qihong immediately stepped in to defuse the situation. Hey, what are you doing? It's all a unique secret. So how can it be shared? You guys have no sense at all. Go to your own work. The soldiers were scolded by Yi Qihong and dispersed to do their own tasks. With the crowd gone, Jiang Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't know how to catch white pigs. Both times were just coincidences. Turning around, she met Yi Qihong's sly smile. Jiang Wan looked at him in confusion. Hee. Yi Qihong took a few steps forward and smiled. Now that no one is around, can you reveal a little bit of your unique secret for catching white pigs? Jiang Wan. She really thought Yi Qihong was helping her out. Unexpectedly, it was also for the so-called unique secret for catching white pigs. Jiang Wan gave up resisting. Do you believe me if I say I don't have a unique secret? Yi Qihong was stunned and didn't speak. But his face clearly showed that he didn't believe her. Jiang Wan was exasperated. I really don't have a unique secret. Yi Qihong was silent for 2 seconds and said somewhat dejectedly, the white pig is very precious, so it's understandable that you don't want to say. He looked so disappointed that it made Jiang Wan feel guilty. She shook her head helplessly. Okay, I'll tell you. Yi Qihong suddenly looked up at her, regaining his smile. Jiang Wan held up 2 fingers and said clearly, luck. Ha. Song Qiuqiu burst out laughing from the side. Let them continue to not believe Sister Wan. Now they must be dumbfounded, right? They must be feeling down. She had been there both times when the white pig was caught, so she naturally knew that Sister Wan had done nothing and that the white pig had come to her on its own. Yi Qihong seemed to be in disbelief for a long time before finally saying, Are you saying you caught 2 pregnant white pigs purely because of good luck? Jiang Wan nodded. What else? Was there really a unique secret? Yi Qihong widened his eyes. Isn't that strange? To catch 2 white pigs in a row, both pregnant, all because of luck? Yi Qihong rolled his eyes and quickly pinched his own philtrum. Forget it. Jiang Wan's luck has always been extraordinary, something that ordinary people can't understand. Seeing him like this, Jiang Wan quickly stepped forward. Deputy Yi, are you okay? She had already said she wouldn't say, but they insisted she do so. Now, good, he must be feeling stimulated. This couldn't be blamed on her. Yi Qihong took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm fine. He turned and left to do his own thing. If there really were any unique secrets, he could learn from them. But as for luck, that was something he really couldn't learn. Chapter 291. Eyeing that one? Picket Yi Qihong pulled away the hover car that belonged to the military, clearly marked with distinct symbols. Almost everyone present recognized it as the military transport hover car from Jiang Wanxing. In no time, all the hunting teams on Wanxing learned that Jiang Wanxing had captured another white pig. The excitement stemmed from the fact that Wanxing really had white pigs. Initially, Many thought Jiang Wan was just advertising their affiliated planet, claiming there were white pigs there. Even if they came to Wanxing and couldn't find any, they could always say it was because the visitors couldn't find them, which had nothing to do with them. After all, white pigs were indeed hard to find. So many powerful families sent a few people to scout the area first and see what the situation was. Now, having seen a white pig with their own eyes, they hurriedly informed their families. Wanxing became even more bustling as a group of people headed there. For the military, a new problem arose. There were too many people. Wanxing couldn't accommodate them all. Everyone came to Wanxing for hunting, not for a market gathering. With so many people gathered together, even a fierce beast wouldn't come close, let alone other animals. Catching white pigs was out of the question. White pigs were difficult to catch precisely because they were very alert and good at hiding. With so many people, how could they possibly catch one? The white pigs had long since been scared away. The military had already devised corresponding plans for this. Qinxi continued to expand the safe zone to the south. Meanwhile, Wanxing had to limit the number of people allowed in each day. There were also regulations on how many people could be in each area. You couldn't just go wherever you wanted. Additionally, no group could stay in Wanxing for more than one day. Each team could only stay for one day and had to leave the next day. Otherwise, how would new teams come in if the old teams stayed indefinitely? These regulations sparked immediate discontent among everyone. How could white pigs be so easily caught in just one day? Moreover, everyone wanted to go to the area where Jiang Wan had already confirmed there were white pigs. They had no idea what the situation was like in other areas. Thus, the hunting teams on Wanxing immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. The military's response was that everyone wanted to stay longer and occupy the good spots, but they had to do this for fairness. However, there were ways around it. If you wanted to choose a good spot and stay longer, you had to pay with interstellar coins. Energy stones and rare materials were also acceptable. This news immediately led to a wave of complaints. However, the military completely ignored those voices. It didn't matter which powerful family or which planet you were from. Once you arrived at Wanxing, it was the territory of Jiang Wanxing. The so-called strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake, no matter how powerful you are. You must follow the rules. Back when Jiang Wanxing was just an inconspicuous remote planet, they had signed many unequal treaties just to exchange for a bit of energy. Now, they had finally turned the tables. Were they being excessive? This was just the beginning. Although developed planets and powerful families were nearly fed up with Jiang Wanxing, the weaker planets were very grateful for the rules set by Jiang Wanxing. Without these rules, Wanxing would have been monopolized by the first batch of people and those in power. The big families and developed planets didn't lack interstellar coins. They just didn't want to be at the mercy of a small, remote planet like Jiang Wanxing. But Zhu would never back down. They had to comply with the regulations to stay and catch white pigs. In no time, almost all the powerful families and developed planets had pulled out their interstellar coins and energy stones, all to seize the area where Jiang Wan had caught the white pigs. Yin also brought things to find Jiang Wan, hoping she could help the Yin family's hunting team secure a good spot. Jiang Wan looked at the pile of items in front of her, which was nearly a mountain. Not to mention, Yin was truly generous with her. Every time Jiang Wan gave him a good item, he would immediately bring a whole bunch of things in return, fearing he was taking advantage of her. Last time, when Jiang Wan's refining ability was impaired, Yin had given her quite a lot of items, which were still piled up in the storage room. Thinking of this, Jiang Wan waved her hand. Want a white pig? Follow me. Yin got into the hover car with Jiang Wan and arrived at the military's breeding farm just in time to see the piglets coming out to nurse. Each one was squealing, bumping into each other, and nearly going crazy trying to get to the milk. Yin leaned over the wall, watching with great interest. They were really strong. They had grown a lot in just a few days. Jiang Wan stood behind him and said, "Which one do you like? Pick one." Yin paused, turned to look at her. "You really let me pick?" He immediately reached out for a piglet. How extravagant. Jiang Wan nodded, of course. She had brought him here. Did he think she just wanted him to look? Seeing Jiang Wan's serious expression, which didn't seem like a joke, he instantly became excited. "Then I want to hold back." Yin looked around. The Yin family's hunting team also gathered to watch. "Young master, look at that one." "Hey, that one's good. Big size. Strong. Let us go with that one. Easy to raise." Yin followed their direction and nodded. It was indeed Quite good. The piglet kicked away the others, claiming its own space. He turned to Jiang Wan and said, I want this one. Jiang Wan took a look and said, no. That one do. That one is for Chiu. Pick another. Yin raised an eyebrow, realizing the little girl was quite picky. So, he chose another sturdy one, just slightly smaller than the one Song Chiu had chosen. Jiang Wan had someone mark that piglet. They would come back for it after weaning, otherwise, it wouldn't survive. Yin understood. Although he was eager to take the piglet back to show his family, he had to hold back. 2 of the 6 piglets had already been sent out. Everyone was playing together. Since he and Song Chiu had received theirs, others would definitely get theirs too. After dividing the 6, she probably wouldn't have any left for herself. Yin looked at the piglet that was squinting its eyes while nursing, feeling quite fond of it. But he still said, maybe forget it? Just tell me the place, and I'll take people to catch it. Jiang Wan looked at him in confusion. I already said I'd give it to you. You don't want it? Yin sighed. You've given them all away. Do you still have any left for yourself? Jiang Wan slowly revealed a smile, realizing he was worried about this. She turned to indicate the pig pen next to them. Yin took a couple of steps forward and saw a white pig lying in the grass nest, sleeping. Its big round belly was quite eye-catching. Yin suddenly thought of something. Shocked, he asked, this white pig isn't also pregnant, is it? Jiang Wan nodded. That's right. It will give birth in a few days. Chapter 292, we must have been played. Shocked words were stuck in his throat, and he didn't know what to say. But Yin knew that this was just a routine operation for Jiang Wan. He sighed quietly. People really do make others feel inferior. You can't compare. You can't compare. Since that was the case, Yin decided to take the little pig. However, he still asked Jiang Wan where she had caught the white pig. He was really envious. If he took a chance, maybe he could catch a pregnant white pig too. Jiang Wan told him about the big rock. She had found the white pig near the big rock on the east side of the forest. Once Yin knew the specific location, he hurriedly took people to Wansheng. Jiang Wan looked at the piglets. 2 out of 6 had been taken, leaving 4. Since they all played together, Jiang Wan certainly couldn't be biased. Since she had given one to Song Chiu and Yin Yu, then she had to give one to Qin Si, Fu Lingyuan, Su Xinyu, and Lin Yuewei as well. Qin Si and Lin Yuewei were from the same family, so giving one to them was enough. As for Fu Lingyuan, to be honest, even though Jiang Wan recognized him as her godson, her relationship with the Fu family wasn't really deep. She only planned to give them one because Fu Lingyuan was Si Yan's right-hand man, plus Fu Chen's connection. However, she would not take the initiative to offer it. If the Fu family showed some sincerity, she would be willing to make a trade. But if the Fu family showed no indication, Jiang Wan wouldn't be the one to push. Just as she was thinking this, someone from the Fu family came. It was Fu Lingyuan himself, bringing a large number of things, just like Yin Yu. Jiang Wan didn't put on airs and directly took them to the farm to choose pigs. After selecting the pigs, the Fu family was about to leave. However, when they saw the second pig Jiang Wan caught, which was also a pregnant white pig, Fu Lingyuan couldn't contain himself and asked Jiang Wan for the specific location, then took his people there. No one could resist the temptation of a pregnant white pig. If they could, it would be 2. When Jiang Wan returned home, she instructed the housework robot to take Yin Yu and Fu Lingyuan's things to the storage room. She didn't need them for now. The new rules set by Wansheng began to take effect, and the area where the white pigs were discovered was continuously occupied by powerful hunting teams. Other areas, however, were rotated daily. After 3 or 4 days, no hunting team had caught a white pig. Many teams were getting anxious. Not all teams were as deep-rooted as the Yin and Fu families, who could afford to pay so much interstellar currency, energy stones, and rare treasures daily without concern. Many teams were on the verge of collapsing. At this time, some people seized the opportunity to stir up trouble. I see there's no white pig here at all. This is a trap set by Gold Star to collect our interstellar currency. Yeah, we've been here for 4 days. Didn't they say the people from Gold Star found the white pigs here? How come I haven't seen a single pig here? We must have been played. As these inflammatory words spread, they immediately gained the support of a large group of people. They clamored for Gold Star to give an explanation. The military quickly sent people to suppress the unrest, but those hunting teams represented families or planets. The military could only suppress them temporarily. They needed to come up with a solution quickly. However, if they couldn't catch the white pigs, the military had no way to help. Those white pigs weren't raised by the military. The situation was urgent. Those who incited trouble had calculated that the military couldn't catch the white pigs, which was why they were so arrogant. It was infuriating. At a critical moment, everyone coincidentally thought of Jiang Wan. Just because they couldn't catch the white pigs didn't mean Jiang Wan couldn't. As long as Jiang Wan caught a white pig in front of everyone, the rumors would be refuted. It would prove that Wansheng indeed had white pigs. It was their own skills that were lacking, and they couldn't blame the military. Jiang Wan had just completed her physical training when she saw a group led by Yi Chi-hong along with several officers loitering at the training room door. Jiang Wan opened the door and invited them in. If you want to train, you can come in by yourselves. Yi Chi-hong chuckled awkwardly and quickly waved his hands. No, we're not here to train. We specifically came to find you. Jiang Wan paused, wiping her sweaty hands, and looked at them with confusion. Looking for me? For what? If Yi Chi-hong was looking for her, that was one thing, but why were so many unfamiliar officers looking for her? In fact, the higher-ups had entrusted this matter to these officers to resolve. They thought of Jiang Wan, but since they weren't familiar with her, they had to use Ye's deputy as an intermediary. Yi Chi-hong gave a knowing glance to the officers. The officers quickly stepped forward and explained the situation in detail. Oh, I see. This matter had been quite the uproar lately, and Jiang Wan had heard a bit about it. I can help, but I can't guarantee that I can definitely catch a white pig. Who can say for sure about luck? Seeing that she agreed, the officers quickly said, It's fine. Just give it a try. If we don't catch anything, we can think of other ways later. Jiang Wan called Song Qiuhua over with a communication device. Yi Chi-hong asked, Why are you bringing her to catch white pigs? Does Song Qiuhua know some secret technique? Jiang Wan didn't speak. She just felt that she needed to bring Song Qiuhua along. She had been present when Jiang Wan caught the white pigs the previous 2 times, so it was best to bring her again this time. When Song Qiuhua arrived, they all went to Wansheng together. After the spaceship landed, they took a hover car to the forest where they had previously caught the white pigs. Upon arrival, Jiang Wan immediately understood why no one had caught a white pig. With so many people, one might think they were there for a market. It would be surprising to catch anything. A group of people moved through the forest. Not to mention white pigs, there weren't even other mutated beasts. Jiang Wan asked Yi Chi-hong to disperse the crowd first. At this point, the hunting teams were unwilling. You brought people to catch white pigs, just so we could watch, right? Now you're driving us away. How can we see? Yeah, how do we know you won't secretly place a white pig here and then pretend you caught it? Jiang Wan was truly exasperated. They didn't believe there were white pigs. Yet when it came time to catch them, they were the ones not cooperating. You all are gathered here, not to mention white pigs. Not even a mutated beast is here. How are we supposed to catch anything? Am I supposed to conjure one out of thin air? Jiang Wan stood a bit away from the crowd, but her voice was loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Immediately, some people were unhappy. How are you speaking? What tone is that? It's your planet that has been deceiving people. Are you angry because you've been exposed? Chapter 293. Don't want your tongue anymore? Bang! A dagger was thrust into the ground at the feet of the speaker. The once restless ability users froze, not daring to breathe. Yin Yu stood in front of Jiang Wan, retracting his right hand. His gaze was slightly cold. If anyone dared to shout again, he would pull out their tongue. Everyone held their breath, and the scene fell into silence. The ability user who had just spoken was somewhat unconvinced. The Yin family was a prominent family, and their backgrounds were not insignificant either. If it came down to a hard confrontation, who was afraid of whom? The person immediately stood up, questioning. What does it have to do with you? You. Halfway through his words, Fu Lingyuan stepped out from the crowd. He scanned the area with his narrow eyes, and the authority of a higher-up instantly overwhelmed the atmosphere. He crossed his arms and stood beside Yin Yu, shielding Jiang Wan behind him. What? You really don't want your tongue anymore? The previously shouting ability user was instantly frightened. The Yin family, he could still argue a bit, but the Fu family, he truly did not dare to retort, especially when facing Fu Lingyuan, the young master of the Fu family. The person's lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing and silently retreated back into the crowd. Coward! Fu Lingyuan casually withdrew his gaze and turned to Jiang Wan, saying, You can continue. Jiang Wan nodded and took 2 steps forward. Each team could leave 2 people as witnesses for catching the white pig, while the others would move to different areas. After discussing among themselves, the hunting teams concluded that this was the only way. With so many of them gathered here, it was of no use. It was better to disperse first and see if the others could catch the white pig. All right, we agree with what you said. Several teams discussed, and each left 2 people, while the others boarded the hovering vehicles prepared by the military to go to other areas. Yi Qihong secretly curled his lips. If it weren't for the Fu and Yin families standing on Jiang Wan's side, this group of bullies wouldn't be so easy to talk to. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, one must be strong to stand firm. After the others left, the forest suddenly became spacious. The remaining people scattered in all directions, leaving only Jiang Wan alone on a large rock. Though there was no one in front of her, Jiang Wan knew they were definitely watching her every move from the shadows. She stood still for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. She really didn't know how to catch the white pig, but couldn't let them see any flaws. Song Qiuyo followed behind her, waiting for her instructions. As soon as Jiang Wan saw her, she immediately knew what to do. Just repeat what they had done the previous 2 times. Jiang Wan took out 2 small shovels for digging wild vegetables and 2 small baskets. She handed one to Song Qiuyo. Song Qiuyo took it and understood what to do. Are we going to dig wild vegetables at the previous spot? Jiang Wan pondered for a moment and nodded. It was still better to follow the previous methods. What if the wild vegetables in other places weren't to the white pig's liking? The 2 of them carried the small bamboo baskets and went to dig wild vegetables. The ability users hiding in the shadows were full of confusion. Aren't they supposed to catch the white pig? Why are these 2 digging wild vegetables? They wondered if they were being played. These people couldn't sit still anymore. But with the Fu and Yin families protecting Jiang Wan, even if they wanted to make trouble, they had to think twice. They could only calm down and wait. Jiang Wan and Song Qiuyo squatted down, chatting while digging wild vegetables. Song Qiuyo had been digging for several days and was getting more skilled. In a short while, she had filled half a basket. Jiang Wan wasn't cut out for hard work and had only dug a few plants. The number of people in the forest decreased. Some low-level mutated beasts had come out to forage. Those low-level mutated beasts mostly ate plants and posed no threat to the 2 of them. Jiang Wan and Song Qiuyo continued to chat and dig wild vegetables. The ability users hiding in the shadows were puzzled. What exactly were they doing? Were they going to catch the white pig or not? If they didn't know better, they might think these 2 were on a spring outing. Is it possible they're really playing us? Watching the 2 of them, so happy, it seemed like they were just here for fun. However, they only dared to mutter among themselves and didn't dare to say it out loud for fear of letting Fu Lingyuan and Yin Yu hear. After digging for a while, Jiang Wan felt a bit dizzy. She counted the wild vegetables in her hands. There were about 10. That was enough. It was the same amount as the previous 2 times. She took the wild vegetables and went to the nearby large rock to rest. I'm going to take a break. Song Qiuyo nodded. Okay, go ahead. As Jiang Wan moved, the ability users hiding in the shadows began to stir. Is it starting? Are we going to catch the white pig now? Where's she going to catch it? A crowd pushed forward, eager to get closer. In the meantime, Jiang Wan took a few steps forward and directly sat on the large rock to start resting. Everyone fell silent for a moment and sighed. Oh, I thought we were starting to catch the white pig. Why aren't we starting yet? Exactly. After digging wild vegetables for half a day, she ran over to rest again. Jiang Wan couldn't hear the complaints of those people. She sat on the rock, placed the wild vegetables aside, and began to daydream. She didn't know how long she sat there when she suddenly heard a pig squeal. Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat. Did the silly pig take the bait? She secretly turned her head, and sure enough, a white pig was eating wild vegetables. Jiang Wan shook her head helplessly. Greedy eating would get the pig killed. She looked down and poked her head. Yin Yu immediately received the signal. He took out the net he had caught and said in a low voice, "Prepare to catch the pig. Everyone, catch the pig. Where's the pig?" They hurriedly looked up at Jiang Wan. She was still sitting on that rock resting. She hadn't gone to look for the white pig at all. Where were they supposed to catch the white pig? Yin Yu raised his chin, signaling them to look behind the rock where Jiang Wan was sitting. Everyone squinted and observed closely. There really was a round, white head eating wild vegetables. The ability users suddenly became excited. There really was a white pig, and it was big and fat. Everyone's mouths watered with envy. As their eyes exchanged glances, an evil thought surged. The white pig was happily eating wild vegetables when suddenly it was surrounded by a group of people. The white pig looked very confused. Yichihong took out the cage he had prepared long ago, and the others surrounded the white pig tightly. There was no need to use force. With a gentle push, the white pig squeezed itself into the cage. Yichihong closed the cage. In an instant, several hands landed on the cage at the same time. Everyone looked up, and the eyes exchanged between them were filled with hostility. Yin stood by with his arms crossed, jokingly saying, "Can't catch the white pig, but can rob it." He clenched his right hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. "If you're going to rob, come on then. Just for the little piglet Jiang Wan gave me. This white pig, I will definitely protect it." Chapter 294, only digging this kind of wild vegetable other ability, users were secretly estimating whether they could defeat Yin. Although the Yin family became wealthy through business and the ability levels of the family members were not high, Yin stood out as a remarkable figure. His ability level was among the top in his peers, and these people were not necessarily able to beat him. However, if they teamed up, a figure stepped forward, standing beside Yin. Fu Lingyuan flexed his fingers, and a ball of lightning appeared in his hand. He casually raised his gaze towards the crowd, the warning meaning clearer than ever. At this moment, the hands of those ability users, which were previously gripping the cage, immediately loosened. If it were just Yin alone, they might have dared to try their luck. But with Fu Lingyuan added to the mix, surrender was the only option. Yin was a talented scion of a prestigious family, and Fu Lingyuan was a general who had seen real combat. Fighting Fu Lingyuan? Were they seeking death? The ability users quickly let go of the cage, awkwardly trying to backtrack. The white pig was quite strong. They needed to help Deputy Yi and not let the hard-earned pig escape. "Hey, yeah. The white pig is hard to catch. We need to keep an eye on it." Jiang Wan stood not far from the crowd and said leisurely, "It's actually quite easy to catch." The ability users. This was simply a heart-wrenching blow. They were all fighting over a single white pig, but Jiang Wan just sat on a rock for a while, and a white pig came to her doorstep. The disparity in this world was too painful. "Ha ha!" Song Qiuxiu laughed heartlessly, wanting to hit those ability users trying to snatch their white pig, letting them know the height of heaven and the depth of the earth. Yichihong waved, and the soldiers behind him hurried over to help lift the cage onto the military transport hover vehicle. Yichihong sat in the hover vehicle and said to Jiang Wan, "I'll take the white pig back to the breeding farm. Contact me anytime if you need anything." Jiang Wan nodded. To be honest, with Yin Yu and Fu Lingyuan around, those people didn't dare to act recklessly. Even with Yichihong leading the army of the Golden Star here, he might not be as effective as those two. Everyone could only watch as the white pig was taken away. Jiang Wan carefully observed the white pig's belly. The hover vehicle soon vanished from sight. Song Qiuxiu stepped forward, asking Sister Wan, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Wan tilted her head, leaning into her ear to share her guess. "I see this white pig's belly isn't small. It might be pregnant." "Huh?" Song Qiuxiu's mouth immediately dropped wide open. "No way. 3 white pigs in a row are pregnant. That's too lucky." Jiang Wan wasn't too sure. "I'll send a text to Deputy Yi. We'll know once the breeding room checks it." "Okay." Jiang Wan caught a white pig in front of everyone, which debunked the previous rumors. The hunting teams were now brainstorming ways to catch white pigs. They had all witnessed Jiang Wan's process of catching the white pig and remembered it. So a group of big men squatted down to start digging wild vegetables. Song Qiuxiu was pushed away by them. She patted off the dust on her body and came over to find Jiang Wan, grumbling, "They're all acting like madmen, almost knocking me over." Jiang Wan smiled, but said nothing. Yin Yu, accompanied by an ability user from the Yin family, dug a basket of wild vegetables and came to the big rock. Like Jiang Wan, he placed the wild vegetables on the stone and waited quietly. During this time, Fu Lingyuan also brought over wild vegetables, and several hunting teams placed their wild vegetables on the stone as well. Song Qiuxiu looked at the stone piled high with wild vegetables and whispered to Jiang Wan, "With so many wild vegetables, if a white pig really comes, whose will it be?" Jiang Wan crossed her arms and watched the show, chuckling softly. Whosever wild vegetables it eats, it counts as theirs. That's the only way to count it. Otherwise, how else could we count? Song Qiuxiu looked at the big pile of wild vegetables, confused. There are so many wild vegetables. I can't tell whose is whose. Everyone, like Jiang Wan, placed their wild vegetables on the stone and then waited quietly. However, after a long wait, there was still no sign of a white pig. Let us wait a bit longer. We've already waited so long. There can't be no white pig, right? Let's wait. We have no other choice. A group of people hid not far away, waiting for the white pig to appear. However, they waited for more than an hour without seeing a single white pig. This is strange. Jiang Wan just sat on the stone for a while, and a white pig appeared. How come we haven't seen one after waiting so long? Another hour passed, and everyone was getting anxious. I think there won't be any white pigs today. It's possible. After all, white pigs are rare. We've already caught one. Maybe there aren't any more. Why don't we try again tomorrow? Staying at Wanjing every day costs a lot of interstellar currency. We can't just stop hunting because of a white pig. Everyone sighed and dispersed to hunt. Jiang Wan turned to look at them. Why is everyone leaving? Yin Yu and Fu Lingyuan were also preparing to take people hunting. Wait. The two stopped, turning to look at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan walked towards the wild vegetable patch. Come here, I'll take you to catch a white pig. Yin Yu and Fu Lingyuan exchanged glances and quickly followed her. Jiang Wan instructed Song Xiao, go collect all those wild vegetables from the stone and throw them away. Then she squatted down, searching for a while until she found a wild vegetable. She dug it out and showed it to the two. Remember, only dig this kind of wild vegetable. Don't take anything else. Jiang Wan had observed for a long time earlier. The wild vegetables dug up by those ability users were all kinds, but none were this type. This kind of wild vegetable had almost all been dug up by Song Xiao. Perhaps the reason the white pig hadn't appeared was that the types of wild vegetables dug were incorrect. Yin Yu and Fu Lingyuan immediately understood her meaning. They quickly began to search for the wild vegetable she had shown. Although most had been dug up by Song Xiao, there were still a few scattered around. The two dug up 7 or 8 of them before Jiang Wan told them to stop. She first sent Yin Yu over. You go sit on the stone, place the wild vegetables beside you, and then don't worry about anything else. Okay. Yin Yu obediently took the wild vegetables and walked over to sit down. Sure enough, in just about 10 minutes, a white pig appeared. Yin Yu heard a faint sound behind him. Turning his head, he saw a chubby white pig. He immediately lost his composure and jumped down from the stone to catch the pig. This startled the white pig, which took off running. Jiang Wan was just about to remind him not to act impulsively when he directly went after the white pig. She hadn't even finished her sentence. She helplessly pressed her forehead. This temperament was too hasty. Chapter 295. You're just a male, fortunately. Yin Yu was agile and managed to catch the white pig. The white pig screamed desperately, its cries echoing through the forest, loud enough for everyone to hear. The ability users who were still hunting all rushed back. Seeing such a large white pig, they were all stunned. What is going on? Why is there suddenly another white pig? If I had known, I wouldn't have left earlier. If I had stayed for just another 10 minutes, we might have caught the white pig too. Song Xiao listened from his side, silently thinking. Even if you had stayed a few hours longer, you still wouldn't have caught the white pig. The white pig's cries were so loud that Jiang Wan's ears hurt. She quickly searched her storage device for a rope and asked Yin Yu to tie up the white pig. Holding it all the time wasn't practical. Fu Lingyuan also brought the ability users from the Fu family to help. Together, they managed to tie up the white pig. The white pig lay on the ground, grunting. Song Xiao looked at its big belly and immediately nudged Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan frowned when she saw it. Normally, tying up an ordinary white pig and throwing it on the ground wouldn't be a problem. But this one might be pregnant, and if something happened, it wouldn't be good. She quickly contacted the military stationed at Wanxing and asked them to send a military hover vehicle over. Song Xiao then took some wild vegetables to feed the white pig. Yin Yu was still immersed in the joy of catching a white pig. Seeing Song Xiao personally feeding it wild vegetables, he smiled and said, there is no need to feed it by hand. Once it's transported to the breeding farm on Jinwangxing, we can just let it go and it can eat on its own. Song Xiao squatted down. Hearing this, she glanced up at him. Just make sure you don't regret saying that later. Yin Yu scratched his head, feeling confused. What was he talking about? Regret what? However, since Song Xiao said it, there must be a reason. Yin Yu squatted down and joined her in feeding the white pig. Let me feed it. You can rest over there. The other hunting teams, seeing that the Yin family had caught a white pig, were envious and abandoned their hunts to try and catch the white pig themselves. Jiang Wan and Fu Lingyuan tacitly made way for them. Let them fuss around. They wouldn't be able to catch it anyway. Sure enough, several hunting teams worked hard for over an hour, but still didn't see a single hair from the pig. They decided to go back to hunting instead. During this time, the station military sent a military hover vehicle to transport Yinyu's white pig to the breeding farm on Jinwangsing. This area was now mostly empty, and Jiang Wan signaled Fu Lingyuan to sit on a rock and put the wild vegetables aside. Jiang Wan and Song Qiuqiu waited not far away. After more than half an hour, they still hadn't seen any trace of the white pig. The Fu family's ability users were feeling disheartened. Jiang Wan also began to wonder if all the white pigs in this forest had already been caught. Just when everyone was puzzled, a white pig staggered over to the rock, sneaking a bite of wild vegetables. Jiang Wan focused her gaze. This white pig was huge, bigger than the ones they had caught before. With the experience from earlier, Fu Lingyuan didn't act recklessly like Yinyu. Instead, he threw a lot of wild vegetables on the ground. Then, when the pig wasn't paying attention, he took the opportunity to put the cage over it. The cage had arrived with the military hover vehicle just now, and it was just right for Fu Lingyuan to use. The white pig, with its fat head and big ears, was too busy eating to notice it had been trapped. Jiang Wan quickly contacted the military to send another hover transport vehicle over. This time, the vehicle arrived quickly. The group worked together to get the white pig onto the transport vehicle. Then they boarded the Fu family's hover vehicle and returned to Jinwangsing. When they entered the breeding farm, they saw a crowd gathered, making a commotion. Before Jiang Wan could ask what was going on, Yinyu rushed out with a small basket, looking anxious. He happened to run into a few people. Jiang Wan quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Yinyu seemed not to hear, covering his head and moving forward. Fu Lingyuan quickly stepped forward to grab him. What happened? Only then did Yinyu react. Seeing Jiang Wan, he hurriedly asked, "Do you know where there are wild vegetables for white pigs to eat?" The area where they had picked before was already empty, leaving only other wild vegetables. Jiang Wan shook her head, having been to that area. "Don't rush. Tell me what happened first." Yinyu calmed down, sighing with some regret. "If I had known, I shouldn't have been so impulsive in catching the white pig. Who would have thought that the white pig was pregnant, and it's about to give birth? I scared it so much that it went into premature labor." Song Qiuqiu's eyes widened. Premature labor? I noticed that the pig's belly was quite big. She hadn't expected it was about to give birth. I still have a lot of wild vegetables here. Let us give them to the white pig first. Without strength, how can it give birth? Song Qiuqiu directly took out 2 small baskets of wild vegetable from her storage device and handed them to Yinyu. Seeing the wild vegetables, Yinyu looked gratefully at Song Qiuqiu and hurried over to feed the white pig. Jiang Wan followed him and was surprised to find her parents there. They had experience from assisting with one birth and were called over by the breeding technician to help. Chun Huixian and Zhang Ziheng were more than happy to assist since they had nothing to do at home. After the white pig ate the wild vegetables, it gained some strength. With the unique massage techniques of the breeding technician, it soon gave birth to 3 piglets. Compared to Jiang Wan's white pig, which had given birth to 6, 3 was indeed too few. However, Yinyu was already very happy. The Yin family's hunting team was leaning against the wall, watching the piglets with delight. The Fu family's hunting team turned to look at their own white pig, which had been eating since it was caught. A few ability users exchanged glances. Our white pig isn't small either, and it's eating so much. Could it be? They didn't finish their sentence, but everyone understood what it meant. Fu Lingyuan was also a bit excited. Maybe his pig was also pregnant. After the breeding technician finished assisting with the birth and washed his hands, he heard them discussing. He glanced at the white pig, which was indeed quite large, the biggest of the ones caught in the past few days. However, this white pig is male. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. It's actually a male. Sighs of disappointment filled the air. Everyone felt quite let down. Even if it wasn't pregnant, at least it should have been a female, right? To think it was a male. Jiang Wan couldn't help but laugh. The previous few white pigs were caught because they were pregnant and tempted. Who would have thought this male was also tempted? Fu Lingyuan's gaze towards the white pig immediately turned a bit colder. Chapter 296, Artificial Breeding. The Fu family's hunting team was somewhat disappointed. After all, the Yin family's white pig was pregnant and had given birth to 3 piglets. It would be a lie to say they weren't envious. However, upon reflection, having 1 white pig was already quite good. There were still so many hunting teams in Wanqing foolishly waiting. In comparison, they were quite lucky. With this thought, everyone felt much happier. Jiang Wan looked at the 2 white pigs she had caught, both of which were non-pregnant. After a brief contemplation, she stepped forward and asked, "Do you want a pregnant white pig?" The Fu family's hunting team was taken aback by her words and looked up at her in surprise. Fu Lingyuan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Jiang Wan continued, "Then I can trade the one I caught for yours." Everyone was stunned. It was well known that a boar and a pregnant white pig were incomparable. How could Jiang Wan possibly want to trade? Yi Qihong, who was standing nearby, instinctively opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Although the white pig was currently at the military's breeding farm, it was still captured by Jiang Wan. The military was merely holding it. The decision still rested with Jiang Wan. Song Qiuyo was initially surprised, but quickly sided with Jiang Wan. There must be a reason for her to do this. Jiang Wan looked around and saw that no one stood up to contradict her. Fu Lingyuan spoke up. "What you catch is yours. I can go catch another." While he said this, everyone understood how difficult it was to catch a white pig. They had been lucky today to catch several. White pigs were rare, and perhaps these few were the only ones in that forest. Who knew if they could catch more? However, Fu Lingyuan knew Jiang Wan had good intentions, but he also couldn't take advantage of her. Jiang Wan was not a saint. She didn't want to trade out of pity for him. "In fact, I want the military to breed the white piglets themselves." Upon hearing this, everyone looked up at her in unison. Jiang Wan scanned the crowd and continued, "White pigs are low-level mutated beasts, and their mutation level is not high, making artificial breeding highly possible. Moreover, we caught so many white pigs in that forest, and only this one is a boar. Perhaps those pregnant white pigs are all mates of this boar. This increases the possibility of artificial breeding even more." Everyone listened to her words and exclaimed that she had foresight. White pigs were rare, and if King Mars could breed them artificially, it would be a significant fortune. Fu Lingyuan pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I'll trade with you." The exchange of white pigs was thus established. The white pigs from the Fu and Yin families would be temporarily stored at the breeding farm until they returned to the capital star. Yin Yu immediately contacted the Yin family to prepare a luxurious spaceship to pick up the white pigs and piglets in a few days. Fu Lingyuan also contacted the Fu family to send a luxurious spaceship. After all, their white pig was also pregnant and needed careful protection. There was one more important matter. He turned to the breeder and said, "Our Fu family intends to hire you to assist with the delivery of the white piglets. Would you be willing?" In the entire Aether Empire, if the breeders of King Mars were said to be second, no one dared to claim the first. Being hired by the Fu family was something one could boast about for a lifetime. The breeder naturally agreed. However, he was still a breeder from King Mars. To take on private work, he would need the military's approval. Yi Qihong caught the breeder's gaze and waved his hand. "Go ahead. Assisting with the delivery of the white piglets is important. After all, this white pig has been raised at the military's breeding farm for so many days. No one wants it to have any accidents during delivery." But Yi Qihong started to say something, but paused. Everyone looked at him. "Make sure to come back quickly after assisting with the delivery. Our white pig is still waiting for you to breed." The breeder sighed in relief, startled. "All right, I'll definitely return early." The military had 2 breeders, but one was busy researching purebred rabbit breeding. Therefore, this breeder had been taking care of the white pig. If they wanted to study the breeding of white pigs, he would certainly be needed. Once everything was settled, Jiang Wan returned to continue her training. Meanwhile, the hunting teams in Wanqing saw that both the Yin and Fu families had caught white pigs and were extremely envious. Despite failing many times, they continued to try. Surprisingly, one hunting team managed to succeed. They happened to dig up wild vegetables that white pigs love to eat, luring the white pigs out. As soon as the white pigs appeared, those hunting teams erupted in excitement, using all their skills to catch them. At that moment, no one cared which hunting team had drawn out the white pigs. It was all about grabbing them first. Wanqing was in chaos. It was confirmed that there were indeed white pigs in Wanqing and that they could be caught. This made Wanqing even livelier. More and more people flocked to Wanqing. Even though the interstellar currency and energy stones they had to pay were considerable, they didn't care. The military officers were all smiles every day, filled with joy. They were getting rich. Who could possibly be against interstellar currency? With interstellar currency, the military began planning how to develop the planet. The first priority was to rebuild the Ability Academy. The Ability Academy on King Mars was in terrible condition. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was the worst in the entire Aether Empire. Jiang Wan and her team would represent King Mars in the ability competition, and there would certainly be media coverage. The poor state of King Mars's Ability Academy would be a laughingstock if broadcasted. Jiang Wan had heard a bit about these matters, but wasn't very clear. She spent her days going between home and the training ground, a 2-point line. In the morning, she practiced alchemy, and in the afternoon, she trained physically. Soon, the last match of the preliminary round arrived. It was the main event. Almost all the citizens tuned in to watch the live broadcast. Jiang Wan was no exception. Is it starting? Lin Yuewei approached with her favorite fruit. Song Xiuyo was searching for Su Sinyu's live stream page. Jiang Wan had just finished her alchemy and was putting away her materials. Found it. In the screen, Su Sinyu was sitting cross-legged in front of the furnace, staring expressionlessly at the camera. Yet despite this, there was still a large crowd of viewers captivated by her. Oh, my God is still so beautiful. Genius alchemist, Su Sinyu. The unattainable flower, I really love her. Su Sinyu glanced at the barrage and revealed a faint smile. The barrage instantly went wild. Song Xiuyo looked at the crazily scrolling comments and couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Sinyu's popularity is off the charts. Lin Yuewei was not surprised, saying, of course, Sinyu is a young genius alchemist who rose to fame early. Jiang Wan walked over and grabbed a grape. Suddenly, she remembered that Su Sinyu had come to King Mars with Lin Yuewei back then. Chapter 297, An unexpected turn of events. The First Legion was transferred to the desolate planet of Gold King Star. It was truly unbelievable that Su Sinyu, a genius alchemist, had come along as well. You originally came to Gold King Star with Qin Si, so why did Sinyu come over? Although it was expected for the 2 alchemists from the First Legion to follow the transfer, no one wanted to come to a planet like Gold King Star. The Su family, being one of the 8 great families, could have easily used their connections to avoid coming here. Lin Yuewei paused in her action of eating peaches. Her expression froze. She let out a sarcastic laugh. The head of the Su family was quite biased. Even Su Sinyu was able to enter the First Legion based on her own merits. It was impossible to get the Su family to use their connections. Plus, Su Sinyu was proud and aloof, so she would never ask the Su family to help her get transferred back. She casually followed the First Legion to Gold King Star. Jiang Wan pursed her lips. Great, another not-so-great family. The 3 of them did not continue the topic. The competition began, and everyone started watching. Su Sinyu's alchemy was very steady, with each step being nearly perfect. It was not like Jiang Wan's mystical approach, where flames erupted at times and the cauldron lid closed on its own. This final match mainly featured the alchemists from the capital star. The most popular contestants besides Su Sinyu were Xi and Yuqi and her. This girl even wore a grand court dress while alchemizing. Jiang Wan felt suffocated just looking at the corset around her waist. Song Xiuyo munched on snacks and smacked her lips. So tiring. Wearing such a big dress and sitting there for an hour straight, she was glad she could endure it. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even be able to alchemize. Wearing such a big and tight dress for over an hour would probably tire them out. Xi and Yuqi and Jiang Wan did not get along, and Lin Yuewei also found her displeasing. She muttered, so showy. However, it had to be said that Xi and Yuqi's alchemy skills were also quite impressive. Though they couldn't compare to Su Sinyu, they were only a step below her. An hour later, the competition time was up. It was time for the preliminary testing of the alchemical results. After all, these were the top talents from the capital star, and almost no one was eliminated during the preliminary tests. Not to mention how impressive the alchemical stabilizers were, they all managed to pass the most basic tests successfully. Some outstanding performances could be seen right from the preliminary tests. For example, Su Sinyu's attacking stabilizer shot a laser, and the scarecrow was instantly obliterated. Xi and Yuqi's attacking stabilizer also performed well, second only to Su Sinyu. Now, Sister Sinyu would definitely advance to the semifinals. Jiang Wan nodded. Her stabilizer was obviously extraordinary. The final results would be announced 2 days later. During this time, Yinyu's white pig and piglet were almost ready. The Yin family was preparing to take them back to the capital star. Yin, you specifically came to find Jiang Wan. asking if she wanted to go to the capital star with him. Jiang Wan did not like the capital star that did not plan to go. However, she wanted Yinyu to help her bring something to Su Xinyu, a piglet and a cardigan made from silver fish skin. Yinyu readily agreed. I'll set off the day after tomorrow morning and we'll arrive at the capital star by noon. As soon as I get there, I'll deliver it for you. Jiang Wan thanked him. 2 days later, the preliminary results were announced. Jiang Wan immediately saw her name. She was able to advance, which was no surprise to anyone. If she had not advanced, that would have been surprising. However, Jiang Wan searched for a long time, but did not find Su Xinyu's name. Could something have happened? She hurriedly went next door to find Lin Yuewei. Did you see Xinyu's name? Lin Yuewei was also at home checking the advancement list. She frowned and shook her head. No. Jiang Wan felt a bit anxious. Could something really have happened? She quickly contacted Su Xinyu, but no one answered. Lin Yuewei sighed and anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" Jiang Wan looked at her light brain and suddenly stood up. "We're going to the capital star." Lin Yuewei hurriedly followed her. "How do we go? Do we need to buy tickets now? We'll take a public spaceship. We need to check the nearest flight schedule." Jiang Wan paused and contacted Yinyu. "What's wrong, Jiang Wan?" Yinyu is currently at the military department of Gold King Star, looking at the chaotic crowd. He replied helplessly, "Something unexpected happened. I haven't set off yet." Jiang Wan smiled. "That's great. Yinyu, where are you now?" "Yuewei and I are coming to find you, and we'll go to the capital star together." "Oh, is that what this is about?" "I'm at the military department. You two come over." Yinyu was originally about to set off for the capital star. However, Fu Lingyuan suddenly contacted him, saying that the white pig from the Fu family was also about to give birth and asked him to bring the breeder along. The breeder was currently feeding the piglets. Suddenly notified to assist with the delivery, he was flustered, hurriedly packing his things. He also needed to take Chen Huixian and Jiang Ziheng along since they had experience with deliveries. When Chen Huixian heard this, she said she needed to go to Wanqing to gather wild vegetables. There was no choice. The white pig only ate those wild vegetables. If it didn't eat anything before giving birth, it wouldn't have the strength to deliver. Jiang Zhao immediately drove a hover car and took her to Wanqing. After gathering the wild vegetables, they headed straight to the military department. Just in time, Jiang Wan and Lin Yuewei also arrived. A group of people boarded the spaceship in a grand manner. Jiang Zhao originally did not intend to go, but had to continue training. He asked Jiang Wan why she was going to the capital star. Jiang Wan briefly explained. Jiang Zhao changed his mind and decided to board the spaceship with them, claiming that having more people for the delivery would provide more assurance. The spaceship landed at the Yin family's residence on the capital star. Jiang Wan and Lin Yuewei immediately wanted to go find Su Xinyu. As they were thinking about calling a hover car, Jiang Zhao drove over in one. The two got into the hover car. Jiang Wan asked, "Where did you get this hover car?" Jiang Zhao, "I borrowed it from Yinyu." "Oh, wait, that's not right." Jiang Wan turned to look at him. "Didn't you say you were going to help with the delivery?" Jiang Zhao tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He cleared his throat. "Mom told me to come and drop you off first." Jiang Wan stopped talking and looked him up and down. Her gaze finally landed on his hands gripping the steering wheel. She didn't know much about others, but she knew her brother very well. Every time he got nervous, he would instinctively tighten his fingers. Jiang Wan couldn't understand why she merely asked him why he didn't go to assist with the delivery. So why was he nervous? Not knowing what to think, she simply chose to ignore it. Jiang Zhao drove the hover car to the Su family's residence, only to be stopped at the entrance. "We are friends of Su Xinyu and are here to see her." Chapter 298. Dare to eavesdrop at the Su family? The gatekeeper, an ability user, made a call and opened the big gate. Jiang Wan and Lin Yuewei were about to get out of the car when unexpectedly, Jiang Zhao continued to drive the hover car inside. Jiang Wan looked at him in surprise. "You don't have to send us anymore. Hurry up and go help deliver the piglets." Jiang Zhao tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said, "These estates are quite large. It would take you ages to walk there." Jiang Wan nodded, "Indeed. But you're quite nice." Jiang Zhao shot her a glance. Jiang Wan chuckled softly. The hover car finally stopped in front of the villa. A servant was already waiting at the door. "Ladies, please wait in the living room for a moment. Our young lady will be here shortly." Jiang Wan nodded and followed the servant into the living room. The two took a seat, but unexpectedly, Jiang Zhao also sat down. Jiang Wan looked puzzled and asked, "Why aren't you going to help with the delivery?" Jiang Zhao picked up a teacup and took a sip. Your brother specially drove the hover car to bring you here. Can't he have a drink? Jiang Wan. That's just unreasonable. Drink up. Drink your fill before you leave. Knowing that Jiang Wan was doing it on purpose, Jiang Zhao gave her a faint glance and remained silent. The three waited in the living room. After about 20 minutes without anyone arriving, Jiang Wan attempted to call Su Xinyu, but no one answered. She glanced at Lin Yuewei, pointed to the light brain in her hand, and shook her head slightly. Lin Yuewei frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. She waved to a nearby servant. I think I dropped my ring outside. Could you help me find it? The servant nodded and asked, what kind of ring is it? Lin Yuewei replied, it's a red gemstone surrounded by small, shiny stones. The servant immediately got up to search. However, this only left one servant. There were still several people in the living room and at the door. Lin Yuewei employed the same trick to send them all out to help her look for the ring. Jiang Wan whispered, how long can this drag on? Lin Yuewei smirked slyly. I don't even have that ring. Let them search. Jiang Wan gave her a thumbs up. The two sneaked upstairs. There were no bedrooms on the first floor. Xinyu's bedroom should be upstairs. Jiang Zhao silently followed behind. Jiang Wan glanced at him, but hadn't he spoken when Jiang Zhao immediately said, I'm here to protect you from behind. Jiang Wan withdrew her gaze and ignored him. The three of them quietly went up to the second floor, eavesdropping at each room. However, the soundproofing of the house was too good. They heard nothing. Moreover, servants occasionally passed by, causing them to quickly hide. They felt like three little mice sneaking about, avoiding the light. This dragging on wasn't a solution. Jiang Wan closed her eyes and extended her mental power to check the surroundings. Jiang Zhao and Lin Yuewei noticed her actions and quickly kept quiet, standing by to keep watch. 2 minutes later, Jiang Wan opened her eyes. Over there. Jiang Wan took the lead and walked north, stopping in front of a door. The three of them leaned against the door and listened for a long time, only hearing faint sounds. Jiang Wan planned to use her mental power to investigate again when suddenly there was a loud thud. The three jumped in fright, as if something had fallen to the ground. Then they heard Su Xinyu's voice. Father, you can help me, why one you? Immediately after, a stern middle-aged man's voice replied, what can our Su family use to fight against the Xian family? The Xian family is backed by Her Highness the Empress. But father, this matter is clearly a scheme by Xian Yuqi. Even if it goes to the Emperor, we are in the right. Go to the Emperor? Are you crazy? Do you want the entire Su family to be targeted by the Xian family? Father, enough. The conversation abruptly stopped. From these few brief exchanges, Jiang Wan understood the general situation. It was clear that Xian Yuqi had used the power of the Xian family to eliminate Su Xinyu. While the head of the Su family tacitly allowed this to happen without seeking justice for his daughter, Jiang Wan couldn't understand why the Su family, with such a talented alchemist as Su Xinyu, wouldn't cultivate her with all their strength. How could the Su family let Su Xinyu be schemed against in such an important competition as the Ability User Tournament? This was simply unbelievable. Jiang Wan couldn't make sense of it. Who are you? Dare to eavesdrop at the Su family? The three were deep in thought and hadn't noticed someone approaching until they heard the voice. Jiang Wan turned around to see a young man who looked about her age. He had his hands in his pockets, his right leg gently bouncing, with a very unruly expression. Jiang Wan immediately thought of those good-for-nothing delinquents. Who are you? Su Haoyu snickered. You come my house. And you ask me who I am? Jiang Wan realized that he was probably Su Xinyu's brother, though he was not well known and had a low ability level. Su Haoyu waved his hand, signaling Jiang Wan and the others to get out of the way. He kicked the door open and walked in, sitting on the sofa with a laid-back posture. Dad, stop talking. They've already eavesdropped. The head of the Su family, who had been filled with anger, immediately calmed down upon seeing Su Haoyu. Hearing his words, the head of the Su family turned to the door and angrily asked, Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Su family? Su Xinyu also turned her head, and when she saw Jiang Wan and the others, she was clearly taken aback. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Jiang Wan, looking extremely pitiful. In an instant, Jiang Wan's anger surged. The once proud Su Xinyu was now wronged. Her family not only did not help her, but even scolded her. Su Xinyu trembled as she called out, Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan immediately rushed over, hugged her, and gently patted her back. It's okay, don't be afraid. Su Xinyu looked at her, biting her lip. Tears that had been hanging in her eyes finally fell. Jiang Wan was instantly furious. That biased head of the Su family truly deserved a beating. The head of the Su family, feeling ignored, immediately shouted angrily, "Who are you? Get out of the Su family now. How dare you eavesdrop, meddling in our affairs?" Jiang Wan turned to look at him, trying to remain calm. "We're meddling? Then as her father, why don't you seek justice for her? If you could stand by her side, would we even need to meddle?" As the head of the family, being confronted by a young girl like Jiang Wan made him feel utterly humiliated. "You little girl, what do you know? It's just an ability user tournament. How can it be compared to the future of our entire Su family?" Chapter 299. Soulless puppet Lin Yuewei sneered upon hearing this. Who in the entire capital Star doesn't know that the Su family is barely hanging on thanks to Su Xinyu? If it weren't for the genius alchemist Su Xinyu, the Su family would have been kicked out of the 8 great families long ago. The head of the Su family suddenly turned his head and glared at Lin Yuewei. After all, as the head of the family, his silent glare made everyone feel tense. Jiang Wan stepped back and grabbed Lin Yuewei's hand. The atmosphere instantly became tense. After a long pause, the head of the Su family snorted coldly and said, "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the Lin family's ungrateful wolf." Lin Yuewei raised her eyes to look at him. The head of the Su family disdainfully glanced at her and continued, "The Lin family raised you to this age. And you say you turn your back on them for that useless Qin family member? Isn't that embarrassing enough?" Lin Yuewei took a deep breath and said word by word, "Qin Ci's abilities have recovered. He is not useless." As for the Lin family head and his wife, after Lin Yuewei learned that she was taken from them, she had no feelings for them anymore. They had always treated her as a tool for marriage. After the truth was revealed, Lin Yuewei simply drew the line with them. Not useless? The head of the Su family chuckled mockingly, wanting to say more. Su Xinyu stepped forward to interrupt him. "Dad, stop talking." As Lin Yuewei's husband, Su Xinyu naturally had to defend him. But more importantly, the Su family could not compare to the Qin family at all. If these words were to spread, the Qin family would come knocking, and it would be the Su family that suffers. Jiang Wan glanced at the head of the Su family with exasperation. Did the head of the Su family fear offending the Xian family, but not the Qin family? A dignified family head didn't even understand the principle that disaster comes from the mouth. To discuss the second young master of the Qin family in front of so many people was simply unimaginable. How could such a fool become the head of a family? Being interrupted by Su Xinyu in front of so many people made the head of the Su family lose face. He immediately shouted angrily, "Do you need to manage my affairs?" Su Xinyu's face turned pale, her brows furrowed tightly, and she stopped speaking. Su Haoyu, who had been sitting on the sofa watching the play, looked at Su Xinyu with a teasing expression. Then he spoke lightly, "Dad, forget it." Upon hearing his son's words, the head of the Su family immediately calmed down a lot. He snorted coldly and stopped talking. Jiang Wan could tell that the head of the Su family was a male chauvinist. She immediately grabbed Su Xinyu and wanted to leave. The Su family didn't matter. They had their own interests. At worst, they would make a big scene and bring it to the emperor. Let's see who can endure it. The few of them followed Jiang Wan and were about to leave when the head of the Su family ordered someone to stop them. "Stop. Do you think my Su family is a place you can come and go as you please? Where do you think you're taking my daughter?" Jiang Wan stopped and looked at the head of the Su family with disdain. Such a person made her feel like looking at something dirty. "If you, the Su family, won't seek justice for her, I will." The head of the Su family became anxious. No way. Even if Jiang Wan and the others made a move, offending the Xian family would still lead to resentment from Xian Yuqi, who would then hold a grudge against the Su family. Jiang Wan impatiently pressed her lips together and turned to leave. "Mind your own business. Stop them." In an instant, the corridor was filled with ability users standing still. Su Xinyu lowered her head in dejection and released Jiang Wan's hand. "Forget it. You don't have to worry about me." "No way." Even though Su Xinyu let go of Jiang Wan's hand, Jiang Wan had always tightly held her hand and never gave up. Jiang Zhao took a couple of steps forward, taking out a serrated sword. He moved his neck and wrists. "Come on." It was clear he was ready for a fight. Su Xinyu tugged at Jiang Zhao's sleeve, silently shaking her head. The ability users hired by the Su family were all of high rank. Maybe Jiang Zhao was at a higher level, but facing so many at once, he wouldn't be able to win. Jiang Zhao glanced back at her, said nothing, but gave her a reassuring look and charged forward with the serrated sword. The training of these days had paid off. In terms of speed alone, Jiang Zhao directly overwhelmed everyone. In just a few moves, he knocked down several of them. Su Xinyu never expected Jiang Zhao's strength to be so fierce. If he continued like this, he could indeed defeat all the ability users present. Jiang Wan knew her brother would definitely be able to handle these ability users. But the key was that they were not in the right. They were intruding on the Su family, eavesdropping, and trying to take someone else's daughter. Even if they got out of this villa, what about the Su family's estate? There were still so many people outside. Jiang Wan stood still, closed her eyes, and held her breath. Su Xinyu and Lin Yuewei noticed her abnormality, but did not disturb her. After 2 minutes, Jiang Wan suddenly opened her eyes. For a moment, her pupils turned golden. Su Xinyu and Lin Yuewei were both taken aback. They exchanged glances and saw shock in each other's eyes. When they looked again, Jiang Wan's pupils had already returned to black. She looked at the head of the Su family and moved her lips. Stop, let them go. The ability users fighting outside stopped their actions upon hearing the head of the Su family's voice. Head, what did you say? Jiang Wan's eyes were fixed on the head of the Su family, her lips moving slightly. Let them go, are you deaf? The head of the Su family stood straight, his head hanging weakly like a soulless puppet. The ability users outside, having been scolded by the head, quickly made way. Jiang Wan pulled Su Xinyu, signaling Jiang Zhao and Lin Yuewei to hurry and leave. The few of them ran out of the villa. Fortunately, the hover car was parked right at the entrance. They got in, stepped on the accelerator, and the hover car immediately sped away. Jiang Wan's face turned pale, and she felt dizzy. She tapped her light brain and said, Yin Yu, spaceship, we need to go back to Golden Star now. Her voice was weak and breathy. Upon hearing her voice, Yin Yu sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to ask what happened, the communication was abruptly cut off. Lin Yuewei and Su Xinyu in the hover car also noticed Jiang Wan's abnormality. Jiang Wan, what's wrong? Don't scare us. Why did you suddenly become like this? Jiang Wan weakly leaned against the car window, feeling like needles were piercing her head. She weakly uttered, I'm fine. Jiang Zhao tightened his grip on the steering wheel and pushed the speed to the maximum. They soon arrived at the Yin family. Yin Yu had already prepared the spaceship and a doctor. Get on the spaceship. The few of them boarded the spaceship and immediately set off back to Golden Star. At this moment, Jiang Wan was already close to fainting. Everyone surrounded her, constantly calling her name, but she never responded. After the doctor examined her carefully, he concluded, she has suddenly exhausted a large amount of mental energy. She just needs to rest. Chapter 300. Massive consumption of mental power. Jiang Zhao repeatedly chewed on these words. Massive consumption of mental power? Lin Yuewei and Su Xinyu exchanged a glance, and they understood what was going on in their hearts. It was likely that Jiang Wan had used her mental power to control the head of the Su family. However, this was the first time they had heard of someone being able to control others with mental power. This ability was unique across the entire galaxy. No wonder Jiang Wan was in so much pain. They had all experienced the sensation of mental power loss. It felt as if someone was renovating inside your head. Moreover, their mental power loss was merely due to excessive refining, which had caused some depletion. Even so, it was already very painful. Not to mention that Jiang Wan had used her mental power to control someone else, which would result in even greater depletion. Yin Yu was worried that Jiang Wan's mental power loss might cause her refining ability to malfunction like last time. The ability user competition was just around the corner, and if something went wrong now, there would be nowhere to cry. Would her refining ability be affected? The doctor pondered for a moment and hesitantly replied, theoretically, it shouldn't. But there could be unexpected situations. We'll only know when the patient wakes up. After a long few hours, the spaceship finally arrived at Golden Star. The hatch opened, and everyone stepped onto the land of Golden Star, finally able to relax. Su Xinyu took a deep breath and felt for the first time how refreshing the air on Golden Star could be. Si Yin received a communication from Yin Yu. He had been handling official business at Wanqing, but immediately handed off his tasks to Qin Si and returned to the military department early to wait for them. He took Jiang Wan, who was still unconscious, from Jiang Zhao's arms. His worried gaze never left her pale face. Unable to help himself, he leaned down to rub his cheek against her wan little face. He placed her in the hover car and headed home. The doctor also followed everyone to the military department's apartment. Cian placed her in the bedroom and stepped out. The others stood outside the door. Cian glanced coldly at them. What exactly happened? She was fine when we left. How did she end up unconscious on the way back? Su Xinyu lowered her eyes and took a step forward. Well, before she could finish her apology, she was directly interrupted by Jiang Zhao, who pulled Cian into another room. Su Xinyu turned to watch their retreating figures. Lin Yue patted her shoulder to offer comfort. Yin Yu followed Jiang Zhao into the next room. Su Xinyu anxiously sat on the sofa, glancing back from time to see if they would come out. Lin Yue deliberately changed the subject to ease her tension. Half an hour later, the three of them emerged from the room. Si Anis Gauze, Lendi the old Suinu. And his cold voice rang out, "You come here." Su Xinyu immediately stood up and walked over. It was her fault that Jiang Wan was in this situation. It was only right for Si Yin to hold her accountable. Seeing this, Jiang Zhao also planned to follow, but Yin Yu pulled him back. "Don't worry about it. Si Yin won't do anything." In a corner, Su Xinyu lowered her head and apologetically said, "I'm sorry. I caused trouble for Jiang Wan." She looked down, waiting for Si Yan's anger. "Are you sure it was Xi and Yuqi who did it?" The anticipated anger did not arise. Instead, it was an unrelated question. "What?" Su Xinyu was momentarily stunned. Si Yan looked down at her, repeating his earlier question with some impatience. "Are you sure it was Xi and Yuqi who did it?" Su Xinyu nodded. It was her. Initially, she had only suspected Xi and Yuqi, but she hadn't expected her to come personally to provoke them. Now, Su Xinyu was certain it was Xi and Yuqi. Si Yin slightly nodded and turned to enter the bedroom, leaving Su Xinyu standing alone in place. Lin Yue saw this and pulled her back. "What are you dazed about?" Su Xinyu said in confusion. "I thought Si Yin would be very angry that I caused trouble for Jiang Wan, but he only asked me if Xi and Yuqi had secretly harmed me." Yin Yu leaned back on the sofa, casually responding, "That's because he cares too much about Jiang Wan." Knowing that Jiang Wan wants to protect her friends, Si Yin will protect them for her. Although he's angry that this friend caused trouble for Jiang Wan, he will also try to suppress his anger. It's only because Jiang Wan truly considers Su Xinyu a friend. If he scolds Su Xinyu, Jiang Wan will definitely be unhappy when she wakes up. Si Yin doesn't want her to be unhappy. Everyone waited until night before Jiang Wan finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a group of people surrounding her. Jiang Wan blinked and took a few seconds to react. "Am I back on Golden Star?" Su Xinyu immediately leaned forward and hugged her. "You finally woke up? I was almost worried to death." Lin Yue nodded from the side. "Yeah." Jiang Wan smiled and comforted them. "I was just too tired and took a nap." Yin Yu joked from the side. "You sure slept for a long time." Jiang Zhao brought over a cup of beast milk. After fainting for half a day, she must be hungry. Jiang Wan drank it all in one go. Looking outside at the dark sky, she told them to go back and rest first. Everyone left, looking back 3 times. Si Yin sat by the bed, silently watching her. Jiang Wan felt a bit guilty and actively snuggled into his arms. She recounted everything that had happened in the morning. Si Yin looked at her obediently and felt a softness in his heart, unable to be angry anymore. He stroked her hair and quietly listened to her speak. Suddenly, his movements paused, and with a hint of disbelief in his tone, he asked, "You used puppetry?" Puppetry was a method of using mental power recorded in his mother's diary. Jiang Wan raised her little face, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Praise me." "Yeah, I'm amazing, right? I succeeded on my first try." Si Yan's expression turned serious. "You can't use it again next time." Jiang Wan looked at his serious face, feeling quite puzzled. "Why?" Puppetry can directly control others. One amazing skill. If mastered, it could dominate the galaxy. Why can't I use it? Si Yan's expression remained serious. "You cannot use it again." It was the first time Jiang Wan had seen him like this. She quietly observed him for a few seconds before finally nodding. Si Yan gently massaged her temples. "Does it still hurt?" Jiang Wan shook her head and then nodded again, saying pitifully, "It's still a bit painful." Si Yan continued to massage her. "I've already sent someone to investigate about Su Xinyu. Next time you encounter such a situation, don't act on your own. Tell me first. The waters in the capital star are very deep. It's not something you can handle." Jiang Wan pouted, feeling a bit wronged, and nodded. Si Yan sighed and hugged her. "I've been too busy these days and haven't taken care of you." Jiang Wan shook her head. "I don't blame you." She was just once again struck by the harshness of reality. Chapter 301. becoming the next head of the family a few days ago. She had emerged victorious in the preliminary round of the psychic competition, making quite a name for herself. She had also caught a rare white pig, enjoying a moment of glory. Everyone praised and flattered her, and Jiang Wan felt quite impressive herself. But today, after arriving at the capital star, she realized she was nothing at all. Looking back now, she was surprised that the three of them dared to eavesdrop in the Su family. If it had been the head of another powerful family, like Fu Lingyuan, they would likely have met their end on the spot, disappearing silently into the stars. Even with so many guards in the Su family villa, it was nothing compared to the outside. The more Jiang Wan thought about it, the more frightened she became. If she hadn't been able to successfully use the puppet technique at that time, they might have been left in the Su family for good. Individual power ultimately could not compete with that of a family, let alone that of the Su family, one of the 8 great families. Only with Si Yin, as a war god with his own power behind him, could she even contend with them. It was laughable to think she had gone to the Su family to seek justice with Lin Yuewei and her brother. Jiang Wan chuckled self-deprecatingly. I really overestimate myself. Si Yin looked at her and nodded slightly. Indeed, it was overestimating herself. However, this sincere heart was unique in the stars. Jiang Wan raised her eyes to look at him. A sincere heart? In this era of deceit and self-interest, it seemed only Jiang Wan would risk herself for her friends. After hearing his words, Jiang Wan decisively shook her head. No, I am good to them because they're good to me. Si Yin smiled, but said nothing more. The next day, Lin Yuewei and Su Xinyu came early to visit Jiang Wan. How are you feeling? Jiang Wan smiled. Look at how nervous you both are. I'm fine. Su Xinyu was still worried. After reassuring her for a while, Jiang Wan began to discuss serious matters. There is no one else at home, just the 3 of us. I want to speak openly with you. Seeing Jiang Wan's seriousness, Lin Yuewei and Su Xinyu immediately sat up straight and looked at her seriously. Last night, Jiang Wan had already asked Si Yin about the specific situation of the Su family. The Su family's entry into the 8 great families was entirely due to the efforts of their ancestors. In the past, the Su family had an abundance of high-level psychics and a large number of refining masters. However, in the current generation, they began to decline. The gene level of the Su family head was not high, only an A. Although an A could become an S with effort, it was still insufficient in the talent-rich capital star. Moreover, despite years of hard work, the Su family head's gene level still remained at A. Jiang Wan was very curious about this. Since the Su family head's gene level was lacking, why not replace him with someone else? After all, how could a family head with insufficient ability gain the trust of others? But Si Yin said that the current Su family head was already the highest in gene level for his generation. It should be noted that the heads of the 8 great families all had gene levels above S. Therefore, in terms of gene level, the Su family had already fallen far behind. The Su family was on the verge of exiting the 8 great families, but then Su Xinyu was born. This little girl displayed astonishing refining talent at the age of 5, with a gene level as high as SS. The moment her gene level was tested, she was hailed as a genius refining master. It was because of Su Xinyu that the Su family could barely hang on at the end of the 8 great families. Other great families, when hunting, relied on the abilities of their psychics. But when the Su family's hunting team went out, all the psychics used various weapons, spiritual medicines, and suppressing plates refined by Su Xinyu. After learning this, Jiang Wan was furious. Wasn't this just biting the hand that feeds? Despite this, the Su family head was unwilling to help Su Xinyu seek justice, instead comforting his useless son, Su Haoyu, whose gene level barely reached A. In the capital star, he would be easily crushed by others. Jiang Wan couldn't swallow this anger. Xinyu, do you want to become the next head of the Su family? Su Xinyu widened her eyes in disbelief. Become the next head of the Su family? This is simply a dream, right? Since the title of the 8 great families, no family head had ever been a refining master. Without exception, they were all psychics. Although refining masters could create weapons, spiritual medicines, and suppressing plates, these things were ultimately used to assist psychics in hunting mutated beasts. Thus, even if the identity of a refining master was noble, it was still inferior to that of a psychic, and they could not hold real power. But now, Jiang Wan was asking her if she wanted to become the next head of the Su family. From childhood, Su Xinyu had never accepted the idea of a refining master becoming a family head. Jiang Wan solemnly nodded. Yes, to become the next head of the family. To go from being someone who follows the rules to someone who makes the rules. Su Xinyu's breath caught, and her eyes instantly sparkled. Her heart raced, and her voice trembled as she spoke. I want to. She had done so much for the family, yet this was the result she received. Su Xinyu was unwilling to accept it. She wanted to be the one who made the rules. Jiang Wan smiled with relief. The worst thing was that Su Xinyu couldn't come to terms with it. As long as you are willing, things will become much easier. Su Xinyu's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Wan. If someone else had said such things to her, she would have thought they were joking. But with Jiang Wan, Su Xinyu believed she was serious and that she could do it. After all, Jiang Wan had accomplished many things that others could not. She was someone who made people feel incredible. Therefore, even if her words were unbelievable, they would still inspire confidence. Jiang Wan expressed her thoughts. She had thought about it until midnight the night before. First, you need to make your stance clear and refuse to continue providing the Su family with any weapons, spiritual medicines, or suppressing plates. Then you should take back everything you originally provided them. Since the Su family is ungrateful, we cannot be blamed for being unjust. It would be a loss to let them use so many things for free. Su Xinyu noted this down. She had long wanted to stop providing things to the Su family. Over the years, the Su family had already broken her heart. No matter how well she did, they always favored Su Haoyu, just because she was a refining master while Su Haoyu was a psychic and would be the next head of the Su family. Jiang Wan couldn't help but sigh. She could hardly believe that such feudal bias against women still existed in the stars. Then she would help Su Xinyu break the tradition that only psychics could become family heads. Chapter 302. How is he not dead yet? Xian has already gone to investigate the preliminary competition. I believe you will soon get your justice. During this time of participating in the Ability Competitors Tournament, use your busy training as an excuse to refuse to provide anything for the Su family. Su Xinyu firmly remembered what she said. All of this is to prevent the Su family from becoming desperate. A direct confrontation is easy to dodge, but a hidden attack is hard to guard against. If she were to tear her face with the Su family now, they would definitely make things difficult for her in the Ability Competitors Tournament. At the moment, the matters of the Ability Competitors Tournament are more important. As for the position of the next head of the Su family, that can be planned slowly. After explaining everything to Su Xinyu, Jiang Wan looked at Lin Yuewei again. Lin Yuewei raised her eyes in confusion, wondering if she needed to do something. Jiang Wan casually asked, "What about you? Do you want a Lin family?" Lin Yuewei's heart skipped a beat. The Lin family. She had been instilled with the idea of becoming an excellent alchemist and contributing to the family since she was young. No one had ever told her that she could also become a person in power. After the incident where Lin Yuerong was ordered by the head of the Lin family to harm Fu Chan was exposed, they suffered severe retaliation from the Fu family and were now exiled to a barren star. The current head of the Lin family is a higher-ranked ability user from the clan. However, as the nominal daughter of the head of the Lin family, Lin Yuewei was completely overlooked by everyone. Previously, Lin Yuewei had never thought of becoming the head of the family. But now, she took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Wan. "I want to. Why should only ability users be able to become the head of the family? Alchemists contribute just as much to the family." Jiang Wan looked at her determined eyes and smiled with relief. She was very glad that her sisters had not been assimilated. Since Lin Yuewei would not participate in the Ability Competitors Tournament, she had time now. Jiang Wan instructed her to refine more spiritual medicines during this period and to visit the capital star to connect with some of the former subordinates of the Lin family head to see what their attitude is towards the current head. The three discussed for a long time and then had lunch together at Jiang Wan's house. Xian's actions were very swift. By the afternoon, a trending topic exploded on the Star Network. Genius alchemist eliminated in preliminary round? There's a twist. Genius alchemist Su Xinyu frowned. What's going on? Hurry in to check it out. Lin Yuewei leaned on Jiang Wan's shoulder and reached out to tap the panel. Upon hearing the noise, Su Xinyu quickly came out of her room. The panel hovered in the air. Su Xinyu's position was swapped, and she successfully advanced. Several large characters floated in the air. She stopped in her tracks, staring at those characters without blinking. For the Ability Competitors Tournament, she had started training early on. She had put in so much effort, only to be framed and eliminated. Now that her name was cleared, Su Xinyu felt a lump in her throat and her nose tinged with sourness. Lin Yuewei clapped her hands in delight. This is wonderful. Xin, you must be furious now. Just thinking about it made Lin Yuewei want to laugh out loud. Jiang Wan stepped forward and gently hugged Su Xinyu. Now you have something to do, so prepare well for the rematch. Su Xinyu looked at her and nodded heavily. Jiang Wan's light brain kept vibrating. She received a communication. Deputy Officer Yi Chihong secretly glanced at the fierce ability users and said in a low voice, "People from the Su family have arrived, demanding that you return Su Xinyu." Jiang Wan sneered upon hearing this. They dare to come a Golden Star? When we were at the Capital Star, we had no choice but to flee in embarrassment. Now that we are at Golden Star, this is our territory. Just wait. I will be there shortly. Jiang Wan hung up the communication and tilted her head to look at the two people across from her. Yi Chihong's words had been clear to both of them. Lin Yuewei snorted lightly. Then let's go. Let's see what they can do. They dare to come to Golden Star's territory to demand someone. In the military department, Yi Chihong closed his light brain and politely smiled at the several ability users. However, the Su family's ability users looked down on him, completely ignoring him. Yi Chihong lowered his eyes and rolled them. If it weren't for Golden Star not being strong enough yet to openly tear faces with a big family like the Su family, he wouldn't bother with these arrogant people. Why do they have to look down their noses at others? Are they showing off the nose hair? Yi Chihong sat on the sofa waiting. When Jiang Wan and the others arrived at the military department, they happened to run into Jiang Zhao and Yi Chihong, who had just finished training. The Su family has sent people to take Xin back. Jiang Zhao's expression changed, and a trace of coldness crossed his eyes. Then let's go meet them. The five of them arrived at the reception room together. 5 ability users from his Su family had come, all of whom were strong. When they saw Su Xinyu arrive, they immediately stood up. "Miss, the head of the family has sent us to invite you back. Let's go." They seemed certain that Su Xinyu would return with them. Not even glancing at Jiang Wan and the others, and directly stood up to leave. However, Su Xinyu pulled out a chair and sat down. "You go back and tell my father that I will not go back." "Going back now? Are you waiting to be punished?" The Su family's ability users stopped in their tracks, their tone carrying a hint of threat. "Miss, you have taken liberties to advance to the rematch, which has offended the Xin family. The head of the family is very angry." He emphasized the last sentence. Jiang Wan widened her eyes, frowned, and exaggeratedly covered her mouth. "What? The head of the Su family is very angry." The Su family's ability users glanced at her disdainfully. "Now you know the severity, right? The head's anger is not something you can bear." "Exactly." Jiang Wan looked at Su Xinyu with a troubled expression. "You tell me, if he is this angry, how's he not dead yet?" Su Xinyu was taken aback. Lin Yuewei directly burst out laughing. "Ha ha." The Su family's ability users looked shocked at Jiang Wan's words. You dare to speak so arrogantly." One of them gathered his abilities in his left hand, ready to take action. Jiang Zhao immediately stepped forward and pulled Jiang Wan behind him. Yi Chihong shouted, "Even if you are from the Su family, our Golden Star military department will not tolerate your arrogance." He raised his hand, and suddenly, a group of soldiers poured in, surrounding the several ability users tightly. They were surrounded by soldiers from Golden Star, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, creating chaos among them. The leading ability user hesitated for a moment and stepped forward to say, "We only wanted to take the young lady back." It was your alchemist who spoke arrogantly first. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes. "What are you pretending for? Now you know fear? Did you grow 2 ears just to vent your anger?" She said she wanted to go back. That ability user glared fiercely at Jiang Wan. "Su Xinyu is from my Su family. If you force her to stay in Golden Star, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Su family?" Jiang Wan impatiently pursed her lips and waved her hand towards the door. "Come, call the doctor over to check this big guy's ears." Chapter 303. Is she naturally not laughing? Can't you hear her say she doesn't want to go back? And which of your eyes saw us forcing her to stay? In the end, Jiang Wan shouted towards the door again. "Find another doctor skilled in ophthalmology." Yi Chihong clenched his fist with one hand and held it to his lips to stifle a laugh. Jiang Wan was as sharp-tongued as ever. The expressions of those ability users shifted from green to white, almost like changing faces. Jiang Wan scoffed. "Even if you perform a face-changing act for us, We want T let you go. No way. Ichihan couldn't T hold back anymore. Haha. The ability user from the Su family. The leading ability user's eyebrows raised sharply, revealing a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He took out a suppression disc from the storage device and installed an energy stone. The suppression disc rose into the air, emitting dazzling light. Ichihan's expression immediately became serious, and he raised his hand to signal everyone to retreat. If it were just weapons and abilities, it wouldn't matter much. But he took out the suppression disc, which was very unfavorable for the soldiers. A moment of carelessness could cost them their lives. Jiang Wan stared at the suppression disc. This disc was definitely not a beginner's level. It was intermediate or even advanced. The moment Su Sinyu's gaze touched the suppression disc, her cold expression instantly turned to shock. There was a hint of hurt in her eyes. Are you going to use the suppression disc I gave you to capture me? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at her. Su Sinyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but in the end, she just sighed heavily. Jiang Wan's anger flared up immediately. What the hell? Using Sinyu's suppression disc to capture Sinyu? How shameless! Everyone was cursing the Su family in their hearts. Who would have thought that the Su family, one of the 8 great families, would behave like this? However, the ability users from the Su family were not ashamed, but rather proud. So what if she was the young lady of the Su family? Didn't she still have to make things for them? They could get suppression discs like this without spending interstellar currency. A few of them laughed smugly. Jiang Wan looked at their smug faces and found them extremely irritating. She took out a javelin and threw it. A shadow of light darted past, and before everyone could see what it was, the ability users were already screaming, covering their faces. The javelin, stained with blood, was forcefully embedded in the wall, making a buzzing sound. Jiang Wan raised her hand, and the javelin flew back into her hand. The Su family's ability users covered their faces, pointing at Jiang Wan furiously. Their eyes seemed like they wanted to peel her skin off. Jiang Wan raised her head, meeting his gaze with disdain in her eyes. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Are you naturally not want to smile? The leading ability user shouted in anger and immediately controlled the suppression disc to attack. The soldiers were ready to defend with the suppression disc the moment they saw them take out the attacking suppression disc. Su Sinyu also took out her own defensive suppression disc to protect them. The Su family's ability users scoffed coldly when they saw the low-level suppression discs the soldiers had. How could such a low-level defense shield hope to withstand an attack from an advanced suppression disc? It was simply a dream. He revealed a sinister smile and continued to control the suppression disc to attack. Crack! A soldier's defense shield had already shattered. Jiang Wan knew that this situation could not continue. The suppression disc refined by Su Sinyu was bound to be a premium product. The low-level defensive suppression discs distributed to the soldiers by the military could not hold out for long. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, extending her mental power to sense the attacking suppression disc. Good news, she successfully sensed it. Bad news, it wouldn't listen to her commands. Jiang Wan originally wanted to use her mental power to manipulate the suppression disc back, just like she did with the javelin. But this suppression disc was not refined by her, so it didn't recognize her commands. Su Sinyu had to come. Jiang Wan suddenly grabbed Su Sinyu's hand. I will teach you how to sense the suppression disc now. You command it to come back. Su Sinyu had never heard of a refiner being able to sense their own suppression disc and command it with mental power. However, Jiang Wan had just summoned the javelin, and she saw it with her own eyes. Su Sinyu nodded, okay. Jiang Wan first guided her to release her mental power and then reach out to sense the suppression disc. Su Sinyu, being a genius refiner, immediately succeeded in sensing the suppression disc. However, giving commands was still a bit challenging. At this point, a soldier's defense shield had already shattered. He quickly dodged the laser and dove into someone else's defense shield. The Su family's ability users were very pleased, laughing mockingly in the middle. Dare to stop us? Prepare to die. Saying this, he was about to increase the attack power of the suppression disc. He raised his hand, releasing his ability, ready to manipulate the suppression disc. The next second, the rain of lasers stopped. The suppression disc flew into Su Sinyu's hands. Then, the light on the suppression disc flashed twice and completely dimmed. This meant the suppression disc had been shut down. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Why did the suppression disk suddenly shut down on its own, and even flew into Su Sinyu's hands voluntarily? Jiang Wan and Lin Yuewei clapped from the side. Sinyu, you are amazing. You succeeded on the first try. The Su family S ability users were shocked, filled with disbelief. How could this be? The suppression disk actually didn't listen to their commands. It went to find its owner by itself. Now that the suppression disk was in Su Sinyu's hands, how would they explain it when they returned? That was an advanced suppression disk. You couldn't even buy it with interstellar currency. It's over. They were completely finished. The ability users exchanged glances, seeing despair in each other's eyes. How could they dare to go back to the Su family now? The head of the family would definitely peel their skin off. Even if they sold themselves, they still couldn't return an advanced suppression disk. As for the future, the only way was to bring Su Sinyu back to make amends. Several of them took out their weapons, infused them with abilities, and prepared for a hard fight. Yi Chi-hong made a gesture, and the soldiers immediately formed ranks and took out their weapons. Both sides faced off against each other. Although the Su family S ability users were fewer in number, their levels were high. The soldiers from Jinxing were numerous, but their levels were generally low. And the more powerful Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian had to protect Jiang Wan, limiting their movements. Therefore, it was still uncertain who would win or lose. Yi Chi-hong gritted his teeth, regretting that most of the military strength was at Wanqing. Otherwise, these overconfident fools will have no way back. The Su family S ability users took the initiative to attack first. They picked up their weapons and jumped, unleashing a wave of abilities. This powerful ability was felt by everyone the moment it was released. The soldiers quickly retreated to dodge. However, the next second, it vanished into thin air. Along with the weapons in the ability user's hands, it disappeared as well. The soldiers all leaned forward to look. What happened? Their weapons were gone. The weapons actually disappeared into thin air. The Su family S ability users looked at their hands in shock. Their weapons were gone. Chapter 304. The Soft Rice Man. No. Wait. They didn't disappear. They immediately reacted, turning their heads sharply to look at Su Sinyu. Sure enough, their weapons were all in Su Sinyu's hands. With a wave of her hand, those weapons were retracted into her storage device. Jiang Wan, who was watching the show, burst into laughter. Goodness. It turns out their weapons were all crafted by Sinyu. What were they shouting about just now? Acting so tough? If it weren't for Sinyu, what would they fight with? Would they go to the battlefield empty-handed to feed the mutated beasts? TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Wan smacked her lips and shook her head. I thought the Su family had sent some powerful ability user. Turns out all the weapons were made by Sinyu, a soft rice man. Several ability users couldn't help but blush at her words. But they quickly calmed down. Now they were without their anchor and weapons. They definitely couldn't beat the soldiers of Gold Star with bare hands. After some discussion, the ability users decided to leave first. They couldn't just leave their lives here. Su Sinyu is from our Su family. You shouldn't have brought her to Gold Star without permission. Yi Chi-hong stepped forward, his voice firm, refusing to give an inch. That statement is incorrect. Su Sinyu is the craftsman of our Gold Star's First Legion, and this is known throughout the entire star system. What is wrong with us bringing her to Gold Star? Su Sinyu had a faint cold smile on her lips. Back when the First Legion was still in the capital star, it was so glorious. She had sacrificed so much to join the First Legion. But unexpectedly, one day, the First Legion was reassigned to the remote Gold Star. Craftsmen with a bit of family background all used their connections to leave the First Legion. Su Sinyu also asked the head of the Su family for help to leave. But the head of the Su family said she chose this path herself and must walk it to the end, even if she cried. Now that it has come to this, isn't the Su family just lifting a rock to smash their own feet? A hint of embarrassment appeared on the faces of the Su family S ability users. After stammering for a while, they finally said, well, since the young lady doesn't want to leave, we wouldn't want to make things difficult for her. Jiang Wan scoffed, pretending to be submissive. The expressions on the faces of the ability users grew even uglier. But now they had nothing left and couldn't afford to confront them head-on. They forced a couple of laughs and said, then let the young lady stay here for now. We will go back to report to the family head. Yi Chi-hong looked at Jiang Wan. Jiang Van nodded. Fina. The ability user's faces brightened. They agreed so easily. They were really easy to deceive. They raised their feet to leave. Wait, did I say you could leave? The soldiers immediately stepped forward a few paces, tightening the encirclement. The Su family's ability users had to retreat. Didn't you say it was okay? Jiang Wan didn't even give him a glance. She looked sideways at Yichi-hong. Search. Yichi-hong immediately understood her meaning and made a gesture. The soldiers instinctively executed the order. They took a couple of steps and then stopped, hesitantly looking at Yichi-hong. Is that what it means? They were mistaken, right? Yichi-hong somewhat helplessly repeated the command. Jiang Wan, this harpy, wouldn't rest until she had plucked all the good things off those ability users today. But then again, they dared to cause trouble on Gold Star, so they naturally needed to weigh their options. Otherwise, did they really think Gold Star was easy to bully? The Su family's ability users retreated helplessly, but it was no use. They had already been surrounded. Jiang Wan crossed her arms and watched the commotion. Stop struggling. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. A few minutes later, the originally arrogant ability users were sitting on the ground in a weak manner, looking as if they had been ravaged. The soldiers had directly snatched their storage devices. When the storage devices were opened, the contents spilled out. Those spiritual medicines were all crafted by Su Xinyu. The others were just energy stones and the like. Jiang Wan took the spiritual medicines and handed them to Su Xinyu. Your spiritual medicines. One of the Su family's ability users protested quietly. That's my spiritual medicine. Jiang Wan glared at him fiercely. If you dare to say another word, I'll make you drink a bottle of poison. The ability user immediately fell silent, pretending nothing had happened. Su Xinyu shook her head and returned the spiritual medicines to the soldiers. What they found was naturally theirs. Jiang Wan pondered for a moment. Fine. With her crafting ability, she didn't lack these spiritual medicines at all. She turned to face the soldiers, suppressing their eager eyes. Take it. The soldiers were overjoyed and quickly thanked Su Xinyu. Thank you, craftswoman Su. A faint smile appeared on Su Xinyu's usually cold face. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice. It only made people feel she wasn't as indifferent as before. The soldiers who received the spiritual medicines happily ran off to share with their comrades. Su Xinyu withdrew the smile from her face. Look, even soldiers she didn't know would respectfully thank her for her spiritual medicines. Yet the people from the Su family took her crafted items as if it were their right. They even used her anchor to capture her back. How ridiculous. This is what family means. The Su family's ability users had nothing left now. Their storage devices had been taken away. All that remained was their light brain. It was still bound to their identity information, so even if someone else took it, it would be useless. That's why it was preserved. Sighing in despair, one of them quietly asked, Can we leave now? Jiang Wan glanced at the door. Get lost. The soldiers immediately cleared a path. The few of them ran out as if escaping for their lives, only to find out that the small spacecraft they came in had been confiscated. Helpless, they could only take the public spacecraft back. The head of the Su family was waiting for them to bring Su Xinyu back. He even had thought up the punishment for Su Xinyu. First, kneel outside the villa for a day, then write a 10,000-word self-reflection and post it all over the estate. After that, he would personally take Su Xinyu to the Xian family to apologize, voluntarily giving up the opportunity for the rematch. Who would have thought? The people he sent would actually tell him they didn't bring the person back? That's one thing. The key point is they actually lost that high-level attack anchor. The head of the Su family was furious and directly sent the few people to the wasteland star to mine Gold Star. After the Su family's craftsmen left, Su Xinyu took out that high-level anchor along with their weapons. Officer Yichi-hong was directing the soldiers to clean up the aftermath. The high-level attack anchor had almost turned this reception room into a sieve, with drafts coming in from all sides. What's wrong, craftsman Su? Su Xinyu handed him the things in her hands. These consider them my compensation to the military. Yichi-hong knew she was referring to this reception room. However, a few weapons were already quite valuable. I absolutely cannot accept this high-level attack anchor. It's just too precious. Chapter 305. I won't participate anymore. The advanced town plate is something that can't even be bought with interstellar coins, let alone an attacking town plate. Su Xinyu directly giving it to the military department made Yichi-hong hesitant to accept it. Su Xinyu held the town plate in her hand, suspended in the air, remaining silent. Since childhood, she had been instilled with the idea by the Su family that she was only responsible for refining and should not concern herself with anything else. Therefore, she wasn't skilled in social interactions. It was only after coming to Golden Star that she made two friends, Jiang Wan and Lin Yuewei. Yi Qihong directly rejected Su Sinyu's offer of the town plate. For a moment, she really didn't know what to do. Seeing Su Sinyu's cold expression, Yi Qihong felt a bit anxious. How should this be handled? Could it be that Su Sinyu was angry? She usually looked hard to approach, and rejecting her good intentions would surely make her upset. After thinking for a long time, Su Sinyu said, Yi Vice Officer, I don't want this town plate anymore. If you don't want it either, just throw it away. With that, she directly shoved the town plate into Yi Qihong's hands and turned to leave. Yi Qihong fumbled to hold the town plate in his arms. Wow, this is an advanced town plate. What if it gets broken? He grinned widely, feeling overjoyed. If the commander knew that the military department got an advanced town plate for free, he would surely be thrilled. At that moment, Yi Qihong didn't look anything like a commander's officer, holding the town plate and grinning foolishly. Jiang Wan stepped back a couple of steps with some disdain. She went to find Su Sinyu and asked, what do you plan to do next? She wasn't returning to the Su family now, but she still had to continue training. After all, after the initial competition for ability users, it was time for the team competition. Su Sinyu thought for a moment, I want to contact my teammates first. Her teammates were her classmates, and they knew each other well for team formation. Su Sinyu walked to a corner and opened her light brain. She stared at it for a long time, but couldn't get through. Suddenly, she had a bad premonition and unconsciously frowned. Jiang Wan noticed and quickly asked, what's wrong? Su Sinyu shook her head at her, indicating she couldn't get through. Let's try another person. A team must have at least 3 people. So Su Sinyu needed at least 2 teammates. Even if one was busy, the other couldn't be busy too, right? Hearing this, Su Sinyu hung up the communication and tried another person. After waiting for dozens of seconds, no one picked up. Her shoulders drooped in disappointment. Jiang Wan's anger flared up. No doubt, it's the Su family's tactics. Try to make Su Sinyu submit. Use my light brain, I'll call them. Su Sinyu handed over the contact information to her. This time, after just a few seconds, it quickly connected. Jiang Wan's heart sank, and she immediately wanted to curse, but she held back for the moment. Who are you? A man's voice came from the other end. Su Sinyu's expression became somewhat awkward as she calmly spoke. I am Su Sinyu. Huh? The person on the other end seemed surprised, paused for a moment, then said, Sinyu, I can't team up with you. Su Sinyu's face remained cold. After a few seconds of silence, she finally said, okay, I understand. Jiang Wan looked at her, trying to appear strong, and angrily shouted, is it the Su family that won't let you team up with Su Sinyu? The person on the other end remained silent, which was tantamount to admitting it. Jiang Wan angrily hung up the communication and continued contacting the next person. The answer she received was exactly the same. Sinyu, I'm sorry. I can't participate in this year's ability user competition. Jiang Wan snorted coldly. What happened? Why did you suddenly not participate? Did the Su family give you some benefits? Still, silence lingered for a long time. Jiang Wan directly hung up. Next, Su Sinyu lowered her head, her voice sounding muffled. There is no next one. She only had 2 teammates. Jiang Wan looked at her thin figure and cursed the head of the Su family 1,000 times in her heart. She hurriedly hugged her shoulders. Those cowards. If they don't participate, then don't. They're so cowardly, they won't win even if they enter the competition. In Jiang Wan's impression, Su Sinyu had always been proud and cold. This was the first time she saw her looking so helpless. The short-sighted head of the Su family, neglecting such a talented daughter and doting on that good-for-nothing son. Truly, a brain full of water, with a small brain nurturing fish. Lin Yuewei noticed the unusual atmosphere and quickly came over, whispering to Jiang Wan, what's wrong? Just as Jiang Wan was about to speak, people around them gathered. Jiang Wan wasn't going to hide the Su family's actions. She revealed all the shameless things they had done. Lin Yuewei angrily scolded. Is the head of the Su family even human? If you didn't know better, you'd think Sinyu was his enemy. The soldiers also looked incredulous. How could there be a father in the universe who treats his daughter like this? What was he after? Jiang Zhao's face darkened, and with a wave of his hand, a sword appeared in his grip. He turned to leave, saying, I want to ask the head of the Su family what exactly he wants. Brother. Jiang Wan quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Although Jiang Zhao was powerful, charging into the Su family alone was like a chicken hitting a rock. Jiang Zhao paused. He couldn't swallow this anger. The Su family was one of the 8 great families. Even if he wanted to seek justice, he must do so cautiously. Your approach is no different from a brute. Jiang Zhao stood there holding the sword, his face serious. Su Xinyu slowly raised her head and grabbed Jiang Wan's hand. Thank you, but you don't have to help me anymore. Everyone was taken aback. Jiang Wan quickly said, there must be a way to resolve this. Don't give up. At worst, she can ask Si Yin to step in. Even if the head of the Su family is arrogant, he can't ignore the war goddess face, right? Lin Yue quickly added, yeah. We can also find those lone ability users to team up with. Some ability users passed the preliminary round, but their teammates didn't, so they could only form random teams. Su Xinyu gently shook her head, her expression very calm. To truly advance to the finals, it's not just about personal strength. It also requires the tacit cooperation among teammates. In past ability user competitions, randomly formed teams have never made it to the finals. I'm graduating from the Ability Academy this year. This is my first and last ability user competition. She looked at everyone, tears shimmering in her eyes. But I've decided I won't participate. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked up at her. Lin Yue quickly stopped her. Don't be impulsive. You know what the ability user competition means for ability users and refiners. How many novice refiners yearn to break into the finals and shine? Winning the ability user competition means being admired by all citizens of the Empire, being sought after by all factions, and receiving the Emperor's favor. The future is bright. Chapter 306, then I will make this weakness disappear. But Su Xinyu is now saying she won to participate. She is a genius alchemist, the one most likely to win the championship. Compared to the anxiety of others, Su Xinyu is much calmer. She lightly curves her lips, though her eyes still carry a hint of sadness. A few years ago, they said I was still young and should rush to participate in competitions. It left me with only this one chance. They knew how important this opportunity was for me, yet they repeatedly pressured me. Now they're using this to force her to go back and admit her mistake. Haven't they just seized my weakness? Su Xinyu takes a deep breath, the sadness in her eyes dissipating, replaced by a stubborn light. Then I will make this weakness disappear. Burn the boats behind us. Jiang Wan looks at her and finally says, whatever you do, I support you. Lin Yue is deeply moved by her stubbornness. She couldn't resist her family in the past. Now, Su Xinyu is her second self. I support you too. Su Xinyu grabs their hands and slowly reveals a smile. They wanted to go back so badly. Fine, I will go back. Since her father personally took away the thing she cared about the most, she will also take away the thing he cares about most. She has done so much for the Su family. It's time to gain some real power. She returns alone, but Jiang Wan is still a bit worried. Should I have my brother go back with you? Su Xinyu looks up at Jiang Zhao and just happens to see him gazing at her dreamily. She quickly averts her eyes. No need. Now that the preliminary round for alchemists is over, it's time for the ability users. Jiang Wan opens her mouth to say something, but her brother interrupts her. The preliminary round for ability users will be held in the capital star, and I can just go back with you. Jiang Wan is annoyed that he interrupted her and shoots him an angry glare, only to find her brother not even giving her a glance. After hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Su Xinyu pauses for a moment. Okay, then we will go to the capital star together. Jiang Wan asks, when do we set off? I need to prepare some things in advance. Lin Yue also says, I need to prepare too and arrange the student schedules at the Ability Academy. Song Qiuxiu's voice suddenly comes from somewhere. I'm going too. I'm going too. Everyone turns to look, and it turns out to be coming from Song Bojian's holographic computer. Yi Qihong remembers the small spaceship left by the ability user from the Su family and says, perfect. I'll have someone change the control information for that small spaceship. Change the owner to Su Xinyu, so that spaceship will be yours from now on. This idea immediately gains everyone's approval. Great idea. This is what the Su family owes Xinyu. Hurry up and change it. Don't delay the trip. A group of people gathers together, chattering excitedly. Su Xinyu feels like her ears are being filled, and she can't tell who is saying what anymore. But she doesn't find it annoying at all. For the first time, she feels the warmth of home. Everyone rests for a day. Yi Qihong has the engineers change the control information of the small spaceship and adds encryption unique to Gold Star. Although it may not be able to completely prevent people who want to steal the information, it will make it more difficult. A day later, everyone boards the spaceship. At the same time, Su Xinyu contacts the Su family. I'm back. The head of the Su family receives the news and immediately laughs with pride. Dare to compete with me? You're overestimating yourself. Su Haoyu leans on the sofa, playing a holographic game, and chimes in. Dad, when my sister comes back, let her make me a suppression plate. I want to show it off. The head of the Su family glances at him and says indulgently, one suppression plate, isn't enough. You need some spiritual medicine, high-level spiritual medicine. Su Haoyu is engrossed in his game and doesn't pay attention to his dad. Nevertheless, the head of the Su family just watches him with a smile on his face, not a single word of reproach. The spaceship lands at the Su family estate. Servants are already waiting to greet them. Everyone gets into a hover car and arrives at the largest villa in the estate. Su Xinyu is followed by Jiang Wan, Lin Yue, Song Qiuxiu, Jiang Zhao, and Song Bojian. A large group enters the villa and directly sits down on the sofa in the living room. A servant reminds her, Miss, the head of the family is still waiting for you upstairs. Su Xinyu ignores her and takes a sip from her teacup. Bang! The sound of porcelain shattering. Su Xinyu slams the teacup to the ground. The servant is so frightened that she quickly takes 2 steps back. The former young lady was cold on the outside, but never lost her temper like this. Today, she is truly furious. Song Qiuxiu was about to have some tea, but upon seeing Su Xinyu lose her temper, she freezes in place, too scared to move. The servants in the living room quickly lower their heads and stand still. Su Xinyu immediately lashes out. Where is the person making tea? Did they die? When guests come to the Su family, tea should be made immediately. How come when I return to my own home, there isn't even anyone to make tea? A nearby servant quickly steps forward to take away the cold tea. Sister, why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? Su Haoyu, dressed in pajamas and with messy hair, walks down from upstairs. Su Xinyu glances at him, realizing it's almost time for lunch. In the capital star, no young master from any family would dare sleep in this late. They all get up early to train. Only Su Haoyu, this good-for-nothing, is low-level and lazy. If the Su family is handed over to such a person, they won't just withdraw from the 8 great families. They might even have to withdraw from the capital star. The head of the Su family walks down from upstairs and scolds Su Xinyu. How can you talk to your brother like that? Su Xinyu coldly glances at him, not wanting to waste her breath. After all, his heart is biased. No matter what she says, he will side with Su Haoyu. Jiang Wan can't hold back and retorts. How does he speak to his sister then? The head of the Su family pauses, and when he feels the tension, his expression darkens immediately. He swallows hard a couple of times, ultimately choosing to ignore it. Last time, this alchemist used some trick to attack him, leaving him with a headache for half a day. This crazy girl is best ignored. Su Xinyu taps the table and calls for the clan elders. I want to hold a meeting. The head of the Su family is amused by her authoritative demeanor. Su Xinyu, aren't you a bit too arrogant? You just say you want to hold a meeting? Who do you think you are? Su Xinyu turns her head and calmly stares at him. I am a universally recognized genius alchemist, and everything you use is made by me. The head of the Su family didn't expect her to say such a thing. She used to willingly refine for the family. Why is she saying this now? Su Xinyu lies without blinking. I have found a way to upgrade the weapons and suppression plates. Have them all bring the weapons and suppression plates over. Chapter 307. Is it because your butt is big? Upon hearing this, the head of the Su family was overjoyed. It should be noted that the level of supernatural beings in their Su family was not high. They relied on town plates and weapons when going out to fight. Now that they knew the upgrading method for the town plates and weapons, the Su family could rise to a new level. The head of the Su family readily agreed and quickly summoned the elders of each branch for a meeting. Su Xinyu reminded him to not forget to bring the items. The head of the Su family quickly concurred, saying yes, bring all the weapons and town plates over. The elders had no choice but to gather the younger generation and bring the weapons and town plates. The head of the family had notified them in a hurry and hadn't explained clearly what was going on. The elders were also unclear and brought the items over in a daze. In the conference room, the head of the Su family sat at the top. with Jiang Wan and the others seated to his right. When the head of the Su family entered, he found that Su Xinyu was sitting in his position. He immediately scolded her. "What is wrong with you? Is there no respect for elders and juniors? That position is clearly for the head of the family. How dare she sit there?" Su Xinyu casually made up a lie, saying that this position allowed her to see clearly and conveniently command them to upgrade the town plates and weapons. The head of the Su family was still unconvinced, but thinking that upgrading the town plates and weapons was more important, he considered temporarily compromising, planning to punish Su Xinyu properly after this matter was over. He scanned the room, looking for a position just below the top seat, and walked over to Jiang Wan's side, ordering, "You get up." Jiang Wan looked him up and down and finally rolled her eyes fiercely. As the head of a prominent family, it was the first time he had been so disregarded. "Why can't you understand human language? I told you to get up." Jiang Wan mimicked his tone. "Why can't you understand other people's expressions? I'm not getting up. Isn't their seat opposite? Why don't you sit there? Must I give his position to you? Why should I? Just because your butt is big?" At this, Song Xiaoyo couldn't help but laugh out loud. She quietly leaned forward, looking at the head of the Su family's butt. Her gaze seemed to say, "Let me see how big it really is." The head of the Su family felt very embarrassed under her gaze. He flicked his sleeves, exclaiming, "Ridiculous," and quickly put his hands behind his back to cover his butt, leaving in a huff. All branches of the Su family gathered. Some elders came personally, while others sent younger members. Without exception, they all brought a large number of weapons and town plates. Once everyone was present, the meeting began. Just as the head of the Su family was about to stand up and say a few words, Su Xinyu directly spoke up. "Let me explain briefly. The reason I called you all here is to upgrade your weapons and town plates." As soon as she spoke, everyone's attention fell on her. No one cared what the head of the Su family wanted to say. The head of the Su family's expression turned very ugly, and he took several deep breaths to calm his anger. When representatives from various branches of the Su family heard Su Xinyu's words, they were all very pleasantly surprised. They could actually upgrade. If the weapons and town plates were upgraded, they would be able to catch more prey. Other families' hunting teams were unwilling to work with them, but once their weapons and town plates were upgraded, they would see how they would rush to curry favor. "Exactly. It's time to show off." Jiang Wan shook her head in disbelief at their words. These supernatural beings were not thinking about how to train to improve their own supernatural levels, but instead were placing their hopes on Su Xinyu. Truly useless. They were making a ruckus below, completely unaware of the need for quiet in a meeting. Su Xinyu sat at the top, annoyed, and patted the table. Yet no one paid her any mind. Ding! A serrated sword pierced through the crowd and forcefully embedded itself in the wall. In an instant, the wall was immediately frozen. The previously noisy crowd was now shocked, staring at the sword. Jiang Zhao sat in his seat and waved his hand. The ice on the wall instantly shattered into pieces that fell to the ground. The conference room finally quieted down. Jiang Zhao was at least of S-level gene rank. When unleashing his supernatural power, those around could feel his gene level. Lower-level supernatural beings instinctively and subconsciously submitted to higher-level ones. Su Xinyu gratefully glanced at Jiang Zhao and continued, "Now, everyone take out the items you brought, and I will upgrade them for you." Everyone present hurriedly took out their storage devices and anxiously dumped the contents. They feared that if they were a moment too slow, they would be left behind. Jiang Wan inwardly cursed this group of fools. They would probably still count the money for someone else even if they were sold. Ding ding clang clang. Ding ding clang clang. After a while, they still hadn't finished taking everything out. On one hand, their storage devices weren't very good, making it slow to retrieve items. On the other hand, there were too many items. Each person piled up a small mountain in front of them. Jiang Wan, Lin Yuewei, and Song Qiuyo were all stunned. These were all items that Su Xinyu had refined for them. These things, if taken out, could support a small family and successfully cross class barriers. However, they were still shocked that Su Xinyu could refine so many items. Jiang Wan couldn't help but swallow. She considered her refining ability to be decent, but to refine all these items in front of her would take a year and a half of nonstop work. Su Xinyu was truly working too hard. Indeed, talent is 1 talent and 99 effort. Despite all she had done, these people in the Su family were still unsatisfied and dared to treat her that way. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth. They really deserved to die. Another 5 minutes passed before their movements slowly came to a halt. Su Xinyu surveyed the room. Have you all taken everything? Everyone quickly nodded. Yes, we've taken everything. Upgrade our family's items first. Why should we upgrade your family's first? We clearly came first. Stop arguing. Our family came first. A group of people actually started arguing about who should be upgraded first. Jiang Wan couldn't help but wonder how this family of fools had managed to squeeze into the 8 great families. Su Xinyu's expression was cold as she moved her lips. Don't worry, everyone will get their share. After saying that, she closed her eyes and mobilized her mental power. Seeing this, everyone finally quieted down. The town plates and weapons on the table began to tremble. Everyone looked at those items in surprise. My goodness, how magical! Are they about to be upgraded? All the town plates and weapons are shaking. Is she going to upgrade them all at once? Seeing their astonished expressions, Jiang Wan suddenly laughed. Just wait. There would be even more to shock them soon. Chapter 308. It's time for a change. With a swoosh, everything on the table flew towards Su Xinyu. Jiang Wan promptly opened a ring storage device and packed all the flying items inside. However, in the blink of an eye, all their belongings had vanished. That was all their wealth. The representatives present panicked. Without their things, how were they supposed to report back? However, Su Xinyu was after all the talented alchemist of the Su family. They would still rely on her in the future. They couldn't just lose their temper. Suppressing their anxiety and anger, they asked, Xinyu, isn't this an upgrade? Why did you take all our things into the storage device? Yeah, hurry and take them out for the upgrade. We are in a hurry. Su Xinyu opened her eyes, took the ring storage device from Jiang Wan, and placed it into her own storage device. She glanced at the crowd coldly and said, There's no rush. I will upgrade them when I have the time. The crowd was stunned. When will you have the time? They hesitated, wondering if they should push her again. Su Xinyu preemptively said, Uncles, how have I treated the Su family all these years? The crowd was puzzled by her sudden statement, but didn't care much about it. They were only concerned about when they could get their things back. Right. Why bring this up? We are family. Just upgrade our things first. Yeah, you've always treated us well. Hurry and upgrade our things so we can go hunting. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes at their perfunctory expressions, but Su Xinyu remained unfazed. She had long known the character of the Su family. They had taken her kindness for granted. She didn't expect to hear any sincere words from them. Su Xinyu continued, The Su family has already fallen far behind the other 7 families. You wouldn't want the Su family to exit the 8 great families, would you? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at her in confusion. Xinyu, this isn't something you should worry about, right? This is something your father and we will discuss. You just focus on your alchemy. What does an alchemist know about these matters? These are understood by supernatural beings. Jiang Wan couldn't help but look at the person who spoke. What do you mean an alchemist doesn't know anything? Is it the case that alchemists only stay behind closed doors and don't care about anything else? Who are you looking down on? Su Xinyu bluntly said, Since you don't want me to worry, then I cannot provide you with these weapons and suppressors. What? You, an alchemist? Want to refine for us? What do you want to do? Since the start of the interstellar era, no one had heard of an alchemist refusing to refine. Su Xinyu calmly raised her eyes to meet his gaze. Does my refining ability have anything to do with you? The person was momentarily taken aback by her retort and immediately shouted, You are the alchemist of the Su family. As a supernatural being of the Su family, you should refine for me. Lin Yuewei frowned instinctively upon hearing this. Everyone on Capital Star knew that if it weren't for Su Xinyu, the Su family would have long exited the 8 great families. All the items refined by Su Xinyu had been taken by them, to the point where she herself hardly had any treasures left, even though the Su family had nurtured Su Xinyu and had some obligations to her. After all these years and so many items, those debts had long been repaid. Su Xinyu raised her head. Then I don't plan to refine for you now. How about that? Her voice was not loud, but it was enough to shake people's hearts. Everyone present felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. They all knew what would happen to the Su family if Su Xinyu were no longer there. They would probably struggle to survive on Capital Star. A few clan elders managed to remain calm and immediately laughed it off. Oh, come on. Don't say things in anger. Xiaokai, how can you speak to Xinyu like that? Quickly apologize. Xinyu, don't be angry. He is just anxious to go hunting. After all, the hunting team is still waiting. Our Su family's hunting team is weak, and we all rely on the weapons and suppressors you refine, right? Yeah, Sinew. Don't throw a tantrum at a time like this. See, everyone knows the Su family relies on Su Sinew, but they treat her like a piece of dough to knead as they please. Only when pushed to the brink do they realize they need to appease her. Su Sinew knew they were trying to coax her into upgrading quickly. Elders, everyone knows what I, Su Sinew, have done for the Su family. Since that's the case, I want to sell my services anymore. It's time for a change in the leadership of the Su family. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone turned to look at her in unison. Their gazes were as if they were looking at a madwoman. Never had there been a leader of a family who was an alchemist. A few clan elders exploded in anger. How can you want to embarrass our Su family like this? Jiang Wan sneered. With the level of your Su family supernatural beings, you're not ashamed. So why should Su Sinew be ashamed? The clan elders finally noticed Jiang Wan and exchanged glances, wondering where this wild girl came from. But this wasn't the time to deal with her. You want to be the next leader of the Su family? Do you think you're worthy? Su Sinew suddenly stood up, pushing away the chair behind her. Uncles, I advise you to think carefully before giving me a response. Jiang Wan and the others also stood up behind Su Sinew. Before leaving, Jiang Wan couldn't help but say, "You don't deserve to use the items refined by Su Sinew." The clan elders were nearly infuriated to the point of fainting. A few supernatural beings wanted to chase after them. "Don't go. Give us back our weapons and suppressors." Jiang Zhao and Song Bozing immediately took out their weapons and blocked the doorway. Both of them were of high rank, and the moment they unleashed their supernatural powers, everyone immediately felt it and instinctively took a step back. After Jiang Wan and the others left, the two followed suit. Su Sinew let out a breath of relief. Finally, the mask was torn off, and she didn't have to be disgusted by those people anymore. Jiang Wan patted her shoulder. "Let us go. The Su family can't stay here for now. Who knows what these people will do when they are cornered?" Su Sinew nodded slightly. Stop." A voice came from behind. Everyone turned back to look. Su Haoyu angrily chased after them. "Su Sinew, have you gone mad? Are you trying to make Dad die from anger?" Su Sinew's face was cold as she glanced at him indifferently. "You spend all day doing nothing, and he hasn't died from your incompetence. You." Su Haoyu was momentarily speechless, pointing at her. With a fierce expression, he said, "Dad is still healthy, and you're just thinking of seizing power. What kind of daughter are you?" Chapter 309. Is he a giant? Su Sinew coldly glanced at him, pretending to be something he wasn't. "I haven't seen you being this filial before. You're so agitated now only because you fear that I might take away your position as the future head of the Su family." Her gaze was icy, looking at Su Haoyu as if she could see right through him. Su Haoyu's eyes darted around nervously. Su Sinew was too lazy to get entangled with him and turned to leave. "So you shouted, someone. Stop her." A group of superhumans suddenly appeared from nowhere. If it were before, these people might have been able to stop them. But now, Su Sinew had regained so many suppressive devices, weapons, and treasures. She casually took out a mid-level suppressive device, and these superhumans couldn't withstand it. With the energy stone installed, the suppressive device ascended and emitted bright light, flashing as if warning the superhumans that if they didn't step aside, it would smash their heads. The group of superhumans hesitated and took 2 steps back. No one wanted to die for no reason. Jiang Wan and the others followed behind the suppressive device and walked out. They were preparing to take a small spaceship back to Jinxing. Fortunately, Vice Officer Yi had the foresight to encrypt the spaceship system. When they found the spaceship, someone was trying to open the hatch. Jiang Zhao jumped up and kicked that person away. Su Sinew stepped forward, scanned her face, and opened the door. Everyone boarded the spaceship. Jiang Wan suddenly remembered something. "Let's stop by the Fu family, shall we? My parents helped deliver the white pigs for the Fu family and haven't returned to Jinxing yet." Su Sinew nodded. "All right." The spaceship turned around and headed for the Fu family. Jiang Wan contacted Yun Shang in advance. Someone was already waiting for them there. As soon as the spaceship landed, they got into a hover car and went to the Fu family's breeding farm. Chun Huixian, Jiang Ziheng, and the breeders from Jinxing were all at the breeding farm checking on the white pigs. Besides them, Yun Shang, Mrs. Fu, and Fu Chun were also there. Mrs. Fu accompanied Fu Chan to see the piglets. Yun Shang came to the entrance to greet them. "Jiang Wan, over here. 5 piglets were born, and they're all so robust." 5? That's really great. Jiang Wan and the others followed Yun Shang into the breeding farm. Fu Chen, who was originally watching the white pigs, immediately ran over. Wan. The little guy was growing so fast that Jiang Wan could hardly hold him anymore. She patted his hair. Chen Shun, you've grown taller again. Mrs. Fu was also very happy to see Jiang Wan. After all, she recognized her as her goddaughter. Wan, do you still remember your godmother? Jiang Wan hurriedly stepped forward and linked arms with her. Of course I remember. I'm here to see you. Mrs. Fu smiled and pointed at her. Although Jiang Wan and Mrs. Fu didn't have a deep relationship, they could even say they had no feelings for each other. However, in a place like the capital star, having more connections was never a bad thing. Therefore, Jiang Wan naturally became familiar with Mrs. Fu. Mrs. Fu looked at the many people behind her, including Su Xinyu and Lin Yuewei, and couldn't help but ask, "What are so many of you doing here?" Since the matters of the Su family were Su Xinyu's private affairs, Jiang Wan wouldn't reveal too much. However, she had to spread the word about the shameless and despicable things the Su family had done. And Mrs. Fu's status in the capital star was certainly not to be underestimated. If she casually spread a few words during gatherings, the Su family's reputation would be ruined. Mrs. Fu was also perceptive. When Jiang Wan was passionately recounting the Su family's misdeeds, she knew what Jiang Wan was up to. However, she was also happy to help Jiang Wan with this. It was just a small effort, and she could consider it a return gift from Jiang Wan for their family's white pigs. It seemed she would have to attend more banquets during this time. After checking on the white pigs, they took Jiang's father and mother along with the breeders back to Jinxing. The white pigs delivered smoothly, and the piglets were strong enough that they no longer needed the breeder's care. Once back on Jinxing, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian began to get busy. They needed to quickly prepare for the competition. Zhang Xueting had designed the training programs for them early on. The two spent all day in the training room. They went to the training room as soon as they got up in the morning and only returned at bedtime. After training for about 3 days, the competition time was approaching. This time, Zhang Xueting accompanied the two of them to the capital star for the competition. No one else went. With their strength, passing the preliminary round was more than enough. Jiang Wan and the others watched the live stream at home. Brother Jiang Zhao is on stage. Who is his opponent? Song Qiuxiu, Lin Yuewei, and Su Xinyu all came to Jiang Wan's house. Jiang Wan took out some fruits and casually replied, "I don't know. We'll find out when the opponent comes on stage." This competition was a double-blind format. No one knew who their opponent was. Song Qiuxiu's eyes widened as she closely watched the live stream page. "Here he comes, wow. He's so muscular. Is he a giant?" Lin Yuewei also agreed. Jiang Zhao is tall too, but the opponent looks even bigger now that he's on stage. Su Xinyu looked at the live stream page and couldn't help but feel nervous for Jiang Zhao. Jiang Wan quickly stepped forward to join the excitement, nodding in agreement. He really is quite muscular. The man coming onto the stage was over 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, and he wasn't wearing a shirt on his upper body. When he moved, the muscles on his arms bounced. With the referee's command, the match officially began. The muscular man launched the first attack. He charged forward, jumping directly at Jiang Zhao, putting all his strength into it. If it were purely a hand-to-hand fight, Jiang Zhao might not be able to defeat him. After all, that man's muscles were not built for nothing. But this was a battle of abilities. Jiang Zhao immediately dodged and shot out ice spikes. The muscular man quickly raised a wall of earth. Bang, bang, bang. All the ice spikes embedded themselves in the earth wall, causing no harm to the muscular man. He smirked proudly and threw a flirtatious glance at the camera. The audience in front of the live stream. Jiang Wan pursed her lips in silence. Song Qiuxiu asked worriedly, "Can Brother Jiang Zhao win? That big guy looks pretty strong." The earth ability isn't very strong offensively, and its defense isn't better than metal-type abilities. With my brother's fire and ice abilities, defeating him is more than enough. Song Qiuxiu nodded and continued to watch the live stream. The ice spikes Jiang Zhao had just shot out were actually just to test the opponent's skills. Now he knew that the opponent's ability was earth-type, so he no longer hid his strength. He took out a toothed sword and infused it with his abilities. Seeing Jiang Zhao take out a weapon, the muscular man hurriedly pulled out his own weapon. It was a massive hammer. Jiang Zhao swung the toothed sword first, and the ice spikes shot out like bullets. The muscular man still raised the earth wall to block. Once all the ice spikes were embedded in the wall, he retracted it. At the same time, Jiang Zhao had already reached in front of him. The muscular man's pupils constricted, and he quickly swung his hammer. Chapter 310. Purebred rabbit breeding. The hammer was as thick as an elephant's leg. Getting hit by it was no joke. It could kill on the spot. However, Jiang Zhao approached, not to attack. The muscle man's hammer could only be used for melee attacks, not ranged ones. He deliberately got close, just to throw him off balance. Just when a muscle man was desperately swinging his hammer, Jiang Zhao's sword suddenly transformed into a long whip. He raised his arm and swung it hard. The muscle man wasn't afraid at all. He stood his ground and raised his hand to intercept the long whip. When the whip fell through the air, it suddenly ignited in fierce flames. The muscle man quickly dodged, but it was too late. Just as the fiery whip was about to land on him, a flying robot flew over his head and activated a defensive shield for him. Jiang Zhao won. The next match was Song Bojian's duel. His opponent was relatively normal and used lightning-type abilities. Both wind and lightning abilities allowed for ranged attacks, so neither of them engaged in close combat. They each occupied a side of the arena, using their abilities and weapons. The arena was neither too big nor too small, perfect for Song Bojian's boomerang. At first, the opponent was unaware of the boomerang's attack methods and was hit by several wind blades. However, once familiar with it, he adeptly dodged. Song Bojian gradually fell behind. Song Qiuqiu couldn't help but feel anxious on Golden Star. "Come on, brother. You're not going to lose, are you?" Jiang Wan calmly stared at the live stream. "Don't worry. Your brother is doing this on purpose. He is looking for an opportunity. Don't forget, Song Bojian has a very special boomerang. So far, he hasn't used it yet. He's probably waiting for his opponent to let their guard down and create an opening." Sure enough, as the opponent thought he had mastered Song Bojian's weapon attack methods, he became complacent. Song Bojian seized the opportunity to throw out his secret weapon. The boomerang, engraved with flowers, was thrown. At a distance of 1 meter from the opponent, it directly unleashed 5 powerful wind blades. The opponent was knocked to the ground by one of the wind blades, clutching his chest in pain. Seeing that 4 more wind blades were about to strike him, the flying robot quickly activated the defensive shield to protect him. Song Bojian won. Song Qiuqiu jumped up in excitement. Jiang Wan couldn't help but smile. Now they could advance to the semifinals. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian's matches were back-to-back, and both had won. Their weapons were quite unique, attracting a large crowd's attention. Which planet are they from? Their weapons are so unique. I've never seen anything like them. They must be crafted by a powerful alchemist. Sharp-eyed media noticed that many people were discussing Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian and immediately investigated their information, conducting post-match interviews with them. This time, Golden Star was in the spotlight again. The commander took the opportunity to promote Wanqing once more. Those who had previously left Wanqing were returning. The military happily hosted a welcome banquet for Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian. At the banquet, Yichihang announced some good news. "We've cracked the breeding problem of purebred rabbits." Everyone was taken aback. Does this mean the military will soon have baby purebred rabbits? Yichihang nodded excitedly. That's right. Song Qiuqiu looked at him in disbelief. But those are purebred rabbits. Our planet has only 2, and that's already impressive. There will be even more in the future. Song Bojian tapped her on the head. "You blockhead. The breeding of purebred rabbits means Golden Star will become famous again. If someone catches a purebred rabbit while hunting, it will trend on the Star Network. Not to mention that Golden Star is about to breed purebred rabbits. Once this news is announced, a large number of people will come to Golden Star. Some may come to buy purebred rabbits, while others may come to learn Golden Star's breeding techniques. In any case, Golden Star will gain immense benefits from it. Furthermore, Golden Star can use purebred rabbits to expand its connections. Those influential families and advanced planets have seen all sorts of good things. They wouldn't bother to befriend you for ordinary items. But purebred rabbits are different. No matter how big your family is or how advanced your planet is, if you can't catch one, you can't catch one. If Golden Star takes the initiative to establish relations with purebred rabbits, the other party will surely be very willing. This is tremendous good news for Golden Star. In the interstellar era, if you don't band together, you can't survive. If you want to thrive, you must stick together. Just look at the 8 great families. Aren't they all intertwined with interests? Otherwise, Why have the 8 great families remained unchanged for so many years? It's always been those 8 families. With double happiness, everyone was thrilled at the welcome banquet. They witnessed their mother planet go from being ignored to suddenly becoming popular. Now, they were finally about to establish relationships with major forces. Jiang Wan believed that one day, when others mentioned Golden Star, it would be filled with envy and longing, just like when they spoke of the capital star. After the preliminary rounds ended, the 3 of them began intensive team training. In addition to basic physical training, they also trained in an outdoor training ground, mainly focusing on cooperation to kill mutated beasts. Jiang Wan aimed to quickly refine potions, weapons, and even calming plates in a noisy environment. Moreover, she had been secretly enhancing her mental strength. Ever since she read about some mental strength usage methods in that book, it felt like she had opened the door to a new world. Telepathy, puppet techniques, any one of them was a game-changing skill. However, they all consumed a lot of mental energy. She only successfully used telepathy once and never again. As for puppet techniques, she fainted after using it once, so she didn't dare to try it again. However, she could still use her mental strength to sense the surrounding environment. When it came to the semi-finals, they would face unfamiliar and complex environments. If she could use her mental strength to scout ahead, it would reduce unnecessary trouble. Therefore, while Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were killing mutated beasts, Jiang Wan closed her eyes and used her mental strength to sense the distance. At first, she could sense the situation within a radius of 3 meters. Gradually, she could sense within 5 meters and then 10 meters. However, the farther she went, the more blurred the images became. Within 3 meters, she could clearly sense what kind of animal it was and its size and shape. Within 10 meters, she could only sense that there was something and where it was located. Chapter 311. Could there be a mineral vein? Today's training objective is to eliminate these mutated beasts. Zhang Xueting led the 3 of them to the outskirts of Golden Star. This is a wasteland where mutated beasts from neighboring stars often sneak over. Normally, there's soldiers guarding the area, and once mutated beasts are spotted, they are immediately exterminated. However, the Evening Star people are currently short-handed, and quite a few mutated beasts have already hidden in this wasteland. They are lurking in the dark, waiting for the right moment to attack. The officer stationed in this area saw Zhang Xueting and immediately approached them. "Teacher Zhang, thank you for your trouble." Zhang Xueting smiled and nodded. "Not a problem. It's a win-win situation. We can help the military exterminate the mutated beasts while also getting some practical training." With a command from the officer, the soldiers allowed Jiang Wan and the others to enter. Jiang Zhao knew that she had been practicing using her mental power for scouting. After walking a short distance and distancing themselves from the station soldiers, she asked, "How is it?" Jiang Wan didn't speak, closing her eyes to sense with her mental power. This perception shocked her. She opened her eyes in astonishment and glanced into the distance. After closing her eyes again to continue sensing, she opened them once more. Seeing her poor expression, Jiang Zhao asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Wan raised her eyes a lot. Song Bojian was also surprised. If Jiang Wan said a lot, then it must indeed be a lot. Jiang Wan had a gut feeling that something was off. Logically, on a planet like Golden Star, which had been inhabited for many years, mutated beasts wouldn't easily come. Even if the neighboring star ran out of food, only a few weaker mutated beasts would be forced to migrate. However, what she sensed earlier was an abundance of fierce beasts. This was too illogical. The 3 of them were followed by flying robots. One reason was to ensure their safety, and the other was to allow Zhang Xueting to observe their combat methods for better correction. Zhang Xueting was outside the warning line, watching the live footage sent by the flying robots. "What is going on? Just went in and 1T come out?" Jiang Wan had been thinking of contacting Zhang Xueting to ask. Just then, she spoke up. Jiang Wan turned and looked at the flying robot, saying, "I'd like to ask Colonel Liu, approximately how many mutated beasts are there here?" Colonel Liu was standing beside Zhang Xueting at that moment. Hearing Jiang Wan's question, he thought for a moment and replied, "Based on our observations, there should be around 500. Jiang Wan chuckled. 500? It's at least 1,000. 1,000. Colonel Liu was shocked by this number. He quickly added, "That's impossible. Our soldiers have been observing with instruments for several days to get an accurate number. If there really were 1,000, I wouldn't dare let you 3 in. They're the hope of Golden Star right now. What if something happens to them? How did you come to the conclusion of 1,000? Otherwise, you should come out first. I'll apply to send a military team over. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan immediately became evasive. I was just guessing, just asking casually. Colonel Liu was puzzled. She had just spoken so confidently earlier. How did it suddenly change? Zhang Xueting understood Jiang Wan and could tell she must have made some discovery, but it wasn't convenient to say right now. Be careful. Jiang Wan nodded at the flying robot. Jiang Zhao asked from the side, which direction should we head now? Jiang Wan looked towards the southeast that way. They're the most fierce beasts over there. It was clearly an uninhabited area, yet it was home to so many fierce beasts. Jiang Wan wanted to see what was attracting them. The 3 of them moved forward. Along the way, they encountered some low-level mutated beasts that posed no threat to humans. They simply bypassed them. Those that were aggressive were killed directly. They had specifically requested a storage device from the military to store the mutated beast corpses. Jiang Wan didn't want to put the mutated beast corpses in her own storage device. After walking for almost an hour, they finally encountered a higher-level mutated beast, a mutated wolf. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian took out their weapons and charged forward. Jiang Wan opened her defensive shield and watched from corner. During official competitions, aside from the weapons of ability users, they couldn't bring anything else in. Alchemists could only bring 1 furnace. All alchemical materials and energy stones had to be found on-site during the competition. Spiritual medicines, weapons, and suppression plates all had to be refined by the alchemist on-site during the competition. However, since they were just training now, it wasn't very strict. Jiang Wan just took a defensive suppression plate. The mutated wolf was strong, but it couldn't withstand the combined assault of Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian for long. Soon, it was steadily retreating. In its final desperate moments, it surprisingly struggled and spat out a flame. A very weak flame that would be hard to notice if one didn't look closely. But Jiang Wan still saw it. She immediately walked over and squatted down to examine the mutated wolf's corpse. This mutated wolf was not large, suggesting its level wouldn't be too high. It certainly couldn't have reached level 5. It didn't even reach level 4. At most, it was level 3. However, this was strange. Mutated beasts had to reach level 5 or above to awaken their abilities. How could this low-level, mutated wolf spit out flames? Jiang Wan even began to doubt whether she had seen it wrong. She looked up and asked Jiang Zhao, "Brother, did you see the flame the mutated wolf spat out?" Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Now all 3 of them were shocked. 1 person could miss-see, but 3 people miss-seeing was unlikely. Jiang Wan furrowed her brows. How could a level 3 mutated beast possibly spit out flames? Everything felt eerie. Song Bojian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He looked as if he had forcibly broken through a level. Jiang Wan contemplated forcibly breaking through a level. Ability users needed to rely on constant battlefield experience to break through levels. Of course, there were also those who used drugs, consuming spiritual medicines to boost their levels. But those were superficial. They appeared to be high level, but their actual strength was significantly lower. This mutated wolf felt like those ability users who used drugs to forcibly level up. Jiang Zhao immediately stood up and looked around. Could there be a mineral vein nearby? Energy stones can be used by ability users for refining. For mutated beasts, they could absorb the energy within to enhance their levels and awaken abilities. A level 3 mutated wolf could spit flames, which meant there must be a large amount of energy stones nearby. After the 3 of them realized this possibility, their heartbeats couldn't help but quicken. If it were a mineral vein, then Golden Star would be completely prosperous. One of the main reasons Golden Star was underdeveloped was due to the lack of energy. Chapter 312, Seeking Help from the Military. Despite the recent prominence of Gold Star, with the addition of the satellite late star, the exceptional talents like Jiang Wan and her companions, and the coveted purebred rabbits and white pigs, none of these could compare to the discovery of a mineral vein. Once a mineral vein is found, Gold Star would be completely free from external constraints. It could provide its own energy. It's important to note that the energy stones used by Gold Star are entirely reliant on imports, always requiring them to trade valuable goods with others. This vicious cycle would eventually leave Gold Star without any treasures to offer. When Yichihong announced the successful breeding of purebred rabbits, everyone's thoughts were solely on trading them for energy stones with other planets. Thus, the importance of mineral veins cannot be overstated. The three of them were very eager to find a mineral vein at this moment. Zhang Xueting, watching the live stream, immediately spoke up. Jiang Wan, you all need to calm down. If there really is a mineral vein, it means there will be many ferocious beasts nearby. If you let your guard down, you could be injured or worse. At this moment, Major Lu was no longer beside Zhang Xueting. Otherwise, he would have immediately called off the training and reported the situation to the military. Zhang Xueting did not want to call off the training. Regardless of whether there was a mineral vein in this wasteland, it was a good training opportunity for Jiang Wan and her team. Jiang Wan nodded at the flying robot. The three continued moving forward, occasionally encountering mutated tigers and leopard beasts, which Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian quickly dealt with. To their surprise, they found that these creatures had awakened special abilities, albeit weak ones, indicating that their awakening had only happened recently. This further convinced Jiang Wan that there was a mineral vein in this area. A shadow approached from afar. The group quickly looked up. It was a mutated bird beast. Judging by its size and feather color, it must be of a high rank. The bird beast flew past them without sparing them a glance. The three exchanged glances and quickly followed. Following this bird beast would surely lead them to the mineral vein. The bird beast flew swiftly. Fortunately, Gold Star had very few trees, mostly vast stretches of Gobi Desert. The bird beast was flying in the air, making it easier to spot its general direction. If they were in a place like Muxing, filled with trees, they would have lost sight of the bird beast in no time. The three ran quickly, fearing they would lose track of it. After about half an hour, they finally found a gathering place for the ferocious beasts. Thankfully, Jiang Wan had never slacked off in her physical training. Otherwise, she would have been exhausted after just 10 minutes of running. Breathing heavily, Jiang Wan leaned against a rock to catch her breath. In contrast, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were only slightly out of breath. Jiang Wan couldn't help but feel envious. Their stamina was incredible. The two leaned over the edge of the rock, peeking out. A group of ferocious beasts was confronting each other. There were armored beasts, mammoth beasts, amethyst beasts, saber-toothed beasts, tyrannosaurus beasts, and bird beasts. Jiang Wan took a moment to recover and joined them to watch the spectacle. It was truly dazzling. Jiang Wan had never seen so many large, ferocious beasts before. That must be the amethyst beast, right? The purple crystal on its back looks stunning, Jiang Wan commented. Jiang Zhao replied, the purple crystal on the amethyst beast's back can be used to forge weapons. It's very valuable. Jiang Wan then looked at the saber-toothed beast, which resembled a hippopotamus but had two massive teeth that looked like swords, hence the name saber-toothed beast. As for the tyrannosaurus beast, it looked similar to a T-Rex. The ferocious beasts were restlessly sharpening their claws. The three, hiding behind the rocks, dare not move. They even breathed cautiously, afraid of disturbing them. With so many large, ferocious beasts, if they were discovered, it wouldn't be a joke. It could mean death. Boom! With a loud crash, the armored beast launched the first attack, causing chaos to erupt. These large, ferocious beasts had all awakened their special abilities. If it were before, just one of these beasts would require an entire military unit to eliminate. Just like the incident on Xixing, when two armored beasts awakened special abilities, the military dispatched the First Legion to eradicate them. In an instant, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning erupted, with a flurry of special abilities flying everywhere. The three hid behind the rocks, not daring to make a sound. Above them, mutated bird beasts circled back and forth, occasionally joining the fray. Jiang Wan curled up in a corner and gestured to them. Let's wait until they're fighting to the death before we go out to pick up the scraps. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian nodded in agreement. They had the same intention. Otherwise, with their strength, they couldn't possibly fight back. Watching the live stream, Zhang Xueting also felt anxious for them. She suddenly regretted her decision. The situation was too dangerous. She shouldn't have let them face this alone. She considered ordering Jiang Wan and the others to come back, but dared not speak out rashly. She could only suppress her anxiety for the moment and observe the situation. These ferocious beasts, even if all the military forces on Gold Star were dispatched, would likely not be able to drive them away. It was a hot potato, and nothing could be done right. All she could do was watch and wait. Zhang Xueting shook her head helplessly. Major Lu had mentioned there were 500 mutated beasts. Not only was the number wrong, but they hadn't even detected these large, ferocious beasts. The military's detection equipment needed to be updated. The mutated beasts were locked in fierce combat. Jiang Wan rummaged through her storage device, pulling out a horn for dealing with bird beasts and the attack suppression plates she had forged during the preliminary rounds. After the assessment of the preliminary rounds, the Capital Star had returned these suppression plates to the contestants. After all, they were forged by the contestants themselves, and the Capital Star couldn't take credit for them. Jiang Wan assessed that if the mutated beasts fought to a stalemate, these items should be effective against them. The most troublesome ones were still the bird beasts. As long as the golden horn worked, it wouldn't be a problem. The three hid behind the rocks, watching the show. Boom! A loud bang echoed as a rock was split in two by a bolt of lightning. The three hiding behind the rock were instantly exposed. The mutated beasts quickly noticed them. Although these mutated beasts were enemies with each other, they became allies against humans. Run! Jiang Zhao pulled Jiang Wan, and they took off running. Song Bojian covered their rear. The three kept weaving through the rocky forest. At this moment, Jiang Wan longed for the trees again. At least those trees could slow down the mutated beasts. Watching the live stream, Zhang Xueting could no longer sit still. She had to report to the military immediately and request support. Otherwise, Jiang Wan and the others would surely perish. The three of them were no match for these mutated beasts. Zhang Xueting quickly found Major Lu. Hurry! Send a distress signal to the military. Major Lu was patrolling outside when he saw her anxious demeanor and immediately asked, "What's wrong, Teacher Zhang?" Zhang Xueting quickly showed him the live stream. Major Lu looked at Jiang Wan and her companions hiding everywhere, and then at the large mutated beasts following them. They were even spraying their special abilities. Chapter 313. Killing Birds and Beasts. Lieutenant Colonel Lu was completely stunned. Where did so many large mutated beasts come from? And all of them had abilities. Looking at Jiang Wan and the others fleeing in a panic made Lu's legs go weak with fear. If Jiang Wan lost her life here, he wouldn't have it any better. He immediately sent an urgent distress signal to the military, the highest level one. At this moment, Yi Qihong was attending a meeting with his superior. Upon receiving the urgent distress signal, he stood up abruptly. "Sir," Jiang Wan was being dragged away by Jiang Zhao. No, it should be said that she was being pulled along. She felt her feet were completely dragging on the ground. "Brother, stop running, stop running." Jiang Zhao showed no signs of stopping. "Stop running? Are you waiting to die?" Jiang Wan tugged at his hand. "When you get tired from running, won't they catch up and you'll still die?" Jiang Zhao glanced at her. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Jiang Wan took out the suppression array and smiled proudly. Seeing her expression, Jiang Zhao knew she had a plan. He immediately stopped. Song Bojian, who was following them, couldn't stop in time and slid far away. At the same time, the mutated beasts also halted. Jiang Wan quickly activated the defensive shield, protecting them inside. Although she knew the shield wouldn't hold for long, having it was better than nothing. Next, Jiang Wan immediately activated the attack suppression array. This attack array she crafted also had a layer of defensive shield. This way, they had 2 layers of protection, making them safer. Only then did Jiang Wan calm down and take a clear look at the injuries on several mutated beasts. They had fought enough and were already wounded. That was a relief. Otherwise, they would have been quite difficult to handle. The Tyrannosaurus beast was the first to charge at the defensive shield. With a loud crash, it was bounced back. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were both startled. The other mutated beasts were also shocked. They knew their strength was similar. If the Tyrannosaurus was easily bounced back, they would be too. The Tyrannosaurus stood up, probably feeling embarrassed to be knocked back so easily, and charged at the shield again. Bang! Another loud crash, and this time it was knocked back even farther. The defensive shield was elastic, meaning the more force you used, the more force it would rebound back to you. The Tyrannosaurus wasn't foolish. Why should it be the only one to be knocked back while the others just stood by? The Tyrannosaurus refused to back down. The other mutated beasts conferred and decided to charge together. Jiang Wan clenched her fists secretly. She was confident against one mutated beast, but against so many, she really wasn't sure the shield could repel them all. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian stood on either side of Jiang Wan, ready to protect her in case the shield broke. Bang, bang, bang. With several loud crashes, the mutated beasts were all knocked back, hitting the ground hard and kicking up dust. They all cried out in pain. Jiang Wan's eyes lit up. She didn't expect her attack array to be this powerful, even stronger than the first one she crafted. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian looked incredulously at the mutated beasts rolling on the ground in pain. Is this it? Is this really it? They had even taken out their weapons. And yet these mutated beasts just fell down like that. The flying bird beasts hovered anxiously in the air, searching for a point to attack. Jiang Wan looked at the descending shadows and thought, the bird beasts are not easy to deal with. The mutated bird beasts flapped their wings and let out a cry as they dove down, targeting the suppression array. Instead of attacking the defensive shield, they chose to strike the array above. Jiang Wan's heart sank. This was bad. There was nothing protecting the top of the array. Although it was unlikely the bird beast could break it, the energy stones installed on top could be knocked off. If that happened, the defensive shield would disappear. Jiang Zhao gripped his toothed sword tightly, focusing on the bird beasts. Song Bojian, assist me. The two had a strong rapport, having trained together for so long. Song Bojian created a wind circle. At the moment Jiang Zhao jumped, he sent the wind circle under his feet. With a boost from the wind circle, Jiang Zhao shot high into the air, breaking through the defensive shield. As the bird beast dove down, Jiang Zhao swung his toothed sword. To avoid the blade, the bird beast had to change direction, failing to peck at the array. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. The array was safe. The bird beasts hovered in the air, looking for the next opportunity. The mutated beasts on the ground had gotten back up, launching another assault on the defensive shield. Now, they were being attacked from both sides, caught in a pincer. They had to resolve one situation quickly, or else the shield would eventually be destroyed. Jiang Wan took out a golden horn. Back at Maoxing, she had saved everyone with this horn. Hopefully, it would still be useful now. The three of them held their positions, waiting for the bird beasts to launch their next attack. Sure enough, the bird beasts circled in the air a few times before diving down again. However, this time their speed was even faster. Jiang Wan quickly gathered her mental energy and blew the golden horn. As the sound of the horn echoed, the speed of the bird beasts noticeably slowed. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian felt as if energy had been injected into their bodies, feeling invigorated. Song Bojian gathered a wind circle and sent it out. Jiang Zhao took the opportunity to jump up into the air. Affected by the golden horn, the bird beasts were becoming a bit disoriented. Jiang Zhao seized the chance to swing his tooth sword, launching numerous ice spikes. The spikes pierced into the bodies of the bird beasts. They immediately woke up, crying out in pain. Although the ice spikes injured them, they didn't hit a vital spot. Jiang Wan knew that if they couldn't kill the bird beasts in one blow this time, it would be difficult to take them down later. Moreover, they might face a furious retaliation from the bird beasts. Jiang Wan immediately took out a spear. The distance was a bit far, and with her own strength, she couldn't pierce the bird beasts. However, she could solidify her mental energy for assistance. It was just that it would consume a lot of mental energy. But right now, they might lose their lives, so she couldn't worry about the mental energy consumption. A spear cut through the air, and before anyone could see clearly, it plunged fiercely into the neck of the bird beast. The bird beast let out a mournful cry and fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. The mutated beasts on the ground were stunned upon seeing the bird beast's corpse. They knew how powerful the bird beast was. Just its wings made it impossible for them to hit it. But now it had been taken down by these three humans. How could they not be shocked? These mutated beasts were high-level and had developed intelligence. At this moment, they were also weighing whether to continue the fight. After all, the strength of these three humans was truly formidable. Chapter 314, A Swift Kill. Jiang Wan also estimated that these mutated beasts were frightened. Without hesitation, she commanded the defense mechanism to attack. She had installed fire attribute energy stones. In an instant, countless fireballs fell from the sky. The mutated beasts fled in panic. Those unfortunate enough to be hit by the fireballs immediately caught fire and rolled frantically on ground. Jiang Wan quickly urged Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian to attack. The two immediately swung their weapons and unleashed their abilities. Regardless of whether they could win or not, they couldn't lose momentum. Back when they were on Qixing, they successfully defeated those two giant armored beasts by combining the powers of a small team of ice elemental ability users. But now, there were only Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian, two ability users, and their powers were different. It would be impossible to use that trick again. Jiang Wan's thoughts kept shifting as she searched for a solution. At the same time, the flying robot behind her made a sound. It was Zhang Xiuting's voice. Jiang Wan, hold on. The military has sent reinforcements. Hearing this, Jiang Wan temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. However, she couldn't celebrate too early. The reinforcements from Jin Wangxing were limited. Back then, they had sent a troop to Qixing to deal with 2 level 5 armored beasts and almost failed. Let alone now, with so many level 5 mutated beasts. Those mutated beasts seemed to have realized that the lethality of the fireballs wasn't very high. After a while, they adapted and could skillfully dodge the fireballs. The 3 of them were shocked by their adaptability. Jiang Wan's gaze sharpened. It seemed they couldn't just bluff their way through anymore. They could only choose to take them down one by one. She mobilized all her mental energy, preparing to launch an attack. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus beast had already charged towards the defense shield, baring its teeth and claws. Jiang Wan locked onto the target and decided to deal with it first. Brother, Song Bojian, Tyrannosaurus. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian immediately understood her meaning and focused on dealing with the Tyrannosaurus. As for the other mutated beasts, Jiang Wan commanded the defense mechanism to launch more, denser fireballs. Although these fireballs couldn't directly harm them, they could interfere with their movements. This would allow the 3 to focus on the Tyrannosaurus. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, channeling all her mental energy to attack the Tyrannosaurus's brain. The charging Tyrannosaurus had no idea what was about to happen. The next second, it stood still as if struck by lightning, not moving an inch. Even when hit by the fireballs, it remained unfazed. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian exchanged glances, seizing the opportunity to kill the Tyrannosaurus. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wan opened her eyes and looked at the fallen Tyrannosaurus, slowly revealing a smile. However, the next second, she couldn't help but press her forehead. It really hurt. The other mutated beasts were still dodging the fireballs, and when they discovered that the Tyrannosaurus had been killed, they were all taken aback. How could it be that just a short while ago, both the bird beast and the Tyrannosaurus had been killed? These mutated beasts had all awakened their abilities. Any one of them appearing on a planet would cause a huge uproar. How could they suddenly be killed consecutively by these 3 little humans? The remaining mutated beasts dared not let their guard down. They all huddled together to fight. Being alone would mean being killed, so they wouldn't split up. Surely that would prevent them from being killed. These mutated beasts thought that it was Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian who had killed the Tyrannosaurus, not knowing that the real mastermind was the seemingly harmless Jiang Wan. Even though they had tried to stay together, Jiang Wan directed the fireballs to deliberately block them. The mutated beasts couldn't allow themselves to be hit by the fireballs and could only dodge in a panic. When one of the mutated beasts became isolated, it became Jiang Wan's target. She used her mental energy to attack the mutated beast's brain again. When a mutated beast was caught off guard, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian would seize the opportunity and take it down in one move. Another mutated beast, the amethyst beast, fell to the ground. Now there were only the armored beast, the mammoth beast, and the saber-toothed beast left. These 3 were all big guys, especially the mammoth beast, which could easily toss all 3 of them away with its trunk. Jiang Wan had already exhausted her mental energy twice, and her head was pounding, but she still couldn't afford to let her guard down. She knew that one should pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. Therefore, she chose the armored beast, which she was more familiar with. After all, she had fought it on Qixing and had some understanding of it. The armored beast's main attack method, besides its abilities, was charging. Therefore, when the armored beast charged at the defense shield again and was bounced back, it was the perfect moment for Jiang Wan to strike. She suddenly attacked the armored beast's brain, and in that instant, the armored beast collapsed to the ground. Song Bojian created a wind circle, sending Jiang Zhao over. Jiang Zhao flew into the air and landed right beside the armored beast. A swift kill. However, the mammoth beast and the saber-toothed beast were not fools. When Jiang Zhao exited the defense shield, it was a good opportunity for them to attack. The mammoth beast swung its trunk at Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao hurriedly dodged, but he wasn't as fast as the mammoth beast. Just as the mammoth beast's trunk was about to hit his back, Jiang Wan's eyes widened. Brother! In an instant, all her mental energy was mobilized to attack the mammoth beast's brain. The mammoth beast's massive form froze, its long trunk hanging in the air. Jiang Zhao successfully dodged the blow. At the same time, Song Bojian created a wind circle to help Jiang Zhao quickly return to the defense shield. Jiang Wan saw her brother return safely and finally relaxed the tense string in her mind. A wave of pain swept through her brain. Jiang Wan's face turned pale, and she staggered to the ground. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian hurried over to support her. Jiang Wan, are you okay? Jiang Wan kept her eyes tightly shut, her brows furrowed in pain. It seemed she couldn't hear their voices at all, and there was no response. Boom! The mammoth beast and the saber-toothed beast crashed into the defense shield like they had gone mad. Bang! Bang! Even after being bounced back countless times, they persisted, and their attacks became increasingly fierce. Currently, Jiang Wan was disoriented, and Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian had almost exhausted their abilities. Yet the mammoth beast and saber-toothed beast were still powerful. The three of them didn't know if they would be able to return alive. Another loud bang followed by the roars of the mutated beasts. Jiang Zhao held Jiang Wan in his arms and turned to look. At some point, a group of soldiers had rushed over. They were fighting fiercely against the mammoth beast and the saber-toothed beast. Jiang Wan. Xian pushed through the crowd and saw Jiang Wan collapsed in the defense shield. His face was filled with panic, wishing he could rush over and hold her right now. But the mammoth beast and saber-toothed beast blocked his way. He had to deal with these two big guys first. Chapter 315. Only able to passively take hits, the soldiers were clearly no match for the two mutated beasts. The damage they inflicted felt like mere tickling to the mammoth beast and the saber-toothed beast. Get out of the way! Xian roared from the center of the crowd. Upon hearing his voice, the soldiers immediately parted to make way. Behind him, Qin Si's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but shout, Xian. There stood Xian among the crowd, holding a crescent blade, quietly poised. However, everyone could distinctly feel the energy fluctuations around them. It was fire-type abilities. No, it was lightning-type. Why do I feel gold-type energy? I sense ice-type abilities. The soldiers standing behind felt the energy fluctuations in the air and began to stir restlessly. Boom! In an instant, the originally clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. A fierce wind blew, nearly sweeping the soldiers away. The mammoth beast and saber-toothed beast roared uneasily, pacing back and forth in place. Crack! Boom! In a moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Xian raised the crescent blade in his hand and shouted fiercely, swinging it to point at the two mutated beasts. Countless bolts of lightning, fiery ice spikes, and golden orbs all fell from the sky, crashing down on the two mutated beasts. Everyone present was stunned. They had never seen so many abilities appear at once, with a barrage of attacks. The mutated beasts had nowhere to hide and could only passively take the hits. They roared in anger, unleashing their abilities in resistance. However, it was all in vain, and they ultimately fell into a pool of blood. Xian retracted the crescent blade in his hand, and all the abilities that had descended from the sky vanished without a trace. A few seconds later, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky cleared up. The soldiers were all dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fallen mammoth beast and saber-toothed beast, they would have thought they were hallucinating. Colonel C actually has abilities of all types. No wonder they had never heard what Colonel C's abilities were. It turns out he can use whichever he wants. How extravagant. A unique presence in the starry sky. No, it said that the mysterious god of war also possesses abilities of all types, regardless of how shocked others were. Xian didn't take care. He put away the crescent blade and rushed towards Jiang Wan. At this moment, Jiang Wan's protective shield had not yet been taken down. Jiang Zhao instinctively wanted to stop Xian, fearing he might also be bounced away by the shield. But unexpectedly, Xian smoothly entered the protective shield. For him, these two shields were practically non-existent. Qin Si, following behind him, collided hard with the protective shield and was then bounced back. Jiang Zhao was puzzled. After careful consideration, it should be because the town plate was in sync with Jiang Wan's intentions. And Jiang Wan had no intention of defending against Si Yin, fully trusting and relying on him. Thus, the protective shield allowed Si Yin, whom it recognized as one of its own, to enter. Si Yin looked at Jiang Wan, who had her eyes tightly closed and her face pale. His outstretched hand trembled slightly as he carefully held her in his arms and turned to get onto the hover car. When Jiang Wan woke up, it was already nighttime. A crowd of people surrounded her. Seeing her open her eyes, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Wan, you finally woke up. Jiang Wan, you scared us to death. It's good that you're awake, it's good. Look, the doctor said she's fine. As Jiang Wan saw everyone, she suddenly recalled what happened in the morning and quickly asked, "Where are my brother and Song Bojian?" Song Xiushuang quickly replied, "They're fine too, just some scratches. They've already been treated and are resting." Jiang Wan nodded, relieved that they were okay. The crowd chattered with Jiang Wan. Si Yin sat silently by the bedside, not saying a word. Lin Yuewei, very perceptively, said, "It's getting dark. We should leave first and let Jiang Wan rest." Only then did the group reluctantly leave. Jiang Wan felt a bit guilty when she saw Si Yin. She hesitated for a long time, unsure of how to speak. Si Yin looked at her and took the initiative to say, "Did you use your mental power to attack again? Does her head still hurt?" Jiang Wan felt it and realized it didn't hurt at all. In fact, she even seemed a bit happy. "I even feel like my mental power is more abundant." Upon hearing this, Si Yin suddenly raised his gaze to look at her. His expression was very serious, and when he stared at others, it made them instinctively feel fear. Jiang Wan was stunned and timidly asked, "What is wrong?" Si Yin quickly controlled his emotions and sighed. "From now on, don't use mental power attacks anymore. All the methods of using mental power written in that notebook should not be used again." His tone was very serious, and his expression had never been so solemn. Jiang Wan was a bit confused. Why? Although I fainted from overusing my mental power today, I clearly felt the increase in my mental power after waking up. So, using mental power for attacks, apart from a headache, doesn't seem to have any other downsides. Noticing her confusion, Si Yin instinctively lowered his eyes. "I can't answer that question for now. Just don't use it anymore." Jiang Wan opened her mouth, wanted to say more, but Si Yin added, "Unless it's a critical moment where you need it to save your life." Jiang Wan nodded and didn't speak further. The next morning, Jiang Wan planned to go check the place from yesterday. Si Yin made breakfast and urged her to come out and eat. That place had been investigated by the military, and there were no mineral veins. Jiang Wan paused in her chewing. How could this be possible? If there are no mineral veins, why would those mutated beasts gather there? And why did the lower-level mutated beasts awaken their abilities? Si Yin also understood her doubts, and to be honest, he himself didn't believe that there were no mineral veins at that place. The military was already in the process of purchasing more advanced exploration equipment. The military dared not hire advanced explorers. Once the news of the mineral veins on Gold King Star spread, many forces would inevitably covet it. Therefore, this matter needed to be kept under wraps as much as possible to prevent exposure. Jiang Wan still wanted to go take a look. Si Yin then drove her there. When they arrived, a crowd had already gathered there. Senior military officers from the military were present, with almost everyone except those stationed at Wanqing. Even the commander had come. The explorer was using the newly bought advanced equipment to conduct explorations. There were many people present, but not a single sound was heard. Everyone was focused and waiting for the results of the exploration. This outcome was too important for Gold King Star. Jiang Wan and Si Yin quietly stood at the back of the crowd without making a sound. Half an hour later, the exploration was completed. The explorer took off the equipment. When he met the expectant gazes of the crowd, he shook his head heavily. "Sigh, how could this happen? This is impossible." Disappointed sighs and incredulous voices echoed one after another. Chapter 3:16. Energy liquid, even Zhu he was somewhat shaken. He said in a deep voice, "Maybe there are other reasons attracting those mutated beasts." Everyone shouldn't be too disappointed. After all, the history of Gold King Star is so long. If there really were mineral veins, they would have been discovered long ago. Why wait until today? Sigh, never mind. It's just that we don't have this fortune. It's a waste of time, Let us disperse. The officers, feeling disappointed, scattered. Everyone was quite busy, and they couldn't waste all their time here. After they left, Jiang Wan finally had the chance to check the area. She closed her eyes to feel the energy fluctuations around her and could almost say with 100% certainty that there was energy nearby. Zhu He initially planned to leave, but stopped when he saw Jiang Wan. He hadn't even checked on her after she fainted yesterday. Now that he saw her, he naturally wanted to greet her. Jiang Wan, why aren't you resting more? You came out so quickly. Jiang Wan was deep in thought about the energy issue, and when she suddenly heard the leader speak, she didn't react for a moment. She quickly replied, I'm fine. It's just that I use too much mental energy. I just need to rest a bit. That is true, but you should rest more so you don't wear yourself out, the leader advised her a few more times. Jiang Wan glanced around and couldn't help but ask, is the military planning to give up on this area? Zhu He sighed silently. Give up? We certainly don't want unless it's absolutely necessary. The key is that the military has already bought the most advanced exploration equipment. The explorers are also the best on Gold King Star. Even so, they haven't found any mineral veins. Not to mention mineral veins. Not even a single energy stone has been seen. Jiang Wan looked up at Xiyan. Xiyan immediately understood her meaning. She was going to use her mental power again. Xiyan naturally didn't want her to use it, as using too much would give her a headache again. However, seeing Jiang Wan's eager expression, he nodded in agreement. Jiang Wan beamed with joy and immediately offered herself to Zhu He. If the leader doesn't mind, could you let me try to? Zhu He was somewhat surprised by this. He knew Jiang Wan was skilled in refining and finding things, but he didn't expect her to be able to find mineral veins as well. Oh, that's not right. She could find energy stones. The huge energy stone in the military hall was discovered by Jiang Wan. Hope rose in Zhu He's heart again. Maybe Jiang Wan could really find something. If you want to try, then go ahead. Jiang Wan immediately stood up and extended her mental power to sense the area. The officers who originally planned to leave all stopped when they saw this. Let's wait a bit longer. What if there's a breakthrough? Everyone was eager for a mineral vein. Jiang Wan sensed around her. In less than a minute, she opened her eyes. The crowd was somewhat surprised. It usually took explorers half an hour to explore. Jiang Wan used her mental power for just 1 minute. That was too fast. I guess she probably didn't sense anything. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so quick. Sure enough, everyone heard Jiang Wan say, there are indeed no mineral veins in this area. Sigh. They had been wishful thinking. The officers turned to leave, but then heard Jiang Wan say, but there's a lot of energy. Their movements towards the hover vehicle paused, and their brains couldn't keep up. What did she mean by saying there were no mineral veins, but there was a lot of energy? Zhu He, as the leader, also couldn't understand Jiang Wan's meaning. If there were no mineral veins, where did the energy come from? Jiang Wan replied, there is energy, but I don't know where it's hidden. The crowd all widened their mouths in shock. Huh? Besides energy stones, what else could contain energy? Yeah, we've never heard of anything else hiding energy. Jiang Wan pointed to a nearby clump of soil. How about we dig a try? The crowd exchanged glances and decided to give it a shot. If they really discovered energy, then tonight would be a big win. In an instant, a group of senior officers took off their coats. They pulled out shovels from their storage devices and began digging at those clumps of soil. One shovel went in, and there was nothing. Another shovel went in, still nothing. They suddenly felt a bit foolish. These clumps of soil were everywhere on Gold King Star, and as senior officers, they were actually digging at these clumps of soil, hoping to find energy. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at themselves for being so silly. Suddenly, they heard the sound of liquid flowing. They turned their heads to see a shovel firmly embedded in a massive clump of soil, with Xiyan still holding the shovel. The sound of flowing water was coming from the spot where the shovel had broken through. Where did the muddy water come from? There was water hidden in the clump of soil. It was truly amazing. They had been on Gold King Star for so many years and had never discovered that there was water hidden in the clumps of soil. The crowd stared dumbfounded as muddy water flowed out from the clump of soil. Only Jiang Wan quickly took a basin out of her storage device, placed it on the ground, and collected the muddy water. Although the clump of soil was large, the amount of muddy water that flowed out was not much, especially since they had wasted so much before. So, they only managed to collect half a basin before it stopped. The officers looked at Jiang Wan curiously. What are you doing with this muddy water? Yeah, Jiang Wan. There's no use for this muddy water. Is there something peculiar about it? Jiang Wan didn't answer their questions, but asked, is there an Earth-type ability user here? Among so many officers, there was naturally an Earth-type ability user. One officer stepped forward. I'm an Earth-type. Jiang Wan motioned for him to come over. She took out a cup from her storage device, scooped a cup of muddy water from the basin, and handed it to him. The officer looked puzzled at Jiang Wan. What's this for? Jiang Wan lifted her chin. Drink it. What? Drink it. The officer's eyes widened in surprise. Why was Jiang Wan inexplicably asking someone to drink muddy water? I have clean water. I don't need to drink muddy water. Why waste so many words? Just drink it. Jiang Wan was getting a bit impatient. It was Si Yin who spoke up. Just drink it. With Si Yin's command, the officer had no choice but to grit his teeth, stomp his foot, and down a cup of muddy water in one go. After the muddy water went down, the officer was stunned. The crowd looked at his dazed expression and quickly asked, how is it? Are you okay? Don't tell me drinking muddy water caused a problem. Say something. Should we call a doctor? Let us call a doctor. Quickly contact a doctor. Just as everyone was about to call a doctor, the officer suddenly shouted, This isn't muddy water. This is energy liquid. Chapter 317. Testing the concentration of energy liquid. What? It's actually energy liquid. In the interstellar era, most energy is stored in energy stones. The energy within these stones can only be used for spaceships, hover cars, robots, and weapons. It cannot be directly absorbed by the human body. But energy liquid is different. Energy liquid can be directly absorbed by psychics. After consuming energy liquid, a psychic's ability level can surge in a short period. Therefore, energy liquid is far more precious than energy stones. For hundreds of years, people have only discovered a small amount of energy liquid on a remote barren star. Since then, no one has found energy liquid again. However, now, on Golden Star, they have actually discovered energy liquid. Just a basin of Earth-type energy liquid in front of them is enough to supply an army. The usually calm and exceptionally wise officers are now so excited that their eyes are red. A substance that hasn't been discovered in hundreds of years is actually found by them. Compared to their excitement, Jiang Wan is much calmer. She had long suspected this, so she is not very surprised. While energy stones can help mutated beasts level up and awaken abilities, the effects are not that quick. The only thing that can awaken a level 3 mutated wolf's abilities, besides energy liquid, is beyond Jiang Wan's imagination. She uses her mental power to explore the area. This place definitely has more than just that energy liquid. The small basin of energy liquid cannot attract so many high-level mutated beasts to fight over it. Jiang Wan takes a few steps to the east. The officers are still discussing the uses of that basin of energy liquid. Just as they were about to ask for Jiang Wan's opinion, they look up and find she is gone. Where is Jiang Wan? She was just here. After a few people turn around, they finally see Jiang Wan. Before they can speak, they hear her say, dig. Jiang Wan points to a huge clump of earth. She senses a massive energy fluctuation inside. It must be attack-type energy liquid. The officers immediately grab shovels and rush over to dig. They don't act like officers at all, but more like Jiang Wan's subordinates. As a few officers shovel down, energy liquid flows out in torrents. With the previous experience, they quickly take out containers to catch the energy liquid. This is energy liquid. They would feel heartbroken if even a drop spills. As Jiang Wan expected, this time the energy liquid is fire type. The fiery red energy liquid flows like magma. This time, it is twice as much as the earlier earth-type energy liquid. The officers hold their basins, delighted like 40-year-old children. Hee, this is fire-type energy liquid. No wonder it's an attack type. The energy is truly abundant. Having already discovered 2 types, are there more? Jiang Wan raises her hand and points to a nearby clump of earth. That should be water-type energy liquid. And that one inside should be wood-type. There are also lightning-type, ice-type, and wind-type, all nearby. The officers look at the pile of clumps of earth, eager to prostrate themselves on top to take a closer look. What are these clumps of earth? They are clearly golden nuggets. Zhu He laughs brightly. With a wave of his hand, Lieutenant Chow, you take a team to dig for energy liquid. Lieutenant Liu, here's your chance to redeem yourself. Surround this area well. and bring in a mutated beast. I will hold you accountable. Lieutenant Liu immediately stands straight and salutes. Yes. After the commander assigns the tasks, the officers reluctantly look at those clumps of earth. At this moment, they wish they were just ordinary soldiers so they could stay and dig for energy liquid. However, there are more important matters at hand. They can only leave. Zhu He looks at the energy liquid and sighs. Jiang Wan approaches in confusion. Having discovered the energy liquid, why is the commander still sighing? Is there a problem, Commander? Zhu He looks at the energy liquid, feeling quite helpless. Although we have discovered energy liquid, Golden Star currently lacks the technology to test its concentration. You must know that the concentration of energy liquid is very important. It determines how much energy liquid a psychic can safely consume in a day. If too much energy liquid is ingested, the psychic could explode. Originally, Zhu He did not intend to publicize the discovery of energy liquid on Golden Star. He had planned to keep the discovery of mineral veins quiet, let alone the finding of energy liquid. However, since Golden Star lacks the necessary technology, they have no choice but to request specialized personnel from the capital star for testing. Even if Zhu He is unwilling, there is nothing he can do. Jiang Wan naturally knows how important the concentration of energy liquid is. Then let's apply to the capital star. As Golden Star continues to develop, it will surely attract envy. Whether or not there is energy liquid, it will attract envy. It is better to be open about it. Hiding would seem petty. Zhu He ponders for a moment and asks Yi Qihong to contact the capital star. In just half an hour, almost the entire empire knows that Golden Star has discovered energy liquid. The star network has crashed. Technicians worked hard to fix it. Breaking. Golden Star has discovered energy liquid unseen for a century. Breaking. Golden Star has found a large quantity of energy liquid. Media outlets have already sent reporters to Golden Star for interviews, and they even want to film the energy liquid extraction site. However, Lieutenant Liu is guarding it tightly with his men. No matter what means they use, they can only capture snippets of the area. In the video, soldiers are seen digging a small clump of earth with shovels. With one shovel down, blue energy liquid sprays out. Not much, just enough to fill a small cup. But this is enough to excite those citizens who have never seen energy liquid before. My God, is energy liquid this easy to extract? One shovel down equals 1 cup of energy liquid. There's a similar little clump in my backyard. I should go dig and try it. Some citizens, recognizing familiar terrain, can't help but want to try digging. What if they find some? Wouldn't that be a huge profit? As soon as these words were spoken, they were met with ridicule. What a delusion. Do you think energy liquid is that easy to find? If there really were some in your backyard, it would have been discovered hundreds of years ago. You would have to wait until now. While everyone scoffs, they're also calculating where nearby has a similar terrain. They ponder if they should take a shovel and try digging. They repeatedly watch the video to ensure their digging posture is correct. What if they dig incorrectly and can't find any? They perfectly illustrate what it means to be verbally critical but physically earnest. The explosive news of Golden Star discovering energy liquid has yet to be fully digested by the citizens when another trending topic erupts on the Star Network. Breaking. The concentration of the energy liquid discovered on Golden Star is 99%. Chapter 3:18. Where should others put their faces? Everyone was once again left speechless. 99%. The concentration of the energy liquid discovered hundreds of years ago was only 60%, which was already enough to boost a superhuman's abilities by 1 level. With 99%, it would at least boost them by 2 levels. As soon as this news broke, the noble families of the capital star and the prosperous planets could no longer sit still. If they could get their hands on this energy liquid, their families and planets would surely ascend to another level. In no time, almost all the departing spaceships landed on Gold King Star. The docking area for spaceships was completely full. Later arrivals could only park in the suburbs, in uninhabited areas. The heads of the major families and generals from prosperous planets all brought gifts to the military department to discuss purchasing the energy liquid. Director Zhu, long time no see. The elder of the Li family immediately stepped forward to greet Zhu He upon seeing him. Zhu He recognized this person. After all, the Li family was one of the 8 major families. However, Zhu He had little interaction with the elder of the Li family, having only met a few times. The number of conversations they had could be counted on one hand. In the past, if he wanted to speak to the elder of the Leaf family, he would need an introduction. Unexpectedly, now the elder took the initiative to chat with him. Times have changed. Gold King Star was on the rise. Previously, when he mentioned he was from Gold King Star, others would say, "What remote planet? Never heard of it." Now, when mentioning Gold King Star, everyone knew it was the one with the white pigs and purebred rabbits, the home planet of the 3 contestants who shone in the preliminary rounds of the superhuman competition, and the one that discovered the energy liquid with a concentration of 99%, despite the fact that the group of people who came were hiding ulterior motives. He still had to push aside his work and patiently engage in conversation with them. The group from the capital star spoke as if they were practicing Tai Chi, dragging things out as if they wanted to prattle on for 100 years before finally revealing the purpose of their visit. Although everyone already knew their objective, he was just going through the motions. Unexpectedly, a soldier came to report that another visitor had arrived. He slapped his thigh, suppressing a smile of amusement. "Quick, let them in. Let these people compete for a bit first." He was straightforward and hated all this roundabout talk. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Leaf family froze, realizing he hadn't even convinced he to give them the energy liquid yet. How did a competitor suddenly show up? The soldier opened the door, and in walked General Su from Shershan Star. General Su wore a warm smile, but it froze on his face upon seeing the elder of the Leaf family. "Old fossil, you got here quite fast." When he stood up to welcome him, Su's expression brightened again. "Director Zhu, I've long admired your name." He smiled formally. "General Su, I wanted to pay you a visit for a long time." "Visit my ass." The people of the world didn't even regard him as a director from the capital star. They wouldn't meet him even if he went. He had no intention of going at all, just polite talk. Although General Su called the elder of the Leaf family old fossil in his heart, he still had to maintain the courtesy on the surface. The two exchanged pleasantries, and then the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone knew the purpose of the visit, and the atmosphere was really awkward since General Su and the elder of the Leaf family were now competitors. The 3 exchanged 4 smiles. General Su was pondering how to open his mouth when another soldier came to report that the elder of the Du family and the elder of the Feng family had arrived. The 8 major families, Fu, Yin, and Qin, were the forces of the banquet. Even without competing, they could still get some energy liquid. The Xian family and Jiang Wan were at odds and didn't come, so they wouldn't get any energy liquid anyway. Furthermore, the Xian family relied on alien beings rather than superhumans. As for the Su family, they had just caused a ruckus on Gold King Star not long ago. They must be incredibly shameless to come here asking for energy liquid. So, only the Li family, Du family, and Feng family were left to ask for the energy liquid. Now, it was great. The 3 family elders had run into each other directly. The elder of the Du family and the elder of the Feng family first bumped into each other at the door, and they were already feeling quite uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, when they opened the door, the old acquaintance, the elder of the Li family, was also present. General Su sat aside, reveling in their misfortune. After exchanging greetings, the group fell silent again. They couldn't help but complain about he inwardly. What a small-time leader. He really didn't know how to handle things. How could he arrange for them to be received together? How could they negotiate a price like this? General Su looked at the 3 old men, wishing he could kill them with his gaze, but he had to keep a facade of harmony, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. He sat next to him, patted his shoulder, and said softly, "Don't be awkward. Someone will come to keep you company soon." General Su abruptly turned to look at him, just about to say he didn't need anyone to keep him company when a soldier reported that General Yuxing and General Fanxing had arrived. General Su. The retribution came so quickly. Just a moment ago, he was mocking those 3 old men. The 7 people gathered together indeed led to a long silence. Everyone felt uncomfortable, except for He. He leisurely picked up his cup and took a sip of tea, feeling very good, even thinking the temperature of the tea was just right. He had deliberately arranged for these people to be in one place. When buying things, negotiations shouldn't be the only focus. An auction could yield the greatest profit. Arranging them together was to let them compete on prices. To be honest, he didn't want to sell even a drop of energy liquid. but a big tree attracts the wind. Gold King Star's discovery of the energy liquid was already eye-catching enough. If he monopolized it and didn't share even a little, it would definitely provoke public outrage. Reluctantly, Zhu had to come up with this method to maximize Gold King Star's interests. However, the current awkward situation required someone to stir the pot. Zhu glanced at the time. It was about time for someone to arrive. Just as he thought this, a voice rang out at the door. There was no need for soldiers to announce it. Yin swaggered directly into the conference room. Oh, quite a crowd today. Yin strolled in without crossing his arms, casually waving his hand as people carrying gifts streamed behind him. He casually picked up a erasure mushroom and showcased it to Zhu, making sure everyone else could see it clearly. Uncle Zhu, look how big this erasure is. I brought it specifically to honor you. The others sitting below, seeing that mushroom as big as a face, immediately felt their own gifts were insignificant. They awkwardly moved the things they had placed on the table down to the floor, inwardly cursing Yin. But he was indeed showing off. Just him could perform. Clearly, everyone had brought similar items, yet he stole the spotlight, leaving others wondering where to put their faces. Chapter 319, Concentrated Essence. As the young master of the Yin family, Yin certainly understood the thoughts of these old foxes. The Yin family's ability users and alchemists were not outstanding. They relied on their business acumen to become the richest in the 8 Empire, which allowed them to successfully join the 8 major families. As a result, they had earned a lot of disdain from other families. They looked down on merchants and thought the Yin family was unworthy. Therefore, although Yin was just the young master, he understood much more than others. These old foxes intentionally brought a little something over. Firstly, it was to test the intentions of Jiang Wan. Secondly, it was to deliberately annoy Jiang Wan. After all, Jiang Wan discovered the energy liquid, which made them incredibly jealous. Knowing their thoughts, Yin specifically selected good items from the warehouse to bring to Jiang Wan. He intended to slap that group in the face. Next, Yin showcased the good items he brought one by one, provoking the crowd to curse him as a show-off in their hearts. Yin waved his hand, telling everyone to take their items down. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, finally thinking it was coming to an end. If they stayed any longer and were asked about their gifts, they would have no way to respond. Yin pulled out a chair and sat down. Changing the subject, he said, "Hey, uncles and brothers, why don't we see what you brought? Coming to someone else's planet as guests. How could you be empty-handed? That would be so uncultured." The crowd was now in a difficult position. If they didn't bring anything out, it would seem they weren't as mature as a child. If they did bring something out, it would indeed seem quite embarrassing, especially when compared to what Yin had. A few of them looked at each other, waiting for the other to take something out. Several clan elders directly began to push the responsibility onto each other. "Oldly, why don't you show us what you've got? Let me see, old do. You go first." "Me? Let old phone go first." The clan elders, who had fought for a lifetime, at this moment didn't even pretend, directly calling each other out to embarrass one another. In contrast, the several generals were much calmer. They all kept quiet, directly skipping over this issue. However, how could you let them off so easily? With a smile, he looked at General Su. "Uncle Su, what kind of gift did you bring?" "As a young nephew, I don't know if what I prepared is enough, so I'd like to reference yours." General Su almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had brought so many items, almost moving half of his private vault, and he was still worried about not bringing enough. At this point, General Su definitely couldn't take anything out. Why should he? To be mocked? The generals exchanged glances, signaling Zhu to change the subject. But Zhu didn't take the bait at all. He held a cup of water, taking sips from time to time, looking very comfortable. When the generals signaled him, he pretended not to understand, smiling at them. This made several generals extremely angry. Zhu felt quite pleased. He was technically a superior, ranked higher than them. However, since they were generals from developed planets, they sat at the same level as him. Zhu had long been unhappy about this. Now, he had the chance to see them make fools of themselves. After enough drama, Yin grew tired of it. He casually looked under the table. "Oh, whose garbage is this? Why isn't it cleaned up? The staff are so careless." While saying this, he called over the soldiers outside. "Gulme, take this garbage out and throw it away." General Su's face turned ashen, his body stiff as he sat. When the soldier picked up the items near his feet, preparing to throw them out, he couldn't hold back anymore. He squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Stop. Yin Yu and the soldier turned to look at him. What's wrong? General Su glared at Zhu He in anger. Chief Zhu, is this the courtesy of your gene-washing soldiers? Throwing someone else's weapons out as garbage? Zhu He suddenly made a look of realization, sternly addressing the soldier. What is going on? This is a gift from General Su, not garbage. Quickly take it to the warehouse for registration. Then he turned back, casually saying, Can't blame the soldier. It's so small, I thought it was garbage too. Ha ha. His tone sounded like he was trying to ease the atmosphere, but it had no effect at all. Yin Yu leaned into comfort. It's okay. The concentrated essence is all that matters. General Su suddenly raised his head, glaring fiercely. Jiang Wan walked in, clapping her hands. What a good saying. The concentrated essence is all that matters. Yin Yu, are you trying to be reckless with your words? Everyone looked up at Jiang Wan simultaneously. She had made quite an impression during the field exercises and the preliminary rounds of the ability user competition. Now everyone recognized her. Seeing her, they only rolled their eyes and quickly ignored her. Yin Yu smiled at Jiang Wan. Since she was here, it was time to get down to business. Time to negotiate. Yin Yu spoke to the chief. I'm here to pass on a message from my dad. For 1 liter of energy liquid, how about we offer you 100 million interstellar coins? Before Zhu He could respond, the clan elders and generals watching couldn't sit still. 100 million? Isn't that too much? 100 million is better off being robbed. Although they all knew the Yin family was the richest, it didn't mean they could casually throw out 100 million, right? The Yin family could afford 100 million, but the capital planet certainly wouldn't really sell it to them at that price. Yin Yu was just trying to raise the price, deliberately saying 100 million to drive it higher. This way, when they quoted the price, it wouldn't be too low. Sure enough, those families and developed planets originally intended to offer several million for 1 liter of energy liquid. Now they were forced to raise it to 1,000 interstellar coins. Let us not be too outrageous. We'll offer 1,000 interstellar coins per liter. We'll offer 1,000 as well. Zhu He squinted, his smile still casually hanging on his face, but his eyes had turned a bit dangerous. He sat at the head of the table, remaining silent. Jiang Wan slammed the table, sneering. 1,000 interstellar coins for a liter of energy liquid? 1,000 interstellar coins can't even buy a pound of white pig meat. Are you trying to send beggars away? How audacious. 1,000 interstellar coins was just pocket change for Jiang Wan. The crowd looked at a little girl who had embarrassed them, and for a moment, they found a hard-to-save face. They immediately shouted, You're just an alchemist. Why do you have to speak here? Right, go play somewhere else. Exactly. Ability users are speaking. What's an alchemist interrupting for? In their eyes? Even if Jiang Wan had some skills and fame, she shouldn't just interject. Moreover, she had embarrassed them publicly, making them lose face. They absolutely could not allow Jiang Wan to speak. The chief's expression darkened, and you also had a somewhat grim face. Chapter 320. The domain of the war. Gods suddenly. Zhu He, who had been sitting silently at the head of the table, spoke up. Let Jiang Wan decide the price of the energy liquid. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. She was merely a refining master. Why should she be the one to decide? Exactly. It's already generous enough to let her listen in on the discussions among the ability users. Why should she be the one to set the price? With a loud thud, Zhu He slammed down his cup. His authoritative gaze swept over everyone present, and his imposing presence overshadowed all the others in the room. Just because she discovered the energy liquid, Jiang Wan's eyes were calm, as if discovering the energy liquid was nothing significant to her. The people present couldn't help but widen their eyes. The energy liquid, which hadn't been discovered for hundreds of years, was actually found by a refining master. This realization was hard for everyone to believe, but the fact was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to accept it. Thinking back to their earlier disrespectful comments, everyone felt a twinge of regret. However, it was too late to take back their words. There was no way they could swallow their pride and apologize to a refining master. The group tacitly decided to skip over the previous matter and continue to discuss the price of the energy liquid. Chief Zhu, 100 million interstellar coins is really too expensive. Can we lower a bit? Yes, we can throw in some energy stones as well. Zhu He glanced at them and directly stated, I already said, the pricing power is in Jiang Wan's hands. The elders and generals froze, feeling quite awkward. This Zhu He, was he deliberately trying to embarrass them? In the capital star, they were always praised and flattered. There was no way they could flatter Jiang Wan. They looked at Jiang Wan tentatively, hoping she would take the hint and find an exit for them. Jiang Wan leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, watching them. A bunch of stubborn old-timers. She wanted to see how they would get out of this without her giving them a way down. They still looked down on refining masters, with their noses in the air. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. It was Elder Li who stood up first, flicking his sleeves. Chief Zhu is making things difficult for us, which shows there is no sincerity in negotiations. So let us forget it. As he left, the others followed suit. Zhu didn't stop them, and simply had Yi Qihong see them off. What a joke. They had the energy liquid in their hands and dared to speak like that. Did they think the energy liquid wouldn't sell? Jiang Wan watched their angry backs, feeling speechless. They were the ones who looked down on her. She wasn't feeling wronged or angry. Why were they? It was ridiculous. If you don't buy it, then fine. We won't sell it. Jiang Wan said angrily, her voice loud enough for those walking out to hear. The negotiation ended on a sour note. This news quickly spread to various planets. Upon hearing it, other planets immediately sent people to buy the energy liquid. They initially thought they wouldn't have a share, but unexpectedly, the few developed planets had failed in negotiations. Now, they had the chance to scoop up a deal. The military eventually sold the energy liquid at a price of 80 million interstellar coins per liter. Some wealthy planets and families successfully purchased the energy liquid. The entire empire was very pleased, except for the 3 major families and a few developed planets. Now, Gold Star had completely become their target of resentment. The elders and generals felt embarrassed. They huddled together and decided to exert pressure to take control of Gold Star. In the interstellar era, when a planet discovered resources, powerful families would seize it for themselves. However, Gold Star had an owner. The 3 major families and several developed planets joined forces, frequently challenging Zhu He. But with his individual strength, he couldn't resist their powerful forces. Xian directly stood up as the war god. He had his subordinates convey a message. Gold Star was the domain of the war god. If they dared to have any ulterior motives, they shouldn't blame the war god for being merciless. The powerful figures who received the war god's warning were taken aback. Wasn't the war god supposed to be wandering? What did he take over Gold Star? They were puzzled, but had no choice but to comply. Upon reflection, they understood why Yin Yu had troubled them several times on Gold Star. The Yin family was the war god's force, and Yin Yu's attitude represented the war god's stance. Originally, the various forces in the capital star thought the war god had decided to retire. However, as soon as Gold Star discovered the energy liquid, it became the war god's domain. This incident told them that even though the war god was not in the capital star, he was still keeping an eye on the empire situation. This storm passed for now. Soon, the semi-finals of the ability user competition began. A total of 100 teams were selected to compete across the empire. Some teams had 3 members, like Jiang Wan's team, while others had 6 or 7 members, like Xian Yuqi's team. These 100 teams were divided among different planets, each with different environments and terrains. Therefore, the quality of the environment depended entirely on luck. Jiang Wan and her team were assigned to a planet covered in forests, somewhat similar to Mao Star, but with a hot and humid climate. Unlike the dry conditions of Gold Star, Jiang Wan found it a bit uncomfortable upon her arrival. Moreover, the mosquitoes here were much larger than those on other planets, even bigger than those on Mao Star. Jiang Wan pulled her jacket tighter around her, hiding her exposed skin. Another spaceship landed, and Jiang Wan looked up to see it was Xian Yuqi, followed by 6 ability users. What a coincidence! Being assigned to the same planet meant they were enemies. Only one team could advance from a planet. Jiang Wan clearly sensed that the energy fluctuations from the ability users behind Xian Yuqi were not very strong. She turned to ask Jiang Zhao, "Brother, can you tell their levels?" High-level ability users can sense the levels of lower-level users. Jiang Zhao carefully sensed for a moment and replied, "Below Song Bojian." Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. Wasn't the Xian family a major family, second only to the Fu family? Why did they bring so many low-level ability users? How could Xi and Yuchi bring such a number of low-level ability users to compete? Jiang Zhao took a deep look at those ability users. Their bulging muscles were very noticeable, but their skin was loose and flabby. Perhaps their true identity was that of mutated humans? Song Boji interjected. I heard that the ability users from the Xian family are not very high in level. They rely on drinking potions to become mutated humans for combat. Jiang Wan suddenly turned her head to look at the two of them, her eyes flickering. That meant Xi and Yuchi had brought them in under the guise of ability users, but when it came time for combat, she would have them take potions to become mutated humans. After all, only ability users could participate in the ability user competition. Chapter 321. Rainforest star Jiang Wan couldn't help but sigh. Xi and Yuchi was too bold. It seemed she noticed Jiang Wan and the others' gazes. As she turned her head to glance at Jiang Wan, then disdainfully shot her a look, huffing coldly and lifting her chin arrogantly. Jiang Wan pursed her lips in silence. Thinking, is she crazy? The two teams looked at each other with mutual disdain. Everyone stood in their respective positions, ignoring each other. However, the later arriving teams exchanged pleasantries and even approached Jiang Wan and her group to greet them. Jiang Wan responded politely. When they greeted Xi and Yuchi, she didn't even look at them. Everyone knew that the eldest daughter of the Xian family had a bad temper, so no one said much. There were 10 teams on each planet. This competition had a total of 100 teams across 10 planets as venues. These 10 planets were usually barren or semi-developed. The planet Jiang Wan and her team arrived at was a barren star. In some respects, competing on a barren star was much more challenging than on a semi-developed planet. This was because barren stars had not been visited by many people, ensuring that there were no large, high-level mutated beasts. But everything else had to be explored by the contestants themselves. Semi-developed planets, on the other hand, had already had areas opened up with even some signs of human habitation. Hunting teams would usually come to hunt, and the environment was relatively good. However, the competition rules varied from planet to planet, and the overall difficulty would not be known until the rules were announced. Once all the teams had gathered, the live broadcast officially began. The citizens watching the live stream could also vote for their favorite teams. Even the official organizers got in on the action with a lottery, betting on which team would win the rematch. On Rainforest Star, among the 10 participating teams, Xi and Yuchi's team had the highest popularity. The amount of money bet on them was significantly higher than that of other teams, sometimes exceeding tenfold. Jiang Wan could see this data on her holographic device. She tapped a few times and directly placed a bet of 100 million interstellar coins on her own team. Song Bojian, curious about what she was doing, leaned over to take a look and nearly fell to the ground in shock. 100 million interstellar coins. That's way too much. He had never seen so many interstellar coins in his life. A year ago, Jiang Wan had never seen so much either. She had even worried about a few million interstellar coins. But now, she couldn't even spend all her interstellar coins. 100 million was just a drop in the bucket. Besides, she was betting on her own team. If they won, how many interstellar coins would that earn them? After all, Xi and Yuchi's team was the favorite, while their team was the underdog. If they managed to win, they could probably earn 200 million interstellar coins. However, Jiang Wan wasn't placing this bet to make money. Like the saying goes, it's not about fighting for the buns, but for dignity. Seeing the high popularity of Xi and Yuchi's team made Jiang Wan uncomfortable. After she placed her bet of 100 million, the total amount for both teams was nearly equal. Song Bojian stared at the data on the holographic device, pondering, then poked at it and placed a bet of 2 million interstellar coins. Jiang Zhao silently bet 10 million. While their team's total amount was increasing, Xi and Yuchi's team was also rapidly increasing. Soon, they had pulled ahead of Jiang Wan's team by a large margin. Jiang Wan hesitated, wondering if she should place another bet of 100 million interstellar coins. Suddenly, she saw their team's total amount increase by 4 to 500 million. Song Bojian stared at the number, completely stunned. Who was so wealthy? How could they bet so much on their team? If someone gave Song Bojian 100 million interstellar coins, he would do anything, like serving tea or massaging shoulders. So many interstellar coins were being bet on the organizers. What was the point? Jiang Wan was puzzled. Who exactly had bet so many interstellar coins on them? After all, Their popularity was quite low compared to Xi and Yuqi. Jiang Wan thought for a moment. It was probably the leaders and Su Xinyu who placed those bets. She guessed correctly. Si Yin bet 100 million. Zhu He bet 100 million. Yin Yu bet 100 million. Fu Lingyuan bet 100 million. Qin Si bet 70 million. Yu Qihong bet 50 million. Lin Yuewei bet 30 million. And Su Xinyu bet 50 million. Even Song Xiuhua bet 5 million interstellar coins. Since Jiang Wan was participating in the competition, everyone was sure to support her fully. At the very least, they couldn't lose face, seeing their team's total amount quickly surpassing Jiang Wan's. Xi and Yuqi gritted her teeth in anger. She immediately contacted the Xian family steward, urging him to quickly place bets with interstellar coins. The steward directly placed a bet of 400 million interstellar coins, and with Xi and Yuqi's team already having high popularity, their total amount immediately surpassed Jiang Wan's team. Xi and Yuqi let out a satisfied huff and looked at Jiang Wan with an air of arrogance. Jiang Wan glanced at her indifferently. This competition was so childish. After the host finished the introduction, the competition officially began. The 10 teams would be placed in 10 different positions. The ultimate goal of this competition was to find the heart of energy. As for what the heart of energy was and where it was located, they would have to explore on their own. Jiang Wan and her team were blindfolded and taken aboard a spaceship. Within a few minutes, the spaceship landed. They were pushed out and given 3 backpacks before the spaceship flew away. Jiang Wan opened the backpack. Inside were some dry rations and some basic refining equipment. Jiang Wan estimated that these refining tools could only be used for 1 refining session at most. It seemed the remaining supplies had to be found by themselves. The 3 of them shouldered their backpacks and began to walk aimlessly. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian followed Jiang Wan, asking, "Where should we go now?" Jiang Wan paused and looked around, but all she saw were trees. After a moment's thought, she said, "Let's first look for a water source. Although there is water in the backpack, it's not much and will only last for a day. Along the way, we should also look for some spiritual herbs to gather, as well as energy stones. Both are in short supply." She added, "Especially detoxifying spiritual herbs. The mosquitoes here are so big. If we're bitten without spiritual herbs, the wounds will probably fester quickly." Jiang Wan felt that this was just the beginning of the competition, and they shouldn't encounter any particularly powerful mutated beasts yet. Song Bojian aimlessly wandered around, but found nothing. Not a single spiritual herb, nor a water source. Jiang Wan also found nothing. However, the capital star wouldn't place them in a location with absolutely nothing. If that were the case, wouldn't it just be leaving them to fend for themselves? In such a national competition, every step must be meticulously planned. There must be a water source and detoxifying spiritual herbs nearby. As for other spiritual herbs and energy stones, Jiang Wan wasn't sure if they existed, but those 2 items were definitely there. After all, on Rainforest Star, one couldn't move an inch without water and detoxifying spiritual herbs. Chapter 322. Fire Element Energy Stone. Not want to waste too much stamina in the early stage, Jiang Wan decided to use her mental power to probe around. Although she couldn't find a water source, she should at least be able to locate the detoxifying spirit grass. There must be a water source nearby where the spirit grass grows. She closed her eyes, pretending to rest. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast noticed Jiang Wan's unusual behavior. Why weren't they continuing to search? Why were they resting? Xi and Yuqi's team had already found a water source. They were still taking a break. Were they going to give up? After a careful probe, Jiang Wan indeed sensed the energy fluctuations of the detoxifying spirit grass. She stood up and walked in that direction. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian quickly followed. After walking for about 500 meters, Jiang Wan squatted down under a giant tree. She pushed aside the weeds at the base of the tree, revealing a cluster of detoxifying spirit grass. It wasn't just one, but a whole bunch. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were delighted and quickly squatted down to pick them. "You go rest over there. You're in the way," Jiang Zhao waved his hand, sending Jiang Wan away. Although this sounded harsh, he didn't want her to tire herself out. Mainly, there was a live broadcast and the audience was watching. If Jiang Wan felt tired and went to rest, someone would definitely comment on it in the barrage. Jiang Zhao said this to protect her. Jiang Wan was happy and went to sit on a nearby stone to rest. This cluster of detoxifying spirit grass was indeed quite a lot. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian probably wouldn't finish digging it out anytime soon. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast also saw the detoxifying spirit grass and exclaimed in amazement. Just a second ago, they were wandering aimlessly, and now they had found detoxifying spirit grass? Jiang Wan's team was the first among the 10 teams to find detoxifying spirit grass. They thought this was a weak team, but unexpectedly, they struck gold. Everyone knew what detoxifying spirit grass meant. Having detoxifying spirit grass meant they would almost not get injured in the early stages. Just this point alone could give them a significant lead over the other teams. After digging for half the day, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian finally finished harvesting all the detoxifying spirit grass. Then they found some appropriately sized stones and took a portion of the detoxifying spirit grass to smash it. They smeared the crushed, detoxifying spirit grass on their exposed hands and faces so they wouldn't be bitten by mosquitoes. Wan, come here. After smearing himself, Jiang Zhao wanted to apply it to Jiang Wan. However, Jiang Wan seemed not to hear him and continued sitting there. She was holding a small twig and digging around in the ground. From behind, she looked like a child playing in the mud. Their flying robot followed Jiang Zhao, observing him handle the detoxifying spirit grass. Thus, the audience only saw Jiang Wan's back. They all thought Jiang Wan was playing in the mud. It's a competition. Why is she squatting there playing with mud? Jiang Zhao had called her twice, but she didn't respond. She just knows how to play. If I were the captain, I wouldn't care about her anymore. The audience naturally assumed Jiang Zhao was the captain. After all, he was the oldest and had a high level of ability, making him suitable for the role. In their eyes, Jiang Wan was just a slightly talented alchemist. Moreover, the captains of other teams were generally ability users. Except for a few teams, like Xi and Yuchi's, where the alchemist served as the captain, all other teams had ability users as captains. In Jiang Wan's team, although they hadn't explicitly discussed who the captain was, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian naturally followed Jiang Wan's lead. Others who didn't know Jiang Wan thought she was just playing. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian exchanged glances, fearing that Jiang Wan had discovered something good, which is why she was digging so earnestly. They quickly moved closer. At this moment, Jiang Wan was vigorously digging with her twig. When Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian arrived, they saw a corner of a red energy stone exposed. Both were surprised. It was actually a fire element energy stone. Finding a fire element energy stone meant Jiang Wan could start refining. They were one step ahead. The flying robot behind Jiang Zhao also zoomed in on the scene. Now, the audience clearly saw that Jiang Wan was digging up a fire element energy stone. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. My goodness, it's actually a fire element energy stone? They just started not long ago, and she found an energy stone. This was too fast, putting them far ahead of the other teams. Yeah, and the fire element energy stone she's digging seems to be quite large. Indeed, it was quite large. Jiang Wan had dug for a while before she revealed ahead of it. If she continued with the twig, it would probably take her half an hour to dig it out. Jiang Zhao held the crushed, detoxifying spirit grass in one hand and pulled Jiang Wan up at the other. All right, stop digging. Let Song Bojian do it. You're too weak. Song Bojian rolled up his sleeves, and since there weren't any tools around, he took out his boomerang. Let's dig. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan was taken aside by Jiang Zhao to apply the medicine. The detoxifying spirit grass had to be applied, especially since Jiang Wan's skin was so delicate. Song Bojian was fast, and in no time, while Jiang Wan had just finished applying the medicine, he had dug out the fire element energy stone. This energy stone was indeed very large, about the size of 2 adult fists. Moreover, it was extremely pure and crystal clear. Holding it up to the sunlight, there wasn't a hint of impurity. The audience in the live broadcast was in an uproar. What luck! They found a high-level energy stone. Others haven't even found a skill stone yet, and he found a high-level energy stone right away. This was truly enviable. No wonder she had been digging for so long without saying a word. If it were me, I wouldn't speak either. Other teams must be incredibly envious. This energy stone was so pure, it could probably be used 10 or 8 times without issue. Jiang Wan happily hugged the energy stone. Now she could refine properly. However, water sources were still in short supply, and they needed to find a water source quickly. Jiang Wan led them, saying, "Come with me. I know where there is a water source." Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian hurriedly followed her. Chapter 323. Can't figure it out. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were extremely puzzled when they heard this. Hadn't Jiang Wan been digging for energy stones here all along? When did she find a water source? However, they both firmly believed what Jiang Wan said and immediately followed her. After walking for about several dozen meters, they came across a patch of grass. The grass was mutated and taller than the ability users. However, they could already hear the sound of flowing water. It seemed that there would be a water source behind this patch of grass. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian immediately stepped forward to clear the way. They swung their weapons to cut through the weeds. Jiang Wan followed closely behind them. With the grass mutated so severely, who knew if there would be any mutated spiders or insects lurking around? Sure enough, just as Song Bojian cut through a cluster of weeds, a giant spider suddenly dropped from the sky. Its long legs waved in the air, and upon closer inspection, they had barbs. If one were to get caught by them, their arm would be immediately incapacitated. Its mouth opened and closed as if it were screaming. Jiang Wan was so frightened that she couldn't help but scream. My God! She instinctively grabbed Jiang Zhao's sleeve. Jiang Zhao protected her with one hand while picking up his sword with the other, thrusting it toward the spider's belly. In an instant, green liquid splattered everywhere, landing on the nearby grass. In the blink of an eye, the grass quickly turned yellow and withered. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were skilled enough to have already retreated to a safe place with Jiang Wan. The audience in the live broadcast felt as if they were there in person, still shaken. My goodness, where did that poisonous spider come from? The toxicity is so strong. If it splatters on someone, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two ability users in this team were quite strong. Their reactions were so quick. The spider hadn't even started to attack before it was dead. With the weeds cut down and the spider dealt with, it was time to find the water source. The three of them took a breath and continued forward. As they parted the grass, a small stream came into view. All three were delighted. Although Jiang Wan already knew there was a stream here, she was still very happy to see it for real. They took out their water bags from their storage rings. The storage rings were provided by the organizers. No one was allowed to bring their own storage devices to prevent cheating. However, storage devices were essential, so the organizers distributed them uniformly. The water bags and the storage devices were also prepared by the organizers. These water bags were crafted by alchemists. Although they looked no different from ordinary water bags, they held much more water. Each water bag could hold about 5 liters, enough for an ability user to drink for 2 or 3 days. The three of them took out their water bags to fill them with water. After filling them up and drinking a lot, they finally stopped to rest. Sitting on the stones by the stream, they enjoyed the breeze. It was quite pleasant. Suddenly, figures appeared a few hundred meters downstream. The three of them immediately became alert. Upon closer inspection, they saw it was also a participating team. Jiang Wan had a slight impression of them. This team was made up of solo ability users randomly formed together. They all came from remote planets and were not very strong. They were just there to participate and win place. The few people also saw Jiang Wan and waved politely, but they did not approach. Now that everyone was an enemy, it would be impolite to come closer. Jiang Wan waved back at them in a friendly manner. Both groups rested in their respective spots. Based on their abilities, Jiang Wan guessed they had only found the water source. After all, detoxifying spirit grass and energy stones were not easy to find. The ability users from that team kept splashing water on their faces and arms. Jiang Wan found it a bit strange. She extended her mental energy to investigate and found several mosquito bite marks on their faces and arms. The red bumps were swollen, making it hard to resist scratching. But if they scratched, it would break the skin, and the exposed skin in the humid air would rot faster. Therefore, even if it itched, they all tried their best to endure it, only using the cool stream water to wash it off, hoping to relieve a bit of the itch. Jiang Wan felt sorry for them. Fortunately, she had found the detoxifying spirit grass from the beginning. Otherwise, they would also be getting bitten by mosquitoes now. Among the 10 teams, only Jiang Wan's team had found the detoxifying spirit grass. Another team covered themselves completely with their jackets, leaving only their eyes exposed. Although this made walking very inconvenient, they had no other choice. However, Xi and Yuchi's team was quite strange. They had not searched for detoxifying spirit grass. Seemingly not because they couldn't find it, but because they had no intention of looking for it at all. Their initial goal was the water source, and then they were frantically searching for energy stones and other spirit grasses. If they happened to find detoxifying spirit grass, they would pick it for Xianyuchi. Xin Yuiki, however, was quite indifferent, stuffing it into her pocket without smashing it into mud or applying it to her face. She also had no intention of sharing it with those ability users. Nevertheless, none of them had been bitten by mosquitoes. The viewers watching the live broadcast were very puzzled, but they couldn't figure out why. They could only attribute everything to the 2 spirit grasses in Xianyuchi's pocket. After the 3 of them rested, they continued on their journey. Now that they had energy stones, they only needed to find spirit grasses to refine items. Of course, if they found energy stones along the way, Jiang Wan would not refuse and would directly collect them. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed the energy fluctuations around her. The task was to find the heart of energy. Since it was called the heart of energy, it was logical that the place where it was located would have the most abundant energy. An alchemist's mental energy can perceive the energy fluctuations around them. Actually, ability users can do it too, but only those with high levels can. Among the 10 teams, only Jiang Zhao had the highest level of ability. Jiang Wan let him sense, but he couldn't pick up anything. Let's head that way. Jiang Wan pointed in a direction, and Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian quickly followed. There was actually another method to find the heart of energy. Not every alchemist's mental energy was as strong as Jiang Wan's, capable of sensing it casually. They could sit there sensing for an entire morning, exhausting a lot of mental energy, and still yield nothing. As for ability users, it was even more difficult. But the organizers couldn't possibly block everyone's way, right? After all, the Rainforest Star was so vast. Wandering aimlessly, who knew when they would find the heart of energy? They might not even find it by the end of the competition. Therefore, there was another judgment method. That was to judge based on the surrounding mutated beasts, spirit grasses, and energy stones. In areas with abundant energy, mutated beasts and spirit grasses could absorb more energy, leading to higher levels of mutated beasts and better growth of spirit grasses. Chapter 324. What is it to you? A slightly clever alchemist would quickly think of this point. The 3 of them walked slowly on the road, occasionally stopping to rest and see if there were any spiritual herbs or energy stones. Their snail-like pace was making the viewers anxious. They were walking way too slowly. Those who didn't know would think they were here to have fun. Xianyuchi's team was searching for things while walking, and they were much faster than them. So far, this team was the farthest from the heart of energy. The viewers watching the live stream were nearly dying of anxiety, but there was nothing they could do. Although they could send bullet comments, Jiang Wan and the others couldn't see them. Besides, even if they could see them, Jiang Wan wouldn't care. They were just falling behind. It was no big deal. Moreover, she was doing it on purpose. The closer they got to the heart of energy, the higher the level of the mutated beasts, making it more dangerous and easier to get hurt. Therefore, before danger struck, Jiang Wan had to refine enough spiritual medicine and defensive talismans. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare let her brother and Song Bojian take risks. Thus, the 3 of them walked a bit slower. However, they found quite a few energy stones and spiritual herbs. When the sky darkened, Jiang Wan, panting, called for the 2 to stop. It's getting late. Shall we spend the night here? Jiang Zhao immediately stopped, taking a tent out of his backpack. Song Bojian went to gather firewood, preparing to cook. There were jerky in the backpack, but Jiang Wan definitely couldn't chew it, so it needed to be processed. The 2 were busy with their own tasks, not idle at all. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan sat on a rock to rest, perhaps feeling bored. She took out the spiritual herbs they had gathered during the day and sorted them. Among the supplies provided by the organizers to the alchemists was a piece of ink stone, which should be used for refining talismans. After all, ink stones need to be mined. In the Rainforest Star, the competitors couldn't mine ink stones either. The viewers in the live stream kept hopping between the 10 teams' live pages. When they saw Jiang Wan's team resting so early, they raised questions. They can't be here just to play, can they? The other 9 teams were still on the move, while they were leisurely. Oh, come on, even in this environment, they're still cooking? It must be for that alchemist, right? The ability users could just gnaw on jerky. There was no need to cook. Look at those 2 ability users busying themselves, while the alchemist just sits there resting. Jiang Wan couldn't see the bullet comments, but if she could, she would definitely retort. What is it to you? What is it to me? After roughly sorting the types, she put them away, planning to refine them tomorrow. Now that it was dark, some mutated beasts were coming out to move around, making it unsafe. She got up to check how her brother was setting up the tent. Jiang Zhao was quick. In no time, a tent was set up. Go in and try it. This one is set up for you. Everyone had a tent in their backpacks. Although this tent was taken from Jiang Zhao's backpack, it was set up for Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan happily crawled in. It's quite nice. She smiled and crawled out, giving a thumbs up. Song Bojian turned to call them both for dinner. The food was ready. It was called dinner, but it was really just cutting the jerky into pieces and boiling it in water. The jerky was already cured, so after boiling, it had some flavor. But to say it tasted good, that wasn't the case. It was barely edible. After the three finished their meal, night had fallen. They sat in place, gazing at the stars in the sky. Jiang Wan tilted her head and asked, "Which star do you think is Jupiter?" Song Bojian shook his head. He couldn't tell. Jiang Zhao pointed in a direction. It should be over there. The three chatted casually, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Compared to the other teams still on the move, the three of them were quite happy. The viewers in the live stream couldn't watch any longer. Those other teams were exhausted, while the three of them were enjoying themselves. They really didn't care about the competition. However, traveling at night wasn't safe. So taking a break like this was quite good. A viewer stood up to say a few words for the three, but was immediately shot down by a group of people. They came to participate in the competition. Why care about safety? With such a small heart, why come to compete? There are flying robots. Why worry? If there's danger, the flying robots will definitely step in. After being replied to by so many people, the viewer who spoke up didn't dare to say anything more. However, what he said happened to be what Jiang Wan was thinking in her heart. This was the first time they had come to this planet, and they didn't have a clear understanding of it at all. Moreover, it was pitch black in the forest at night. If they forced themselves to move on at this time, they might be harmed by lurking beasts. Therefore, Jiang Wan chose to stop and rest. Furthermore, resting well at night would give them strength to continue traveling during the day. However, even though the three of them were honestly sitting still and resting, they still attracted a mutated wolf. Night was the hunting time for mutated wolves. Perhaps the fire they had just made attracted it. Fortunately, there was only one. Jiang Zhao didn't even need to act. Song Bojian could take it down alone. The meat of the mutated wolf was inedible, and the body and blood would attract other beasts. Song Bojian grabbed the wolf's tail, ready to dig a pit to bury it. In fact, throwing the mutated wolf far away would be much easier than digging a pit to bury it. But now that the forest was pitch black, if they went far, they might encounter other mutated beasts. It was better to dig a pit right there and bury it. Jiang Wan looked at the fluffy tail of the mutated wolf and its shiny fur. She blinked, and an idea began to sprout in her mind. Song Bojian, can you skin the mutated wolf? Song Bojian was taken aback. Skin it? What for? Are you going to make clothes? But it's so hot on Rainforest Star. It would be wearable even if made into clothes. He paused for a moment, then nodded and replied, sure, but we need to go by the river, or the blood will attract other mutated beasts. Jiang Wan knew this reasoning too. Fortunately, the path they took wasn't far, and they weren't very far from the creek now. Then let us go together. It's safer with more people. Jiang Zhao immediately got up and followed. When they reached the creek, Song Bojian took out a boomerang and began to skin it. It was a bit cruel, and Jiang Wan didn't dare to look. She reminded, be more careful. Song Bojian nodded in agreement and started to skin it for her. This action left the viewers in the live stream dumbfounded. Not moving on at night and not resting, but coming here to skin? What is the point of skinning the mutated wolf? What use could it have? This team was really strange, always out of sync with others. Chapter 325. Crafting wolfskin. Song Bojian and Jiang Zhao felt quite strange. But Jiang Wan had her reasons for doing this, so neither of them asked further. Soon, the skin of the mutated wolf was peeled off. The corpse was directly thrown into the creek, flowing away with the current. The fur was cleaned and hung on a tree trunk to dry. Originally, the three of them planned to rest together. However, due to the incident with the mutated wolf, Jiang Zhao felt that someone needed to keep watch at night. After discussing with Song Bojian, They decided that one would guard the first half of the night while the other would take the second half. Jiang Wan was to take a break without any responsibilities. Early in the morning, Jiang Wan got up early. She had a lot to craft today and needed to make good use of her time. Song Bojian, who had guarded the second half of the night, was now struggling to stay awake. Seeing that Jiang Wan planned to craft, Jiang Zhao let him rest for a bit, promising to call him when it was time to leave. He then prepared to cook. Jiang Wan took out the furnace and began crafting spiritual medicine nearby. The audience watching the live stream early in the morning was stunned by this scene. How could they still have the leisure to cook and craft? They had fallen behind the others significantly since they hadn't traveled last night, yet they seemed unhurried. What a peculiar team. The viewers thought there was nothing interesting about Jiang Wan's team and switched to watch other teams. However, upon doing so, they were shocked. Several teams had injured supernatural beings. In fact, one team's alchemist was even injured. Although alchemists did not have supernatural powers and cannot fight, they played a crucial role in the competition. If a team lacked an alchemist, it meant they had no spiritual medicine, no stabilizing plates, and no spare weapons. Thus, supernatural beings usually did their utmost to protect the alchemist. The fact that this team's alchemist was seriously injured meant that the injuries sustained by their supernatural beings were likely severe as well. This team was forced to withdraw from the competition. The audience watched as they displayed their bloody wounds, feeling a chill run down their spines. My goodness, this is too serious. Where are the flying robots? Why aren't they protecting them? They're withdrawing? What a shame. It truly is a pity that they had to withdraw on just the second day of the competition. The citizen who had warned about the dangers of traveling at night, but was met with criticism, jumped out upon seeing this scene. He had been furious after being scolded by so many people yesterday. Now he was vindicated. Did you see the dangers of traveling at night now? I said it yesterday. Traveling at night is dangerous, but you didn't believe me. I thought traveling at night was too unsafe too, but you all said there were flying robots. So I didn't dare to speak up. Teams that had traveled at night had suffered injuries to varying degrees. Of the 10 teams remaining, 1 had withdrawn, leaving 9 teams, only 2 of which had no injuries. Those 2 teams were Xi and Yuchi's team and Jiang Wan's team. Xi and Yuchi's team had no injuries because their supernatural beings were strong. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan's team only had 3 members, with only 2 being supernatural beings. The reason they had no injuries was that they had stayed put and rested last night. Everyone suddenly realized that Jiang Wan's decision was very wise. Had she chosen to travel at night, it was very likely that someone would have been injured. With only 2 supernatural beings in her team, if even one of them got injured, the overall strength of the team would be significantly impacted. Those who had looked down on Jiang Wan yesterday now deeply regretted it. They had thought they were so correct, only to find themselves so wrong now. No matter what the audience thought, Jiang Wan was unaware as she was busy crafting. She took out bottles of spiritual medicine one after another, preparing everything for various types of people, ensuring that when the time came, she wouldn't be caught off guard. With the precedent of the night travel incident, the audience instinctively began to support Jiang Wan's actions rather than deny them. She had such foresight. While others were focused on traveling, she had prepared the spiritual medicine in advance. The more one faced powerful, mutated beasts at the critical moment, the more essential it was to be well prepared with spiritual medicine to avoid panic later on. Moreover, her crafting speed was impressive, averaging a batch every 20 minutes. The audience closely watched Jiang Wan. She sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed, the furnace in front of her. In just 20 minutes, she could produce a batch. Jiang Zhao stood by, helping her prepare spiritual herbs and bottle them. Jiang Wan filled bottle after bottle with spiritual medicine until she had so many that she could hardly hold them all. After estimating that she was about done, Jiang Zhao said, "All right, Wan, don't exhaust too much of your mental energy at once." After Jiang Wan finished the last batch, she opened her eyes. Seeing the spiritual medicine in her brother's hands, she felt satisfied. Pointing to the wolf skin hanging on the nearby branch, she said, "Brother, can you help me bring that over?" Without hesitation, Jiang Zhao went to retrieve the wolf skin. It was quite large, and Jiang Wan estimated it might not fit into the furnace. Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Zhao asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Jiang Wan rubbed her chin, pondering for a long time. "I'm planning to refine this wolf skin. However, it's a bit too big, and I'm not sure if it will fit in the furnace." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao folded the wolf skin multiple times, testing to see if it would fit. He found it wouldn't tee, so he took it out and folded it again. This time it got stuck at the opening. After a lot of effort, he finally managed to stuff it inside. Jiang Wan then added a few inferior materials and began the refining process. While everyone had seen the crafting of spiritual medicine, this was their first time witnessing the refining of wolf skin. In no time, Jiang Wan's live stream saw a surge in popularity as waves of viewers entered to see how wolf skin was refined. What was this for? What was she doing with the wolf skin? Was she going to make clothes? Who would wear wolf skin in this hot weather? Wound tea that caused heat rash? What was her purpose in refining wolf skin? Everyone pondered, but couldn't guess Jiang Wan's intentions. In fact, Jiang Zhao didn't quite understand either. But he couldn't disturb Jiang Wan's refining process. They would have to wait and see. The results would be revealed once it was completed. Originally, they thought the refining would be quick, especially since Jiang Wan had been so fast with the spiritual medicine. However, they ended up waiting for a full hour. Even Song Bojian had finished resting and come out, but Jiang Wan was still not done. What was she doing? What was she refining? Could it be that she had stuffed the wolf skin in there? Song Bojian noticed that the wolf skin hanging from the branch was gone. Chapter 326, Is This a Flying Carpet? Jiang Zhao nodded at him. Song Bojian had a strange expression on his face. It was impressive that Jiang Wan could come up with the idea of refining wolf skin. The two sat quietly waiting on the side. After about half an hour, Jiang Wan finally completed the refinement. The audience was on the edge of their seats. She had finally finished refining. They needed to speed up, as they had already fallen behind the other teams by a large margin. I want to see what kind of wolf skin takes so long to refine. Jiang Wan directly took out the wolf skin with her mental power. It got stuck at the mouth of the furnace for a moment. The wolf skin flew out, and Jiang Wan controlled it to fly onto the branch from before. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian sat beside each other, staring blankly. Jiang Wan immediately got up to pick up the items on the ground. Seeing her actions, Jiang Zhao asked, "Are we leaving?" Jiang Wan picked up the energy stones on the ground. "Yes, it's time to go." Upon hearing this, Song Bojian immediately got up to organize his things. Jiang Zhao also stood up to pack the tent. The audience was excited to see that the three of them were finally leaving. Finally, they were about to hit the road. I was almost dying from anxiety. Hurry up, they have already fallen behind by a large margin. If they move faster now, they should be able to catch up. After Jiang Wan finished packing the refining equipment, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were also almost done. The audience looked at them getting ready to set off and wondered, what about the wolf skin? Aren't you taking it? Don't forget to bring it after refining it for so long. Jiang Wan naturally wouldn't forget. She had previously hung it on the branch just to cool it down quickly. Jiang Wan used her mental power to take down the wolf skin. The wolf skin swayed on the branch and floated down. Song Bojian instinctively reached out to catch it. However, the wolf skin, as if it had a consciousness, bypassed his hands and landed precisely in front of the three of them. Song Bojian quickly bent down to pick it up. Why did it fall on the ground? It's all dirty. Jiang Wan intervened. I controlled it to land on the ground. Song Bojian was taken aback. Huh? Why put on the ground? The audience was also confused upon hearing Jiang Wan's words. Wasn't the wolf skin refined to make clothes? Why put on the ground? Jiang Wan lifted her chin, go sit on it. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian exchanged glances and hesitated for 3 seconds. The two stepped forward and sat on the wolf skin. Jiang Wan moved to the front and also sat down. Just as everyone was puzzled, the wolf skin suddenly took off into the air. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian's eyes widened as they quickly grabbed onto the wolf skin beneath them, afraid of falling off. The audience was even more excited, screaming in delight. Wow, this is amazing. What is this? A flying carpet? This operation is simply incredible. In an instant, the number of viewers in Jiang Wan's live stream skyrocketed. In the semifinals, with 100 teams, every team was relying on their legs to travel. Suddenly, one team had a flying carpet. Everyone came to join the fun. The wolf skin hovered in midair. It was Jiang Wan's first time controlling a flying carpet. She had the idea in her mind, but had never actually operated one. The first operation was in such a complex terrain of woods. She couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Gripping the wolf skin tightly, she reminded Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian, "Hold on tight, don't fall off." The two held on even tighter, but before they could respond, the flying carpet shot out. The powerful inertia made Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian lean back sharply. Fortunately, they held on tightly, or they would have fallen flat on the ground. The flying carpet sped away like a sharp sword. The barrage exploded. Wow, wow, wow. It's flying. So impressive. This is my first time seeing a flying carpet. As if anyone else had seen one. The viewers watching the live stream were thrilled and felt great. But only the people involved could truly experience the various feelings. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian felt their hearts almost leap out of their throats. It felt like the trees beside them were brushing past their shoulders, afraid they might crash into a tree at any moment. Ah, Jiang Wan, be careful. Just ahead was a giant tree, and at this speed, there was no way to stop. They could only crash into it. Jiang Wan didn't say a word, slightly bending forward, gripping the wolf skin tightly. Jiang Zhao shouted against the wind, "Wan Wan, stop quickly." Song Bojian closed his eyes in fear. However, the next second, he immediately calmed down and observed the surrounding wind. He was a wind ability user. If operated properly, he might be able to change the direction of the flying carpet. He couldn't let all the pressure fall on Jiang Wan alone. Song Bojian tried to gather the surrounding wind to pull the flying carpet upward, directly dragging it above the forest. However, this was still too idealistic. It was very difficult to operate. The surrounding wind was too scattered. He couldn't gather it at all. Just as they were about to crash into the giant tree, even the audience closed their eyes in fear and dared not look. Jiang Wan's expression was serious as she gripped the wolf skin tightly. The next second, she suddenly yanked the wolf skin upwards. At the same time, she used her mental power to control the flying carpet to change direction. Just as the three were about to crash into the giant tree, the flying carpet brushed against the tree and shot into the sky. The flying carpet was almost at a 90-degree angle. Song Bojian slipped and almost fell off the flying carpet. Thankfully, he held on tightly. He was hanging on the flying carpet. Fortunately, once the flying carpet flew out of the woods and into the open air, it became stable. Jiang Zhao quickly leaned over the edge and pulled him up. Song Bojian sat on the flying carpet, gasping for breath. That was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Jiang Wan also felt it was terrifying. They had almost crashed. She took a few deep breaths and turned to look at her brother and Song Bojian. The three exchanged a silent glance and smiled in unison. To be honest, it was quite thrilling. The audience felt as if they were experiencing it together. This was so exciting. They were even able to laugh. Why not laugh? It's so much fun. This team's live stream is the best. I'm staying here and not leaving. Nearly half of the viewers were in Jiang Wan's team's live stream. Once the flying carpet flew above the forest, it moved smoothly. It flew steadily at a moderate speed. Song Bojian even dared to lean over the edge of the flying carpet to look down. He vaguely saw a few figures. There are people below. Jiang Wan leaned closer. They should also be a competing team. Turns out they're so much faster than us. Jiang Zhao said, "Yeah, but now we are faster than them." Jiang Wan remained silent for a long time. After a while, she said, "No, we can't be faster than them." "Huh? What?" Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian turned their heads simultaneously, looking at her in confusion. The audience was also frantically sending barrage comments. Why? Other teams are rushing desperately. Why do you want to slow down? This is really strange. Chapter 327. Hurry up and bring out the antidote. Jiang Wan immediately controlled the flying carpet to slow down. She replied, "The closer we get to the energy heart, the more dangerous it becomes. Why are we in such a rush? Let them fight it out first, and then we'll go in for the leftovers." As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows with satisfaction. The mutated beasts were definitely strong. Going there now would be like walking into a death trap. Jiang Wan wasn't foolish. Did they expect her to deal with all those mutated beasts just so others could reap the benefits? No way. If anyone was going to pick up the scraps, it would be Jiang Wan herself. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian exchanged glances and silently gave her a thumbs up. The audience burst into laughter at her reasoning. As expected of you. Haha. While others are afraid of missing out, Jiang Wan is worried about going too early. Oh, this is hilarious. The flying carpet floated leisurely in the sky, with a gentle breeze brushing against their faces, which was quite pleasant. Jiang Wan leaned over the carpet to look down. Jiang Zhao stepped forward and grabbed her collar, pulling her back. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Wan sat up straight after being tugged. she replied. We're looking for places with refining materials to collect some for making array plates. Jiang Zhao stretched his neck to look down, but couldn't see anything clearly from his height. Then let's go down and find it. Initially in a hurry to get to their destination, Jiang Wan suggested that they wait for the other teams to arrive later. So they also slowed down. Jiang Wan controlled the carpet to descend. She could sense the strong energy fluctuations in this area. There must be plenty of energy stones and spirit grasses. The three of them dared not separate. Encountering a mutated beast would be troublesome. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian guarded Jiang Wan closely. Aware of the danger, Jiang Wan immediately extended her mental energy to perceive the surroundings. Over there, the three walked in the direction she pointed and found a large pile of spirit grass. Jiang Wan quickly collected it, and they moved on to another area. This place should have energy stones. Jiang Wan stomped her foot to indicate the spot beneath them. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian immediately took out their tools to dig. After a few digs, they hit something hard. When they excavated it, they found a piece of gold-type energy stone. The audience was stunned as they watched Jiang Wan and her team continuously find spirit grass and energy stones. Are they really that easy to find? Why are other teams struggling so much? Some teams haven't even found the detoxifying spirit grass yet. Jiang Wan and her team are so lucky. After digging out the gold-type energy stone, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian discovered that there was also an ice-type energy stone beneath it. They immediately began to dig again. The comments flooded in, marveling at their luck. 2 energy stones in one pit. How could their luck be this good? Other teams would be so jealous if they saw this. The ice-type energy stone was buried a bit deeper, and it took a lot of effort for Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian to excavate it. Jiang Zhao held the ice-type energy stone with great rarity. After all, his ability was ice-type, so he naturally valued ice-type energy stones more. Song Bojian noticed a small pit beneath the larger pit. It was dark, and he couldn't see what was inside. Wondering if there were any treasures, he bent down to take a closer look. Suddenly, a centipede burst out of the hole, nearly jumping onto his face. Song Bojian screamed and quickly stepped back. Jiang Wan heard the noise and rushed over. What happened? Song Bojian quickly grabbed her, urging her not to look. There's a mutated centipede. Hearing this, Jiang Wan's expression changed. She absolutely hated multi-legged bugs. Just as she was about to ask Jiang Zhao to cover the hole, she looked up and was horrified to see a huge centipede crawling on the energy stone Jiang Zhao was holding. It was pitch black and as thick as a pinky finger. It was about to crawl onto Jiang Zhao's hand. If it bit him, it wouldn't be a joke. Brother, quickly throw the energy stone. Jiang Zhao didn't know what was happening, but as soon as Jiang Wan said that, he instinctively threw the energy stone away. His strength was considerable, and the energy stone flew 5 meters away, rolling on the ground for 2 circles. A hand picked it up. The 3 of them looked up, and it was another competing team. They unexpectedly ran into another team here. The strength of this team was not weak, and each of their ability users was more arrogant than the last. The leader of the team picked up the ice-type energy stone that had rolled to his feet and chuckled sinisterly. You just met me and already gifted me an energy stone? In that case, I shall graciously accept. Although his words sounded polite, his gaze was provocative, and his expression was frivolous. The ability users following him wore equally smug expressions, resembling a group of thugs. Jiang Wan's trio fell silent, their eyes casually landing on the ice-type energy stone. The centipede slowly crawled up onto the stone. In the next second, it bit the ability user's hand. Jiang Zhao sprang into action, kicking his shoulder. The combined pain from his hand and shoulder was too much for the ability user, and he ultimately fainted. The ability users behind him rushed forward, urging their team's alchemist, "Hurry up and get the antidote. What are you crying for? How useless are you? Where's the medicine? Can't you see the boss's lips are turning purple?" The alchemist, being yelled at by a group, trembled in fear. Shaking, he took out a few detoxifying spirit grasses from his storage device. We only have this." The alchemist held the detoxifying spirit grass with both hands, carefully explaining. Unexpectedly, the ability users immediately started cursing. "You, an alchemist? You don't even have any spirit medicine. What good are you?" The alchemist squatted on the ground, unable to lift her head from the scolding. She wanted to refine spirit medicine, but without any materials, how could she do that? They only cared about rushing and didn't even think about looking for spirit grasses and energy stones. That detoxifying spirit grass was something she had hurriedly found herself, and now was being despised. The loud voices of those ability users reached Jiang Wan's ears clearly from not far away. She scoffed at them. A bunch of useless people who only knew how to vent their anger at women. However, Jiang Wan had no intention of meddling in their affairs. Jiang Zhao released flames, burning the centipede on the energy stone. Then he pocketed the energy stone, ready to leave. Stop! Who told you to leave? An ability user shouted angrily at Jiang Zhao's back. However, Jiang Zhao didn't stop at all. Who was he? Did he think he could just command him to stop? Why should he? Was it just because he had a big face? Jiang Zhao, Song Bojian, and Jiang Wan continued walking forward, planning to take out the flying carpet once they were out of sight. Chapter 328. He seems to be fading away, however. What they didn't expect was that those few superpowered individuals suddenly rushed over and surrounded them. The superpowered individuals looked fierce and claimed that Jiang Wan and her friends had harmed their older brother. Jiang Wan was truly speechless. Do we force him to pick up that energy stone? His own greed has nothing to do with her. Unexpectedly, those people seemed to feel justified. What's wrong with picking up the energy stone? It rolled to your feet. Aren't you going to pick it up? Jiang Wan widened her eyes. She had never seen such shameless people. It was his own fault for being blind. How could he not see such a big centipede? Who would have thought that the superpowered individual would respond? You clearly set a trap for our brother. Jiang Wan was so angry that she almost laughed. Who is he? Does he really think we would set a trap for him? He doesn't deserve it. No way, no way. Does he really think he is that important? The few superpowered individuals were obviously infuriated by her words and prepared to attack. However, after sizing up Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian's strength, they felt they might not be able to win. They had no choice but to take a step back. You're an alchemist. You must have the antidote for the poisonous centipede, right? Give it to us. Jiang Wan looked at him in disbelief and rolled her eyes in silence. Is this your way of asking for help? If someone didn't know better, they might think Jiang Wan was the alchemist on their team. How dare they give orders like that? Usually, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian spoke to Jiang Wan in gentle tones, never raising their voices. What kind of tone is this? The few superpowered individuals exchanged glances, seemingly finding Jiang Wan too troublesome. After a pause, they said, "Could you please give us the antidote?" Jiang Wan brushed her hair back from her forehead and said, "No. You treat me so harshly and still want the antidote? Even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to you." The few superpowered individuals immediately felt they had been played. They angrily gathered their powers. The alchemist on their team was so frightened that he quickly hid far away, fearing he would get hurt. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian stood in front of Jiang Wan, ready to fight. The two sides were in a standoff, and a big battle was about to break out. Jiang Wan tilted her head and looked through the gap at the few big fools across from her. She turned her thumb around and pointed at the person on the ground. Are you sure you don't want to save him first? He looks like he might not make it. At this moment, the man lying on the ground was already foaming at the mouth, his limbs twitching. The few little brothers quickly ran over, and upon seeing this scene, they were so scared that they burst into tears. They leaned over their older brother and began to wail. "Brother, we're sorry for you. Brother, why did you leave so early? My good brother, we still wanted to be brothers." The superpowered individual lying on the ground trembled and opened his eyes. Foam flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his lips moved, though it was unclear what he was saying. He reached out his hand as if trying to grasp someone. The little brother beside him quickly grabbed his hand, leaned in close, and listened carefully to what he was saying. "Brother, if you have any last words, just say them. Brother, don't worry. I will take good care of sister-in-law." "Brother, what are you saying? I can't hear you at all." The superpowered individual lying on the ground glared at him fiercely, his mouth trembling but unable to speak. Suddenly, Jiang Wan couldn't help but laugh. He said to forfeit and let him go for treatment. He hasn't given up on himself yet, and those little brothers are already giving up on him. He can't die with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, the little brothers quickly turned to the flying robot behind them and shouted, "Our captain forfeits." The flying robot flew over and took the superpowered individual lying on the ground away. The leader left, and the others lost their momentum. The three of them completely ignored them and went straight into the forest. Once they reached a place where no one was around, Jiang Wan took out the flying carpet. The three of them got on the carpet and flew above the forest. After this incident, everyone became even more cautious. If Jiang Zhao had been the one bitten today, they really wouldn't know what to do. Although Jiang Wan had concocted the antidote, what if it didn't work against that centipede's poison? Would they also let Jiang Zhao forfeit? Their team only had 3 people. If any one of them forfeited, the team would immediately disband. Jiang Wan repeatedly emphasized the need to be careful of those mutated insects. They would naturally pay attention to the mutated beasts, but those insects were hard to guard against. Jiang Zhao nodded, still feeling a bit fearful. Song Bojian, you take control of the direction of the flying carpet. I need to concoct something. Jiang Wan had now collected enough materials to create a suppression disc, and she needed to do it as soon as possible. According to the current progress of all the participating teams, they would probably reach the vicinity of the energy heart tomorrow. A great battle was imminent. Jiang Wan had to concoct the suppression disc quickly. Upon hearing this, Song Bojian promptly moved forward a little. He sat at the front of the flying carpet and used his wind-type ability to control the direction. He didn't know how to do this before, but after Jiang Wan taught him, he quickly got the hang of it. Now Jiang Wan could focus on her concoction. The suppression disc she was going to create this time was a defensive disc. The defensive disc had to be done well. Sometimes, the protective shield could only defend against those large mutated beasts. As for mosquitoes and insects, they were simply ignored. If it were on another planet, an ordinary protective shield would suffice. But here on Rainforest Star, the insects were all mutated, and a careless move could lead to death. The big fool from earlier was the best lesson. The defensive shield needed to be reinforced time and again to ensure absolute safety. So it took a little longer. After a full 3 hours, she finally completed the concoction. Jiang Zhao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her open her eyes. Why did it take so long? I thought you fainted. Jiang Wan didn't think it was long. 3 hours was the normal time to concoct a mid-level or higher suppression disc. It was just that she usually concocted things too quickly. So, Jiang Zhao felt today as concoction took too long. Jiang Wan leaned over to look below and spotted a somewhat larger clearing. Song Bojian, change direction. Let's go down. It was getting late, and it was better not to travel at night. At this point, Song Bojian had already mastered the skill of changing direction very well. He raised his hand, and a gust of wind surged in. The rear half of the flying carpet was lifted high, forcing the 3 of them to suddenly plummet down. Song Bojian! Jiang Wan shouted his name in fright. Song Bojian was also startled. Why was the speed suddenly so fast? Slow down, slow down. Jiang Wan tightly gripped the wolf skin while directing him. Finally, just seconds before landing, the flying carpet leveled out again. Jiang Wan jumped down, trembling legs and all. For the first time, she felt that this feeling of being grounded was so wonderful. Chapter 329. Knowing our strength, the place they landed was already very close to the heart of energy. As soon as Jiang Wan touched the ground, she could sense that there were many high-level mutated beasts not far away. However, they were not very close, and for the time being, they had not been discovered. She looked around and found some wild fruits on the trees. Song Bojian was just about to cook some jerky when Jiang Wan hurriedly called to stop him. Don't make a fire. There are quite a few mutated beasts nearby. Song Bojian quickly halted. He had just gotten off the flying carpet, and his mind was still a bit foggy. Jiang Zhao took out some jerky from his backpack and handed it to Jiang Wan. Can you chew on this? Jiang Wan took it and tentatively bit into it. She almost broke her teeth. Hiss! She looked helplessly at the jerky in her hand. Originally, this meat was from low-level mutated beasts, and the texture was tough. Now, made into jerky, it was even harder. Taking a bite felt like biting into an iron lump. Jiang Wan looked up, her eyes shining as she gazed at the fruit on the tree. Brother, I want to eat that. Jiang Zhao followed her finger's direction and saw the wild fruit, which was not poisonous. Hunters often picked these to eat. Without saying a word, he climbed up the tree to pick some for Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan quickly reminded him, be careful. There might be snakes in the tree. Generally, there wouldn't be any, but in the rainforest environment, one could never be sure. Jiang Zhao nodded after hearing that. He quickly picked a dozen wild fruits and was about to jump down when a black snake suddenly appeared in front of him. It was as thick as a baby's arm. The snake coiled on the branch, its upper body standing upright, staring intently at Jiang Zhao. Jiang Wan was so scared that her hair stood on end. She instinctively wanted to scream, but managed to hold it back. Song Bojian's eyes flashed, and he gathered a wind blade with his right hand hidden behind his back. Jiang Zhao did not dare to move, maintaining his posture as if he wanted to jump down. He silently remained still, not even moving his eyes. The black snake occasionally flicked its tongue, fixating its gaze on Jiang Zhao. A chilling atmosphere spread, making everyone's backs feel cold. They stood in a stalemate for a full 3 minutes. Jiang Zhao's legs were getting stiff. He had to think of a way quickly. He couldn't hold on much longer. He contemplated various attack methods, ensuring that he would hit without fail. Their team only had 3 people. If he got bitten by the snake and was poisoned, he would have to withdraw. They didn't know the toxin of this snake, and Jiang Wan had no formula for refining spirit medicine either. Once poisoned, the only option left for him would be to withdraw. If he withdrew, only 2 people would be left in the team. Jiang Wan and Song Bojian would also have to withdraw. Therefore, Jiang Zhao had to ensure his safety. His back was already drenched in sweat, and the hair on his forehead was sticking to his skin. Just as he was about to lose his grip and prepare to attack, a flock of birds flew over. They were still some distance away, but he could hear their chirping. Jiang Wan squinted her eyes to look and felt that they didn't quite look like birds. They looked more like eagles. The word eagle suddenly popped into Jiang Wan's mind. She was overjoyed. If they were really eagles, that would be great. Eagles were the natural enemies of snakes. Then her brother would be saved. As the figures approached, the 3 of them could see clearly that they were indeed eagles. However, they were slightly smaller. And were eagles social animals? Why did a bunch suddenly fly over? There were at least 10 of them. The black snake hanging on the branch saw the birds flying over and, as if facing a great enemy, hurriedly crawled back up the trunk, hiding among the leaves. The movement was incredibly swift, leaving Jiang Wan stunned. A few small eagles flew over, chirping. The more Jiang Wan listened, the more she felt something was off. Their calls didn't sound like those of eagles at all. Song Bojian also thought it sounded wrong. Taking advantage of the black snake's retreat, Jiang Zhao quickly jumped down from the tree. His legs had gone numb, and he almost fell when he landed. The wild fruits he was holding scattered all over the ground, rolling far away. Jiang Wan and Song Bojian hurried to help him. At this moment, the few eagles, like swords, swooped into the forest. Then came a series of loud chirps, scolding with a foul mouth. The 3 stood under the tree, the branches and leaves dense. They looked up, but could see nothing. They could only see the leaves shaking continuously. Jiang Wan asked doubtfully, "Are these really eagles?" "No eagle sounds like that. Just listening to the sound, you would think they were hungry chicks." Song Bojian also began to have doubts. It really didn't seem like eagles. But why did they look so much like them? Jiang Zhao sat on the ground, massaging his stiff legs. He casually replied, "They should be mutated avian beasts. I encountered them when hunting before. They look a lot like eagles, but they are smaller in size and have strong combat power." "Strong combat power?" Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. Looking at the shaking leaves, "I can't tell." Just as her words fell, a black snake was suddenly flung out. With a thud, it landed right by Jiang Wan's feet. Jiang Wan was immediately startled and screamed. It felt like her feet were on fire, and she was hopping on her toes in place. Song Bojian kicked the black snake away. The snake flew like a piece of rope, letting him kick it away. Jiang Wan took a few deep breaths, her heart still racing, and looked over, asking, "Is it dead?" Song Bojian walked over to ensure it was dead. Only then did Jiang Wan completely relax. "Wow, I didn't expect those birds to be quite powerful." Just as she finished speaking, the few mutated avian beasts seemed to have heard her and flew out from the trees. Their gaze landed on Jiang Zhao. The 3 of them suddenly had a bad premonition. Jiang Wan stammered, "They want to attack my brother, will they?" A few avian beasts gathered together, chirping and discussing something. Jiang Wan was afraid they were preparing to attack Jiang Zhao. She quickly used her mental power to listen to what the avian beasts were saying. She had used this trick before on by High Star. At that time, the mermaid beast thought she was the sea god and could understand their speech. Once Jiang Wan activated her mental power, the chattering of the avian beasts automatically transformed into human speech. "That big fool stole our fruit." Jiang Wan was stunned. "Big fool?" She turned to look at Jiang Zhao, who was sitting on the ground. Jiang Zhao looked up at her, confused. Jiang Wan pursed her lips. He did kind of look like a big fool. The avian beast continued chirping. Look at this big fool's clumsy appearance. And he still has the guts to steal our fruit. Exactly. Even that stupid snake is afraid of him. Yet he dares to steal our fruit. Beat him up. Beat him up. Let him know our strength. Chapter 330. Goddess. A few birds and beasts became more and more excited, chattering endlessly. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian could not understand what they were saying and only thought that they were having an internal conflict and arguing among themselves. Jiang Zhao chuckled in curiosity, wondering how they ended up arguing with each other. Jiang Wan glanced at him sideways, with a hint of disdain. They weren't arguing. They were clearly discussing how to beat you up. Jiang Zhao, feeling rejected by Jiang Wan, scratched the back of his head in confusion. How had he offended Jiang Wan? The birds and beasts became increasingly animated, discussing how to lift him up into the sky and drop him hard, turning him into a puddle of meat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan immediately gasped. Wow, don't be too cruel. Just do it. Turn him into a puddle of meat. Turn him into a puddle of meat. The birds and beasts were high-spirited and agreed with this course of action. Jiang Wan couldn't help but marvel at how these little creatures, though not big, had such vicious hearts. She looked at Jiang Zhao with sympathy. Her brother was about to be turned into a puddle of meat. Jiang Zhao, who had just been scorned, was puzzled. What was wrong with Jiang Wan today? What had she thought of? Why was her mood changing so quickly? Jiang Zhao truly did not understand his sister more and more. After the birds and beasts finished discussing, they prepared to launch their attack. They lined up, flapping their wings, their eyes fixed on Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao, what was going on today? It was one thing for Jiang Wan to keep staring at him, but why were these birds and beasts also staring at him? His instincts told him there was danger. Jiang Wan quickly stood up and took out her weapon. In the next second, the birds and beasts dove down and charged at him. Song Bojian widened his eyes in surprise. Why were they suddenly attacking Jiang Zhao? He also took out a boomerang and threw it without hesitation, but it was easily dodged by the birds and beasts. Just as the birds and beasts were about to crash into him, Jiang Wan immediately activated her defensive formation. One by one, the birds and beasts crashed into the shield. They flapped their wings in confusion. What was this thing? Brothers, break through it. Jiang Wan sneered. Break through? They dared to say that. The defensive formation she crafted was a high-level formation. Even a level 5 mutated beast couldn't break through it. A few birds and beasts seemed to have lost their minds, banging against it repeatedly, causing several bumps on their heads. Jiang Wan couldn't bear to watch anymore. Stop crashing. You can't break my shield. She didn't say it out loud, but directly communicated with them using her mental power. This frightened the birds and beasts. They spun around, looking everywhere. Who was speaking? Come out quickly. Otherwise, we'll turn you into mush. Turn you into mush. Turn you into mush. Jiang Wan smiled helplessly and replied, Do you really have to be so cruel? The birds and beasts were even more frightened. Who are you? Come out quickly. Jiang Wan said with her mental power, I am right behind you. Upon hearing this, the birds and beasts turned to look at Jiang Wan. The shock in their eyes was indescribable. You are human. You can actually understand what we are saying. Moreover, you can communicate with us without speaking. Jiang Wan smiled lightly and nodded. This left the birds and beasts even more shocked. They excitedly flew around the forest, looking busy but not quite knowing what they were busy with. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were all prepared for a tough fight, but they found the birds and beasts behaving as if they had gone mad, flying around in a frenzy. Song Bojian looked left and right, wondering what was wrong with them. Were they going crazy? Jiang Zhao was utterly confused. It was truly strange. They had inexplicably attacked him, and now they were inexplicably flying around. It was dizzying. Jiang Wan kept asking, What are you doing? Stop right now. Is it really that shocking? Actually, thinking about it, it was quite shocking. It was like fighting a mutated beast, and suddenly the beast started talking in human language. After a while, the birds and beasts finally calmed down. They all flew in front of Jiang Wan, pressing tightly against the shield, eager to break through and have a close encounter with her. Jiang Wan cautiously took a step back. What are you doing? She noticed the glimmer of tears in the birds and beasts' eyes, but they were too small for her to notice. Goddess, we have finally been waiting for you. Goddess, you have finally come to find us. Goddess, Jiang Wan's eyes widened, and her brows furrowed. What the heck? They were doing this again? After she had spoken with the mermaid beast, she was called the sea god. Why was she now the goddess of the birds and beasts? I am not. Jiang Wan denied it firmly. However, the birds and beasts also said with great certainty, You are our goddess. The chief said that anyone who can understand our words and communicate with us is the goddess. This made sense. However, Jiang Wan didn't believe it. What goddess? Don't pull that stunt. Just as Jiang Wan was about to continue denying it, a few birds and beasts suddenly burst into tears. This left her completely dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian looked at each other in confusion. Song Bojian raised his hand to point at them, hesitantly asking, Are they crying? Jiang Wan slowly nodded. This was a first for her. She had never seen birds and beasts cry before, perhaps noticing Jiang Wan's silence. The birds and beasts immediately began to pitifully recount their experiences. Goddess, you have no idea how miserable we have been without you. Jiang Wan chuckled dryly. It sounded as if she were the one living it. The birds and beasts paused for a moment, almost falling from the sky. They quickly steadied themselves and continued to cry. Goddess, look at how weak we are. We are always bullied by other beasts in the forest. Exactly. They only pick on us because there are no adults in our family. Goddess, you must stay to protect us. Listening to their words gave Jiang Wan a sense of dealing with a child throwing a tantrum. Her mouth twitched a couple of times as she said, I think you guys are pretty capable. You even managed to kill that big black snake. And you were going to turn my brother into a puddle of meat. Upon hearing that the big silly guy was her brother, the birds and beasts froze in their expressions. They turned to huddle together to discuss. We miscalculated. That big silly guy is actually the goddess's brother. We can't blame ourselves. Who knew the goddess would have a big silly brother? So what do we do now? We have to please him. What else can we do? Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. These birds and beasts actually knew how to please others? After their discussion, the birds and beasts flew to Jiang Wan, asking her to open the defensive shield. Jiang Wan was curious to see how they planned to please her brother. So without hesitation, she opened the shield. How strange. Birds and beasts were going to please humans. Song Bojian and Jiang Zhao noticed the shield had disappeared and thought the formation had run out of energy. They were immediately startled and rushed forward with their weapons to protect Jiang Wan. Chapter 331. Goddess, stay here. Jiang Wan patted their shoulders and asked them to step back. The defensive barrier is down. Don't worry, there's no danger. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian looked confused. They had no idea what was happening. All they saw was Jiang Wan standing silently, watching the birds and beasts. Those birds and beasts seemed to have gone mad, flying around erratically one moment and then gathering together, chirping and chattering the next. Finally, they all pressed against the defensive barrier, looking at Jiang Wan. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian suspected that these birds and beasts might have mental issues. Jiang Zhao grabbed Jiang Wan's arm and whispered, Maybe we should turn the barrier back on. Those birds and beasts probably have some kind of mental illness. Mentally ill? Ha ha. Jiang Wan burst out laughing. The birds and beasts in midair momentarily halted, almost falling, and hurriedly flapped their wings to fly again. They opened their mouths to curse. You are the one who's mentally ill. Your whole family is. Ugh, can't curse, can't curse. This involves the goddess too. Shut your filthy mouth. Jiang Wan almost died laughing at their conversation. Jiang Zhao, on the other hand, looked bewildered. Now that the barrier was down, the birds and beasts were ready to please Jiang Zhao. They scattered in all directions. Jiang Zhao thought they had left. Did they just leave? Before long, the birds and beasts flew back from all directions, each carrying something in their beaks. A tender yellow wildflower was stuck on top of Jiang Zhao's head, standing there perfectly. From a distance, it looked like a flower had grown on his head. Jiang Wan immediately laughed. Oh my goodness. How did a flower grow on your head? Ha ha ha. Song Bojian couldn't help but chuckle, though he dared not laugh too loudly, only managing a muffled laugh. Jiang Zhao reached up to touch it, not realizing when a bird had stuck a flower on his head. He yanked it off, his face turning red. What kind of flower is a big man like me wearing on my head? No wonder they're all laughing at me. Jiang Zhao waved his hands to shoo away the birds and beasts. Although they didn't understand why he was so angry, it was related to the flower. They all dropped the flowers from their beaks and went to find something else. In no time, They returned with a pile of grass in their mouths. Jiang Zhao instinctively stepped back. The birds and beasts hurriedly chased after him. He ran, they chased, and he couldn't escape. Eventually, his head was full of grass. Exhausted, Jiang Zhao pulled the grass off his head. Just as he was about to throw it away, he was surprised to find that all of it was spiritual grass. However, he didn't know much about it and couldn't distinguish its levels. Jiang Zhao quickly showed it to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan looked closely and was amazed to find that all of it was at least intermediate-level spiritual grass. Wow, these birds and beasts really have some skills. An idea popped into Jiang Wan's mind. Jiang Zhao, knowing his sister well, immediately sensed that she was up to something. Jiang Wan cleared her throat and said, "Brother, didn't you say you wanted energy stones?" Jiang Zhao was taken aback. He had never said such a thing. What would an ability user like him want with energy stones? He didn't even know how to refine them. Jiang Wan stared at him, her eyes wide open. The siblings' tacit understanding was not fake. Jiang Zhao quickly responded, "Yes, yes. I've always wanted energy stones, preferably fire attribute." The birds and beasts hesitated for a moment, exchanging glances. They regretted hitting him earlier. Now this big silly guy was asking for their beloved energy stones. Birds loved to collect shiny things. Energy stones were their favorites. Well, they had to concede. The birds, looking defeated, flew back to their nests and returned with energy stones in their beaks. These energy stones were small but pure and contained a substantial amount of energy. Jiang Zhao couldn't believe it. These birds could actually understand their conversation. He was even more surprised that just because of their words, the birds had brought them energy stones. Jiang Zhao rubbed his chin in suspicion. This was too strange. Just a moment ago, those birds were shouting at them, and now they were actively bringing them spiritual grass and energy stones? Odd. Really odd. Jiang Zhao was overjoyed looking at the energy stones, greedily collecting them all into his storage device. The birds and beasts felt heartache, but had no choice. Jiang Wan composed herself. Since they had taken something from the birds, they naturally had to help them in return. She patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and asked, "Brother, have you forgiven these birds?" Jiang Zhao was a bit puzzled. Forgiven? It suddenly dawned on him that the birds' actions were all in hopes of seeking his forgiveness. Oh, it was no big deal. It didn't really hurt me. Besides, there was a defensive barrier protecting me outside. Also, if those birds hadn't appeared, I wouldn't have known how to deal with that black snake. This matter was settled. The birds and beasts finally relaxed. They eagerly asked Jiang Wan, "Can a goddess stay now?" "Yes, goddess, look, silly big. Your brother has forgiven us." Hearing this, Jiang Wan's expression stiffened slightly. She had never said she wanted to stay. However, the birds thought she would, which was why they did so much. If Jiang Wan said now that she wouldn't stay, those birds would surely be furious. She wasn't foolish. This was not the time to anger the birds. In such a situation, it was better to have one less enemy. Jiang Wan slowly replied, "But I still have a competition to participate in. This competition is quite important to me." So, the birds and beasts perked up at her words. "What competition? We can help the goddess." "Yes, yes. We haven't met any opponents on this planet yet. Who dares to bully the goddess? Watch me smash them into the ground." Jiang Wan was amused by their words. "Really? I can't tell at all." The birds and beasts were proud. "Of course it's true. Just look at how we beat that silly snake earlier." Jiang Wan chuckled at their bravado. They had indeed dealt with that black snake quite easily. However, the closer they got to the heart of energy, the stronger the mutated beasts would become. By then, they might encounter snakes as thick as an adult's body, not just the size of a child's arm. With the small bodies of these birds and beasts, they wouldn't be able to handle it. So, their bravado was just for show. Chapter 332. It's actually bird poop. Jiang Wan smiled at this. Little did she know that the viewers in the live stream were already in an uproar. What the heck? Isn't that a mimic eagle beast? The forest overlord actually took the initiative to send energy stones to Jiang Wan? How unbelievable. What beast? Are these mutated birds really that powerful? Some people recognized those bird beasts as mimic eagle beasts, while others were still confused. The environment of Rainforest Star is unique, with all sorts of strange mutated beasts. Coupled with the terrain issues, no planet has been able to take it over for a long time. Therefore, Rainforest Star is still a barren star. However, all the mutated beasts in Rainforest Star fear the mimic eagle beasts. Don't be fooled by the small size and noisy nature of the mimic eagle beasts. They are actually as powerful as level 5 mutated beasts. What? Level 5 mutated beasts? You're just bragging. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. As night fell, Jiang Wan crawled into the tent to rest early. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were in charge of keeping watch. Tonight wouldn't be easy, as there were so many mutated beasts lurking nearby. Jiang Wan was a bit worried and couldn't sleep soundly. She quietly extended a bit of her mental power outside. With any unusual movement, she would be able to sense it. Perhaps the mimic eagle beasts sensed her mental power. They slowly flew to the top of her tent and began chattering away. Jiang Wan clearly heard it say, "Goddess, hurry up and rest. With us here, no mutated beasts dare to come." Jiang Wan certainly didn't believe it. With such a small size, they should take care of themselves first. Any large mutated beast could easily swat them away with one slap. Seeing that she didn't believe it, the mimic eagle beast chattered even more loudly. "They really don't dare to come. No one in this forest dares to step into our territory." Its voice was quite loud, and Jiang Wan was afraid of attracting mutated beasts. She quickly coaxed it, "Oh, so you're really that powerful. But it's already late, so hurry up and rest." The mimic eagle beast was praised by the goddess and cared for by her, instantly delighted, flapping its wings and flying around happily. It circled through the forest, singing joyfully, and it was clear that it was very happy. Jiang Zhao frowned and looked at the bird beast, growling, "Silly bird, stop calling. Stop it. What are you making noise for at night? You'll attract the mutated beasts." The mimic eagle beast was happily calling, but the big fool on the ground wouldn't let it. It immediately felt like cold water had been poured on it. This big fool. How dare he call it silly? The mimic eagle beast was unhappy and thought about whether to teach him a lesson. But then it remembered he was the goddess's brother, so it decided to endure for now. The mimic eagle beast slowly flew over Jiang Zhao's head and pooped. Then it lazily flew back to its nest. The look on its face was just asking for a beating. Jiang Zhao felt something warm and wet on his head, reached up, and found it was bird poop. He immediately jumped up, wanted to shout. But then he remembered there were still many mutated beasts around, so he forced himself to hold it back. Jiang Zhao glared fiercely at the silly bird and went to clean the bird poop off his head. The night passed peacefully. Jiang Wan slept exceptionally well. She was surprised herself. They were so close to the mutated beasts. How could they not be attacked? This was simply a miracle. She glanced suspiciously at the bird beast. Could it be true what it said? Did those mutated beasts really fear them? Jiang Wan temporarily set aside her doubts. The few of them casually ate a bit of breakfast and then set off again. Jiang Wan took out a flying carpet, and the three of them sat on it. They took off and set out. Jiang Wan concentrated on maneuvering the flying carpet when suddenly someone patted her from behind. Jiang Wan turned her head and saw it was Song Bojian. Song Bojian pointed behind her. Jiang Wan turned to look and found that those bird beasts had caught up. How did they catch up? Song Bojian shook his head in confusion. The bird beasts chirped as they followed. "Goddess, goddess, take us with you. We will protect you." Jiang Wan opened her mouth and finally sighed. "Forget it. There's no point in saying more. Let them be." The flying carpet was not very fast, and after about half an hour, they reached the area with the richest energy on the entire planet. The flying carpet hovered in the air. Jiang Wan hesitated about whether to land. If they landed now, they would definitely be surrounded by those mutated beasts. The bird beasts flapped their wings and flew beside Jiang Wan, urging "Goddess, hurry down." Jiang Wan raised her index finger to her lips, signaling for them to be quiet. Even though they were in the air, it was best not to make noise. The mimic eagle beasts looked at her in confusion. But naturally, the goddess had her reasons for not letting them call out. Jiang Zhao watched coldly. Why was this silly bird so double-standard? Last night, he didn't let it call out, and it directly pooped on his head. Now that Jiang Wan didn't let it call, why didn't it poop on her? Jiang Zhao's eyes were filled with resentment, almost overflowing. Jiang Wan looked at him in confusion, wondering what was wrong with him. Jiang Zhao felt even more frustrated when she glared at him. Song Bojian leaned over the edge of the flying carpet to look down and saw that several teams had already arrived. Jiang Wan and the others had taken their time along the way. Although they were on the flying carpet, they weren't much faster than the teams that had been traveling day and night. The competing teams gathered, and the mutated beasts sensed the presence of humans. They all emerged from the shadows, licking their claws, ready to feast. Eating those low-level mutated beasts every day had long become boring. This was the place where the heart of energy was hidden, and the mutated beasts here were nourished by the heart of energy, making their abilities very high. These ability users were truly no match for them. Jiang Wan carefully observed and found that 3 teams had come in total. During the 2 days of traveling, many teams had likely been injured, eliminated, or forced to withdraw. However, Jiang Wan had no way of knowing this. But Xi and Yuchi's team had not yet arrived. Xi and Yuchi's team could not have been eliminated that quickly. Jiang Wan guessed that they likely had the same idea as her. They would wait for the other teams to exhaust the energy of a mutated beast first, and then take advantage of the situation to pick up the crumbs. Song Bojian couldn't help but ask when Jiang Wan had been silent for a long time. "Shall we go down now?" Jiang Wan came back to her senses and nodded. "Let's go down, but not here." Jiang Wan extended her mental power to sense the surroundings. The mutated beasts had all gathered here, leaving the forest to the east empty. Jiang Wan decided to take them to that side to avoid trouble. As soon as they landed, they encountered familiar faces. Jiang Wan looked at the familiar figure and sneered. What a narrow path for enemies. Xi and Yuchi was also quite surprised to see Jiang Wan. A smug smile crept onto her lips. "What? Are you scared? Hiding here?" Chapter 333. It's a mermaid beast. Jiang Wan nodded, her expression one of understanding. "Oh, so you hid here because you were scared." Xi and Yuchi's smile froze, and she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Wan. The 2 groups stood quietly in place, neither side speaking. They were all waiting for the battle outside to die down. Then they would rush out to pick up the spoils. Little did they know, danger was creeping closer. Mutated beasts sprang out from around them, arching their backs and glaring at them. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian immediately drew their weapons, positioning themselves protectively around Jiang Wan. The eagle beast flew above Jiang Wan's head, quietly watching those mutated beasts. The mutated beast seemed a bit shocked upon seeing the eagle beast. Then, they entered a state of combat. With a roar, a mutated beast leaped forward. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian prepared to fight, only to realize that all the mutated beasts were charging towards Xi and Yuchi's side. It was as if Jiang Wan and the others were completely ignored. The mutated beasts didn't even glance at them. Song Bojian scratched the back of his head, puzzled, and said, "That's strange, can they not see us?" Jiang Zhao dared not let his guard down, tightly gripping his toothed sword, not willing to relax for a moment. His eyes were fixed on those mutated beasts, fearing they might turn back and attack. Jiang Wan's mind was sharp, and a bold guess emerged in her heart. Could it really be because of these birds that the mutated beasts dared not approach? She looked up, squinting at those birds. The eagle beasts seemed to think they had been recognized by the goddess, happily flying around her head. Jiang Wan understood. It seemed these birds actually had some skills. She smiled knowingly. Noticing someone watching her, Jiang Wan instinctively turned her head. Xi and Yuchi was sizing them up, seemingly very curious as to why the mutated beasts had not attacked them. Jiang Wan knew Xi and Yuchi was not easy to deal with. She couldn't let her discover the secret of the bird beasts. She quickly pretended to shout at Jiang Zhao, "Brother, hurry and stop that mutated beast." Jiang Zhao immediately became anxious, only to find that the mutated beast was barreling straight towards Xi and Yuchi's team. Just as he was about to say a few comforting words to Jiang Wan, she shouted again, "Oh no, another one!" Jiang Zhao quickly turned around, discovering this one was also heading for Xi and Yuchi's team. Jiang Zhao. This shouldn't happen. Jiang Wan had experienced so many beast tides. How could she be flustered to the point of not even knowing the direction of the mutated beast attacks? Pondering this, he could only think of one answer. That is, Jiang Wan was playing him. Just as Jiang Zhao was about to question Jiang Wan, unexpectedly, she turned and ran. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian quickly followed. This forest was not safe. If Jiang Wan ran off alone, she would be doomed if she encountered a mutated beast. Jiang Wan ran very fast, as if genuinely frightened. When she got a certain distance away from Xi and Yuchi and the others, she finally stopped. Hiding behind a tree trunk, she peeked out. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian caught up and saw Jiang Wan acting like a thief. She crouched behind the tree, quietly peeking her head out. Jiang Zhao looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" Jiang Wan waved her hand, gesturing for them to come closer. In a hushed voice, she said, "The reason those mutated beasts aren't attacking us is all because of those bird beasts." Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were stunned for 3 seconds upon hearing this. They exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. So many mutated beasts were actually afraid of this little bird beast? How strange. However, since Jiang Wan said so, it must be true. If someone else had told them this, they would never have believed it. The fierce and powerful mutated beasts were scared of small bird beasts? What a joke. But since it was Jiang Wan who said it, they would certainly believe it unconditionally. Jiang Wan observed the situation. Xi and Yuqi and her team of ability users were about to reach their limit. She guessed that Xi and Yuqi would definitely pull out potions for those ability users to drink. After all, their levels were not high. If they didn't drink the potions and turned into mutated beings, they would surely be injured by the mutated beasts and eliminated. Xi and Yuqi had no choice. She could only let them become mutated beings right now. But the potion's effect didn't last long if they transformed too early. When they went to retrieve the energy core later, they would revert back to their original forms. It all depended on how Xi and Yuqi would choose. Anyway, with the bird beast to protect her, Jiang Wan was not afraid of those mutated beasts. Although Jiang Wan had already run far enough, she had underestimated Xi and Yuqi's ruthlessness. Xi and Yuqi naturally did not want to use the potions early. The main reason was that she couldn't stand Jiang Wan hiding aside. Why should she be attacked by mutated beasts while Jiang Wan could easily hide and wait to pick up the spoils? Xi and Yuqi would never allow such a thing to happen. Without a word, she directly ordered the ability users to run toward Jiang Wan's direction. Jiang Wan was exasperated. She didn't want to be entangled by those mutated beasts. Seeing this, the bird beasts immediately jumped out, volunteering, "Goddess, let us handle it." Jiang Wan hurriedly called out to them, "Don't act rashly. We can handle these mutated beasts ourselves." If the secret of the bird beasts was discovered by Xi and Yuqi, she would definitely stop at nothing to seize them. Even if she couldn't capture them, she would find a way to kill them. After all, with how much Xi and Yuqi hated Jiang Wan, she would never allow the bird beasts to belong to Jiang Wan. The bird beasts had originally intended to attack, but they were abruptly called off by Jiang Wan. However, whatever the goddess said was law. Jiang Wan took out the defensive town plate and activated it. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian understood her intentions and immediately prepared to attack. Just then, the ability users in Xi and Yuqi's team had already lured all the mutated beasts over. The 3 parties faced off, and a great battle was about to erupt. Just as Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were about to attack, a series of figures flashed by. The speed was so fast that it even left after images. What was that? What flew past? With such speed, could it be another high-level mutated beast? They couldn't see what it was at all. The ability users in Xi and Yuqi's team were stunned, whispering to each other. In the blink of an eye, the once ferocious mutated beasts were now lying in pools of blood. Their heads, without exception, had all been twisted off. Hiss! What happened? With such speed, killing without a trace, the opponent's strength must be very strong. Those ability users thought it was a team from another group. Jiang Wan looked at the dead mutated beasts and felt that she had seen this scene somewhere before. It was too familiar. It seemed she had seen it on Star. A string in Jiang Wan's mind snapped. It's a mermaid beast. Chapter 334 directly gets started, but it's several planets away from Star. The mermaid beasts can't possibly get here. Moreover, Rainforest Star doesn't even have an ocean, so how could there be mermaid beasts? Jiang Wan was puzzled. Now that the mutated beasts had been dealt with, everyone dispersed. Xi and Yuqi glared at Jiang Wan, clearly unwilling to accept that this time she had gotten lucky and avoided trouble. Jiang Wan and the others remained in the forest. She thought for a long time, feeling that something was off. The speed was too fast, and the method of breaking necks seemed unmistakably like that of a mermaid beast. The imitation eagle beasts were nearly going insane. They had originally planned to show off in front of the goddess, but unexpectedly, someone interrupted them out of nowhere. It completely stole their thunder. How could they not be angry? They were about to explode. They better not let them catch that sneaky guy, or they would make him pay. The imitation eagle beasts were sulking. Jiang Wan was frowning in thought, unable to figure it out after a long time. Suddenly, a shadow flashed. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian were startled and immediately stood up to protect Jiang Wan. When Jiang Wan saw the figure in front of her, she was stunned. Wasn't this the mermaid beast? When it saw Jiang Wan, its eyes instantly filled with tears, like an abandoned child finally finding its family. Jiang Wan was bewildered. What happened to you? Did you suffer? Why did you suddenly come to Rainforest Star? The mermaid beast called softly, and Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian couldn't understand what it was saying. However, just from its tone, they could sense its grievance. See God, why did you abandon us and leave? We've been searching for you so desperately. Wu it cried pitifully. Jiang Wan almost thought she was a heartless person. Didn't I arrange for someone to take over Beihai Star, providing you with food and a safe environment? Did someone bully you again? The mermaid beast shook its head in grievance. But you still left. Jiang Wan. But you're not a fish. You can't live in the ocean. Forget it. It's hard to explain this. Jiang Wan changed the subject, asking, how did you get here? Beihai Star is several planets away. The mermaid beast stopped crying and said, we swam along the interstellar route to get here. With just this one sentence, Jiang Wan was completely confused. Wait, what do you mean by we? The mermaid beast called out, and countless shadows flashed. In an instant, Jiang Wan was surrounded by the mermaid beasts in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There were so many that they nearly filled the small grove. Jiang Wan couldn't help but gasp. Why are there so many of you? And you swam all the way here? The mermaid beast swam forward a bit and replied. The clan leader said he was afraid you might encounter danger. So he asked me to bring more beasts to protect you. Jiang Wan helplessly rubbed her forehead, acknowledging the good intention. However, she was currently in a competition. There were also flying robots live streaming nearby. If someone discovered their connection, they would directly accuse her of cheating. Then she would have to withdraw from the competition. Fortunately, their communication was through mental power. Even if the flying robots were capturing everything, they wouldn't know what they were saying. In the live stream room, the number of viewers had reached its limit. Everyone thought Jiang Wan and her companions were surrounded by mermaid beasts. Where did all these mermaid beasts come from on Rainforest Star? It was truly strange. With so many mermaid beasts, Jiang Wan and her companions would definitely be eliminated. Could this be a trap set up by the organizers? Other than that, no one could think of why so many mermaid beasts would suddenly appear on Rainforest Star. It was indeed bizarre. Jiang Wan was struggling with how to handle this situation. She couldn't let the audience become suspicious, nor could she let the organizers intervene and drive away these mermaid beasts. It was really difficult. Just then, the imitation eagle beasts couldn't sit still anymore. It was these mermaid beasts that had stolen their spotlight earlier. Now they were stealing the goddess's attention too. And they were calling her their sea god? Nonsense. She was clearly their goddess. The imitation eagle beast could no longer hold back and directly started cursing. You ugly little winter melon. Where did you come from? This is our territory. Hurry up and get lost. Ugly monster, get out, get out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Jiang Wan naturally understood what they were saying and was quite surprised. How could they be so rude? The mermaid beasts were not to be trifled with either, and wouldn't just take the insults. It was bad. Now both sides were about to fight. What goddess? She is clearly our sea god. Exactly. Don't talk nonsense. We're ugly monsters. You're not much better looking. The two sides immediately started hurling insults at each other. Although Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian couldn't understand their language, they could tell the insults were quite vulgar. Jiang Wan was getting a headache from the noise. Unable to help herself, she rubbed her forehead. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she said, you guys pretend to fight? Quickly fight. Both the imitation eagle beasts and the mermaid beasts fell silent at the same time. Why is the goddess sea god not mediating but instead fanning the flames? Jiang Wan emphasized the word pretend. To the outside world, it seemed like Jiang Wan and her companions had encountered the overlords of 2 planets. This situation was bound to be a deadlock. No matter what, it was impossible to break it, especially with so many mermaid beasts surrounding them. If the imitation eagle beasts and mermaid beasts started fighting, Jiang Wan could take the opportunity to escape with her brother and Song Bojian. That way, the audience would think they were lucky to have sneaked away. The imitation eagle beasts and mermaid beasts listened to Jiang Wan. Moreover, they all secretly wanted to teach each other a lesson. Now was a great opportunity. So without further ado, they directly started fighting. The battle was fierce. Jiang Wan quickly grabbed Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian and turned to escape. Before leaving, she reminded them, just put on an act. Don't really get hurt. The birds and beasts mermaid beasts that originally wanted to beat the other side to death. Consider yourself lucky this time. Consider yourself lucky. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Both sides glared at each other, then tacitly averted their gazes and continued to pretend to fight. The audience was dumbfounded. How did the birds and beasts start fighting with the mermaid beasts? Truly, there is no way out for a desperate situation. Jiang Wan and their team could escape now. They had just heard both sides cursing quite dirty, and they never expected them to actually start fighting. Good job. This was just the right time to enjoy the spectacle. The overlords of the two planets. I want to see who is stronger. Chapter 335. Obtaining the Heart of Energy. The eagle beast is the ruler of Rainforest Star, while the mermaid beast is the ruler of Ocean Star. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and a battle between the two sides is bound to be spectacular. Almost all the viewers watching the match flooded into Jiang Wan's live stream. They certainly could not miss this once-in-a-century scene. The eagle beast and the mermaid beast both looked at each other with disdain, wanting to eliminate the other. However, the goddess-Sea god said they could not harm each other. Reluctantly, they had to hold back. But pretending to fight was not something they excelled at. The eagle beast and the mermaid beast exchanged glances, contemplating how to fake a fight. After all, their strength was what allowed them to become rulers of their planets. When they struck, they intended to deliver lethal blows. The mermaid beast could easily snap someone's neck with a flick of its hand, and the water it spewed was corrosive. The eagle beast, when attacking, could send a large armored beast flying with a flap of its wings. Both sides feared injuring the other and making Jiang Wan angry. Thus, they exerted all their effort to restrain their power. What the audience saw was the eagle beast flying in midair, suddenly diving down. The audience immediately became excited. With the eagle beast's strength, it could probably peck a hole in the mermaid beast's head. However, just as the eagle beast was about to peck the mermaid beast's head, it seemed to lose all its strength and gently kissed the top of its head. The audience. They wanted to see a once-in-a-century battle between two planetary rulers, not an interspecies romance. The mermaid beast felt nauseous after being kissed by the eagle beast and almost vomited, but it could not show it. It brandished its sharp claws, preparing to attack. The audience grew excited again. Here it comes. The mermaid beast is about to unleash a big move. The mermaid beast's eyes darkened, and its glimmering claws suddenly swung out. Just as it was about to make contact with the eagle beast, it suddenly slowed to 0. 25 times speed. The eagle beast flapped its wings and flew back into the air. The audience. Something feels off, but they couldn't pinpoint it. For the next 20 minutes, the eagle beast and the mermaid beast went back and forth, unable to part ways. The viewers in front of the live stream were falling asleep. To be fair, they truly lived up to their status as planetary rulers. They effortlessly cured my insomnia. Mom no longer has to worry about my sleepless nights. By the end, even the flying robots found it dull and stopped filming. They turned and flew off to find Jiang Wan. Although the mermaid beast and the eagle beast did not know what the flying robots were, they knew they were filming them. Once the flying robots left, they stopped, no longer needing to continue the charade. They glared at each other and turned away, not looking at one another. The flying robot, meanwhile, happily went to find Jiang Wan. It was supposed to follow Jiang Wan's team all along, but with so many viewers wanting to see a fight, it had to film the two groups of mutated beasts battling instead. Now, it needed to quickly catch up with Jiang Wan. The flying robot searched the forest for a long time before finally locating Jiang Wan. At this point, the mutated beasts near the Heart of Energy had mostly been dealt with by several other teams. Jiang Wan and her team had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Zhao and Song Bo rushed in with their weapons, quickly dispatching the remaining struggling mutated beasts. The hunting teams that saw Jiang Wan's group flashed expressions of surprise. It turned out they had long been ambushed in the forest, waiting to pick up the scraps. Despicable. However, this was not the time to argue. Everyone could only swallow their anger. With all the mutated beasts eliminated, they could now enter the cave to retrieve the Heart of Energy. Victory was in sight. Whoever got the Heart of Energy first would successfully enter the finals. Several teams quickly stood up, preparing to enter the cave. Suddenly, several figures flashed by. Before anyone could see what was happening, they turned around to find several large figures guarding the cave entrance. They were over 2 meters tall and as wide as 2 ability users. Jiang Wan immediately recognized them as ability users from Xianyuchi's team, likely having taken a potion to become mutated humans. She was genuinely curious about how Xianyuchi's team had brought potions in and transformed into mutated humans under everyone's watchful eyes. Wouldn't that be considered cheating? Jiang Wan clearly remembered that alchemists were not allowed to bring anything in. Ability users could only bring their own weapons. So how did Xianyuchi manage to bring it in? Every team had a flying robot following them, broadcasting the entire event live. When did those ability users drink the potions? Did they drink them in front of everyone? Wouldn't that be deemed cheating? There were too many doubts. Jiang Wan could only conclude one thing. This competition was fundamentally unfair. The judges and organizers were afraid of the Xian family's influence and had to turn a blind eye. 2 large figures stood at the cave entrance, preventing the other teams from entering. Xianyuchi walked out from behind a giant tree, followed by several mutated humans, like stars surrounding the moon. As they passed by Jiang Wan, Xianyuchi arrogantly snorted. Jiang Wan looked around and asked Jiang Zhao, "Brother, do you hear pig grunting?" Jiang Zhao's mouth twitched as he restrained his laughter. It seems like a sow. The people around them burst into laughter upon hearing the siblings' conversation. If this were before, they might have overlooked it out of respect for the Xian family, not wanting to embarrass Xianyuchi. But this time, Xianyuchi had directly guarded the cave entrance with her mutated humans. Other teams had no chance to get the heart of energy. They had just gone through so much effort, killing so many mutated beasts and sustaining injuries. All of it was for nothing. To vent their anger, everyone laughed even louder. Xianyuchi's face flushed with anger. She had never been publicly mocked before. "Jiang Wan, how dare you insult me?" She glared fiercely at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan looked puzzled. "Me? When did I insult you?" She looked innocently at Xianyuchi, seemingly not understanding why she was so angry. Xianyuchi felt a blockage in her chest. With Jiang Wan looking so innocent, she couldn't very well say Jiang Wan called her a pig. Could she? That would be pushing it. Xianyuchi took a few deep breaths in anger and stomped her foot. She turned and walked toward the cave entrance. Let Jiang Wan feel proud for now. She would soon obtain the heart of energy. Once Jiang Wan was eliminated, she would see where she could go to cry. Xianyuchi walked toward the cave entrance, surrounded by her mutated humans, with a victorious smile on her face. Jiang Zhao and Song Bo gathered their powers, waiting for the right moment to act. They certainly could not just watch Xianyuchi enter the cave and obtain the heart of energy, could they? Chapter 336. A wing that flies the giant snake away. Just as the two were about to make a move, Jiang Wan stopped them. The two had no choice but to temporarily retract their abilities and watch the situation unfold. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xianyuchi walked proudly to the cave entrance. She turned around, surveying everyone with the posture of a victor. Slowly raising her right hand, she waved and turned to enter the cave. The winner of this contest must be her. Just as she was about to enter the cave, a massive snake head descended from above. The snake's head was as large as an adult man's belly. The giant snake lowered its head, its vertical pupils silently watching Xianyuchi. As if ready to swallow her whole the moment she took another step forward. Everyone present held their breath, fearing they might be caught in the chaos. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian exchanged glances with Jiang Wan, silently inquiring. Jiang Wan nodded slightly. She had sensed the presence of another high-level mutated beast nearby from the very beginning, although she couldn't pinpoint its exact location. She guessed it must be near the cave entrance. Indeed, her guess was correct. Xianyuchi stood frozen, as if thrown into an ice cellar, her heart nearly stopping. The giant snake seemed to grow impatient. Its pupils contracted, and it suddenly opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow Xianyuchi whole. The height of its open mouth was just right to match Xianyuchi's height. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground, only able to scream for help. Help! Help! A nearby mutant reacted swiftly, pushing Xianyuchi aside. The next moment, the giant snake lunged forward to bite. Xianyuchi was brutally shoved aside, crashing into a nearby tree. However, that mutant was directly swallowed by the giant snake. In the blink of an eye, a living person was gone. The giant snake devoured such a large mutant, as if it were merely eating a small ant. It lifted its head, gazing down at everyone present. As the crowd looked into the giant snake's golden pupils, they were instantly terrified, their legs turning to jelly. Once a few teams regained their senses, they turned and ran into the forest. Which was more important, the contest or their lives? They could still tell the difference. They no longer wanted the energy heart. They only wanted to survive. In an instant, only Xianyuchi's team and Jiang Wan's team remained. The audience erupted in chaos. Had the organizers gone mad? They couldn't possibly deal with such a giant snake. Not to mention them. Even several planetary armies might not be able to handle it. Was this year's contest really this difficult? Why weren't these two teams running? They were practically courting death. The organizers from Capital Star were also dumbfounded upon seeing the giant snake. They hadn't detected this beast during the tests on Rainforest Star. Where did this giant snake come from? The organizers panicked and urgently contacted both teams, hoping to get them to leave quickly. As compensation, both teams would be promoted simultaneously. However, perhaps due to the giant snake disrupting the magnetic field, they were unable to communicate. Neither their flying robots nor their light brains could establish contact. Everyone was in a frenzy and could only send troops over. They hoped it wasn't too late. Jiang Wan and her companions didn't run because she was looking for the giant snake's weakness. Xianyuchi's team didn't flee purely because Xianyuchi was too frightened to move. Without Xianyuchi's command, the other mutants didn't dare to leave. The giant snake seemed to take an interest in Jiang Wan and her companions. Did these three little ants really not run upon seeing it? How curious. It lowered its body, leaning in close to Jiang Wan. As their eyes met, Jiang Wan felt all the hair on her body stand on end. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian held on her hands, one on each side. If the giant snake showed any sign of aggression, they would immediately pull Jiang Wan away. The giant snake stared at Jiang Wan for a long time. Jiang Wan, undeterred, stared back. Her eyes became sore from the effort, but she persisted in keeping her gaze locked on the giant snake. After a while, the giant snake seemed to lose interest. It flicked its tongue. Jiang Wan's heart sank. It was preparing to eat. Jiang Wan's hand, hidden behind her back, tightened around the defensive array plate. She didn't know if the array plate could withstand a blow from the giant snake. The giant snake straightened up, flicked its tongue. In the next second, it lunged downward, mouth wide open. At the same time, Jiang Wan's defensive array plate activated instantly. She tightly shut her eyes, not daring to look at the giant snake. Success or failure hinged on this moment. If the array plate was breached by the giant snake, their lives would be forfeit. Bang! A loud sound echoed, but it wasn't the sound of the giant snake striking the protective shield. Jiang Wan felt something was off and opened her eyes, discovering the protective shield was still intact. She breathed a sigh of relief, her palms clammy with sweat. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian stood frozen in place, staring in shock. Following their line of sight, Jiang Wan noticed that countless merfolk beasts had appeared around them. They raised their sharp claws, continuously attacking the giant snake. Although the giant snake was large, it couldn't withstand the simultaneous assault from so many merfolk beasts. Caught off guard, it was forced to retreat repeatedly. Even Xianyuchi, who was still sitting on the ground in shock, was stunned. Wasn't this the merfolk beast from the Azure Sea Star? How did they end up here, actively attacking the giant snake? This scene was bizarre, like a dream. The audience in the live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, the merfolk beasts are surprisingly fierce. Look at how the giant snake is being overwhelmed with no chance to fight back. Are these the same merfolk beasts from earlier? Their strength is incredible. The merfolk beasts at the forefront completely dominated the fight, pressing the giant snake back. Jiang Wan was left dumbfounded. The eagle beasts were not pleased with this development. What was the meaning of these merfolk beasts? Why did they have to steal the spotlight? Rainforest Star was clearly the territory of the eagle beasts. Did the merfolk beasts really need to show off here? The eagle beasts were furious, but couldn't directly attack the merfolk beasts, as the goddess had instructed them not to harm them. This only made the eagle beasts angrier. They vented all their frustration on the giant snake instead, charging forward and flapping their wings, striking at the giant snake's head with a wing. It was hard to imagine that such a massive giant snake could be sent flying by a tiny eagle beast with just one flap of its wing. The spectators were left agape, their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. The audience in the live stream erupted once more. Wow, is this the true power of an interstellar overlord? So the merfolk beasts and eagle beasts were just playing around earlier? A giant snake of such size being blown away by a small bird beast. This scene is too surreal. I bet this kind of spectacle won't be seen for hundreds of years. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Chapter 337. Entering the cave as if sensing Jiang Wan's shocked gaze, the simulated eagle beast became increasingly energetic. Several bird beasts charged forward all at once, their claws gripping the body of the snake. In an instant, such a large giant snake was actually caught by the simulated eagle beasts and lifted into the air. The simulated eagle beasts were not big to begin with, and their claws were quite small, only slightly larger than those of a wild chicken. Yet the giant snake's body was as thick as that of an adult human. No one could understand how the small claws of the simulated eagle beasts could hold onto the giant snake's body. Everyone stared blankly as the simulated eagle beasts taught the giant snake a lesson. After capturing the giant snake, a group of simulated eagle beasts quickly flew into the air and then released their claws. Boom! A loud noise echoed, deafening everyone on the ground, causing Jiang Wan and the three others, along with Xianyuchi's team, to stagger as if there had been an earthquake. The giant snake was thrown down violently and lay flat on the ground. Its golden pupils lost all luster. Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be that easy for it to be dead, right? The simulated eagle beast didn't care what state the giant snake was in. They grabbed the giant snake's body again and flew up to throw it down once more. This time, the giant snake seemed to have completely lost its breath. Jiang Wan couldn't help but lean in closer to take a better look. However, the simulated eagle beast grabbed the giant snake again and threw it down from the air. Now Jiang Wan didn't need to test any further. She could confirm that this giant snake was completely dead. Yet, the simulated eagle beast wanted to grab the giant snake again to fly it into the air. Jiang Wan quickly called for them to stop. The giant snake was already dead. There was no need to attack anymore. The simulated eagle beast flew above Jiang Wan, chirping twice. But goddess, it hasn't turned to mush yet. Jiang Wan couldn't help but twitch her mouth. It turned out that what the simulated eagle beast meant by turning it to mush was not just talk. She suddenly felt relieved that the simulated eagle beast hadn't really attacked her brother. Otherwise, her brother would now be a pile of mush. Everyone present, except for Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian, looked at Jiang Wan as if they had seen a ghost. The simulated eagle beasts actually listened to Jiang Wan. When she said not to continue, they really stopped. This was too explosive. Jiang Wan could actually command the simulated eagle beasts. It was known that the simulated eagle beasts were the rulers of Rainforest Star. This was terrifying. How did she do it? Xianyuchi looked at Jiang Wan with envy. She never expected that Jiang Wan had such abilities. But so what? The winner of this competition would definitely be her, Xianyuchi. Now that the giant snake at the cave entrance had been dealt with, there were no mutated beasts to stop her from entering the cave. Xianyuchi suddenly stood up and ran towards the cave entrance. However, in the next second, a very fast figure flashed in front of her, blocking her path. With the shadow of the giant snake still fresh in her mind, Xianyuchi instinctively closed her eyes and hugged her head. After a moment of silence, she timidly opened her eyes. It was a mermaid beast. The mermaid beast did not attack her, but quietly stood guard at the cave entrance, preventing her from entering. Xianyuchi was puzzled. Why would a mutated beast from Blue Sea Star come all the way to Rainforest Star? Even if it came to Rainforest Star, why was it blocking her from entering the cave? Guarding the cave was the giant snake's job, and it had nothing to do with the mermaid beast. Wasn't this just a case of a dog meddling in someone else's business? Xianyuchi felt very dissatisfied and immediately wanted to force her way in. But she had also seen the mermaid beast's strength. At this moment, she felt a bit scared. She turned to signal the other hybrids. The hybrids immediately stepped forward, preparing to attack. However, the simulated eagle beasts came over to join in the fun, with the mermaid beast and the simulated eagle beast together. It was clear that the hybrids were no match for them. Xianyuchi was so angry her teeth itched. What were they trying to do? Why wouldn't they let her into the cave? If this were Capital Star, Xianyuchi would have already thrown a tantrum and smashed things. But right now, she only had a few hybrids by her side, and the strength of the mermaid beast and the simulated eagle beast was so formidable. As the saying goes, one must bow their head under the eaves. Despite being furious, Xi and Yuchi couldn't show it. She had never suffered such humiliation. She was about to explode with anger. Just then, Jiang Wan walked over with light steps. Xi and Yuchi crossed her arms, thinking about how to make the mermaid beast and the simulated eagle beast step aside. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Jiang Wan and immediately snorted disdainfully. Didn't she see these two guardians standing here? Did she think she could get in? Jiang Wan didn't even glance at her and walked straight ahead. Xi and Yuchi rolled her eyes in disdain. This fool Jiang Wan had been told she couldn't get in, yet she still insisted on moving forward. Let's see if the mermaid beast and the simulated eagle beasts would teach her a lesson. Xi and Yuchi and the hybrids behind her waited to see Jiang Wan get taught a lesson by the mermaid beast and the simulated eagle beasts. However, when Jiang Wan reached the cave entrance, they actually stepped aside voluntarily. Jiang Wan entered without any trouble. Xi and Yuchi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? She angrily rushed to the front. Why could Jiang Wan enter while she couldn't? The mermaid beast and the simulated eagle beast completely ignored her. Xi and Yuchi, with her temper, immediately started causing a scene. The mermaid beast, annoyed by her noise, bared its teeth and growled at her. Only then did Xi and Yuchi quiet down. The hybrids coaxed her to sit aside and rest for a while before thinking of a solution. Don't worry, miss. Even if she gets in, she might not be able to obtain the energy heart. Right. How could the energy heart be that easy to get? There must be other traps inside. Even if she couldn't get the energy heart and came out all dejected, wouldn't that make you look even more impressive? Xi and Yuchi was finally soothed. After cursing a couple of times reluctantly, she sat aside waiting for Jiang Wan to come out. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian wanted to go in to protect Jiang Wan. They also knew that the situation inside would definitely be complicated. The two approached the cave entrance, and the mermaid beast and the simulated eagle beast stepped aside. However, they still couldn't enter. It was truly strange. It seemed as if there was a transparent barrier in front of them. Jiang Zhao raised his hand to touch it. It was a transparent wall. This was odd. When Jiang Wan entered just now, everything seemed normal. Yet why couldn't they get in? After contemplating for a while, they figured that perhaps the cave only allowed one person to enter at a time. Since that was the case, they could only wait outside. After Jiang Wan entered the cave, she continued walking along the path. Originally, she thought the cave would be very dark, but the walls emitted a faint green glow. Jiang Wan cautiously walked along the path, not knowing how long she had been walking, yet she still hadn't reached the end. She felt a bit tired, and her head was also dizzy. Chapter 338. Is her death not far off? Perhaps the cave was too deep. Jiang Wan felt a bit breathless. She had to stop for a moment, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. Sitting on the ground with her back against the wall, Jiang Wan closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling slightly. However, the more she rested, the more fatigued she became. In a haze, her consciousness gradually blurred. Little medicine boy, hurry up and deliver the medicine. Don't be lazy. Jiang Wan's arm was pinched by someone, causing sharp pain. She gasped, opening her eyes to see someone towering over her, glaring down. This sight left her utterly dazed. The person in front wore a purple gauze dress with a short train, a silver hair crown on her head, and long hair cascading down her waist, looking ethereal. This attire seemed familiar to Jiang Wan. Upon closer thought, wasn't it the attire of the palace maids in the heavenly court during her first life? Jiang Wan was stunned. Just a second ago, she was in the cave. How did she suddenly return to the heavenly court? Moreover, her first life was at least several million years before the interstellar era. There was no way she could return. Jiang Wan suddenly recalled the dim green light in the cave. Everything in front of her must be an illusion. However, under normal circumstances, the illusion created for each person must be their inner demons. Jiang Wan couldn't understand. Was her time in the heavenly court her inner demon? So long had passed since her first life that many things were already unclear to her. In fact, a large portion of her memories was blank. Only the memories of when she first arrived in the heavenly court and followed the supreme celestial lore in alchemy remained relatively clear. Jiang Wan was perplexed as to why the heavenly court would be her inner demon. If the heavenly court was her inner demon, then why couldn't she remember the events that followed? Hey, little medicine boy, I'm talking about you. Still trying to be lazy? The palace maid said this, raising her hand to pinch Jiang Wan again. Jiang Wan's arm, still aching from the previous pinch, certainly wouldn't allow her to act again. She stepped back to avoid the hand. The palace maid immediately became furious, asking if she dared to dodge. Could it be that she couldn't teach her a lesson? Jiang Wan retreated a few steps, keeping her distance from the madwoman. The palace maid sneered, raised her left hand, and gathered her spiritual power. Jiang Wan's gaze froze. She actually intended to use magic. Quickly, she checked her own spiritual power within her body. This was an illusion. She might not even have any spiritual power here, but she could indeed sense her spiritual power. Moreover, it was quite abundant. Jiang Wan couldn't help but feel angry and confused. She remembered that in her first life, her spiritual power was merely average. How could she have so much spiritual power now? But now was not the time to ponder these things. She raised her hand, gathered her spiritual power, and retaliated. Two orbs of light collided in midair. Ultimately, the palace maid's spiritual power was slightly weaker, and she was sent flying far away. Jiang Wan stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from her clothes, looked down at her with disdain, and said, "You can talk, but try moving again." With that, she picked up the medicine bottle from the ground and left. The palace maid was so angry she wanted to chase after her, but was afraid of being hit again. She touched the injury on her arm and muttered angrily, "This useless person. How did she suddenly become so powerful?" Jiang Wan held the medicine bottle, but didn't know where to deliver it. Passing by the Yao pool, she glanced at her reflection. She had her hair tied in a flower bud style and wore a pink dress. She looked like a child, barely 15 or 16 years old, suddenly becoming so young. Jiang Wan felt a bit unaccustomed. Wait, 15 or 16? That means her death isn't far off. Jiang Wan couldn't remember how she died. She tried to recall, but her head throbbed as if pricked by needles. Forget it. No need to think about it. She would probably find out soon enough. Jiang Wan wandered around the heavenly court, planning to return to the supreme celestial lord's palace. After all, she didn't know where to deliver the spiritual medicine. So it's better to return to the palace and ask the celestial lord. "Little fairy, I want to ask how to get to the supreme celestial lord's palace." A little fairy was stopped by Jiang Wan, looking at her as if she were a fool. The supreme celestial lord's alchemy apprentice didn't even know how to get back to the palace? Is her brain broken? Jiang Wan felt a bit embarrassed inside, but she showed no sign of it on her face. The little fairy casually pointed in a direction and went back to her work. Jiang Wan followed that path. But after reaching a fork, she didn't know which way to go. She then stopped a celestial attendant. "I want to ask how to get to the supreme celestial lord's palace." The celestial attendant also looked at her strangely and pointed in a direction. Jiang Wan thanked him and continued on. At every intersection, she randomly stopped people to ask for directions. After stopping so many people, she finally found the supreme celestial lord's palace. Jiang Wan couldn't help but lament that she had been in the heavenly court since she was 10 years old, yet had no friends at all. It was truly strange. At that moment, the supreme celestial lord was refining medicine, sitting motionless in front of the alchemy furnace. As soon as Jiang Wan stepped through the door, the supreme celestial lord spoke. "You went out for half a day and still can't find the palace?" The celestial lord still had his eyes closed, his tone neither light nor heavy, as if asking casually. Jiang Wan remained silent, sitting beside him and waiting. The celestial lord didn't like being disturbed while refining. Half an hour later, the refinement was complete. Jiang Wan took out the medicine bottle and handed it to the supreme celestial lord. He said nothing, waved his hand, and tapped her head. "Forget it. I'll have the people from the medicine storage pavilion come and get it," he said, using the 1,000-mile transmission technique. Jiang Wan smiled and said, "Master is still good to his disciple." Who knew? The supreme celestial lord's expression suddenly changed. "Shut up. From now on, do not call me master. You must call me celestial lord." Jiang Wan was suddenly shouted at and looked at him in confusion. "But you were the one who referred to yourself as my master first." The supreme celestial lord's expression stiffened, and he turned to enter the room. Jiang Wan looked at the tightly closed door and silently muttered, "What a strange old man." Although the supreme celestial lord sometimes had a bad temper, He was generally good to her. He would stand up for her when she was bullied and teach her alchemy. To outsiders, it seemed he had long accepted her as his disciple. But for some reason, he never allowed her to call him master. If he didn't want to be called that, then so be it. Jiang Wan couldn't be bothered to get hung up on it. Since she had the opportunity to return to the heavenly court, she naturally wanted to have some fun. The Supreme Celestial Lord's palace was quite large. Jiang Wan lifted her skirt and prepared to run to the back. Suddenly, someone called out to her, "Little medicine boy, where is your celestial lord?" Hearing the voice felt somewhat familiar. Jiang Wan turned her head, but found that she couldn't see the person's face. How could she not see their face? The palace maids in the palace saw that person and all bowed. "We have met the war god." Jiang Wan came to her senses. It turned out he was the war god. But why couldn't she see his face? Unable to resist, Jiang Wan took a couple of steps forward. Chapter 339. I didn't steal the pills. Just as Jiang Wan's hand was about to touch the face of the war god, a gust of wind suddenly swept back. The leaves rustled. The door of the main hall swung open violently. The voice of the Supreme Immortal Lord came out. "Enough. Hurry up and invite the person in." Jiang Wan finally came to her senses and quickly took 2 steps back. The tall figure in front of her passed by and walked straight into the main hall. The palace maid squatting beside her looked at Jiang Wan in shock. None of them expected Jiang Wan to be so bold. Has Jiang Wan gone crazy? That's the war god. If the war god got angry, even the heavenly emperor wouldn't be able to protect her. Fortunately, the immortal lord stopped Jiang Wan in time. Otherwise, the war god would definitely have been enraged. Some were purely watching the excitement, while others were displeased with Jiang Wan. After all, she was the daughter of the head of the Zishuan immortal sect, so what was there to fear? The war god had just quelled the rebellion of the demon clan, and she had the audacity to openly flirt with him. She is a goddess. As soon as this was said, everyone abruptly turned to look at the palace maid who spoke. Realizing she had misspoken, the maid quickly covered her mouth. Jiang Wan glanced at her, and the other maids quickly averted their gazes, feeling guilty. Inside the main hall, the Supreme Immortal Lord had already set up the chessboard. After the war god sat down, he placed a piece on the board. The two of them went back and forth, placing more than 10 pieces. The war god suddenly spoke. "That little girl is your disciple?" The Supreme Immortal Lord raised his gaze and glanced at him. The war god chuckled softly. "What are you pretending for? Who in the heavenly court doesn't know that you stand up for her and teach her alchemy? When the princess of the spirit clan came to seek you as a master, you flatly refused her. Yet you turned around and taught this little girl alchemy. If you say you don't regard her as a disciple, no one would believe it." The Supreme Immortal Lord stroked his beard and sighed heavily. "The Heavenly Emperor has urged me to quickly refine the furnace." The war god's hand paused as he placed a piece. He certainly knew what this furnace was for. It was to refine Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan's original form was a lotus flower, a remnant of her father's divine power before his fall. She was born in the womb of the head of the Zishuan immortal sect. The head of the Zishuan immortal sect had long known that his daughter had an extraordinary fate, so he sent her to the heavenly court. Now that the demon clan was in turmoil and the sealed demon lord was about to be born, after accumulating power for hundreds of years, once he was born, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands would surely be plunged into misery. The only way to seal the demon lord again was to use the power of her father. The only remaining power of her father was Jiang Wan. But one couldn't use a living person to seal, right? So the heavenly emperor issued an order for the Supreme Immortal Lord to refine a furnace. At the last moment, the power of her father within Jiang Wan would be extracted to seal the demon lord. To put it bluntly, Jiang Wan is the child of the father god. Therefore, she should be worshipped as a goddess. This secret was known to almost everyone in the heavenly court, except for Jiang Wan. The Supreme Immortal Lord held a piece, but hesitated to place it. He said lightly, "She came to my side when she was 10. I watched her grow from a little bundle into the young girl she is now. Little Jiang Wan always liked to follow behind me and call me master. But ever since I learned that I would personally throw Jiang Wan into the furnace to refine her, I couldn't help but feel heartbroken whenever I saw her. I never let her call me master again." The war god was silent for a moment. "I can sacrifice myself." "Shut up." The Supreme Immortal Lord abruptly interrupted him. "Don't even think about it. The war god is the reliance of the heavenly court. If the war god were to sacrifice himself, Even if the demon lord was suppressed, other races would become restless and attempt to rebel. At that time, it would also lead to the suffering of living beings. The war god casually placed a peace. That move no longer mattered, as it was all destined for death. He sneered sarcastically. In this vast heavenly realm, there isn't a single capable talent. The 4 seas and 8 wastelands actually have to rely on a little girl to save them. The supreme immortal lord's expression darkened. Silently watching the winning situation before him, Jiang Wan was bored, lying on the bridge feeding fish, when a little palace maid called out to her. Jiang Wan, could you go to the pill storage pavilion to deliver some medicinal pills? Everyone has things to do. The Supreme Immortal Lord sent a message for someone from the pill storage pavilion to come and collect. But the pill storage pavilion said they didn't have enough manpower and couldn't leave. They had to send someone again. Jiang Wan was taken aback, a wry smile appearing on her face. She was indeed very free, but she didn't know how to get to the pill storage pavilion. I don't know how to get to the pill storage pavilion. The palace maid, hearing this, didn't believe her at all. How could you not know? You used to go to the pill storage pavilion to deliver medicines all the time, remember? Jiang Wan really did forget. After all, it had been several lifetimes. Just as she was thinking of a reason to avoid it, a voice suddenly came from behind. I'll take you there. Jiang Wan turned around, wanting to see who was meddling. It was the war god. The war god's face was shrouded in a layer of mist, and Jiang Wan still couldn't see what he looked like. But she could sense that his expression, while speaking, must be very gentle. Since it was the war god leading the way, Jiang Wan certainly had to show some respect. She took the medicine bottle from the palace maid and followed behind the war god. The war god didn't use any magic, walking slowly on the palace path. Jiang Wan quietly followed behind him. For some reason, Jiang Wan always felt he was very familiar. She didn't know how long they walked, but they finally arrived at the pill storage pavilion. The war god stood at the entrance and let her go in. You could deliver it inside. His demeanor clearly indicated that he didn't plan to go in. That made sense. Wherever the war god went, there would surely be a stir. Jiang Wan quickly walked in, handed the medicine bottle to the palace maid, and then left. Unexpectedly, as soon as she returned to the palace, someone from the pill storage pavilion came. Where's that little medicine boy? Let her come out. Working in the Supreme Immortal Lord's palace, yet her hands are not clean. The palace maids in the hall gathered around. Jiang Wan looked at the crowd and also went over to join the fun. As soon as the people from the pill storage pavilion saw her, they immediately pointed at her and shouted, "You little medicine boy, get out here. At such a young age, you have dirty hands and feet." Jiang Wan felt a chill down her spine as she listened to their words and stepped out from the crowd. "What do you want?" Smack, the little medicine bottle was thrown to the ground by someone from the pill storage pavilion. "Look for yourselves. There are 2 pills missing from here." The leading palace maid picked up the bottle from the ground, poured out the pills, and counted. There were a total of 8 pills. Everyone's expression changed. This is indeed 2 pills short. Normally, a medicine bottle would hold 10 pills. The people from the pill storage pavilion looked at their surprised faces and became even more arrogant. "It's this little medicine boy from your palace who has dirty hands and feet and stole the pills. Hurry up and make her hand over the stolen pills. Otherwise, we'll deal with her according to the laws of the heavenly court." The palace maids were shocked. Deal with her according to the laws of the heavenly court? They wanted to expel Jiang Wan from the heavenly court. Jiang Wan took 2 steps forward, her face calm as she said, "I didn't steal the pills." Chapter 340. The deputy master steals medicine, those pills. She didn't even use them. Why steal them? Who knew the people from a storage den pavilion were so arrogant? Still trying to deny it? If you didn't steal it, then who did? This medicine bottle has only been handled by you from your palace to our storage den pavilion. Jiang Wan retorted, "Right, you also said it was delivered to your storage den pavilion. So why don't you say it was someone from your storage den pavilion who stole it?" The people from the storage den pavilion's faces stiffened at these words. How could it possibly be someone from their storage den pavilion who stole it? Their storage den pavilion had never lost any pills. Jiang Wan replied leisurely, "Isn't it lost now? You." Everyone looked at the 15 or 16-year-old girl before them. Her face flushed and couldn't believe that such infuriating words came from her. The people from the storage den pavilion simply couldn't be bothered to argue with her any longer. "You are the only one who has touched the pills, so you must take responsibility to the end." Jiang Wan was furious at this statement. Hands on her hips. rolling her eyes. What the heck? They were trying to pin this on her. Truly shameless. Jiang Wan, with her fiery temper, was ready to fight them. Who knew? The voice of the supreme immortal lord suddenly came from the main hall. I only refined 2 fewer pills. It has nothing to do with Wanner. The people from the storage den pavilion's expressions changed, and they finally gave up. They bowed toward the main hall and hurriedly left. The palace maids who were watching dispersed. Only Jiang Wan remained, standing in place. The immortal lord couldn't suddenly have refined 2 fewer pills. This was just to clear her name, not wanting her to continue being entangled by the people from the storage den pavilion. However, Jiang Wan couldn't swallow this anger. Why should she suffer injustice? Whoever wants to suffer can suffer it. Anyway, she wouldn't. Jiang Wan immediately thought of someone, the war god. She had been with the war god the whole time. He could definitely prove her innocence. With this in mind, Jiang Wan set off for the war goddess palace. But she didn't know the way. Before setting off, she asked the palace maid's sister and confirmed the route before departing. When she arrived at the entrance of the war goddess palace, the doors were tightly closed year-round, and there were no palace maids attending inside. Jiang Wan was preparing to knock when the palace doors suddenly opened, and the war god was standing at the door looking at Jiang Wan. He stepped out and said to her, "Let's go." Jiang Wan was taken aback. Where to? The war god stopped and turned to look at her. "Aren't you going to the storage den pavilion?" Jiang Wan gasped, looking at him in shock. She hadn't said anything yet, and the war god had guessed it all. So impressive. Jiang Wan quickly followed him happily. The war god probably thought they were moving too slowly and waved his hand, using a spell. The two instantly arrived at the entrance of the storage den pavilion. The war god lifted his foot to walk forward. "Wait," Jiang Wan called out to him. The war god turned his head, looking at her in confusion. Jiang Wan took out a small medicine bottle from her sleeve and waved it in front of him. The war god asked, "What is this?" Jiang Wan smiled mysteriously, her eyes glinting with mischief. The war god could tell a glance that she was up to no good. Jiang Wan raised her chin. "You'll find out soon. You use the invisibility spell first. Don't let them find you." The war god obediently used the invisibility spell. Jiang Wan smiled. The war god wasn't as terrifying as the palace maid said. He was quite obedient. Holding the medicine bottle, Jiang Wan entered the storage den pavilion and handed it to a palace maid inside. Then she exited the storage den pavilion. After that, she used the invisibility spell on herself and quietly entered the storage den pavilion, following behind that palace maid. She saw that after the palace maid received the medicine bottle, she didn't go to the storeroom to register, but went to the deputy masteress room. Jiang Wan understood at this point she had been set up. The quantity of the pills she delivered last time had not decreased at all. Someone had deliberately framed her. How malicious. Jiang Wan followed the palace maid into the deputy masteress room. The deputy master was sitting in front of the vanity, and beside her stood a palace maid wearing a purple gauze dress. When Jiang Wan saw that palace maid, she immediately understood. The palace maid in the purple dress was the one who had pinched her arm when she had just woken up. No wonder. She thought she had never offended anyone in the heavenly court, yet someone was specifically targeting her. Since the other party had acted, Jiang Wan wouldn't just sit back and let them bully her. The palace maid holding the medicine bottle handed it to the deputy master. Jiang Wan pulled the war god to hide in a corner of the room. "Just watch. The good show is about to start." The deputy master took out 2 pills and actually swallowed them. The palace maid next to her kept flattering, "Deputy master, after taking the pills refined by the supreme immortal lord, you immediately look radiant." The deputy master glanced at her with a smile, looking very pleased. Jiang Wan could no longer watch and pulled the war god out of the room. The war god lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "What are we going to do now?" Jiang Wan led him all the way out of the storage den pavilion. The war god thought she was about to give up. So they had gone through such a big fuss just to see who framed her? Jiang Wan took the war god to a secluded corner and removed the invisibility spell. The two re-entered the storage den pavilion. This time, as soon as Jiang Wan entered, she began to shout and make a scene. She wanted to make a big deal out of it. "Where's your master? I want to see your master. Hurry up and let your master come out." The palace maids were startled. They looked at each other and went to call the master out. The master of the storage den pavilion saw Jiang Wan and had no expression on her face. It was just a little fairy causing a ruckus. Did she really need to come out for this? But when she got closer and saw the war god beside Jiang Wan, her eyes widened in shock. War god. War god has graced us with his presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. What business brings the war god here? It is my negligence. The war god said nothing, only slightly nodded, indicating for her to listen to Jiang Wan. With the war god backing her up, Jiang Wan was not at all intimidated. The pills from yesterday are not my problem, nor is it because the immortal lord refined 2 fewer pills, but because someone here stole 2 pills. What? Someone in the storage den pavilion stole the spirit medicine? That was absolutely impossible. If this got out, what would happen to the reputation of the storage den pavilion? The master of the storage den pavilion was immediately frightened to the point of trembling, especially in front of the war god. What nonsense are you talking about, little girl? Our storage den pavilion has always been innocent. Jiang Wan had seen with her own eyes that it was the deputy master who stole the medicine. She directly said, whether or not it was theft can be clarified by calling out your deputy master. The master saw the situation and knew there was something fishy. She hurriedly called for someone to bring out the deputy master. She was also a bit anxious, fearing that the deputy master really had stolen the medicine. Especially in front of the war god, the reputation of the storage den pavilion would be ruined. Chapter 341. The power of the Father God. A sound of footsteps approached, and the deputy steward walked out, followed by the palace maid who had been pinching Jiang Wan's arm. As soon as the deputy steward saw the war god, her eyes lit up. Jiang Wan noticed this detail and looked at the deputy steward with interest before glancing at the war god. The war god raised his eyes and glanced at the deputy steward, who immediately shyly lowered her head. The steward shot the deputy steward a disdainful glare, feeling frustrated. When it came to the reputation of the storage pill pavilion, she still had time to think about romantic matters. The steward took a couple of steps forward and said, War god, the deputy steward has arrived. You may ask her now. The war god nodded slightly and turned to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan received his cue, stepped forward, and looked at the deputy steward. She asked, I want to know, did you steal 2 pills from the ones I sent last time? Everyone present looked at Jiang Wan with puzzled expressions upon hearing the question. Who asked like that? Who would admit it directly? The deputy steward noticed the interaction between the war god and Jiang Wan and felt an intense jealousy. Hearing Jiang Wan's question, she let out a cold snort, cursing her in her heart for being foolish. Did she really think she would expose herself? With a sneer, she opened her mouth to say, That's right, it was me. As soon as she spoke, everyone looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. The steward almost wished to swallow the deputy steward whole. Had she lost her mind? How could she admit to stealing pills in front of the war god? Those were pills refined by the supreme, immortal lord. People like them, lowly celestial servants, were not allowed to consume them. The pills refined by the supreme, immortal lord were meant for high immortals and gods. She truly had the audacity to steal. If the immortal lord pursued this matter, she might be directly demoted to the mortal realm to become a small demon. The deputy steward covered her mouth in shock. What was she saying? She clearly wanted to say it wasn't her. How did it come out as her? The deputy steward shook her head repeatedly, insisting it wasn't her. It's me. She suddenly covered her mouth. What was happening? Everyone stared at her, unblinking. That's it. The deputy steward was going to be demoted to the lower realm as a small demon. Everyone thought the deputy steward had gone mad. She gave up her bright future just like that. Only Jiang Wan had a sharp gaze, looking as if she already knew everything. The war god glanced at her and then withdrew his gaze. Since the deputy steward had already confessed, the steward could only act impartially. Otherwise, the reputation of the storage pill pavilion would be completely ruined. The steward stepped forward, her expression impassive. According to the laws of the heavenly court, stealing the possessions of a high immortal would result in being demoted to the lower realm to become a small demon. Do you acknowledge your crime? As the steward recited the laws of the heavenly court, a golden light enveloped the deputy steward. She was forced to kneel on the ground. Her body twisted uncomfortably. She didn't want to be demoted to the lower realm as a small demon. She had cultivated for so long to come to the heavenly court. She had put in so much effort to attain the position of deputy steward. To be demoted to the lower realm as a small demon was unacceptable. The deputy steward struggled with all her might, but the golden light showed no sign of moving. The steward asked again, Do you acknowledge your crime? As long as the deputy steward answered that she acknowledged her crime, she would be immediately demoted to the lower realm. The deputy steward shook her head violently. She did not acknowledge her crime. The heavenly court upheld the principles of fairness and justice, and before punishment was carried out, the accused had to admit their mistakes. Only then could the punishment be enforced. The deputy steward struggled desperately. She wanted to say she did not plead guilty. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would try her best. But when she opened her mouth, she said, "I plead guilty." The deputy steward's face turned frantic. She clearly wanted to say she did not plead guilty. However, it was already too late. The steward waved her hand, setting the area for her punishment. Jiang Wan asked from the side, "How many years is she being punished?" The steward was taken aback and glanced nervously at the war god. She then stated according to the laws of the heavenly court, after being demoted to the lower realm to become a small demon, she will have to cultivate again to return to the heavenly court. As for how many years, it certainly depends on the individual's talent. However, it is really very difficult to cultivate from a small demon to an immortal. Basically, after being demoted, there is no hope. However, since the deputy steward was part of the storage pill pavilion, if she could make the steward happy and casually give her a pill, it could reduce her cultivation time by several hundred years. Therefore, when Jiang Wan asked this question, the steward felt somewhat guilty. Now that the war god was standing nearby, Jiang Wan asked such a question. Even if the steward had a bit of compassion for the deputy steward, she wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After Jiang Wan received the answer, she nodded. Everything was prepared. The steward used a transmission technique, and the heavenly soldiers immediately took the deputy steward down to the lower realm. She collapsed to the ground in despair. Jiang Wan had directly stripped away her last glimmer of hope. In just a quarter of an hour, the deputy steward was demoted to the lower realm as a small demon. The palace maids present all sighed in disbelief. It was so sudden. After dealing with the main culprit, Jiang Wan finally turned her attention to the palace maid in purple. If she guessed correctly, it was definitely her who had been stirring up trouble behind the scenes. After all, Jiang Wan had never even met that deputy steward. Why would the deputy steward target her? The protector of the palace maids left, and the maid shrank back into the crowd, fearing being discovered by Jiang Wan. However, Jiang Wan would not let her off so easily. "Steward, look at how the deputy steward's palace maid is so reluctant to part with her. Let her go accompany the deputy steward." The palace maid was so frightened that she immediately knelt on the ground. As a maid of her rank, if she were demoted to the lower realm, she wouldn't even be able to become a small demon. "Steward, I want to stay in the storage pill pavilion." The steward was a clever person and knew that this palace maid was a troublemaker. She didn't want to keep her in the storage pill pavilion any longer, so she simply decided to demote her down to the lower realm as well. The steward waved her hand, and two heavenly soldiers came to take the palace maid down. The palace maid cried out in fear, "Steward, it's not my fault. Don't make me go to the lower realm." However, no one paid her any attention, no matter how she called out. Seeing that she had no way out, the palace maid wiped her tears and glared angrily at Jiang Wan. It was all her fault. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have been demoted to the lower realm. "Jiang Wan, you cursed star? Do you really think you are the disciple of the supreme immortal lord? You are merely a vessel that contains the power of the Father God." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, and they all turned to look at Jiang Wan. Had this palace maid gone mad? Everyone kept this secret guarded so fiercely, yet she spoke it out loud so boldly. The war god narrowed his eyes, a trace of coldness flashing in his gaze. Jiang Wan looked at everyone in confusion. The power of the Father God? Did she have the power of the Father God in her body? Looking at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Wan could almost confirm that her body indeed contained the power of the Father God. However, she found it hard to understand why they all seemed so afraid of her knowing this matter. Chapter 342. Abducted. Everyone had such expressions. It must be something bad. Jiang Wan suddenly realized. Perhaps this was her inner demon? Jiang Wan accepted the gazes of the crowd without saying a word. Since that was the case, she wanted to see what her inner demon really was. She had no clear memory of the latter half of her first life. Jiang Wan was also very curious. After going through 3 lives, her inner demon was still in the first life. Once the truth of the matter was revealed, Jiang Wan bid farewell to the war god. After leaving the pill storage pavilion, Jiang Wan finally thanked the war god. He looked down at her and asked, "What was the pill you gave earlier?" He knew that the deputy steward had lost control of his speech because he took the bottle of pills Jiang Wan had sent. Jiang Wan lifted her head and smiled. "That pill is a new recipe I learned from the Supreme Immortal Lord. It's called the Heartfelt Pill. After taking it, everything said will be the truth." The war god smirked, raised his right hand, and cast a spell. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived outside the palace of the Supreme Immortal Lord. The war god personally escorted Jiang Wan back. The Supreme Immortal Lord had been in the main hall waiting for a long time. After seeing Jiang Wan, he was silent for a moment before finally asking, "No one bullied you, right?" Jiang Wan shook her head and glanced at the war god. With the war god around, who would dare to bully her? The Supreme Immortal Lord snorted and waved his sleeves, returning to the main hall. Jiang Wan pouted, that sharp-tongued but soft-hearted old man. But she found that the war god had already left without her noticing. A few more days passed, and Jiang Wan often wandered around the heavenly court. Yet she had not seen the war god again. She went to ask the Supreme Immortal Lord, who only said that the demon realm was in turmoil, and the war god had gone to quell the chaos. Jiang Wan felt a bit uneasy. She always thought that these days might be the key to the illusion. If she could safely pass through this illusion, she would obtain the heart of energy. If she couldn't, she might die in this illusion. The thought of dying made Jiang Wan feel cold all over. She couldn't die. Her parents, brother, and friends were all waiting for her. No matter what, she had to pass through this illusion smoothly. After a few more peaceful days, Jiang Wan went to the pond to feed the fish as usual. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. She almost lost her balance and fell into the fish pond. The palace made around her also fell over, dropping everything they were holding with a loud crash. Jiang Wan quickly crouched down. The heavenly court was shaking. The forces from the demon realm must be attacking. Bang! The door to the main hall was suddenly flung open. The Supreme Immortal Lord flew out and vanished in the blink of an eye. Only a vague voice remained. "No one is allowed to come out without my command." As the voice faded, Jiang Wan was suddenly pulled into the main hall by an unseen force. The door slammed shut. Jiang Wan's heart raced uncontrollably as she frantically pounded on the hall door. However, the door was as if it had been locked. Not budging at all, Jiang Wan then realized that the Immortal Lord had placed a barrier. The palace continued to tremble, but the intensity of the shaking had lessened. Jiang Wan anxiously paced inside the main hall, trying several methods to open the door, but none worked. After about an hour, a commotion arose outside. Soon after, a group of people began casting spells on the hall door. Jiang Wan thought the Immortal Lord had returned and hurried over to look. Peering through the crack of the door, she saw a group of heavenly soldiers. They couldn't open the door and order the palace maids to do so. The maids didn't dare to hesitate, trying several spells until they finally managed to unlock it. With a loud bang, the door swung open, creating a gust of wind. The heavenly soldiers stepped forward and without a word, grabbed Jiang Wan and took her away. Jiang Wan remained silent. She knew she had to go. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the southern heavenly gate. Jiang Wan looked at the dark scene before her, stunned. The demon realm had actually reached the southern heavenly gate, attacking the heavenly court at its doorstep. This was an absolute disgrace. Jiang Wan looked at the usually high and mighty gods, who were now clutching their chests and coughing up blood. Jiang Wan felt a sense of foreboding and hurriedly searched for the Immortal Lord's figure. Eventually, she found him next to the war god. Perhaps due to the war god's protection, the Immortal Lord had not been harmed. The demon lord raised his head, looking at the injured gods and goddesses, and sneered. "Heavenly Emperor, your heavenly court is truly declining more and more. I've been sealed for so long, and their combat power is still so lacking. The heavenly realm has been brought to your doorstep. I wonder where you will hide your old face from now on." After saying this, the demon lord proudly laughed. The heavenly emperor looked at him expressionlessly, then turned and gnawed at the Supreme Immortal Lord. "Set up the formation." Upon hearing this, the Supreme Immortal Lord stiffly turned to look at Jiang Wan. Two heavenly soldiers were standing beside her, clearly having been abducted. The Supreme Immortal Lord understood that the heavenly emperor's order was unchangeable. Today, they must set up the formation and eliminate the demon lord. He closed his eyes in pain and took out a furnace. When Jiang Wan saw the furnace, her heart skipped a beat. Her intuition told her that it must be related to her. It seemed her inner demon was coming. At that moment, the supreme immortal lord threw the furnace. In an instant, the furnace spun rapidly in the air, flashing with golden light. The soldiers of the demon clan looked up at the furnace, their eyes fixed on it. Although it looked like an ordinary furnace, who knew if it was some kind of treasure? After all, the heavenly court had already been brought to its doorstep. If they didn't bring out something real, they might not even be able to protect the heavenly court. The furnace spun quickly and then suddenly came to a halt. A beam of golden light fell on Jiang Wan. In the next second, she was uncontrollably pulled above the town plate. She tried to move her arms to dodge, but it was useless. It was as if she had been frozen in place, unable to move at all. Everyone present looked up at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan was forced to lie in midair, anxiously turning her head to look around. Immortal Lord? Why am I fixed above the furnace? Is the Immortal Lord planning to refine me? The Supreme Immortal Lord closed his eyes in pain. Jiang Wan had been by his side since she was 10 years old, and he had raised her for so many years. She was no different from his own daughter. Now, he had to personally separate the power of the Father God from Jiang Wan. Once the Father God's power was gone, Jiang Wan would face death. The Supreme Immortal Lord cast a pleading glance at the Heavenly Emperor. Perhaps there was another way, but the Heavenly Emperor completely ignored him. The Heavenly Realm had lost so much territory and so many heavenly soldiers and generals just to lure the Demon Lord here to set up the formation. Now he wanted to backtrack. Dream on. The Supreme Immortal Lord realized that he was being foolish, suppressing his regret. He took a deep breath and immediately began the refining process. Jiang Wan's body suddenly sank. She felt as if something was pulling her down. Chapter 343. Through the illusion, immediately, she let out a muffled groan, as if her very soul was being drawn away. In an instant, a fierce wind whipped up around her, causing everyone to stagger and support each other. People squinted, looking up at Jiang Wan. It felt like something within her was being pulled out. Jiang Wan struggled to look down. In the furnace, there was a lotus-shaped object, and it was that thing that was absorbing her spiritual energy. Once her energy was completely drained, she would die. Jiang Wan let out a painful moan, trying to control the energy within her. But no matter what she did, she could not stop the lotus from continuing to absorb her energy. Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, looking at the indifferent people around her. Her pale lips moved slightly. Father, mother, the leader of the Zishuan sect, and his wife stood among the crowd, looking at Jiang Wan with cold indifference, as if she were a stranger. When Jiang Wan's eyes met their icy gaze, her heart sank sharply. It felt like being pierced by a needle. What was happening? Jiang Wan closed her eyes and shook her head, trying to regain some clarity. She was severely affected by the illusion. To be honest, she no longer remembered her parents from her first life. She didn't care about their attitude towards her. But now, her emotions were uncontrollably shifting. Jiang Wan knew this was not a good sign. Abandoned by her family, refined by her master, treated coldly by everyone. This was definitely the inner demon from her first life. Jiang Wan remembered everything. She remembered all. Jiang Wan struggled to move her arms, but was bound by an invisible force. She could not die in the illusion. In this life, she had a loving family, friends, and Xiyan. She was no longer alone. She had to live. Jiang Wan let out a painful groan, exerting all her strength to move her arms and legs. The golden light beneath her suddenly brightened, then gradually dimmed. The expressions of everyone present changed. The Heavenly Emperor was the first to act, adding seals to Jiang Wan. Seeing this, others also moved to suppress her. Even the leader of the Zishuan sect and his wife acted. Jiang Wan's parents were now casting spells to trap her, wishing for her to die. Jiang Wan's heart ached more and more, as if she had been abandoned by the entire world. Tears streamed down her face. Jiang Wan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She could not let the illusion take her away. She had to escape the illusion. Jiang Wan repeatedly chanted in her heart. This was all fake. Her father, mother, and brother all loved her. They were waiting for her outside, although she knew in her heart that this was an illusion, not real. But these were indeed things that had happened in her first life. Memories from deep within Jiang Wan's mind were constantly being evoked. She opened her eyes, a clear tear tracing down her face. The people and things around her became blurred. Jiang Wan weakly shook her head. She knew she had been influenced by the illusion. Perhaps she could not escape the illusion anymore. The lotus beneath Jiang Wan flashed with golden light, and the speed of absorption quickened. Jiang Wan's body suddenly sank down for a moment. Seeing this, the heavenly emperor withdrew his spiritual energy. At this point, Jiang Wan could no longer escape. Ding! A broken moon blade sliced through the air, knocking the lotus beneath Jiang Wan away. In an instant, the golden light vanished. Jiang Wan's body paused in the air and began to fall. The war god flew forward, catching her at the waist and slowly descending. Jiang Wan leaned against his arm, feeling that this embrace was incredibly familiar. But in front of her was still a white mist obscuring his face. War god. Jiang Wan opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She had never thought someone would save her. After all, she had died just like that in her first life, with no one stepping forward to save her. The man before her nodded slightly. The heavenly emperor's expression changed, angrily shouting, "What are you doing? Are you going to ruin everyone's efforts?" The war god said nothing. Waving one hand, the lotus that had been knocked away reappeared in his hand. He released Jiang Wan and stood up. Facing everyone, he spoke. "I will do it." The heavenly emperor's expression changed, shouting angrily, "Are you crazy? Stop!" The expressions of the others turned to terror, urging the war god repeatedly. "No, war god, you'll die." "Yes. What will we do if you die?" "War god, don't do anything." Hearing their words, Jiang Wan's heart sank sharply. "What are you going to do?" she weakly asked him, lifting her head. The war god turned his back to her, his dark robe billowing in the wind. He glanced at her and said softly, "Live well." Jiang Wan had a bad premonition in her heart. But more than that, she felt strange. Clearly, in her first life, the war god had not come to save her. Why was it different in the illusion? Jiang Wan couldn't understand. A bright light flashed. The lotus soared above the war goddess' head, spinning rapidly. The war god raised his right hand, continuously channeling spiritual energy from his body. Jiang Wan realized what he was about to do and hurriedly shouted, "No." However, in the next second, the war god flew toward the direction of the demon clan with the lotus in hand. An explosion rang out, and the white light was blinding. Everyone was forced to cover their eyes. Jiang Wan, however, could not care about the blinding light. In that white light, she clearly saw the war goddess face. "Xian." Jiang Wan trembled her lips in disbelief, her heart tightening. She staggered to stand, took 2 steps forward, but weakly fell to the ground again. "Xian." Jiang Wan didn't even have time to get up, desperately calling his name, trying to get him to come back. But all was in vain. After the explosion, everything around fell silent. The cries of those people were gone, as was the sound of the wind. When Jiang Wan opened her eyes again, she was back in the cave, leaning against the wall to rest. The path that had been blocked was now at its end. Jiang Wan knew she had passed through the illusion. She stood up and walked toward the light. She picked up the round crystal on the ground. This is the Heart of Energy? Chapter 344. The Heart of Energy acknowledges its master. Jiang Wan held the crystal in both hands, ready to observe it closely. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed. The cave began to shake violently. Jiang Wan lost her balance and nearly fell to the ground. She quickly leaned against the wall to steady herself. Looking up, she noticed stones starting to fall. Her heart raced. The cave was going to collapse. In a panic, she hurriedly ran along the tunnel to escape. The others waiting outside the cave also felt the intense tremors. Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, he was about to rush into the cave. However, he slammed hard against the barrier at the entrance. The powerful backlash sent him flying, crashing to the ground. Song Bojian quickly rushed over to help him. Jiang Zhao. Ignoring the pain, Jiang Zhao got up and charged towards the entrance again. Song Bojian grabbed him, saying, "Jiang Zhao, it's no use. That barrier can't be broken." Jiang Zhao froze and turned around, shouting angrily, "Then we have to try." Song Bojian was taken aback and took out his weapon, rushing forward as well. The mermaid beast and the simulated eagle beast were also frantically slamming against the barrier. They howled continuously, and no one could understand what they were saying. But it was clear they were anxious and in pain. The audience in the live stream was sweating nervously. Would Jiang Wan be okay? How could the cave suddenly collapse? Could it be that Jiang Wan had obtained the heart of energy? The cave relied entirely on the heart of energy for stability, so if the heart was taken away, the collapse would be natural. But if that were the case, it would be a dead end. The task was to obtain the heart of energy, but if they did, the cave would collapse. Were these people crazy? This was a guaranteed death trap. While Jiang Zhao slammed against the barrier, he pondered. It couldn't be, this was a live stream, and the entire Ater Empire was watching. The capital star would not let Jiang Wan die in the cave. If that were the case, how would they explain it? There had to be another way. However, the next moment, a loud boom resounded, and the cave instantly collapsed. Fortunately, Song Bojian was quick and pulled Jiang Zhao down. Otherwise, they would have likely been crushed by the falling stones. As the cave collapsed, the ground began to shake violently. The mermaid beast, which already had difficulty moving on land, now struggled even more. Giant trees snapped and fell to the ground. The simulated eagle beast flew in the air, frantically dodging the falling branches. The audience in the live stream felt their hearts tighten. Far away on Gold Star, everyone watching the live stream wished they could jump in to save them. Jiang Ziheng and Chun Huixian watched their two children, calling their names in pain. If Jiang Zhao and Jiang Wan died there, they couldn't live as parents either. Song Qiuqiu comforted Jiang's parents while also worrying about her brother. Lin Yuewei was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Su Xinyu silently stared at the screen, her palms cold with fear. Minutes later, the cave fully collapsed. The crowd watched the live stream, hoping for a miracle to occur. As the dust settled in the footage, a bright light appeared. A glimmer of hope arose among the crowd. Could it be? Jiang Wan stood unharmed at the center, holding a white circular crystal. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian stared at her in disbelief, their eyes wide, afraid it was an illusion. The simulated eagle beast let out a cry and flew over first, joyfully circling around Jiang Wan. The mermaid beast wiggled its tail and moved closer, chattering nonstop. Jiang Wan gently comforted them. Only then did Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian react. Rushing over, Jiang Zhao placed a trembling hand on Jiang Wan's shoulder. Jiang Wan smiled softly, stepping forward to embrace him. "Brother, I'm okay." Jiang Zhao finally felt his heart calm down. He patted her shoulder, relieved she was safe. Jiang's parents, who had nearly fainted from worry, finally let out a sigh of relief. Lin Yuewei and Su Xinyu exchanged glances and embraced each other, crying. At this moment, the live stream's comments exploded. "Oh my God! Thank goodness she's okay. It's a miracle that she survived unscathed." Everyone marveled at Jiang Wan's miraculous survival. The heart of energy has acknowledged its master. What does that mean? I read in a book that to obtain the heart of energy, it's not just about taking it. It's also crucial to have it acknowledge you as its master. So the cave's collapse earlier was actually the heart of energy testing whether Jiang Wan was its true master? Exactly. Is it really that magical? I've never heard such a thing before. The crowd in the live stream reacted to the comments, some believing while others did not. In the Imperial Palace on the Capital Star, in the conference hall, the emperor sat at the head of the table. Next to him was the masked Xi Yin, along with the heads of major families and military leaders. The emperor was smiling as he watched Jiang Wan in the live stream, who was sharing her joy with Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian while holding the heart of energy. The emperor spoke. "It seems the heart of energy has indeed recognized Jiang Wan as its master." As soon as he finished speaking, a minister sitting nearby immediately echoed, "Yes, your majesty. The goddess has descended. The Ater Empire is saved." Xian shot a cold glare at him, scoffing. "What goddess? It's utter nonsense." His voice was icy, exuding a chill. Everyone present dared not breathe. The emperor maintained his smile and casually replied, "Since ancient texts mention a goddess, it must be true. Besides, the heart of energy has recognized its master." Xian glared at the live stream screen, his lips pressed into a thin line, remaining silent. That dog emperor actually dared to secretly use the heart of energy to verify Jiang Wan's identity as a goddess behind his back. A minister beside the emperor quickly chimed in, "Yes, your majesty. The extinction of humanity recorded in ancient texts. Isn't that about to happen?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the war god. The extinction of humanity was something the war god had discovered first, but he had kept it a secret. Recently, there had been continuous beast tides on various planets. with high-level mutated beasts appearing. Only then did everyone realize. The minister mentioning this was subtly hinting that the war god had been hiding this from them. Xian turned to look at the minister again, grinding his teeth. About to speak. However, the emperor suddenly interjected. Enough. Since Jiang Wan has obtained the heart of energy, everyone can disperse. The crowd quickly stood up to take their leave. The minister who had been provoking Xian followed behind everyone as they exited. Once outside the palace doors, he began chatting with his colleagues. What goddess? To put it bluntly, she's just a vessel. Yeah, huh? Xian stepped out from behind a Roman pillar, looking at the retreating figure. He instructed someone in the shadows. Get rid of those two, for me. Chapter 345 Is this Blue Star? That minister is the new favorite beside the emperor. For a moment, he was in the spotlight, and everyone had to give him some face. To act against him now would be equivalent to slapping the emperor in the face. Especially during such an uncertain situation, tearing apart relations with the emperor would bring no benefit to Xian. However, he couldn't help but feel upset about how Jiang Wan was talked about. Jiang Wan is the treasure of Xian's heart. Anyone who dares to say a word against her would make Xian angry. A shadow flashed by in the dark, and Xian calmly retracted his gaze. He turned around and got into his hovering car. The hovering car headed to the spaceship terminal. Jiang Wan had finished the semifinals and would soon return to Golden Star. Xian also needed to return quickly to see her. Rainforest Star. Jiang Wan was waiting in place, holding the energy heart in her hands. After a while, a spaceship came to pick them up. Jiang Wan obtained the energy heart, which meant she had won the semifinals, successfully eliminating the others. Over the years, the teams from Golden Star had always been eliminated in the first round. But now, they had managed to advance to the finals. This was something no one dared to imagine. Jiang Wan and her team were the pride of Golden Star. The moment the spaceship landed, the waiting officers, soldiers, and citizens couldn't help but cheer. Jiang Wan, along with Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian, stepped out of the cabin, receiving the adoring gazes of everyone. As they descended from the spaceship, someone immediately came forward to present them with flower garlands and gifts. Song Xiuxiu rushed out from the crowd and tightly hugged Jiang Wan. Sister Wan Wan, you were amazing. Su Xinyu and Lin Yuewei walked over with smiles. Congratulations on advancing. I was so scared while watching the live stream. Jiang Wan's parents were both fearful and proud. Jiang Wan comforted them one by one. Finally, it was Zhu He who spoke up, suggesting they go home to rest first since there would be a welcome banquet in the evening. Only then could the three return to rest. Jiang Wan immediately called Xian. Xian had previously told her that he needed to handle some matters on Capital Star. However, Jiang Wan didn't expect that Xian would take so long to return. Even when she came back, Xian hadn't yet returned. After making the call, she learned that he was already on the spaceship and would soon arrive at Golden Star. So Jiang Wan waited there for Xian, planning to go home together. Once home, they cuddled for a while. Thinking back to the scene of the cave collapse, Jiang Wan felt a bit scared. I really thought I was going to die there. Xian lowered his head and kissed her forehead. After pondering for a moment, he said, Wan Wan, how about we not participate in the finals? Jiang Wan was still immersed in the joy of advancing and was taken aback when she heard this. Why? Is it too dangerous? Confusion filled Jiang Wan's round eyes. Xian's gaze darkened. The old geezers on Capital Star had already learned about Jiang Wan's true identity. There would definitely be other traps waiting for her in the finals. The crisis of human extinction could not sacrifice Jiang Wan to protect others. Xian would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. However, Jiang Wan couldn't know about this. His gaze flickered slightly. He nodded and replied, Yes, it's too dangerous. I'm very worried about you. Jiang Wan patted his head and comforted him. It's okay. What competition isn't dangerous? If I were afraid of danger, I wouldn't have signed up in the first place. Everyone has worked so hard for so long to finally make it to the finals. Saying we won't participate would be a joke. Besides, this is a great opportunity for Golden Star. If the Golden Star team can win the championship, it will attract more attention, and Golden Star's status in the Empire will also be elevated. Golden Star has been poor for so many years. It finally has a chance to improve. Of course, Jiang Wan wanted to see it thrive. Xian quietly looked at her, remaining silent for a long time. Jiang Wan thought he was still unhappy and gently shook his arm. Xian? Xian lowered his head and kissed her forehead. All right, then let's participate. Xian knew that some things could not be avoided just by hiding. Eventually, they would have to face them. Time quickly arrived at the finals. Only 10 teams made it to the finals. This team was sent to the competition venue by spaceship. The finals competition venue was extremely well concealed. Until now, no one knew which planet it was on. Even the audience had no idea. They could only watch the live stream and wait for the answer to be revealed. The spaceship traveled quickly and finally landed on a blue planet. The audience watching the live stream gasped when they saw the appearance of the planet. Isn't this Blue Star? How could this be Blue Star? Blue Star was already destroyed, but it looked exactly like the Blue Star in historical footage. My God, what's going on? The audience was puzzled. Finally, all 10 teams were present. The host appeared, unraveling everyone's doubts. I believe everyone has noticed that the planet behind me looks exactly like our ancestral star, Blue Star. However, this is not the real Blue Star. Or rather, it is not a planet at all. When these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. What? Not a planet? Then what is it? Why is it so mysterious? The competition was getting more and more interesting. The host signaled everyone to calm down and continue to explain, this planet is actually an illusion. It is rumored that there is immense energy hidden within the illusion. Unfortunately, the Empire has spent many years researching it and has not come up with a result. This time, the ability user competition has selected the 10 best ability user teams from the Outer Empire, and His Majesty has decided to let them uncover the secrets of the illusion. The contestants present were shocked and speechless upon hearing this. An illusion means unknown danger. Previous finals, although dangerous, were meticulously designed and carefully tested by professionals. At least they could ensure the safety of the contestants' lives. However, this kind of unknown illusion was unprecedented. The barrage exploded. Oh my God, this is too scary. This ability user competition won't become the first competition with fatalities, will it? An entirely unknown environment and risk. How could those ministers on Capital Star have agreed to this? No matter how much everyone discussed, the competition events had already been decided and could not be changed at will. So everyone could only brace themselves and go for it. Far away on Capital Star, Xian watched this scene in the live stream and couldn't help but clench his fists. This illusion was conjured from all of his mother's mental power. Inside, it hid the solution to the crisis of human extinction. The illusion was not dangerous, but it required. Xian turned his head and coldly glanced at the Emperor sitting at the top. It seemed that the Emperor was determined to have Jiang Wan die. The Emperor noticed Xian's gaze and smiled at him, appearing just as usual, as if the one doing those things was not him at all. In the arena, the host announced the start of the competition. The 10 teams began to walk forward. After walking about 500 meters, they were stopped by an invisible force. Huh? Is there a transparent wall here? Could it be a protective shield? Everyone began to reach out and touch it. There really was a transparent wall. They spread out and discovered that it indeed seemed to be a protective shield. A psychic was dissatisfied and said, "It's one thing to send us to an unknown illusion to complete a mission, but they also put up a defensive shield. Are we supposed to break in ourselves? Huh? What if we disturb the mutated beasts inside?" Chapter 346. This is the young lady. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for what to do. Jiang Wan stood at the back of the crowd, deep in thought. Since this illusion resembled Blue Star, it was very likely that there were no mutated beasts. She took a couple of steps forward, mimicking the actions of those around her, and felt around the protective shield. However, she touched nothing. A thought crossed Jiang Wan's mind. Perhaps there was a gap here? She kept quiet and subtly signaled Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao received her signal and slowly moved closer. Jiang Wan indicated for him to raise his hand and touch the area in front of him. Jiang Zhao complied, placing his hand on the protective shield, looking at Jiang Wan with a puzzled expression. Jiang Wan was also stunned. How could this be? When she touched it just now, there was clearly no protective shield. Jiang Zhao continued to look at Jiang Wan in confusion. Jiang Wan glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. So she raised her hand to demonstrate. Jiang Zhao watched as Jiang Wan's hand passed through the protective shield without any obstruction, leaving him dumbfounded. Due to Jiang Wan and her team's outstanding performance in the previous round, many viewers in the live stream were keeping an eye on them. Thus, the audience also witnessed this miraculous scene. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Wow, why can Jiang Wan's hand pass through? No wonder she survived in the collapsed cave last round. She really has some talent. I feel like Jiang Wan is not an ordinary person. Of course, how could someone who can bond with the heart of energy be simple? Jiang Wan knew that she couldn't keep her ability to pass through the protective shield a secret for long. She had no intention of hiding it, as they would eventually need to go in to carry out their mission. Jiang Wan signaled Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian to flank her, one on each side. Jiang Wan quickly stepped forward and entered the protective shield. In the blink of an eye, everyone noticed that Jiang Wan had gone in. She went in. How did she get in? I was standing right next to them, and I didn't see them use any abilities. Is there a gap in this area? In an instant, all 10 teams rushed over. However, there was no doubt that none of them could get in. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian had long known they couldn't enter. They simply stepped aside early on, letting everyone mess around. After some futile attempts, everyone realized they really couldn't get in and gave up. How did she get in? This is really strange. Jiang Wan stood inside the protective shield, watching everyone flail about. Initially, she considered reaching out her hand to pull her brother and Song Bojian in. However, seeing the commotion, she gave up. Once she extended her hand, who knew what might happen? For her own safety, she decided against it. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian gestured for Jiang Wan not to worry about them. Jiang Wan's storage device contained a calming disc, so she didn't have to fear mutated beasts. The key was that they really couldn't enter. Otherwise, Jiang Zhao wouldn't feel at ease letting Jiang Wan go off alone to carry out the mission. Jiang Wan exchanged glances with her brother, knowing what he was thinking. She then turned and walked away. Hey, where's she going? Is she abandoning her teammates? A refiner dares to venture into the illusion alone. Jiang Wan embarked on the path of searching for the energy of the illusion. From her guess, this illusion was likely similar to the rainforest star. There should be a heart of energy. If it was indeed the heart of energy, it should be located at the center of this illusion. Relying solely on her legs, she estimated that she wouldn't make it. Jiang Wan took out a flying carpet from her storage device and sat on it, preparing to fly to the center. However, she found that she couldn't control the flying carpet. A thought sprang to her mind. Could it be that all refined items were unusable? Jiang Wan quickly took out the calming disc from her storage device. She installed the energy stone, but the calming disc showed no response. How strange. But her storage device was still functional. After careful consideration, Jiang Wan concluded that it must be affected by the illusion. This illusion was indistinguishable from Blue Star. But there were no calming discs or flying carpets on Blue Star. It was likely suppressed by the illusion. As for the storage device, it might be because it was relatively low level, and the energy fluctuations it produced during use were minimal, so the illusion couldn't detect its presence. With this explanation, it might make sense. After coming to this realization, Jiang Wan's face fell. What was going on? Did she really have to walk? That would take forever. Jiang Wan sighed and looked around. The area she was in was a forest. It was clearly a wilderness. Although there were no mutated beasts on Blue Star, there were still wild animals. Jiang Wan took a deep breath and decided to move forward. It was too unsafe for a girl to spend the night alone in the woods. Jiang Wan still had plenty of stamina, so she tried to walk quickly. After walking for an unknown amount of time, she was about halfway up the mountain. The scenery gradually changed, no longer barren. Suddenly, 2 men who looked like bodyguards approached from a side path. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, they immediately raised their guns. Jiang Wan was startled and quickly raised her hands. Oh my goodness, isn't this Blue Star? Why are they holding guns? She remembered that guns couldn't be used casually on Blue Star. Who are you? Where did you come from? Jiang Wan hesitated and pointed up the mountain. I was climbing a mountain with friends and accidentally got lost. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 bodyguards almost pulled the trigger. Liar, this is private property. How could you come here to climb? You must be a spy sent by the enemy. I can't believe they sent such a foolish one, the bodyguard said as he prepared to shoot. Jiang Wan's heart raced. Just then, a middle-aged man walked out. What's going on? The man looked fierce with a gun at his waist, a tough character. Several bodyguards followed behind him. Upon seeing him, the 2 bodyguards immediately bowed their heads respectfully. Master Biao, there's a spy here, and we were just about to deal with her. Jiang Wan looked at the man from a distance, feeling that he looked familiar. After thinking for a while, she couldn't remember where she had seen him. Master Biao listened to the 2 and then turned to look at Jiang Wan. Just as Jiang Wan was contemplating how to explain and let this Master Biao know she was not a spy and to let her go, Master Biao's expression changed drastically upon seeing her. He kicked the two bodyguards hard. Bastards! What spy? This is the young lady. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Wan stunned, and the two bodyguards were even more bewildered, ignoring the pain in their kicked buttocks. They looked at Jiang Wan in terror. Young lady, we didn't recognize you. Please forgive us. Jiang Wan paused for a moment before straightening her posture. She coldly snorted and said indignantly, "This won't happen again." Chapter 347. The daughter of the gang leader, the fierce-looking Biao Yi, immediately squeezed out a smile upon seeing Jiang Wan, nodding and bowing as he approached her. "Miss, don't stoop to their level." Jiang Wan glanced at the fawning Biao Yi and suddenly remembered who he was. In her second life, she was the daughter of a gang leader. Her father had kept her hidden in a secluded mountain for her safety. Biao Yi was one of her father's trusted aides. Recalling all this, Jiang Wan felt much more at ease. At least now she was the young lady, and she didn't have to worry about being executed. She snorted coldly, turned to head down the mountain, only to realize she had completely forgotten the way back. After all, a whole lifetime had passed. She turned around and pretended to be angry, shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Are you going to make this young lady walk down the mountain herself? Oh dear, I didn't think this through." Biao Yi kicked the butt of a nearby bodyguard and scolded, "You clueless fool. Why haven't you brought the young lady's car up?" The bodyguard quickly took out a communicator, and soon a sports car stopped in front of Jiang Wan. The car drove into the estate halfway up the mountain and finally stopped in front of the villa. As Jiang Wan got out of the car, the servants who were cleaning stopped to greet her. Miss. Jiang Wan instinctively wanted to respond, but held back, fearing it would ruin her facade. Without looking back, she entered the villa and recalled that she seemed to live in the innermost room on the second floor. This estate was very secluded. No one from the outside knew about it, and her father generally wouldn't return. Here, Jiang Wan was the boss. She entered her room, looking at the familiar yet strange furnishings, momentarily unable to react. She turned around and lay on the bed. Memories of her past life slowly surfaced in her mind. How did she die in her previous life? She was kidnapped by enemies who threatened her father. Although her father paid the ransom, they still went ahead and killed her. So, being the daughter of a big boss was indeed a high-risk occupation. It could lead to death. Currently, Jiang Wan's identity meant she couldn't move around freely. There were countless eyes watching her from the outside. They were just waiting to kidnap her to threaten her father. Very few people knew what she looked like. Only a few servants and bodyguards in the estate. The two bodyguards she encountered in the back mountain had no idea what she looked like. Her father had indeed gone to great lengths to protect her. But that was all in the past. Everything now was an illusion. Jiang Wan's task was to find the energy of the illusion. So, she couldn't just stay in the villa. She had to go out. Jiang Wan got up and shouted outside, "Call Uncle Biao over." Upon hearing that Jiang Wan wanted to go out, Biao Yi was so scared he nearly lost his mind. "Miss, aren't you making things difficult for me? Without the boss's orders, I can't just let you go out." Jiang Wan naturally understood this reasoning. She didn't want to make things hard for Uncle Biao. "You contact my father. I'll talk to him." Uncle Biao, dubious, dialed the phone. Jiang Wan took the phone and acted spoiled. Only then did she get the chance to go out, but she had to return before dark. Jiang Wan readily agreed. No matter what, she had to go out first. Jiang Wan felt that the illusion had placed her in the back mountain for a reason. After all, this illusion was on Blue Star. Blue Star was so vast. If she searched aimlessly, she might not find anything even if she ran all over it. Uncle Biao quickly arranged for personnel to accompany Jiang Wan on her outing. He had to stay behind to maintain order, so he couldn't go out with her. He selected a few capable bodyguards to accompany Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan got into the car, leaning against the window as if dozing off. But in reality, she was secretly mobilizing her spiritual energy. The jinpan and flying carpet were suppressed by the power of the illusion. She didn't dare to be too reckless, fearing that the illusion might negatively affect her spiritual energy. She quietly released a bit, and finding no abnormalities, she gradually released more. Little by little, Jiang Wan finally released all her spiritual energy. Sensing whether there were energy fluctuations nearby, she initially held no great hopes, but was unexpectedly thrilled when she actually sensed something. Jiang Wan was overjoyed. She never expected to be so lucky as to find energy right after coming out. Suppressing her joy, she carefully sensed which direction the energy was in. Wait, it seemed like, in the direction of the estate? Jiang Wan was shocked. How could it be there? After calming down, she continued to sense. As the car drove further away from the estate, the energy she could sense became weaker and weaker. Jiang Wan originally thought that since the illusion placed her on the back mountain, the energy center wouldn't be too far away, at least not requiring crossing provinces or countries. But unexpectedly, it was right in the estate. Wasn't her task too easy then? Jiang Wan felt that it couldn't be that simple. Since she had already fought for the opportunity to go out, she might as well check out other places too. Maybe she would make some discoveries. As the car drove down the mountain, the driver asked Jiang Wan where she wanted to go. Leaning against the window, Jiang Wan casually said, "Just drive along the highway. Consider it a breath of fresh air." The young lady was known for her decisiveness, and no one dared to say anything else. Only a few bodyguards were quite surprised. They originally thought the young lady would go to a crowded place to play, thinking that was how they could better protect her safety. They never expected she just wanted to get some fresh air. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, leaning against the window as if dozing, but in reality, she was continuously using her spiritual energy to detect whether there were energy fluctuations nearby. The car continued to drive until it was almost dark before returning the same way. Jiang Wan had used her spiritual energy all day and was mentally and physically exhausted, just wanted to get back and rest. After a whole day, she had not detected any other energy fluctuations. It seemed the energy center of the illusion was indeed within the estate. However, she still needed to wait until tomorrow to check its exact location. After dinner, Jiang Wan went straight to bed, even missing her father's phone call. The next day, Jiang Wan got up early. The estate was indeed large. She might not be able to find the energy center in a day. After breakfast, Jiang Wan began a thorough search, pretending to wander around aimlessly. However, the estate was too vast, relying solely on her legs. She wouldn't be able to finish in a day, but having her driver drive her around would seem strange. Jiang Wan noticed an old man riding a small electric scooter, preparing to water the flowers, and a light bulb went off in her head. She directly borrowed the old man's scooter. Perfect. I have nothing to do today. I'll go water the flowers. Jiang Wan hopped onto the small electric scooter and began to roam around. Perhaps she was lucky. She quickly figured out the general location of the energy fluctuations. However, that place was the weapons depot, and even she couldn't enter casually. Chapter 348. Preparing to welcome Father. Jiang Wan thought carefully. If she rushed over, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. Her father would surely find it strange, and her persona would collapse. Jiang Wan didn't know what would happen if the people in the illusion realized she wasn't the real Jiang Wan. "Miss, I finally found you." Jiang Wan turned her head and saw a bodyguard on a small electric scooter chasing after her. "What's wrong?" Jiang Wan asked. The bodyguard stopped the electric scooter. "Miss, you forgot your phone, and it took him a while to find you. Master Biao said that the sir would be back tonight." The sir he referred to was Jiang Wan's father. Jiang Wan was taken aback. Memories of her past life surged in her mind. Her father, as a gang leader, was elusive and busy, rarely returning to the manor. Jiang Wan had only seen him on her birthday. But today was not her birthday. She recalled her past birthdays and confirmed she wasn't mistaken. It was definitely not today. Her father was returning, even though it wasn't Jiang Wan's birthday. In the few remaining memories of her past life, there was only one day he would return. It was the day she died. In her previous life, her father had been shot and returned to recuperate, but he was followed by enemies who conspired with traitors. That's when Jiang Wan was kidnapped. The thought of death sent a chill through her. But this was an illusion. Perhaps this was an opportunity. She could take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the arms depot and see what the energy fluctuations were all about. Jiang Wan lowered her eyes and turned the scooter around. "Then let's hurry back to prepare to welcome Father." The bodyguard glanced thoughtfully in the direction of the arms depot and asked, "Miss, what made you think of coming here?" Jiang Wan's riding motion stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. She put on a haughty demeanor and scoffed. "What business is it of yours?" The bodyguard immediately fell silent and didn't ask further. When Jiang Wan returned to the villa, the servants were already cleaning. She wandered around aimlessly, occasionally directing them. The kitchen was already bustling with activity. Master Biao appeared behind Jiang Wan with a smile. Whenever the sir returns, the miss always insists on making pastries for him. Why Haven tea? I seen you clamoring to go into the kitchen today. As he said this, his smile remained, but his eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Wan's face. Jiang Wan felt uneasy under his gaze. She had a strong feeling that Master Biao had begun to suspect her. She searched her memories of her past life in her mind. She was not good at cooking. The pastries she made were barely edible. Her father didn't like to eat them, but out of consideration for her efforts, he would take a couple of bites. This was something everyone in the manor knew. Jiang Wan showed a shy expression like a little girl and playfully glared at him. Oh, Master Biao, don't tease me. I know my pastries are hard to swallow. I won't trouble father this time. Upon hearing this, Master Biao laughed heartily. After he turned to leave, Jiang Wan let out a sigh of relief. When night fell, a car's headlights flashed through the window. Jiang Wan knew her father had returned. She hurried downstairs to greet him, just like in her past life. Her father was carried out of the car on a stretcher, the bullet narrowly missing his vital organs. Jiang Wan dutifully played the role of a good daughter, following the stretcher and crying. Her father occasionally opened his eyes to comfort her before weakly closing them again. To be fair, Jiang Wan's father in this life, though busy, was still quite good to her. After watching her father enter the room, Jiang Wan returned to her own room under the comfort of her uncles. She changed into the servant's outfit she had stolen earlier in the afternoon. Fortunately, the storage device was still usable. Jiang Wan used the pretense of looking for someone to sneak around the servants' quarters and discreetly stole a set of servants' clothes. This time, she intended to sneak into the arms depot during the chaos. She couldn't afford to stand out too much. If she was caught by enemies, her life would be over. After changing clothes, Jiang Wan took out the bed sheets she had tied beforehand and secured them around her waist. She climbed out through the back window. The arms depot was far away, but Jiang Wan couldn't ride the electric scooter as it would be too conspicuous. With no other choice, she had to rely on her legs. If she walked quickly, it would take about half an hour. Jiang Wan estimated that by the time she was halfway there, the enemies would break in, so she needed to quicken her pace. She took the small paths, but some areas were unavoidable, where she encountered patrolling bodyguards. She dodged them as she walked. About 2/3 of the way into her journey, she heard a gunshot. Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat. They were coming. At this moment, the patrolling bodyguards abandoned their posts and ran towards the villa. Jiang Wan also took off running, but in the direction of the arms depot. The gunfire intensified, mingled with women's screams and cries. Jiang Wan was panting heavily, and just as she was about to see the arms depot, she unexpectedly ran into a bodyguard. Jiang Wan instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. Who are you? What are you doing here? The bodyguard clearly recognized her and quickly approached. Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned when she saw his face. Xian? The bodyguard was also taken aback, not understanding why she knew his name. Someone has tracked us here. The manor is very dangerous. Don't run around. Jiang Wan shook her head, knowing that the person in front of her couldn't be Xian. He just looked very much like him. She nodded. I know. It's already started over there. I just escaped to this side. Xian looked into the distance and gestured for her to follow him. Jiang Wan followed behind him, not expecting him to lead her to the arms depot. Captain. Several bodyguards at the gate nodded and greeted Xian. Xian nodded back and took Jiang Wan to the nearby duty room. You can rest here for now. It should be safe temporarily. Jiang Wan agreed on the surface, but inside she knew this place would eventually fall. In her past life, she had also escaped here, only to be caught by the enemies. She sat quietly, waiting. Sure enough, the flames of war quickly spread closer. Not far away, two factions had already begun a fight. Jiang Wan stealthily walked out of the duty room, preparing to sneak into the arms depot. Just as she was about to make it, she was recognized. It's that woman. Catch her. In an instant, everyone surged towards Jiang Wan. She shot a fierce glare at the traitor who recognized her. She had dressed like this, yet she was still recognized. No time to think. She just ran. Jiang Wan dashed away, bullets raining down behind her. Chapter 349. My son's destiny. As they were about to reach the door of the armory, a figure rushed over. Jiang Wan instinctively shouted, Xian. In the next moment, a pair of hands suddenly pulled her away. Thud! The sound of a bullet piercing flesh. Jiang Wan realized something, her eyes widening in shock. Her hand felt wet. Trembling, she looked down. Everything was red. Xian. The man in front of her looked calm, but his brows were tightly furrowed. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he said, "Go. Hide in the armory." Jiang Wan supported him, desperately trying to move towards the armory. Behind them, only a few bodyguards were struggling to hold their ground. The two of them stumbled to the large door of the armory. Xian took out the key. Blood and sweat mixed in Jiang Wan's hands, causing the key to slip. Gunfire echoed behind them. Sweat dripped down Jiang Wan's forehead. The key just wouldn't unlock the armory door. Did she have the wrong key? Jiang Wan asked while trying again. Xian weakly shook his head. "No, I've always kept the armory key separate." Jiang Wan tried again and again, confirming it wasn't her fault. The key simply wouldn't go in. Meanwhile, their enemies had already taken the high ground. Jiang Wan knew they were out of options. She vividly remembered the scene from her past life, when she was kidnapped at this very moment. Would the illusion develop according to the trends of her past life? Gunfire was ringing in her ears, and Jiang Wan suddenly recalled the feeling of being on the brink of death from her previous life. She didn't know what would happen if she died in the illusion. Would she truly die, or would it just be a failed mission? Jiang Wan couldn't. She took out the defensive town plate from her storage device, installed the energy stone, and summoned her mental power. She desperately tried to control it. The enemies were getting closer, and bullets grazed Jiang Wan's hair. Jiang Wan's gaze was fixed on the town plate, trying hard to ignore the chaotic scene around her. Finally, the town plate seemed to respond to her call, slowly emitting a faint light. Jiang Wan's eyes widened in surprise. Great! Without daring to relax for a moment, she continued to channel her mental power. At last, the town plate rapidly spun and flew into the air, releasing a beam of light. Jiang Wan watched the beam in delight, waiting for the protective shield to appear. However, in the next second, a bullet flew towards her. Jiang Wan instinctively tried to dodge, but was a moment too late. A shadow blocked her vision. Jiang Wan heard the sound of the bullet hitting flesh, and her entire body froze in place. The next second, the beam fell, and the protective shield formed. Just 1 second short. Jiang Wan looked at the man in front of her, tears streaming down her face. Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood, wiping away her tears. His body went limp. Jiang Wan quickly held him, her hands immediately soaked in blood. Due to excessive blood loss, Xian was now somewhat delirious. He raised his hand with great effort, pointing towards the armory. "Quick, get inside." Jiang Wan's tears fell like pearls on a broken string, plopping down incessantly. Following his words, she stood up and tried to open the door again with her bloodied hands. This time, miraculously, it opened. Jiang Wan was stunned, completely surprised. She turned in delight to tell Xian, but saw that he had already closed his eyes. At the same time, the surrounding scene began to fade away, until only Jiang Wan was left in a white, empty space. Jiang Wan was still immersed in the sorrow of Xian dying to protect her. She looked around in confusion. Had she passed the level, or had she failed? Jiang Wan glanced around and spotted a box in a corner. She walked over and opened it. Inside was a lotus flower. Beside it was a lotus pod containing 7 lotus seeds. Jiang Wan examined them closely and noted that the 7 lotus seeds were of different colors. What a curious thing. But this lotus flower. Jiang Wan suddenly remembered that when she entered the illusion on Rainforest Star, there was a lotus flower controlling her in the furnace when she was manipulated by the Supreme Immortal. And there was also a lotus flower in this illusion. Jiang Wan couldn't help but connect the two. She gently stroked the lotus flower. The flower seemed to sense her touch, shaking its petals and suddenly emitting a bright light. Jiang Wan instinctively stepped back 2 paces. She saw a woman's figure appear in the light. The woman slowly opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Wan. As Jiang Wan clearly saw her face, she took a shocked step back. It was the former empress, Xian's mother. 10 years ago, the former emperor and empress had suddenly died, leaving only Xian behind. The former empress was extraordinarily beautiful. Xian had perfectly inherited her looks. The ethereal figure looked at Jiang Wan and slowly spoke. "Goddess, I've been waiting for you here for a long time." "Goddess?" Jiang Wan repeated the 2 words. At first, when a mermaid beast called her a goddess, she thought it was an accident. Later, the eagle beast also called her a goddess. The environment on Rainforest Star reminded her of memories from her first life. Back then, everyone knew she was the goddess. Was this fate? The ethereal figure continued. You must be curious as to why you see me here. This illusion was created by my last bit of mental energy. It was meant to wait for you. The lotus flower and lotus seeds you hold are essential items to save all humanity. The lotus flower can strip away all your divine power, allowing you to control the mutated beasts. But losing your divine power means you will die. As for the lotus seeds, if you find the 7 highest level ability users among the 7 great abilities and have them consume the lotus seeds, injecting their abilities into the lotus flower, it will become a magical tool that suppresses the combat power of all mutated beasts. However, those 7 ability users will die from losing their abilities. The choice of what to do lies with you. Jiang Wan looked at the 2 treasures in her hands, momentarily silent. Without waiting for Jiang Wan's response, the ethereal figure continued. My son Si Yin was born with all system abilities. 10 years have passed. I don't know his ability level now. Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly looked up at the ethereal figure. Did she want to sacrifice Si Yin? In the past, I and his father fought with all our might, only to delay this disaster by 10 years. The time is up. This is my son's destiny. Outside, Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian had exhausted all means to enter, but ultimately gave up. Other teams also gave up. Everyone sat on the ground, waiting aimlessly. Perhaps only one person could enter the illusion at a time. If Jiang Wan's mission failed, they could then go in. Chapter 350. Sacrificing oneself suddenly. The originally transparent protective shield flickered. The people sitting on the ground stood up in surprise. Could it be that the protective shield was about to disappear? Could they enter? In the next second, with a bang, the protective shield shattered. A frail figure approached from afar. Everyone craned their necks to look. It was Jiang Wan. Everyone was taken aback. She had come out safe and sound. She had passed through the illusion. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian immediately rushed over. Jiang Zhao looked Jiang Wan up and down with concern, ensuring she was unharmed. The tension in his heart finally eased. Song Bojian noticed the lotus flower in Jiang Wan's hand and asked in amazement, "Is this the secret of the illusion? Is the energy of the illusion derived from this lotus flower?" Jiang Wan nodded. "Yes, this lotus flower appeared when I was in the illusion." At that moment, the army of the capital star arrived upon hearing the news, wanting to take the lotus flower from Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan had won the competition by passing through the illusion. However, this lotus flower had to be submitted. Jiang Wan knew that anything she brought out would have to be turned in. Therefore, when the officer came to demand the lotus flower, she didn't struggle at all and directly handed it over to them. The major general of the capital star took the lotus flower and asked Jiang Wan, somewhat skeptically, "Is there only this one lotus flower in the illusion?" Jiang Wan replied without changing her expression, "Yes, there's only this one lotus flower." The person opposite her thought for a moment and ultimately led the army away. Song Bojian muttered, "Since you only brought out the lotus flower, there must only be the lotus flower. Does he really think you would hoard treasures?" Jiang Wan remained silent, quietly touching her storage device. Inside, she had hidden a lotus pod with 7 lotus seeds. Jiang Wan knew that the human extinction would soon come, and the solution to this crisis would inevitably not be kept hidden. If one of her and Si Yin had to sacrifice themselves, she hoped it wouldn't be Si Yin. In the illusion, she had watched him die in front of her twice. That feeling was too painful. Jiang Wan didn't want to experience it again. No one expected that the highly anticipated finals would end so abruptly. Only Jiang Wan entered the illusion. The other contestants didn't even have a chance to show themselves. This could be considered the most magical finals ever. In the capital star, the emperor sat at the head of the table, with Si Yin beside him. The others present were senior military officers of the capital star and elders of prominent families. The emperor looked at the lotus flower presented to him and pondered for a moment before asking, "What opinions do you all have?" The attendees remained silent. After a long while, a lieutenant general stood up. "Your Majesty, everything aligns with the records in the ancient texts. This human extinction can be resolved." Si Yin lowered his gaze and glanced at Qinlai. Qinlai immediately stood up. "This is absurd. Are we really going to let Jiang Wan die just because of an ancient text whose authenticity is uncertain?" The emperor's obscure gaze turned towards Qinlai, who pretended not to see it. The other attendees sat quietly, not daring to speak. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The lieutenant general represented the emperor, while Qinlai represented the god of war. Everyone knew that these two symbolized the intentions of the emperor and the god of war. The emperor looked at Qin Lai and snorted coldly, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the room. What about you all? Do you have any thoughts? The hall fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. The emperor scanned the room and found no one willing to speak up. He snorted again. As the emperor, how could this group still fear Si Yin? The ministers present didn't want to either. The key issue was that just a few days ago, the minister who publicly mocked Jiang Wan in the hall was found dead at home. Everyone immediately understood what was going on. They all wanted to save their own lives. At this moment, they certainly didn't dare to stand up and let Jiang Wan sacrifice herself to save all of humanity. Otherwise, the next one to die would be them. However, in the emperor's eyes, it was as if this group did not take him seriously. Originally, this throne was given to him by Si Yin. After the death of the previous emperor and empress, Si Yin ascended the throne. It took him nearly 10 years to unify the underworld river star domain. Who would have thought that he would suddenly abdicate to the current emperor? He went to the remote planet of Gold King Star, became a major, and even quietly got married. To everyone, the current emperor seemed to have struck gold to become emperor. Even he believed so. Therefore, the emperor had always been secretly comparing himself to Si Yin. Now, seeing everyone so afraid of Si Yin, he was naturally extremely angry. The emperor remained silent for a few seconds, waved his hand to have the lotus flower put away, and did not continue this topic. Si Yin's gaze remained fixed on the lotus flower, contemplating how to find an opportunity to steal it back. Leaving the lotus flower with the emperor was ultimately a hidden danger. Si Yin did not believe that the emperor would let Jiang Wan go so easily. Jiang Wan had won the championship and was to go to the capital star in a few days to receive the emperor's conferment. This was a unique reward for the championship team. Before this, the citizens of Gold King Star held a welcome banquet for her with great fanfare. The citizens of Gold King Star never imagined that their representative team could defeat the capital star and those developed planets to win the championship. Their Gold King Star also rose with the tide. For a time, Gold King Star was in the limelight. Zhu He even waved his hand, asking the breeders to catch a purebred rabbit and a white pig to send to Jiang Wan for her to nourish her body. These things were usually treasures for the leaders. Others had to apply just to take a look. Chun Huixian received the purebred rabbit and the white pig, happily rolling up her sleeves to make Jiang Wan her favorite spicy rabbit head and braised pork. This delighted the three of them, who ate 3 large bowls of rice, scaring Chun Huixian into hurriedly making more. Si Yin hurriedly returned to Gold King Star and spent a few days with Jiang Wan before returning to the capital star. He knew that the lotus flower was something that would cost Jiang Wan her life. As long as he didn't get the lotus flower back, he would feel at ease. A spy planted beside the emperor, risking exposure, had been gathering information but found nothing. Si Yin was troubled day and night, wishing he could personally go to the palace to search. Qin Lai looked at his anxious appearance and sighed helplessly. Si Yin, have you considered that if you get the lotus flower back to save Jiang Wan, what will happen to this crisis? Si Yin looked out the window, then turned back and said, I've already sent someone to find the lotus pod. As long as I get those 7 lotus seeds, I can save everyone. Qin Lai was taken aback. He never expected that Si Yin would even be willing to sacrifice himself. Chapter 351. The beast tide erupts on Jixing. Qin Lai pondered for a moment and continued, but those 7 lotus seeds, were they that easy to find? Moreover, the crisis is imminent. The emperor will definitely do everything he can to take Jiang Wan's life to save all of humanity. This is not only to ensure the survival of the star citizens, but also to maintain his dignity as an emperor. Si Yin's eyes darkened, almost unable to suppress his anger. What should I do then? There is no way out, Qin Lai. As Si Yin's good brother, Qin Lai naturally did not want to see him go to his death. However, in Si Yin's heart, his own life was not worth as much as Jiang Wan's. Qin Lai fell silent. He also didn't know what to do. It was clearly a deadlock. Either Si Yin would die, or Jiang Wan would die. After a few seconds, Qin Lai looked up at him and said slowly, I will send someone to help you find those 7 lotus seeds. Jiang Wan had returned to Golden Star for several days. Apart from the first day, she had not seen Si Yin again. Golden Star now had energy sources, interstellar currency, and status. It was no longer the small planet that could be bullied at will. The chief waved his hand and directly allocated a sum of interstellar currency for the planet's construction. Now, when going out, many places were building new skyscrapers. The Ability Academy had even reallocated a piece of land to build a new campus, leaving the old one as a memorial. Many ability users and alchemists who worked in the Capital Star also returned to Golden Star to join in the construction of their home planet. Everything was getting better. Don't rush. Slowly release your mental power and wrap around the energy stone. Jiang Wan was guiding several new alchemists at the military department. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Quickly assemble. Move faster. The new alchemists frequently turned their heads. Jiang Wan stepped out and casually grabbed a soldier to ask what was going on. The soldier saw it was Jiang Wan and quickly replied, "Jixing has erupted with a beast tide. I'm afraid they can't hold on any longer. A distress signal has been sent to the military department." Jiang Wan was taken aback and hurriedly let him go. Jixing was not weak. Even if a beast tide erupted, they could control it in the early stages. How could they have fallen to the point of asking for help from Golden Star? It seemed the situation was indeed not simple. Jiang Wan's heart began to race, and her steps became a bit frantic. Jixing was a neighboring star to Golden Star. If Jixing fell, then Golden Star wouldn't fare well either. Jiang Wan assigned tasks to the alchemists. Everyone was to start refining blood-stopping pills and detoxification pills. The alchemists knew that the commotion outside must mean that war was breaking out again. Each of them focused intently and began to refine the pills. Subsequently, Jiang Wan contacted Song Xiuxiu and Lin Yuewei, asking them to come over and bring these alchemists to refine together. As for Su Xinyu, she had returned to the Capital Star some time ago to fight for her inheritance. Jiang Zhao was worried about her safety and had gone with her. After arranging the refining tasks, Jiang Wan found Yi Qihong and insisted on going to Jixing with him. Yi Qihong was a bit troubled. After all, the situation on Jixing was indeed complex, and with Xi Yin not in Golden Star, he had to ensure Jiang Wan's safety. The situation on Jixing is somewhat dangerous. You better not go. Jiang Wan's gaze was firm. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I must go. Yi Qihong was momentarily speechless. It was true. Jiang Wan had so many treasures in her possession. Not to mention, if they encountered birds or beasts, the soldiers would only be at risk. The birds and beasts were cunning. After attacking, they would fly away. Ability users could throw everything they had at them, but still couldn't hit them. It could drive one mad. If Jiang Wan went, she could just blow a small trumpet and handle it. In such a crisis, Jiang Wan was indeed indispensable. Yi Qihong was genuinely troubled. If he let Jiang Wan go, he feared for her safety. If he didn't let her go, the situation on Jixing was indeed grim. If Jixing fell, then Golden Star would be next. Therefore, protecting Jixing was also protecting Golden Star. Qin Si had already organized the troops and was ready to set off. Seeing the scene, he said, "Then let her go. You seem to have forgotten that Jiang Wan has experienced beast tides that are even more severe than the ones you have faced." Upon hearing this, Yi Qihong couldn't help but chuckle. He had been overly cautious. The key was Jiang Wan's identity. Times were different now. That was why Yi Qihong was particularly careful. "All right, just make sure to protect Jiang Wan." Qin Si patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I will definitely protect our champion." After all, it had taken hundreds of years for Golden Star to produce a champion, so they had to protect her with their lives. Jiang Wan followed the army to Jixing. As soon as they arrived above Jixing, Jiang Wan was stunned by the sight before her. How could there be so many high-level mutated beasts? Qin Si's expression was also not good. He said in a low voice, "The extinction of humanity cannot be hidden any longer. Even level 6 mutated beasts have emerged." The spaceship had no place to land and was hovering in midair. The soldiers opened a small defense shield and jumped down from the spaceship. Jiang Wan followed closely behind. As soon as they landed, there was a loud bang. The defense shield shook. Jiang Wan turned to look and found it was a person. It was a soldier from Jixing. He had been bitten by a mutated beast and was violently thrown against Jiang Wan's defense shield. Jiang Wan quickly reached out and pulled the soldier in. Cough! The soldier convulsed violently and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Jiang Wan's hands were covered in blood. She hurriedly checked the soldier's condition, but found that he had already died. While Qin Si was fighting, he stayed close to Jiang Wan. Seeing her in a daze, he couldn't help but ask, "How is it?" Jiang Wan shook her head in a daze. The person was gone. Qin Si's movements paused, and in just a second, he plunged back into the battle. War was always so ruthless. If he lost focus, the next one lying on the ground could very well be him. Jiang Wan also collected her emotions and took out all the calming plates that could be used from her storage device. She installed the energy stones and activated them. The calming plates used by the soldiers were all low level and couldn't withstand several attacks from the mutated beasts. Following that, Jiang Wan took out all the pills and spiritual medicines from her storage device and handed them to the soldiers responsible for logistics. The birds and beasts were a significant threat. Among those present, only Jiang Wan could blow the small trumpet. She quickly took out the trumpet, mobilized her mental power, and blew into it. The birds and beasts on the scene suddenly seemed to have been drugged, all becoming drowsy and flying lower and lower. Finally, they staggered and fell to the ground, where they were swiftly dispatched by the soldiers. With the birds and beasts dead, the pressure on the soldiers was significantly reduced. The area where Jiang Wan was fighting was not part of the main battlefield. The main battlefield had a level 6 mutated beast, which was attacking overwhelmingly. Those on the periphery had to kill the surrounding mutated beast to get in, but even if they did, it would only be a death sentence. Chapter 352. The God of War has arrived. So far, the ability users have not been able to deal with the level 6 mutated beasts. After all, level 6 mutated beasts have never appeared before. Even the emergence of level 5 mutated beasts has been enough to make ability users struggle, let alone the level 6 mutated beasts. While Qin Si was fighting the surrounding mutated beasts, he kept looking towards the main battlefield. Despite the sacrifice of many soldiers and ability users, including high-ranking officers, the level 6 mutated beast remained unaffected. If this continued, everyone present would die. The commander originally intended to control the situation as quickly as possible. However, at this moment, there was no way to eliminate the level 6 mutated beast. If this dragged on, they would all likely die here. After making up his mind, Qin Si quickly contacted Si Yin. Si Yin had gathered the army quickly upon learning of the beast-tide outbreak on Jixing early in the morning. This army was left to him by his father. Back then, he had unified the Mingi star domain with this army. Since then, the army had remained dormant, with no further expeditions. Si Yin wore a mask that concealed his expression but exuded authority. The cape behind him fluttered in the wind. Fu Lingyuan, standing beside him, stepped forward to issue commands. Suddenly, the ground shook. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers moved simultaneously. Advanced spacecraft soared into the sky, cutting through the horizon. The citizens of the capital star were in an uproar. People on the streets looked up. Oh my, is it the God of War's warship? It's been many years since we've seen it. Where's the conflict happening? It looks serious. Otherwise, the God of War wouldn't be personally leading the charge. People inside their homes rushed out upon hearing about the God of War's warship. There was chaos everywhere. Everyone knew that the God of War's army was invincible. Generally, minor beast tides or disturbances wouldn't warrant the God of War's personal intervention. With the God of War's warship personally dispatched, it must be an urgent matter. Meanwhile, various media outlets were in a frenzy, scrambling to understand the situation for first-hand reports. The nearby planets around Jixing were naturally aware of the beast tide outbreak. They initially thought that the Jiang Wan star had already sent support, so there shouldn't be any issues. Unexpectedly, instead of hearing of a victory, they received news of the God of War's involvement. Now, the leaders of various planets could no longer sit still. They immediately dispatched their armies for support. Even the Emperor, with a grim face, sent troops to assist. How could he not be the first to know about such a severe beast tide on Jixing? This was undoubtedly a slap in the face for him. After the media received news of the beast tide outbreak on Jixing, they quickly rushed there to conduct live broadcasts. In no time, nearly everyone learned about the emergence of the level 6 mutated beast on Jixing. Watching the live broadcast of the fierce level 6 mutated beast, people were filled with dread. With just a flick of its tail, it could cause mass casualties among the soldiers. Ability users had no power to retaliate against this level 6 mutated beast. They could only take the hits. Everyone panicked. What was happening? How could a level 6 mutated beast appear? Wasn't it said that the highest level of mutated beasts was level 5? Have mutated beasts been leveling up so quickly? As mutated beasts rapidly upgraded, the abilities of the ability users remain stagnant. If this continued, they would only be waiting for death. Roar. A ferocious beast's roar startled everyone. The camera quickly turned around. It turned out that a mutated beast had leveled up to a level 5 mutated beast. The original level 6 mutated beast had already been quite a challenge for everyone. Not to mention the sudden addition of a level 5 mutated beast. Just watching the live stream was enough to terrify everyone. What should they do? Would Xing really fall? If Xing fell this time, which planet would be next? Don't you know? The sudden deaths of the former emperor and empress were due to the emergence of high-level mutated beasts. There had long been rumors of a human extinction event, and I always thought they were false. Everyone fell silent. What human extinction? Were they all going to die? Looking at the fierce mutated beast on the screen, everyone seemed to understand. The Empire had been concealing this matter. However, they could no longer hide the situation on Xing, which was why they were finally informed of the truth. So what should be done now? If even the army couldn't handle the level 6 mutated beast, what could they do? In an instant, everyone fell into panic. People were thinking of fleeing. But this crisis would undoubtedly affect the entire Mingi star domain. Where could they escape to? Roar. Another roar from a mutated beast made everyone look over. Yet another mutated beast had leveled up to a level 5 mutated beast. How could this happen so quickly? Anxiety spread among the people. If this crisis couldn't be resolved successfully, perhaps Xing would become the first planet to fall. Next would be the surrounding planets. All planets of the Outer Empire would fall one after another. Jiang Wan controlled the town plate while turning to look at the newly upgraded level 5 mutated beast. Its combat power was incredibly strong. For a moment, Jiang Wan doubted that it was merely level 5. One after another, people were getting injured. The spirit medicines Jiang Wan brought were about to run out. Lin Yuewei was in the military, frantically refining more with the alchemists. But they couldn't keep up with the consumption. The number of soldiers on the battlefield was decreasing, but the number of mutated beasts showed little change. Jiang Wan manipulated the town plate to attack, clearly sensing that the defense and combat power of the mutated beasts were increasing. A shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Jiang Wan instinctively looked up. It was a massive warship. She heard the surrounding soldiers' excited voices. It's the god of war. The god of war has come to save us. Jiang Wan's thoughts stirred. It was Xiyan. The warship hovered in midair as the hatch opened. Xiyan stood at the hatch and leaped down, his cape slicing through the air. He landed steadily in the main battlefield, directly confronting the level 6 mutated beast. Fu Lingyuan commanded the other well-equipped soldiers to disperse. Xiyan's arrival significantly reduced the pressure on the main battlefield. The citizens watching the live stream also ignited hope. The god of war has arrived. Xing is saved. With the god of war here, what is a level 6 mutated beast? Thank goodness for the god of war. In the palace, the emperor watched these comments with a grim face. In a nation, if the citizens think of someone else as their first hope in danger instead of the emperor, then that nation is in danger. Xiyan wielded the breaking moonblade, striking the level 6 mutated beast multiple times. Fortunately, it was the breaking moonblade, as any other weapon might not even break the skin of a level 6 mutated beast. Chapter 353. The Wife of the War God. A level 6 mutated beast roared and spat out a flame. The surrounding ability users quickly dodged, but many were still caught in the flames. In an instant, numerous ability users fell to the ground. Xiyan had to act quickly. If this continued, more people would be injured. He gripped the broken moon blade tightly and charged forward. Suddenly, he jumped into the air as if the wind was beneath his feet, flying to the top of the mutated beast. The citizens watching the live broadcast were immediately stirred. They had long heard that the war god possessed 7 abilities aside from mental power. Could they finally witness it today? He must be using wind-type abilities now, right? It must be wind-type abilities, otherwise he wouldn't be able to fly that high. The level 6 mutated beast was enormous, easily as tall as a 5-story building. A normal person couldn't jump that high unless assisted by wind-type abilities. Jiang Wan's heart raced at this sight. Instinctively, she covered her storage device. If Si Yin really had 7 abilities, she absolutely couldn't hand over the 7 lotus seeds. The level 6 mutated beast saw Si Yin approaching and opened its mouth to spit fire. However, Si Yin reacted faster, quickly erecting an ice wall in front of him. The flames were fierce but were firmly blocked by the ice wall. The level 6 mutated beast was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to believe that this person could block its ability. Surrounding ability users took turns attacking the level 6 mutated beast, but these attacks were like mere tickles to it. It disdainfully shook its head, preparing to sweep these little insects away with its tail. Just as its tail was about to hit the ground, a vine tightly wrapped around it. Following the vine, the mutated beast saw this ability user again. The level 6 mutated beast was completely enraged. It roared fiercely, preparing to launch an attack. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, electrifying it from the inside out. Si Yin, wielding the broken moon blade, swung it towards the sky again. In an instant, countless ice spikes, lightning, wind blades, fireballs, gold needles, and earth balls fell like raindrops, all landing on the mutated beast. The surrounding ability users were all frozen in place. Even the citizens watching the live broadcast stopped sending comments. Everyone was completely shocked by the scene before them. The level 6 mutated beast was instantly riddled with holes. It seemed it never expected to die like this after reigning supreme for a time. It fell stiffly to the ground, eyes wide open. Si Yin descended from the air, staggering a few steps. Fu Lingyuan quickly went up to support him. A military ship descended above them. Fu Lingyuan helped Si Yin onto the military ship. The soldiers quickly assembled and boarded the ship. Within minutes, the military ship took off. Jiang Wan stared blankly at the direction the ship flew away. Qin Si sighed and gently patted her shoulder. The ability rain was likely exhausting all of Si Yan's powers. It was already difficult for him to stay conscious without fainting. As the war god, if he fainted on the spot, it would surely cause panic among the citizens. Jiang Wan nodded. She understood all of this. She was just truly worried about Si Yin. With the level 6 mutated beast killed, the other mutated beasts were now leaderless. Even with 2 level 5 mutated beasts, such a large army could eliminate them. This beast tide was no longer a significant threat. Qin Si instructed his deputy to send Jiang Wan and the injured soldiers back. Once they returned to Jin Wangxing, Jiang Wan remained in a daze. She was too worried about Si Yin. Fortunately, she found Yi Qihong and borrowed a spaceship from the military to the capital star. Without hesitation, Yi Qihong sent a small spaceship for Jiang Wan. As soon as Song Bojian heard that Jiang Wan was going to the capital star, he directly accompanied her. Qin Si couldn't leave, and Jiang Zhao was also at the capital star. Only he was free to accompany Jiang Wan. If Jiang Wan went alone, he really wouldn't feel at ease. Since he was going to the capital star in a few days for the conferment ceremony, he went directly to save the trouble of back and forth. Afraid Jiang Wan would feel embarrassed, Song Bojian even found a reason. The two boarded the spaceship and headed to the capital star. However, entering the palace was not something Jiang Wan could do at will. It required prior reporting and obtaining the emperor or empress's decree. The emperor was busy with state affairs. Who knew when the approval would come? As for the empress, she was already at odds with Jiang Wan. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Wan decided to contact Yinyu. As Si Yan's childhood friend, Yinyu could freely enter and exit the palace. Upon hearing that Jiang Wan had arrived, Yinyu personally drove a hovercar to pick her up. They smoothly entered the palace, arriving at Si Yan's private castle, seeing him lying unconscious on the bed. Jiang Wan's tears fell immediately. Yinyu couldn't help but comfort her. Don't be too sad. The doctor has checked, and he's not injured. It's just that he's exhausted too much energy. Excessive energy loss didn't sound too serious. But for ability users, energy was equivalent to life. Once the energy was exhausted, it would be like running out of oil. Jiang Wan wiped her tears and nodded. Yinyu took Song Bojian out of the room, leaving space for the couple. Once they were alone, Jiang Wan followed the method from the notebook and summoned her mental power. She slowly probed into Si Yan's body to inject energy into him. This method was essentially exchanging energy for energy, life for life. Jiang Wan's mental power could soothe the restless energy within Si Yin and inject energy into him. However, it also caused significant damage to her own self. Although the level 6 mutated beast was exterminated, the citizens were still in a panic. In an instant, everyone was saying that the apocalypse was coming. Humanity's extinction was upon them. Panic was unavoidable. The emperor was arranging for people to go to various planets to reassure the public, while convening ministers for a meeting to discuss follow-up measures. Everyone proposed to directly bring Jiang Wan out. At present, they had no better solution. If sacrificing Jiang Wan's life could save the entire star system, it would be worth it. Your Majesty, time waits for no one. If Jiang Wan herself knew she could sacrifice herself to save the entire star system, she would likely agree. At most, they could offer some benefits to the Jiang family and Jiang Wanxing. If the Jiang family could produce a savior, it would be a fortune that wouldn't come in hundreds of years. Qin Lai listened to their banter, his temples throbbing in anger. Suppressing his rage, he coldly scolded, "Do you want this fortune?" Everyone was evidently frightened by his unfriendly tone. However, since he was the young master of the Qin family, they didn't dare to openly confront him. Fu Lingyuan also spoke up. "Don't forget, Jiang Wan is the wife of the war god. You are really audacious. You dare to sacrifice the life of the war god's wife without even consulting him." Everyone broke into a cold sweat at this remark. They only remembered Jiang Wan as the goddess and forgot she was the war god's wife. The war god was currently unconscious. If he heard what they were saying while awake, they would likely lose their lives as well. Chapter 354. As long as he is alive, the emperor sat at the top, casting a faint glance at Fu Lingyuan and Qin Lai. With a hint of sarcasm, he spoke, "So what insights do you two have?" Fu Lingyuan and Qin Lai both held their necks and remained silent. They really had no better solution. Moreover, in this situation, daring to contradict the emperor would be tantamount to slapping his face in front of everyone. Despite the Qin and Fu families being prominent families in the capital star, they did not dare to openly resist the emperor. The two remained silent for a long time. The hall was dead silent. The emperor snorted coldly and waved his hand. On the day of the coronation ceremony, Jiang Wan would be used to resolve this crisis. It could not be delayed any longer. Level 6 mutated beasts had already appeared. If this continued, even higher-level mutated beasts would emerge. By then, more people would die. After saying this, the emperor swept his sleeve and left, not allowing anyone to refute him. Fu Lingyuan and Qin Lai exchanged glances. Only Si Yin could stop this matter. They simply could not prevent the emperor's actions. With the emperor gone, there was naturally no need for everyone to stay. They dispersed in all directions. Fu Lingyuan and Qin Lai went together to Si Yan's private castle. They happened to run into Yin Yu, who was standing at the door. Qin Lai raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you doing standing at the door?" Yin Yu tilted his head and pointed to Si Yan's room. "Jiang Wan is inside." Fu Lingyuan asked, "How long has it been? Can we go in?" Yin Yu estimated the time and said, "About half an hour." He turned and knocked on the door. "Jiang Wan, can we come in?" After waiting for a moment, there was no response. The three of them suddenly felt a jolt of fear. What if something happened? They exchanged glances and hurriedly rushed into the room. Jiang Wan was lying by the bed as if she were asleep, her hands tightly gripping Si Yan's hand. Qin Lai reacted the fastest and immediately ran out to call for a doctor. Si Yan was injured, and the doctor had stayed in the castle. There was a flurry of chaos. Jiang Wan was placed beside Si Yan. After the doctor examined her, he concluded that there was no major issue, just excessive mental energy expenditure. Upon hearing this, the three were puzzled. Jiang Wan hadn't even refined anything. How could she have exhausted her mental energy? Just then, Si Yan, who was beside her, moved his eyelids and opened his eyes. Yin Yu noticed he was awake and exclaimed in surprise, "You woke up so quickly." They thought Si Yin would sleep for 4 or 5 days after expending so much ability. The three were stunned, and they all understood. No wonder it was said that Jiang Wan had exhausted her mental energy. It turned out all of it had been transferred to Si Yin. Fu Lingyuan said to the doctor, "You can go out now." The doctor packed up and left. Si Yin turned his head and saw Jiang Wan lying next to him, and he immediately understood. He lovingly stroked her face. The three big men beside them felt like they were eating dog food. Qin Lai cleared his throat and inappropriately said, "Si Yin, the emperor ordered that Jiang Wan's identity as the saintess be announced on the day of the coronation ceremony, and he wants to take her life." He didn't finish his sentence, but Yin already understood his meaning. A cold glint appeared in his eyes, seeing that he was about to get angry. Yin Yu quickly advised, "Don't be impulsive. The Emperor wants to catch you making a mistake now, to make you lose your credibility in the eyes of the citizens. If you confront him now, won't that be playing into his hands?" The Emperor had always been jealous of Yan's image among the citizens. Although sacrificing Jiang Wan's life was not a good idea, it could reflect his care and protection for the citizens. Naturally, the citizens would appreciate his sentiment. At this time, if Yin stood up to refute him, he would be the villain. Yin lowered his eyes, concealing the ruthlessness within. "Don't worry, I won't go to him." He disliked verbal disputes. He preferred to express himself through actions. As long as he was alive, no one could touch Jiang Wan. Yin's tone was very calm, yet it revealed an unshakable power. Fu Lingyuan and the others exchanged glances, all understanding that Yin intended to sacrifice his life for Jiang Wan. The three couldn't help but sigh. However, the 7 lotus seeds were still missing, and the coronation ceremony was looming. If they did not find those 7 lotus seeds before the ceremony, they had to think of a way to stop them. Qin Lai calmly analyzed the situation. Fu Lingyuan's face was serious as he replied, "If it really doesn't work, we can only confront them head-on." As the three discussed strategies, Yin's mind was entirely on Jiang Wan. The storage necklace around her neck slipped off. Yin reached out to pick it up. The moment his fingers touched the necklace, he saw everything inside it, including those 7 lotus seeds. Yin suddenly froze. His gaze fell on Jiang Wan's face, and his pupils constricted sharply. Yin Yu noticed his abnormality and asked, "Yin, what's wrong?" Yin looked at Jiang Wan and said word by word, "The 7 lotus seeds have been found." The three were taken aback. "Found? Just like that?" Qin Lai asked where. Yin held up the necklace and opened his hand. The storage necklace reflected the sunlight, dazzlingly bright. This was Jiang Wan's storage necklace. She had always worn it closely, and everyone knew it. The three exchanged glances, all knowing the truth. No wonder they couldn't find those 7 lotus seeds. It turned out Jiang Wan had put them away early on. Lotus flowers, lotus seeds. They had all been confused. They should have thought of it earlier, since Jiang Wan found the lotus flower in the illusion. She must have also found the lotus seeds. There was a moment of silence among them. It seemed Jiang Wan knew the way to resolve this impending human extinction crisis. Either she would sacrifice herself, or Yin would. Clearly, Jiang Wan chose to sacrifice herself. Yin quietly looked at her face and leaned down to put the necklace back around her neck. Qin Lai couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to take out the lotus seeds?" Yin shook his head. "Taking them out now would only alert the enemy. If Jiang Wan knew I discovered the lotus seeds and intended to sacrifice her, she would be very upset. We'll take them out later. After all, the lotus seeds are in her storage necklace. We can retrieve them then." When night fell, Jiang Wan finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Yin quietly watching her. She couldn't help but blush. Stuttering, she asked, "What are you staring at me for?" Yin smiled lightly. "I just wanted to take a good look at you." He called for a servant, who immediately brought in dinner. Jiang Wan had been sleeping all day and was already hungry. Yin held her in his arms, feeding her bite by bite. With a servant present, Jiang Wan felt a bit embarrassed and struggled a little. Yin didn't stop feeding her and said, "You can leave now." Only then did the servant take their leave. Jiang Wan looked at Yin with some suspicion. "Why do I feel like you're being so good today?" Yin looked down at her. Jiang Wan had never seen such a clingy side of Yin. Chapter 355. The coronation ceremony. "Why are you suddenly so clingy today?" Yin rubbed against Jiang Wan's neck and said in a muffled voice, "I miss you." Jiang Wan had finished the competition many days ago, and Yin had been busy in the capital star. They hadn't seen each other much. The last time they were in Jixing, they only caught a glimpse of each other from afar. Jiang Wan felt a bit itchy from his hair. Holding back a laugh, she leaned back a little. Yin looked up at her, studying her face closely, not missing any of her expressions. The coronation ceremony was set for a few days later. After that, he would no longer be able to see Jiang Wan. Just thinking about it made Yan's heart ache. He wasn't afraid of death. Since he was young, he had known the mission he bore. Born with 7 extraordinary abilities, his talent was exceptional. Ordinary people would be grateful to awaken one ability. But Yin possessed all 7, and each one was at a very high level. The more one had, the more one had to bear. He had never feared death. He knew his fate. However, after meeting Jiang Wan, he had something to care about. In these last few days, he didn't want to be the war god anymore. He just wanted to wholeheartedly be Jiang Wan's husband. The two stayed in the castle, spending all day together. They didn't step out of the main door or the side door. Those ministers and officers who came to visit Si Yin were all turned away. Xi and Yuqi came to the palace to find Si Yin, but she didn't even get through the castle's main gate. Do you all have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard to stop me? The guards, stern and unyielding, stared straight ahead. The war god has ordered that no one is to enter. Xi and Yuqi immediately started causing a scene. At that time, Jiang Wan was still asleep. There was no helping it. She had been kept up late by Si Yin the night before. Her whole body felt like it was falling apart. She vaguely heard someone making noise and mumbled sleepily, "Why is it so noisy?" Si Yin quickly held her in his arms and ordered to throw Xi and Yuqi further away. Not only did he refuse to meet visitors, but he also ignored the war situation. After Ji Xing, other planets had also successively erupted in beast tides. When Fu Lingyuan came to find Si Yin, he was heating beast milk for Jiang Wan. "You could just take the army there," Fu Lingyuan said, surprised. In the past, Si Yin had been the most concerned about such matters. Why was he so indifferent now? Qin Lai, hearing Fu Lingyuan's words, smiled faintly. Si Yin has been the war god for so many years. He deserves a break. Besides, the coronation ceremony is in a few days. This meant that Si Yin's time was limited. The two fell silent simultaneously. Qin Lai paused, then changed the subject, saying, "You don't have to rush into the war. Hasn't the emperor wanted to replace Si Yin in the hearts of the people for a long time? Let them go ahead. Let them see that being the war god is not so easy. That little man, the emperor, was always setting traps for Si Yin. Then they might as well not fight at all and give the opportunity to the emperor. Let's see what kind of storm he can stir up." After hearing Qin Lai's words, Fu Lingyuan decided to let it go. He directly handed over the main battlefield to the emperor's men while he led his team to deal with some minor mutated beasts around. The emperor's troops had never faced such a large-scale situation. Suddenly handing the main battlefield to them, they couldn't control it at all. Originally, a battle that could have been resolved in a day was dragged out for 3 or 4 days. By then, the planet had been devastated by the mutated beasts. The people were filled with complaints. The royal army was simply incompetent. If the war god's army had been deployed, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Exactly. Why are they sidelining the war god's army? The royal army is no match for the war god's army. The emperor's face turned ashen as he listened to these remarks. The ministers below were trembling in fear. Finally, one of the emperor's confidants stood up. "I have a plan." An hour later, the headlines of major media outlets changed. All news expressing dissatisfaction with the royal army was taken down. In its place was news about the impending extinction of humanity. The news claimed that the crisis of human extinction was approaching, creating panic. The people were terrified by these reports and began discussing how to survive. Fu Lingyuan looked at the news, furious, cursing. Where did these unscrupulous media come from? How can they create panic? Qin Lai found the situation suspicious. The trending topic had been brewing for over an hour when the emperor responded to the news. "I have found a way to resolve this crisis, and the secret will be revealed in 3 days. Everyone need not panic." The crowd, having lost their leader, immediately felt reassured by the emperor's message. Since it was personally issued by the emperor, it should be credible. Suddenly, the tide turned. Everyone began praising the emperor. "Our emperor truly cares for the people. Thank goodness we have him. He thought of a way to resolve this crisis so quickly. We can survive." However, a small portion of people remained skeptical. The emperor thought of a solution so quickly? I find it hard to believe. Is he just saying this to calm us down? I also think it's a bit suspicious. These opinions were in the minority, and whenever they appeared, they were quickly deleted. Qin Lai looked at the headlines, praising the emperor extravagantly, feeling both amused and enraged. Anyone who doesn't know would think the emperor is going to sacrifice himself. It's not like he isn't going to use Jiang Wan's life to resolve this crisis. But with this move, everyone was grateful to him. Fu Lingyuan's lips curled into a thin smile. What a thief of merit. The two couldn't help but begin to despise this emperor in their hearts. Days passed, and soon it was time for the coronation ceremony. Every champion of the ability user competition had to come to the capital star. The emperor would bestow upon them the title of the strongest warrior. On the day of the coronation ceremony, officials, clan leaders, and officers from the capital star all gathered for the event, which would be broadcast live nationwide. This ceremony was highly anticipated by the people. Almost everyone would be watching the live stream. Jiang Wan, Jiang Zhao, and Song Bojian had already dressed up and were waiting in the side hall. Jiang Wan peered through the crack of the door into the main hall. The emperor and the ministers were already ready. She looked around but didn't see Si Yan's figure. She felt a bit strange. Logically, as the war god, Si Yan should definitely attend such an occasion. Not seeing Si Yan made Jiang Wan feel a little down. In the past few days, they had been glued to each other, not parting for a moment. Suddenly not seeing Si Yan made her feel uncomfortable. The horn sounded, and the coronation ceremony officially began. First, a minister stepped forward and gave a long, drowsy speech. Following that, Jiang Wan and the other two were called to enter. The door of the side hall opened. Jiang Wan walked in the middle, with Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian on either side. The three of them reached the center of the main hall and bowed. Your Majesty, Chapter 356. Is Jiang Wan willing? The ministers presented the medals, symbolizing their status. The emperor stood up and walked down from the high platform. He personally took the medals and placed them on the three individuals one by one. At the same time, the citizens of the Aether Empire witnessed this moment. The emperor's imposing gaze swept over the three of them as he spoke clearly and deliberately. I officially confer upon you three the title of the strongest warriors. Thank you, Your Majesty. We will not fail your trust and will protect the Aether Empire. Jiang Wan and the others bowed and expressed their gratitude before rising. Next, they would accept interviews from various media outlets. The media were already stirring outside the hall, waiting for the guards to let them in for interviews. However, just as the media entered the hall, the emperor suddenly indicated that he had something to say. Everyone was puzzled. Wasn't this segment not mentioned? However, since the emperor wanted to speak, no one could stop him. In an instant, all the media pointed their cameras at the emperor. The emperor's expression was serious. He began, 3 days ago, I informed everyone that I have found a way to resolve this crisis of extinction. After saying this, his gaze swept around. When it passed Jiang Wan's face, it paused for 2 seconds. Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly had a bad premonition. The citizens were eagerly awaiting. The emperor continued, Today, I will announce our empire's goddess. Goddess? As soon as this was said, a series of question marks arose in everyone's hearts. The Aether Empire has a history of hundreds of years, and there has never been any mention of a goddess in the empire. The citizens began to flood the comments with questions. Goddess? Who is she? Is the goddess here to save us? How do we know who the goddess is? This is the first time I've heard of a goddess in the Aether Empire. The emperor's gaze fell on Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan, she is our empire's goddess. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, all the media turned their cameras towards Jiang Wan. In an instant, all eyes in the hall were on Jiang Wan's face. Jiang Wan's heart sank. It had finally come. Jiang Zhao looked at Jiang Wan in surprise, unable to understand how his sister had become a goddess. But his intuition told him that this identity of the goddess was definitely not a good thing. Meanwhile, the people on Golden King Star were also confused by this scene. Zhu, he had a serious expression. After thinking for a moment, he quickly assembled the troops. Yi Qihong was stunned and immediately conveyed the order, not understanding why the commander suddenly wanted to mobilize the troops. 10 minutes later, the troops were ready to depart. Only then did Yi Qihong ask, Commander, what are we going to do? Zhu, he stood up, put on his military coat, and said solemnly, Support Jiang Wan. Yi Qihong paused, then immediately followed. It seemed that something significant was about to happen. Qin Si received the order and had already assembled the troops, ready to depart. Just as he was about to board the spaceship, he suddenly heard Lin Yue's voice. Qin Si, I'm going too. Seeing her, Qin Si hurriedly walked down from the spaceship. What are you doing here? The situation on Capital Star is very tense. You should stay on Golden King Star. Lin Yue panted and shook her head. She had run all the way from the hover car and was almost out of breath. No, Jiang Wan is in trouble. Even if I can't help, I want to be with her and not let her be alone. Qin Si looked down at her. Lin Yue did not know what she was about to face, but Qin Si did. If they went, they might not come back alive. In the end, Qin Si sighed and kissed her forehead. At worst, we'll die together. He took her hand and walked onto the spaceship. Let's go. Song Xiuxiu was relatively slow on the uptake. By the time she realized something was wrong, the military spaceship had already taken off. She was anxious but helpless. It would take several hours to reach Capital Star on a regular spaceship. The military's advanced spaceship had space-jumping capabilities and was much faster. But she had missed it. Song Xiuxiu dejectedly put down her phone. Suddenly, she remembered that Zhang's parents were still on Golden King Star. Their children were both on Capital Star. Their daughter had suddenly become some goddess. They must be very worried and confused. Song Xiuxiu immediately got up and went to the Jiang family to comfort the elderly couple. Zhang's parents had always treated her well. At this moment, the only thing she could do was this. On Capital Star, the emperor looked at Jiang Wan with a loving expression. Just now, you said you would protect the Aether Empire, but was that sincere? Jiang Wan looked at his false smile and already guessed what he wanted to do. Your Majesty is indeed sincere. Jiang Wan knew this was her inevitable outcome. She could not escape it. If she did, it would be Si Yin who would die. Thinking of Si Yin, Jiang Wan could not help but look around again. She still did not see Si Yin's figure and could not help but lower her head in disappointment. The emperor did not notice Jiang Wan's expression. Speaking to the media, he continued, to resolve this crisis, we must rely on our goddess. Everyone was in an uproar. We have to rely on Jiang Wan? The comments started rolling in frantically again. Is it possible that they want to sacrifice Jiang Wan's name? No wonder they call her the goddess. The title of goddess clearly implies sacrificing oneself to save others. If the emperor says they will sacrifice Jiang Wan, is she willing? Jiang Zhao was even more stunned. To sacrifice his sister's life to save others? Why? Jiang Zhao stared blankly at Jiang Wan, as if all the blood in his body was flowing backward. Jiang Wan, say something. Say you are not the goddess. Jiang Wan's arm was suddenly yanked by Jiang Zhao. She turned to look at her brother. Jiang Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, as if he were grasping the last straw, tightly holding her arm. Jiang Wan opened her mouth, but could not make a sound, only managing a slight sob. She lowered her eyes, as if resigned, and closed them tightly. Jiang Zhao stood there as if struck by lightning, unable to come to his senses. The next second, he suddenly pulled Jiang Wan's arm and was about to rush out of the hall. As he ran, he removed the metal from his body and threw it fiercely on the ground, stomping on it twice. What strongest warriors? What protecting the empire? I don't care at all. Jiang Zhao did not want his sister to be any goddess. He just wanted her to be safe at home. The hall was thrown into chaos. With the emperor's command, the guards in the hall all moved forward to capture them. Jiang Zhao pulled Jiang Wan's hand and fought their way out. Song Bojian stayed behind to cover them. Jiang Zhao was very strong, and there were not many guards in the hall. In just a few minutes, he rushed to the entrance of the hall. The ministers nearby were sweating and moved closer to the emperor. Cautiously, one of them said, Your Majesty, what do you think? The emperor's expression remained unchanged as he lightly raised his hand to stop them. It's fine. They won't escape. Chapter 357. The warships of Golden Planet. Jiang Zhao swung the weapon in his hand, throwing his abilities recklessly as if he had no regard for his life. He was about to reach the big door. With a surge of muscle power, he yanked the door open. In an instant, sunlight poured in from outside. A smile appeared on Jiang Zhao's face. However, the next second, the smile froze on his face. Outside the hall was an even larger group of soldiers, a sea of black-clad figures that seemed to stretch endlessly. The emperor wore a smile of assured victory. Song Bojian stood in shock, unable to comprehend how there could be so many people. Jiang Zhao finally realized. The emperor had long planned to sacrifice Jiang Wan, so this was a certain death trap. The emperor had already set a net to ensnare them. They would probably not escape. Jiang Wan resignedly closed her eyes, gently freeing herself from Jiang Zhao's grip. Brother, it's useless. Jiang Zhao found his hands empty and turned to look at her. Jiang Wan's fair face bore an extraordinary calmness, with a hint of compassion in her eyes. Sunlight fell upon her, seemingly coating her in a layer of brilliance. In a daze, Jiang Zhao felt as if he truly saw a goddess. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Once they regained their senses, they flooded the comments with excitement. Goddess! Goddess! Jiang Wan is truly a goddess. She must be a goddess. Jiang Wan is our goddess. Golden Planet. Jiang Ziheng and Chun Huixian were frozen in place at the sight before them. They could hardly understand how things had come to this. All they knew was that their daughter was going to die. Chun Huixian pressed a hand to her chest, taking deep breaths repeatedly. Song Qiuyo, who had just arrived at the Jiang family home, rushed over. Annie, what's wrong? Chun Huixian trembled, pointing at the live stream screen. My Wan Wan, please bring my Wan Wan back. She's not a goddess. She's just my Wan Wan. Song Qiuyo felt a wave of sorrow. Holding back tears, she consoled, Annie, don't worry. The leaders have already gone to the capital star to rescue sister Jiang Wan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziheng quietly wiped away a tear. With a trembling voice, he asked, Really? Is there still time? Song Qiuyo was uncertain, but nodded to stabilize Jiang Ziheng and Chun Huixian's emotions. Don't worry. There will definitely be time. Capital Star. A group of soldiers surrounded Jiang Wan and the others. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian stood protectively beside Jiang Wan. They both knew that this time, they truly had no way to escape. Jiang Wan, however, had long been mentally prepared and stood calmly in place. The emperor wore a hypocritical smile. The officials beside him looked disdainful. They were merely 3 ability users from remote planets, yet they dared to dream of escaping the palace. Granting her the identity of a goddess and offering her to sacrifice for the empire was already a sign of favor. Yet they still dared to think of fleeing? It was simply a delusion. The emperor spoke lightly. It's pointless to struggle. You must understand this is an honor bestowed upon you. Jiang Wan looked at his irritating expression, wishing she could rip the badge from her chest and throw it in his face. But she couldn't do that. If she didn't sacrifice herself, then Xian would have to. Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, feigning obedience. Jiang Zhao and Song Bojian clenched their fists, hating themselves for lacking the ability to take Jiang Wan away. Just when everyone thought the situation was set in stone, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up and saw one warship after another, blocking out the sun. The officials wore puzzled expressions. To trap Jiang Wan, His Majesty had even mobilized the warships? The emperor narrowed his eyes, glancing at an official beside him. Both sides displayed expressions of confusion. Someone in the crowd shouted, "It's the warships of Golden Planet." After Golden Planet developed, all their warships have been upgraded to the latest models, making them easily recognizable. The warships hovered in subspace. Zhu He was the first to jump down, followed closely by Yi Qihong. The two entered the hall, skillfully shielding Jiang Wan and the others behind them. "Your Majesty," Zhu He nodded in greeting. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the emperor's eyes. Half jokingly, he said, "I thought Golden Planet was going to rebel." "Zhu, you even came down to see me personally." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. The emperor was obviously angry. If he pinned a charge of rebellion on Zhu He, then Zhu He could forget about leaving Capital Star alive. Zhu He's expression remained calm. He knew what he was facing by daring to come. For a moment, the hall fell into silence. At the emperor's command, soldiers surged in, surrounding them. A hint of panic crossed Jiang Wan's face. She hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Commander, you don't have to do this for me." Before she could finish, Zhu He interrupted her. "Jiang Wan, Golden Planet wouldn't be where it is today without you. I, Zhu He, am not the kind of person who forgets favors." Jiang Wan looked into the commander's steadfast eyes, her breath momentarily halting. After a moment, she still urged, "Commander, the current situation is not in our favor. You should go back first, and we can discuss a long-term strategy." A long-term strategy? Jiang Wan didn't even believe her own words. She didn't have time for a long-term strategy. Today was her day of death. As the surrounding soldiers moved closer, just as they were about to reach Zhu He, a sudden shout rang out, "Stop!" Everyone froze, turning towards a voice. Another warship approached. Qin Si, leading his soldiers, jumped down and surrounded the royal army. "Let's see who dares to take a step forward." Qin Si raised his right hand slightly, and the lightning ball in his hand crackled ominously. The soldiers of the royal army stood frozen in place, not daring to advance. The emperor glared at Qin Si in fury. "What? Are you Qin family also going to rebel?" Qin Si held his head high. "I am now a major of Golden Planet. It has nothing to do with the Qin family." Lin Yuewei stood beside Qin Si, tightly gripping his arm. The emperor was enraged by his words. All right, Qin Lai, come out and let me see your good brother. The emperor's angry voice echoed throughout the hall. The officials shrank back in fear. After a moment of waiting, no one responded. Everyone looked around, not seeing Qin Lai's figure. How strange. Logically speaking, as a prominent family, the Qin family should have sent someone to witness the ceremony. The emperor narrowed his eyes, suppressing his anger. The fact that the Qin family didn't send someone to witness this was a blatant disrespect towards the emperor. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Jiang Wan and the others stood in the middle, surrounded by the royal army, while the royal army was also surrounded by the troops of Golden Planet. The citizens watching the live stream couldn't help but feel anxious. Some cautiously sent comments. Is sacrificing Jiang Wan's life really a good idea? Since this is a disaster for all humanity, we should face it together. I can't do something like pushing a woman out. Chapter 358. The beast tide appears on the capital star. The barrage paused for a moment, seemingly surprised that someone would say this. It was quiet for a full minute before the barrage exploded. Yes, we can't sacrifice just one person. Sacrificing Jiang Wan alone will make me feel guilty. I will wake up in fright from nightmares. We should face this together. Jiang Wan saw these comments, tears shimmering in her eyes. Everyone present fell silent, seemingly not expecting the citizens to have this attitude. The emperor's expression was frighteningly dark. His obscure eyes were unreadable, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. He couldn't help but snort coldly. These fools! Not letting them die is already a favor to them. How dare they not be grateful to him? They were even speaking up for Jiang Wan. Your Majesty! A clear female voice came through. Everyone turned to look. Su Xinyu arrived late, lifting her skirt. Following her were the elders from the Su family. A few days ago, she finally took the position of the head of the Su family and was busy handling family affairs. Therefore, she couldn't attend the ceremony. She had planned to get together with Jiang Wan after the ceremony, but didn't expect such an incident to occur. Anxious, she quickly set aside her tasks and rushed over. The Su family is one of the 8 great families. Her presence might have some effect. Su Xinyu hurried over and bowed. Your Majesty, this crisis is a disaster for all humanity. The idea that sacrificing one person can save everyone is truly absurd. I ask Your Majesty to reconsider. Behind Su Xinyu were several heads of small families relying on the Su family. They quickly followed Su Xinyu's lead and said, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Subsequently, some other families present also stepped forward, pleading with the emperor to think again. The emperor's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He could have easily ignored the citizens' comments, but with so many family heads standing up and urging him to think again, it was clearly a slap in his face. In the emperor's eyes, this was a subtle accusation of his incompetence. The pressure in the hall dropped a few degrees. Su Xinyu maintained her bowing position while the emperor stared at her, as if trying to bore a hole through her. Maintaining a single posture for a long time made cold sweat appear on Su Xinyu's forehead, and her limbs felt a bit stiff. The emperor remained silent. So many families united against him created a deadlock. If he directly refused, it would solidify the claims of his incompetence and autocracy. Does Miss Su think you can withstand this disaster? Xian Yuqi walked out from side hall, looking down at Su Xinyu. Jiang Wan's pupils constricted sharply when she saw what Xian Yuqi was holding. It was a lotus flower. Could it be? A wave of bad premonition rose in Jiang Wan's heart. She quickly tried to stop Xian Yuqi. However, she was a step too late. Xian Yuqi waved her hand and took out a furnace from her storage device, placing the lotus flower on it, and began to refine it on the ground. Jiang Wan rushed out of the crowd, shouting loudly, Xian Yuqi, stop! Has she gone mad? Does she want to bring everyone down with her? However, Xian Yuqi turned a deaf ear. She had long wanted to kill Jiang Wan, and today she finally had the chance, so she wouldn't let it go. Seeing that Xian Yuqi ignored her, Jiang Wan wanted to rush over to stop her, but was firmly blocked by the royal army. The crowd still didn't understand what was happening. Why did Xian Yuqi suddenly start refining? Why did Jiang Wan react so strongly to that lotus flower? Just as everyone was puzzled, suddenly it felt like an earthquake. The ground shook violently, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, as if night had fallen. Jiang Wan knew it was too late. She heavily shut her eyes. At the same time, she shouted to Qin Si, "Protect Yu Wei." Turning around, she pushed Jiang Zhao. "You go protect Xinyu." Su Xinyu stood outside the hall, staring blankly at the sky. The instincts of a refiner told her that the beast tide was coming. But why would the beast tide suddenly occur? Caw! A bird's cry echoed through the sky. In the blink of an eye, a colorful bird beast appeared in the air. Its size was enormous, comparable to a small spaceship. It opened its mouth and spewed out fiery flames. The areas hit by the flames instantly turned to ashes. Everyone stared wide-eyed. This is definitely a mutated beast of level 6 or above. Could it be? The extinction crisis for humanity has truly arrived? The bird beast seemed to have spotted Su Xinyu and flapped its wings towards her, stirring up a whirlwind. Su Xinyu lost her balance and was swept up by the wind, about to fall to the ground. "Xinyu!" Jiang Zhao rushed up and caught her. Su Xinyu looked up at the bird beast with lingering fear. Just this one beast was enough for everyone present to deal with. The moment Jiang Wan saw the bird beast, she took out a horn meant for dealing with it from her storage device. She immediately summoned her mental energy to blow it. Jiang Wan looked at the bird beast, blowing the horn, continuously praying that it would surely work on the beast. Sure enough, the bird beast slowed down significantly after hearing the horn sound. But it was only its flying speed that slowed down. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Si threw out a bolt of lightning. The lightning crackled against the bird beast, but only scorched its feathers. Everyone was taken aback. They had grossly underestimated the level of the beast. Such a powerful bird beast was probably already at level 10. Jiang Wan kept blowing the horn. Though its effect on the beast was minimal, it was still somewhat useful. Seeing this, Su Xinyu and Lin Yuewei quickly took out the horns Jiang Wan had given them earlier and summoned their mental energy to blow them. Under the influence of 3 horns, the bird beast was finally affected. Its flying speed became slower and it flew lower. The officers and family heads present were all high-level ability users. They took action together to eliminate the bird beast. With a loud bang, the bird beast crashed to the ground, creating a massive chasm. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. The citizens watching the live broadcast also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the bird beast did not attack their home planet. If the capital star fell, then all planets of the Ed Empire would be doomed. Just as everyone was feeling relieved, Xi and Yuchi in the hall let out a sinister smile and continued refining the lotus flower. Boom! A loud noise echoed, shaking the ground again. This time the tremor was clearly much stronger than the last. A gust of wind and sand rose in the distance. Everyone squinted to see countless mutated beasts. Beasts! The beast tide! The sky once again echoed with bird calls. Everyone looked up and saw 7 or 8 of the same bird beasts appearing in succession. If just one high-level bird beast required everyone to work together to deal with it, then suddenly having so many appeared, everyone thought in unison, "It's over." Chapter 359. Don't want to let Xian die for a moment. The roars of mutated beasts, the shouts of people, and cries blended together. The sky was dark, as if a heavy rain was about to descend. The ability users were powerless against such high-level mutated beasts. They could only endure the attacks of the mutated beasts and flee in panic. Jiang Wan stood in the Great Hall, watching the scenes unfold before her with a face full of disbelief. The crisis of human extinction had come just like that. She frantically searched through her storage device, but found not a single item that could deal with high-level mutated beasts. What to do now? Jiang Wan looked around and saw that only high-level ability users like Qin Si and Zhu he could barely fight against the high-level mutated beasts. The others were only destined to be slaughtered. Jiang Wan turned to look at Xi and Yuchi. It must be that lotus. Xi and Yuchi must have refined the lotus, hastening the evolution of the mutated beasts. It was also because of the attraction of the lotus that these mutated beasts had all come to the capital star, to the Imperial Palace. To stop this disaster from continuing, the refining of the lotus must be halted. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Wan circled around the crowd, planning to ambush Xi and Yuchi. She took out her energy gun, stood in a corner, and aimed at Xi and Yuchi's furnace. Bang! A loud noise erupted as the energy gun hit the protective shield. Xi and Yuchi's protective shield was transparent. Perhaps she had activated it from the very beginning, but no one else knew. Hearing the sound, Xianyuchi turned her head sharply to look at Jiang Wan, sneering contemptuously. Jiang Wan immediately took out her offensive suppression plate. The offensive suppression plate should be able to break her protective shield. However, Xianyuchi remained unperturbed upon seeing her actions. Give it up, Jiang Wan. The situation is set. If you don't believe it, just look at how things are on other planets now. Jiang Wan's heart sank. She quickly logged onto the star network and saw that there were successive outbreaks of beast tides on various planets, all involving high-level mutated beasts. This disaster had already spread to the entire Adder Empire. Xianyuchi gently reminded her, "Don't forget, there's also your home planet." Zhu had brought a large force to the capital star. Only a small team was left to defend Gold Star. Now, facing such a powerful beast tide, Gold Star wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Jiang Wan understood everything and broke out in a cold sweat. Her home planet. Her parents. Jiang Wan turned sharply to look at the beast tide. There, ability users were fighting desperately. Whenever one fell, another would immediately take their place. Even the refiners had manipulated the suppression plates to join the battle. Despite the considerable sacrifice of ability users, the beast tide showed no signs of retreat. Jiang Wan realized that the die had been cast. To stop this disaster, she must sacrifice herself. She closed her eyes deeply. However, she still hadn't seen her parents or Yin in the end. Jiang Wan walked step by step toward Xianyuchi, toward that lotus. Each step felt as if she were treading on the edge of a knife. Xianyuchi stood with her arms crossed, head held high, laughing proudly. In this game, she had ultimately won. Jiang Wan had lost to her. Roar. The roar of the mutated beasts echoed through the skies. Everyone couldn't help but look up. They saw a crescent blade embedded in the neck of a mutated beast. Everyone felt a surge of joy upon seeing the crescent blade. The god of war has arrived. The god of war has come to save us. Great. As long as the god of war is here, we will definitely win. The god of war's warship hovered in the air. Yin jumped down from it, followed by Qin Lai, Fu Lingyuan, and Yin Yu. Soon, the god of war's army jumped down one after another from the warship, immediately taking control of the battlefield. Jiang Wan saw Yin and felt a rush of joy. She turned her feet and ran towards Yin's direction. Crossing through the sea of people, Jiang Wan leaped into Yin's embrace. "Where have you been? I couldn't see you, and I was so anxious." Jiang Wan buried her head in Yin's arms, tightly hugging his waist, her voice laced with sobs. Yin stroked her hair and softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." The smile on Xianyuchi's face vanished, and she glared fiercely at Jiang Wan. Watching the couple embrace, she stomped her foot angrily and shouted, "Yin, do you think you can stop this disaster? This is a level 10 mutated beast. Only Jiang Wan must die for everyone to survive." The emperor stood in the great hall, casting a sinister look at Yin. Originally, he was the savior. As long as Jiang Wan obediently sacrificed her life, the disaster would end. Then everyone would be grateful to him for coming up with a solution. Unexpectedly, at such a critical moment, Yin had emerged, bringing his army to steal the spotlight. The emperor snorted coldly, deciding that they should all die together. Jiang Wan looked up and deeply gazed at Yin. "Yin, Before she could finish her farewell, Yin interrupted her. Raising his right hand, a lotus pod appeared in his palm. Inside the lotus pod were 7 lotus seeds. Jiang Wan's pupils constricted as she saw the 7 lotus seeds. How do you have?" Jiang Wan raised her hand to touch her necklace, but indeed found no lotus pod inside. She was stunned for quite a while before accepting this fact. Stammering, she said, "Yin, you can't do this." Yin shook his head, looking at her gently. "In the previous 2 lives, I couldn't protect you. In this life, I will not allow you to die in front of me." Jiang Wan stood there in shock, tears shimmering in her eyes. It turned out that those 2 illusions were not her obsessions, but Yin's. No wonder in the end, it was always Yin sacrificing himself to protect her. Jiang Wan trembled as she called out, "Yin." In the blink of an eye, tears fell. "I don't want you to die. You go to die?" Jiang Wan's voice was filled with pleading. Yin raised his hand, and the soldiers beside him pulled Jiang Wan away. Jiang Wan was restrained by them and couldn't break free. "Yin, don't eat." Yin seemed to have blocked out the information from the outside world, lowering his head and eating the lotus seeds one by one. With each lotus seed he consumed, Jiang Wan could feel his energy increasing. More energy meant he was one step closer to death. Xian, stop! Jiang Wan struggled like mad, screaming, but she still couldn't stop Xian's actions. She paused for a moment, and suddenly an idea popped into her mind. She turned and shouted at the dazed Xian, continue refining the lotus. Hurry, continue refining. Xian would not listen to Jiang Wan's words and stood there unmoved. Jiang Wan had no choice but to continue shouting. If you don't want Yin to die, then keep refining. Jiang Wan knew that Xian admired Yin. She would definitely not let Yin die. Chapter 360. Is she pregnant? Indeed. As soon as Xian heard this, although she was puzzled, she immediately began to refine. At this time, Yin had already finished eating 7 lotus seeds and was waiting for the energy to merge with the energy in his body. Yin stepped forward, lowered his head, and wiped away Jiang Wan's tears, gently kissing the corner of her lips. Wan, live well. Jiang Wan clung tightly to his arm as if grasping at a last straw. With a trembling voice, she nearly pleaded, don't. Xian's expression was blank as he cruelly pried her fingers open one by one. Without looking back, he walked away. Jiang Wan watched Xian's back, her heart feeling as if it had been tightly squeezed. She pressed her hand against her chest to ease the pain. Now, the only way to stop Yin from going to his death was to first drive back the beast tide. Jiang Wan suddenly ran towards Xian. Xian's refining skills were not top-notch, and refining the lotus flower was somewhat difficult for her. Therefore, despite her efforts, the lotus flower did not react much. Jiang Wan rushed over, raised her hand, and poured all her mental energy into the lotus flower. She had to refine it herself. Jiang Wan's mental energy was very thick. Almost the moment it was injected into the lotus flower, it began to spin violently. Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her. What were you doing? Jiang Wan had no time to respond to her. She only hoped for the refining speed to be a bit faster. Yin had absorbed all the energy and was ready for battle. When he released all the abilities in his body, all the high-level mutated beasts would be exterminated, and Yin would die. Jiang Wan focused intently on refining, beads of sweat dripping down her forehead. Finally, the lotus flower emitted a bright light. The next second, Jiang Wan was pulled upwards by a tremendous suction. This feeling was too familiar, just like when she died in her first life. But now, Jiang Wan was not afraid at all. On the contrary, she was very happy. If she died, she could save Yin, save everyone on Golden King Star. The lotus flower kept spinning, and Jiang Wan floated in midair, feeling her mental energy fading away. At the same time, the golden light emitted by the lotus flower spread out from the Great Hall. Wherever the golden light shone, the high-level mutated beasts would automatically regress. Qinxi was firmly pinned under a level 10 armored beast, thinking he was doomed. Unexpectedly, the armored beast on him turned into a level 2 small armored beast. Yin and the armored beast were both stunned. One did not expect the other to change like this. The other did not expect to change like this. The small armored beast suddenly reacted and fled in panic. Qinxi, holding his wound, stood up in shock, looking at the golden light radiating from the Great Hall. Gradually, nearly half of the high-level mutated beasts regressed to ordinary mutated beasts. The people who were fighting stopped their actions and looked toward the source of the golden light. Jiang Wan floated in the air, the lotus flower below, continuously absorbing her mental energy. Yin saw this scene, his body trembled, and his eyes turned red. He rushed over with a fierce expression. Jiang Wan. The others did not know what was happening with the lotus flower, but they knew that Jiang Wan was going to die. The golden light spread rapidly, enveloping the entire capital star. Slowly, it spread to the surrounding planets. On the planets illuminated by the golden light, all mutated beasts regressed. The once iron-willed war god shed tears for the first time in front of everyone. He rushed towards Jiang Wan, but at the moment he was about to reach her, he was repelled by the golden light. The next second, a golden protective shield appeared around Jiang Wan. Yin used all his abilities, which were directly absorbed by the protective shield. He rushed over, desperately pounding on the shield. However, it had no effect whatsoever. The protective shield made loud thuds as Si Yin struck it. Each hit felt like a blow to Jiang Wan's heart. She endured the pain of having her mental energy taken away and struggled to open her eyes. She turned her head to look at Si Yin. She wanted to speak to him, but the immense pain in her body left her too weak to speak. Jiang Wan's back was completely soaked with sweat. Every bone in her body trembled. The worst pain was in her head, as if someone was drilling into it with a spike. Jiang Wan struggled to open her mouth. Si Yin, don't. Si Yin looked at Jiang Wan's pale face and pressed down harder. Everyone present felt Jiang Wan's life force draining away. Si Yin pounded on the protective shield as if he felt no pain. Soon, his hand recovered in blood. Jiang Zhao, holding his wound, let out a sorrowful roar and limped toward Jiang Wan. He fell midway but got up again, crawling and rolling. Su Xinyu watched with concern and pushed through the crowd to help him up. Qin Si knelt on one knee, blood still at the corner of his mouth, and had no strength to move anymore. Everyone present was severely injured by the mutated beasts. Only Si Yin still had strength. The others lay on the ground, gasping for breath, wanting to save Jiang Wan in their hearts, but having no energy left. They could only watch helplessly as Jiang Wan was absorbed by the lotus flower. Just when everyone thought Jiang Wan was doomed, a layer of bright light suddenly enveloped her. What is happening? I think I saw a layer of light enveloping her. I saw it too. I must not be seeing things. It's true. It seems to be coming from her abdomen. Everyone looked closely, and that golden light was indeed emanating from Jiang Wan's lower abdomen. Jiang Wan felt the power in her abdomen and couldn't help but let out a soft moan, releasing a weak gasp. Her brain, which had lost consciousness, seemed to come back to life. Her limp limbs were infused with a warm current. She felt warm all over. Jiang Wan opened her eyes in disbelief. It seemed she was no longer in pain. Her body didn't hurt, nor did her head. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, carefully sensing the energy within her. This power in her body seemed to be coming from her abdomen. An incredible thought emerged in Jiang Wan's mind. Could it be? Could she be pregnant? Was this power provided to her by her child? With this thought, Jiang Wan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. She was actually pregnant. It was her child with Si Yin. After the joy, endless fear began to creep in. The child had given her strength. But what would happen to the child? She had just learned of the child's existence, and now she was about to lose it? Jiang Wan glanced at the lotus flower beneath her. Suddenly filled with a will to survive, she began to struggle fiercely. She had long been prepared to die, but she hadn't expected to find out she was pregnant. With a child, there was now something to worry about. Chapter 361. The ending. Jiang Wan used all her strength to move her limbs. She was finally able to move. Slowly, she felt more and more power coming from her lower abdomen. Most notably, it was her brain. Jiang Wan felt her mental strength was extremely abundant. The lotus flower beneath her slowed its spinning significantly. Gradually, Jiang Wan sensed that the force controlling her was dissipating. Realizing this, Jiang Wan felt a surge of joy in her heart. She struggled fiercely, while also extending her mental power to attack the lotus flower below her. The lotus flower had already stopped spinning and was no longer refining. Now, being attacked by Jiang Wan, it began to sway dangerously. Everyone present saw this scene and felt hopeful. Jiang Wan could survive. As long as the lotus flower died, Jiang Wan could live. Su Xinyu reacted the fastest, immediately extending her mental power to attack the lotus flower. Lin Yuewei saw this and quickly followed suit. Although both were already high-level alchemists, their mental power was still repelled by the golden protective shield surrounding the lotus flower. My head. The two covered their temples and fell to the ground in disarray. Their mental power had also suffered a severe blow. It was then that everyone understood. Although the lotus flower had stopped spinning, it was still something they could not shake. The only one who could save Jiang Wan was herself. Jiang Wan saw her good friends suffering a blow to their mental power in order to save her, and her heart was filled with anxiety. She could only focus on dealing with the lotus flower. A beam of golden light fell to the ground. Everyone looked over, and it was a petal from the lotus flower. The lotus had started to drop its petals. This meant that Jiang Wan would soon be able to break free. Everyone unconsciously smiled, holding their breath and staring intently at the lotus flower, hoping it would drop another petal. Standing next to the alchemy furnace, Xian Yuqi was shocked by this turn of events. Could it be that Jiang Wan could escape so easily? If Jiang Wan escaped, the first person she would not let go of would definitely be her. A trace of ruthlessness crossed Xian Yuqi's lowered gaze. Jiang Wan. She must die. Xian Yuqi took out a high-level fire attribute energy stone from her storage device. She drew out the fire source and threw it under the furnace. Then, she activated her mental power and began refining. Su Xinyu saw her actions and immediately shouted angrily, Xian Yuqi, are you crazy? Stop. Jiang Zhao covered her wound and pounded on the protective shield. She wished she could drag Xian Yuqi out from inside. Xin Yuqi, stop. More and more people rushed over, wanting to stop Xian Yuqi. But she was completely unperturbed, even enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. A hint of disdain appeared on Xian Yuqi's face as she mobilized all her mental power to refine. The lotus flower, which had already started to wilt, began to spin again. Jiang Wan felt the binding force and endured the pain, suppressing her moans. Upon hearing Jiang Wan's groans, everyone's hearts ached. After finally finding a glimmer of hope, could it really be lost like this? Lin Yuewei anxiously pounded on the protective shield. Xian Yuqi, are you crazy? Stop. Yin Yu pretended to be calm and said, Xian Yuqi, if you help Jiang Wan survive, you might still be able to keep your name. Qinlai also added, even if you don't care about your own name, don't you care about the Xian family, that big family? Xian Yuqi glanced at them casually. If she cared about those things, she wouldn't have come this far. Let them say what they wanted, even if the sky fell. Xian Yuqi was determined to make Jiang Wan accompany her in death. Only then did everyone understand. Xian Yuqi hated Jiang Wan to the core, and no matter what they said, it wouldn't change her mind. Get out of the way. Everyone was stunned by the voice and turned their heads to look. Xiyan, holding a crescent blade, exuded a murderous aura. Standing 10 meters away from him, one could feel the energy fluctuations radiating from him. Xiyan had mobilized all his abilities. If he failed, he would be met with a massive energy rebound. There would be no bones left. Everyone fell silent for a moment, knowing this was the only chance. All the people instinctively made way. Xiyan raised the crescent blade, channeling all his abilities into it. He rushed forward, leaping more than 2 meters high, and slashed toward the protective shield. It felt as if time froze for a second. Everyone forgot to breathe. The next second, there was a crack. A fissure appeared where the crescent blade struck, and then the crack spread out in a spiderweb pattern. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Crack! The protective shield shattered, pieces falling to the ground. Xiyan charged forward and struck the lotus flower with his blade. The lotus immediately lost its golden glow and fell to the ground. With the lotus's confinement gone, Jiang Wan fell from midair and landed steadily in Xiyan's arms. Jiang Wan felt his warm embrace, and her nose tingled, causing her to shed tears. Xiyan's eyes were fixed on Jiang Wan, looking at her as if she were a treasure, over and over again. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief and buried his head in her neck. Jiang Wan felt the dampness in her neck and tilted her head to nuzzle him. When the lotus was destroyed, Xian Yuqi's mental power was also rendered useless. She clutched her head in pain, sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the two embracing. Jiang Zhao kicked her in the chest. Xian Yuqi was suddenly kicked 3 meters away, crashing hard against the wall. Jiang Zhao picked up the toothed sword and charged forward, eager to kill her. Qinlai and Fu Lingyuan quickly stepped in to block her. Jiang Zhao, calm down for a moment. Xian Yuqi still has the Xian family behind her. You can't afford the wrath of the Xian family. Jiang Zhao was just an ordinary ability user from the Golden King Star and couldn't take on the entire Xian family. Jiang Zhao snorted coldly. Even if I lose my life, I will kill this despicable woman. Jiang Zhao raised the toothed sword and swung it again. Stop. This time it was Si Yin who spoke. Jiang Zhao looked at him in disbelief. Did Si Yin really intend to spare her life? Si Yin looked down at Xian Yuqi as if she were garbage. Letting her die would be too easy for her. Hearing this, Jiang Zhao finally put down her weapon. Si Yin turned and left the main hall with Jiang Wan in his arms, calling for a doctor to check her health. Fu Lingyuan led people to imprison the emperor and those ministers. After cleaning up the aftermath, everyone stretched and took a deep breath. Yin Yu scratched the back of his head and smiled, Why does it feel like the air on the capital star has improved without those black-hearted guys around? Qin Si nodded. Could it be that the golden light has a purifying effect? Cough, cough. Lin Yuewei heard him cough and hurriedly came forward to check his injury. The golden light shone upon the earth, purifying not only the mutated beasts but also the illusions. Everyone praised Jiang Wan, calling her the true goddess. Chapter 362 Extra 1. After the crisis was resolved, Si Yin became busy. Emperor Xan Yuqi and those ministers intentionally triggered the beast tide, causing the disaster to arrive earlier than expected, resulting in significant damage. They were despised by the entire empire's citizens. Si Yin ascended the throne once again. This position originally belonged to him, but he had concealed his identity and gone to Golden Star because of Jiang Wan. Now it was time to return what belonged to him. The first thing Si Yin did after ascending the throne was to remarry Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan felt it was unnecessary. They had been married for so long. There was no need for another wedding banquet. Si Yin, touching her still flat belly, said softly, I didn't get to give you a wedding banquet back then. Now that I have the opportunity, I must make it up to you. The reason they didn't have a wedding banquet back then was partly because Jiang Wan felt it was a flash marriage with a stranger, lacking any feelings. There was no point in having a banquet, so they didn't tea. However, Jiang Wan looked up at the man who had now become emperor and smiled, nodding her head. All right, then let us have it. The wedding banquet was entirely organized by Si Yin. He would let Jiang Wan tire herself out. He specifically sent people to bring Jiang's parents and Song Xiuxiu over, wanting them to keep Jiang Wan company. Jiang's mother prepared delicious food for Jiang Wan every day. Before they came to the capital star, Jiang's uncle's family came to find them, hoping to curry favor and gain some benefits. Chen Huixian naturally ignored them, fearing that Jiang Ziheng would soften his heart. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Ziheng showed an extremely cold attitude towards them, which infuriated Jiang's uncle's family. When had they ever begged someone in such a lowly manner? They never expected to receive such a cold response in return. However, even though they were furious, they didn't dare show it. After all, Jiang Wan's current identity was not something they could provoke. Chen Huixian looked at Jiang Ziheng, who had changed his demeanor, with 100 questions in her heart. Jiang Ziheng felt uncomfortable under her gaze and spoke up about the reason. Wan's identity is different now, and she is pregnant. She can't be upset by these troublesome relatives. Chen Huixian then understood that he was being protective of their daughter. Indeed, being pregnant is a significant matter. How could she be upset by such troublesome issues? The wedding banquet for Si Yin and Jiang Wan was very grand, inviting all the rulers from various planets to witness. They even streamed it live so that all the citizens could watch. Lin Yuewei looked at the young empress, her smile unwavering. She turned to ask Su Xinyu and Jiang Zhao when will your wedding banquet be held. Su Xinyu shyly shot her a glare. Jiang Zhao then put his arm around her shoulders and smiled down. That naturally depends on when the head of the Su family decides to give me a title. Su Xinyu is now the head of the Su family, and under her leadership, the Su family has been thriving. Everyone genuinely recognized her as the head of the family. Once Su Xinyu got busy, she completely forgot about her lifelong matters. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but urge her to give him a title. Su Xinyu's face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head, softly saying, Okay, I'll give you a title. After the wedding banquet, Si Yin began to deal with the emperor and Xan Yuqi. He directly exiled both of them to the Savage Star to mine for ores. The Savage Star is filled with mutated beasts, with no military presence to guard it, and their isn't even a food source. To obtain food, they must go into the mutated beast groups to mine ores and then exchange them for food. The Emperor and Xan Yuqi, being noble individuals, had no idea how to mine ores. As soon as they were thrown onto the Savage Star, they were attacked by mutated beasts. The Emperor's ability level was not low, so they temporarily preserved their lives. However, mutated beasts could appear at any time, making it impossible for them to get a good night's sleep. Within a few days, they were tortured to the point of being less than human. Xan Yuqi's well-maintained hands had already developed calluses. Her face was covered in grime, and her hair had never been washed, resembling a little beggar. She had no strength and couldn't dig up ores with her bare hands. If she was lucky, she could only pry off a few small pieces. At this point, She was so hungry that her eyes were filled with stars. Leaning against a pile of oars, she hazily looked at the sky, involuntarily recalling her past life. Back then, she was the young lady of the Xian family, exceptionally talented and from a prestigious background. Everyone fawned over her, fearful of her. Wherever she went, she was like the moon surrounded by stars. Unfortunately, she could never return to those days. In her days, Xian Yuchi seemed to see someone from the Xian family coming to pick her up. They dressed her in beautiful clothes and served her delicious food. A faint smile appeared on Xian Yuchi's lips. Suddenly, a mutated tiger slowly approached, sniffed the already lifeless corpse with some disdain, and carried it away. 8 months passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for Jiang Wan to give birth. When Jiang Wan went into labor, the entire palace became busy. The doctors brought in the best equipment, the delivery pod. Entering the delivery pod for childbirth could shield 90% of the pain, and a family member could accompany her. Without hesitation, Xian changed his clothes and went inside. Outside the operating room, everyone anxiously awaited. Zhang's parents paced back and forth, repeatedly praying for Jiang Wan's safety. Song Xiuxiu patiently comforted Chen Huixian, who was by her side. Jiang Zhao, Qin Si, and Su Xinyu hurried over. Upon hearing that Jiang Wan had entered the delivery pod, they felt slightly relieved. "How is Jiang Wan?" Lin Yuewei's voice approached. As soon as Qin Si heard her voice, he immediately stood up, taking 2 steps to support her. "Didn't Tiwi say not to let you come?" Lin Yuewei touched her now prominent belly. "Don't worry, I'm not afraid. I'm worried about Jiang Wan. I must come personally." Qin Si helplessly shook his head, helping her sit down. Qin Lai and Yin Yu arrived together, holding supplements. As soon as Yin Yu arrived, he started a live stream. Jiang Zhao asked, "What is this for?" Yin Yu smiled and replied, "You don't know? Jiang Wan's childbirth has trended. The citizens are worried about her. I'm streaming live, so everyone doesn't have to worry so much." Jiang Zhao looked at the live stream screen, which was just aimed at the operating room door. What could they see? Yet, this simple image immediately attracted billions of citizens online. The comments were filled with prayers for Jiang Wan. "May the goddess have a smooth delivery. Our goddess must come out safely. The goddess will definitely be safe." Jiang Zhao was shocked by the numbers. He knew that after the last disaster, everyone had recognized Jiang Wan's identity as a goddess, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Not long after, Fu Lingyuan arrived with Yin Shang and Fu Chun. Yin Shang looked at the tightly closed door, her heart racing. But she still comforted Zhang's parents that everything would be fine. Fu Chun had lost his baby fat and had become a small boy. He resembled Yin Shang, looking quite handsome, but he always wore a poker face. He stared at the closed door, his brows tightly furrowed. Chapter 363, Side Story 2. Yin Yu saw him looking like a little adult and couldn't help but tease him. He raised his hand and pinched Fu Chen's face, chuckling mischievously. "Don't worry, you don't have to wear a poker face." Fu Chen maintained a cold expression, glancing at him indifferently before taking a step back. "Oh, quite aloof, aren't we?" Yin Yu found himself at a loss for words, shrugged, and turned to watch the live stream comments. Yin Shang lowered her head to comfort Fu Chun. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Fu Chen's expression softened a bit at her words, and he nodded. Song Bojian arrived last. After the beast tied, he joined the 1st Legion of the Golden Star. Zhu He admired him very much and promoted him to major in just a few months. When Yin Yu saw Song Bojian coming with soldiers and a pile of supplies, he joked, "Oh, Major Song, this busy man has finally arrived." Song Bojian felt a bit embarrassed by his teasing. "Of course I had to come for such a big event as Jiang Wan's delivery. Today, I'm not only here at the commander's request, but also because I can't help but worry." Back then, he was just the captain of a small hunting team. If it weren't for Jiang Wan's care, he might still be just that. He wouldn't have his current status. Moreover, he had seen how well Jiang Wan treated Song Xiuxiu, and he felt compelled to repay her kindness. Now that everyone had arrived, the entrance to the operating room was crowded. The number of viewers in the live stream was increasing, and the comments were constantly being refreshed. Everyone was discussing whether Jiang Wan would have a boy or a girl. If it's a boy, we'll have a little war god, or let's hope for a little goddess. That golden light came from Jiang Wan's abdomen. I feel it should be a little goddess. That makes sense. It should be a little goddess. Regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, Everyone was filled with curiosity about the child. That golden light also meant that the baby in Jiang Wan's belly was certainly not ordinary. Jiang Wan's delivery went very smoothly, and the child was born in just 1 hour. After she was wheeled out of the operating room, everyone rushed over to her. The delivery pod worked excellently, and Jiang Wan felt she had delivered with ease. Lying on a hospital bed, she looked at everyone and felt a wave of emotion. She saw Lin Yuewei, who was also pregnant, had come, and Jiang Wan smiled at her. "I tried it for you. It doesn't hurt much, and it's quite safe." Lin Yuewei was initially a bit scared, as giving birth isn't simple for women. Hearing her say this, she paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Just take care of yourself. You don't need to worry about me." Jiang Wan smiled lightly and said nothing further. The doctor followed behind the hospital bed, holding a swaddled baby. After everyone had seen the mother, they went to see the baby. Yun Shang was the only one among them who could hold a child, so she immediately stepped forward to take the baby. Upon seeing the child's fair face, she gasped, "So beautiful." Everyone rushed to gather around, eager to see what the baby looked like. Lin Yuewei exclaimed, "So fair. It must be a girl." The doctor replied from the side, "Yes, it's a little princess." Yin Yu squeezed into the crowd with a live stream recorder and happened to hear the doctor's words. The fans erupted in celebration. "It really is a little goddess. Little goddess, bless our empire of Addis. We have a little goddess now. The little goddess is so beautiful." Su Xinyu looked at the soft, fair baby, feeling an urge to hold her. However, she was afraid of hurting the baby and could only stand by and stare. Several older men were completely smitten by the little baby, unable to take their eyes off her. Fu Chun hadn't grown tall enough yet and couldn't see anything in the crowd. Anxious, he tugged at Yun Shang's sleeve. "Mom, let me see too." Yun Shang then remembered and immediately bent down to show him. "Look at your sister. She's so pretty. When you were born, you were all wrinkly like a little monkey." Upon hearing this, Fu Chen's usually cold face flushed slightly. Pretending he hadn't heard, he leaned over to look at the baby. Sure enough, as Yun Shang said, she was fair and looked soft. Fu Chen couldn't help but reach out to pinch the baby's face. The little baby blinked and met his gaze for 2 seconds before suddenly bursting into tears. This startled Yun Shang, who quickly picked up the baby to comfort her. "Oh no, did I scare you? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Fu Chun hadn't expected the baby to cry and was momentarily at a loss, only able to watch as Yun Shang soothed her. However, the baby was easy to comfort, and Yun Shang calmed her down in no time. Everyone was gathered around to see the baby, but they didn't notice Yan's absence. Song Qiuxiu said he went to accompany Sister Wan Wan. After Jiang Wan returned to her room, she fell asleep immediately. Although the delivery pod could block pain, Jiang Wan still had to exert herself. With Jiang Wan asleep, Xian sat beside her, watching her. He was afraid that when Jiang Wan woke up, no one would be there. Jiang Wan slept for more than 2 hours and only woke up when it was almost dark. Xian immediately kissed her forehead. "Are you hungry? Do you want some water?" Jiang Wan's throat felt a bit dry, and she wanted some water. Xian quickly helped her sit up and brought her water to drink. After she drank, she leaned against him and asked, "Have you seen the baby?" Xian was taken aback and shook his head. Jiang Wan's eyes widened in shock. "You haven't seen the baby yet?" Xian thought her wide-eyed expression resembled a little rabbit, and he leaned down to kiss her eyes. "Because my heart and eyes are only on you." Jiang Wan was stunned by his sudden affection, her face turning red. After a long pause, she stammered, "Well, as the father, you should go see the child." Seeing her shy demeanor, Xian liked her even more. Stealing a kiss, he nodded. "All right, we'll go see her tonight." Jiang Wan asked, "Where's the child?" Xian pointed to the next room. "She's right next door. Mom is taking care of her, along with several doctors and servants." "Don't worry." The mom he referred to was Chun Huixian. Hearing his words, Jiang Wan finally felt relieved. "What should we name the baby? Do you have any ideas?" Xian's eyes lit up as he nodded. Jiang Wan didn't expect him to have thought of a name without even seeing the baby yet, which was indeed surprising. "What is it?" Xian leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Ximuan." Hearing his voice made Jiang Wan's face blush again. Ximuan, Xian loves Jiang Wan. The child was the crystallization of their love, and Xian wanted everyone to know his affection for Jiang Wan. Chapter 364 Extra. End. Ximu Wan had been called a goddess since she was little, and every move she made attracted the attention of the entire galaxy. The little goddess found this quite helpless. However, her talents were simply too outstanding. Wherever she went, she would undoubtedly stand out. When she studied at the Ability Academy, she didn't even need her teachers to teach her. While others were still learning how to ignite fire sources, she had already begun to refine them. While others were learning how to craft weapons, she had already created advanced suppression plates. The suppression plates she refined were even of a higher level than those made by her teachers. The teachers at the Capital Stars Ability Academy could no longer teach her. They directly found Jiang Wan and said, "Your Highness, please take the little princess back. She is not suited for school." This scared Jiang Wan, who thought Simu Wan was just being mischievous at the academy. "What's wrong, teacher?" The teacher of the Ability Academy quickly explained, "The little princess is too smart. Her presence is too discouraging for the other students." Jiang Wan. Just like that, Simu Wan dropped out of school. This made her extremely happy. Every day, she played around with her mermaid beast and imitation eagle beast, almost exploring all the nearby planets. Jiang Wan, who rarely saw Simu Wan, couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Although she had the mermaid beast and imitation eagle beast to protect her, there could always be accidents. Besides, at such a young age, she should be playing all the time. After all, she would have to govern such a large empire in the future. Jiang Wan decided to invite Jiang Wan over. Jiang Wan had been teaching at the Golden King Star S Ability Academy for many years and had become a top teacher. Upon hearing Jiang Wan's request, she immediately came to the Capital Star without hesitation. Jiang Wan was an excellent teacher, strict with her students, but also very caring about their growth. With her teaching Simu Wan, Jiang Wan felt much more at ease. After studying with Jiang Wan for half a year, Simu Wan could no longer bear it. "Mom, I don't want to learn those things I can do effortlessly every day anymore." Simu Wan shook Jiang Wan's arm and pouted adorably. Jiang Wan pointed to her forehead. "Then what do you want to do? Want to go out to play? If your dad agrees, I will too." Simu Wan's eyes lit up immediately, and she rushed to find Si Yin. "Daddy, please agree." Si Yin closed the document in his hand, his tone indulgent. "If your mother agrees, I will too." Simu Wan, in a fit of anger, she got a bit angry. She knew it. Daddy listens to mommy for everything. Jiang Wan watched her daughter's puffed-up face from a distance and couldn't help but laugh. "All right, don't be angry, come here." Although Simu Wan was angry, she still listened to her mother. She quickly ran over. Jiang Wan stroked her hair. "Didn't you always want to learn how to materialize your mental power? I'll teach you." Simu Wan's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe it and asked, "Really?" Since she was little, she thought materializing mental power was very cool, but her mom never taught her. Today, she suddenly changed her mind? Jiang Wan nodded. "Of course it's true." The reason she hadn't taught Simu Wan before was that she was afraid that if Simu Wan's abilities grew, the responsibilities she would have to bear would also increase. However, she didn't expect her daughter to be so talented. If she really had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the empire in the future, then Jiang Wan had to teach her. Simu Wan studied very diligently with Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan was once again amazed by her talent. Simu Wan learned too quickly. Almost as soon as Jiang Wan explained and demonstrated, she could completely master it. In less than a year, she had learned all of Jiang Wan's skills. After mastering the skills, it was even more important to go out and gain experience. So, Simu Wan set off with her mermaid beast and imitation eagle beast. Jiang Wan and Si Yin reluctantly saw her off. Although they felt reluctant, they knew their child had a broader future ahead. The mermaid beast and imitation eagle beast were very happy to be with the little goddess. The imitation eagle beast sang for her, while the mermaid beast blew bubbles for her. Although the chattering of the imitation eagle beast gave her a headache, she still enjoyed it. The mermaid beast wasn't much better either. It always felt that the imitation eagle beast could sing and win the little goddess's favor more. So it would always pick fights with the imitation eagle beast whenever it got the chance. Simu Wan was quite helpless about this. They arrived at a remote planet. The energy on this planet was very unstable, often experiencing small beast waves. Daddy had been worried about this for a long time. When Simu Wan arrived on this planet, she just happened to encounter a small beast wave. At this time, several groups of people were fighting against the beast wave. This kind of small beast wave was very friendly to capable hunting teams. They could gain a lot of equipment from the beast wave. Jiang Wan was alone and rashly intruding. They probably wouldn't welcome her. She hid in the shadows, conflicted, and decided to leave. Unexpectedly, a mutated tiger suddenly rushed out. The mermaid beast and imitation eagle beast hiding in the shadows almost rushed out to protect her. Jiang Wan instinctively raised her weapon to resist. To her surprise, the mutated tiger was killed before she could act. "Be careful," a deep male voice came over. The man waved his hand and shot out a water blade. The water blade pierced into the mutated tiger's body, making a sizzling sound. Jiang Wan was taken aback. His water had corrosive properties. So he is Fuchen. There was no other water-type ability user as special as him in the entire Empire. After the mutated tiger was killed, Fuchen immediately grabbed Jiang Wan's arm and placed her in a small bush. "Don't make a sound. Hide here. I'll come back for you in a bit." Jiang Wan didn't quite understand what was happening, but nodded dumbly. With Jiang Wan settled, Fuchen returned to the battlefield. At this point, they had already gained the upper hand. Fuchen's water ability had no rivals on the battlefield, and the small beast wave was quickly subdued. Next came the division of the spoils. There were 5 hunting teams in total. There were only 2 large hunting teams. One was Fuchen's, and the other was led by a limping man. The limping man was actually the captain of the large hunting team, which showed how high his ability level was. The small hunting teams had no say in the division of the spoils. Whatever others offered them, they had to take. Anyone who dared to resist would see whose fist was harder. The limping man waved his hand, directly taking most of the valuable prey. Fuchen naturally was unwilling. "The prey you have, we will split in half." The limping man sneered. "Young man, know your own weight." As he spoke, he unleashed a bolt of lightning. Fuchen instinctively wanted to use his ability, but retracted it upon seeing the lightning cast by the other party. Water conducts electricity. Lightning abilities are the nemesis of water abilities. Just as Fuchen's team was dodging the lightning in midair suddenly disappeared. In its place was the limping man's painful scream. "Ah, my head hurts." Everyone was stunned, staring blankly. In the corner, a thin girl with a dark face but an undeniable beauty stood there. She stretched out her left hand, fingers tightening. The limping man immediately clutched his neck in pain, gasping for breath. Just as he was about to gasp his last, Jiang Wan threw him away. With a cold snort, she said, "Get lost." The limping man's subordinates quickly supported him and ran away in a hurry. Fuchen was stunned, watching Jiang Wan from a distance. Although her face was smeared with dirt, however, it was still evident that she looked very much like Jiang Wan. Fuchen suddenly remembered the little baby he had made cry. He couldn't help but smile as he quickly walked over. His heart raced. "Are you Jiang Wan's younger sister?" Jiang Wan looked up at the man in front of her, suppressing her pounding heart. "Yes, brother Fuchen." Under the sunlight, the pair of golden boy and jade girl looked so well matched. The end.